It's Coast to Coast AM. Connie Willis here, the number one love doctor in the world is in. And we're talking about reducing stress throughout the holidays and taking your questions. It is Dr. John Gray. Now, John, we had a ton of calls. I want to get to them. I know you want to get to them, but I have to ask you two quick questions because I'm curious, okay? Two quickies. All right, you're right there? Okay, all right. So, if I don't know, you're pretty good. You always answer everything. So, okay, because this bothered me. This is one of the reasons I was going to ask this. Because I know when you were on those shows all the time, I know someone who absolutely loved you, or at least she did on camera. She loved you, and then boom, gone, and that was Oprah. Was she? I mean, were you all like friends? And then at one point she just spoke. That's it. It's over.
Well, there was never it's over. It was just she said, "Oh yeah, good to hear from you. I just sent your book to so and so and so and so," and I was never invited back onto the show. At the same time, like every single national show said the same thing. Oh yeah, we love you. We like you. Our producers, the high up say it's out of date now. It's sexist. We can't have. And so as soon as you start talking about men and women are different, like, they call it sexist. Now, at a lower level, at a more common level, when I talk about gender differences, sometimes people think I'm saying that women should just stay in the home and they shouldn't vote and they should stay in the kitchen. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm talking about that men and women are different. And if you actually look at other cultures and societies, more primitive ones, there's a lot of harmony between men and women. Like when I'm down in South America, Indians on the Amazon, there's no conflict at all between men and women. And you see that women are doing jobs all day long with other women. And when women are working with other women, they talk a lot. Now, remember, I mentioned earlier when women talk, it produces estrogen. Estrogen lowers their stress levels if they feel heard. And of course, other women, they're all sharing their complaints about life, their frustrations, their disappointments, their joys, their happiness. There was a bunch of other women who are all babysitting for them because their children are all together. They're doing more routine jobs that don't require stress and it's danger. Whereas men do all the dangerous jobs, the dirty jobs, the dangerous jobs, the muscle jobs. They live in the jungle. They can't. Women are allowed to go to the jungle simply because it's too dangerous. Women don't want to go into the jungle, so they have their basic rules. But when you do the dangerous jobs, for example, or the difficult jobs, the dirty jobs, the muscle jobs, what gets produced is testosterone. And men, to be happy, we need to make 10 times more testosterone than women. And men's testosterone levels today are exceedingly low. And for me, I mean, I practice the ideas that I'm teaching here. I use my relationship and my lifestyle to raise my testosterone at 73 years old. My testosterone is much higher than when I was 50%, at least all the time, higher than when I was a young man. My libido is more than it's ever been in my life. My motivations are more. My endurance is more. All that stuff. And there's some men who have that, others don't.
That's why you're Benjamin Button. You are that way. And that leads me to the second question, because I know these people are like, I need to talk to him, Connie. They're all on the phone. I can feel that empathic feeling I've got. Okay, so that leads me to something else. Okay. Now,
I finished with Oprah.
Okay, all right. Oh, yeah, please.
Okay. When my book is the biggest selling book in the world, and that's the year 2000, that's when I was no longer allowed. The horses and fees, if this is not the narrative, can't be joined. That was around the time when Oprah joined the Billionaires Club. And she's in the narrative now. She's in the Billionaires Club. You get to be a billionaire, they call you up. And actually, when I was at that time, when I was the biggest selling author in the world, I was called up twice to be invited to a club, which is a queer club. We meet online. They were all billionaires. And we will support anything you want to do to make you super famous. that club, they control you, just like any politician. Once a politician takes a lot of money from you, they control you, because they can always take it away. They can always detain you. And
That's a real deal. They call you. Wow. They literally call you up.
Yeah, right. Well, what it worked out to be is there was a business associate who then started to help me my promotion in Canada or what it was, and he was doing all this stuff. I was making a lot of money, and he said, "Well, you're actually qualified to join this program, and we can take you to much higher levels." And at that point, I stopped working with him, and I just joined the club. Same thing happened again.
How much is it?
This is the dark side of life. People don't realize there's a big thing. We hear all these stars saying, "Well, I sold my soul." That's what they did. And, and I directly experienced this when one time I was on a flight coming back from Washington, D.C., where I was teaching a class. It just happened Nancy Pelosi was right next to me on the flight. The whole time, I basically sounded like a health infomercial. I mean, I wouldn't remember that. We see people going on wellness, healthy, drugs are bad for you, all that stuff. And you heard a mouthful of it. And I mean, when we got up out of the plane, right next to each other, on the club dial, she's got 4 secret person guys around her. Like Nancy said, "Nancy, I voted for you. I'm one of your people. Can I have 5 minutes of your time?" And she said, "Well, I've had the whole point of your time." You can have 5 minutes. Really fun. Oh, that's fun. Guys, not well. I really second. But I have 5 minutes back home. Like that. And I told her, Nancy, I are very all about that. No, about it. Very pride. I'll like that. I need a doctor. I become a doctor. Right. Why would I have to staff when I know more about it than doctors? They're not trained in that. I'm a robot. Okay. And I say, "Don't you agree?" And I go, "Right. I can fight it. That's my experience. I remember it every day. Like her eyes turn black.
Oh,
As a trained blind person, but I think we're being spotted from lying out part of unhealthy society on the doctor. They are the target before they don't know that doctor. Every health energy, but use your leg. Put it back on. Got it. That's no nothing. Got it. What is it? Fine. Like that. Promoted by society, biological animal, when it's their hormones, how we talk about emotion, brain, biome, out of fun.
Third grade?
And that's going to tell your child that sex abuse, you should be talking to sex children. Children need an innocence. They need to stay innocent. Those energies of sexuality should never be activated in any way until puberty happens. Most people this age, your hormones get thrown way out of balance with that. People don't understand this is abusive. Anyway, got off the subject a little bit.
That's okay. That's why I said I wanted a quickie answer. I'm glad I asked for a quick one. so that now I've got all these other quick ones to ask you. I definitely wanted to get some calls, but I wanted to ask you. Well, let's see. Let me throw out two things. First of all, you go back. Absolutely, the food we use is absolutely terrible. It's terrible. But this is what I've recognized lately, which I'm surprised it's only now that people recognize it. And maybe I'm just, I'm a pet lover. I've had pets all my life. I absolutely love.
If you want access to bonus episodes, reading lists for every series of Empire, and chat community. If you want access to bonus episodes, reading lists for every series of Empire, and chat community, discounts for all the books mentioned in the week's podcast, ad-free listening, and a weekly newsletter, sign up to Empire Club at www.empirepoduk.com.
Being an American Express Platinum Card member with Global Dining Access by Resi helped you score tickets to quite the dining experience. One bite and you're speechless. That's the powerful backing of American Express. See how to elevate your dining experiences at americanexpress.com/with-Amex. Terms apply.
The legends are true. Holding sauce of destiny. Yes! The most legendary sauce has arrived as McDonald's transforms into the anime world of McDonald's. The greatest flavors unite in all new savory chili McDonald's sauce to make your 10-piece McNuggets, fries, and Sprite ultra powerful. Unlock manga comics with every meal and sit down for a new anime short every week only at McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba, go! Reese's peanut butter cups are the greatest, but let me play devil's advocate here. So, No, that's a good thing. That's definitely not a problem. Reese's, you did it. You stumped this charming devil.
From the viceroy to the young clerk who at home consumes high tea at sunset, every Englishman in India solemnly dresses for dinner. It's as though the integrity of the British Empire depended in some directly magical way upon the donning of black jackets and hard-boiled shirts. Solitary men in dak bungalows, on coasting steamers and little shanties among tiger-infested woods, obey the mystical imperative every evening, putting on the funereal uniform of English prestige. Almost more amazing is the other great convention of keeping up European prestige, the convention of eating too much. 5 meals a day, 2 breakfasts, luncheon, afternoon tea and dinner are standard throughout India. A 6th is often added in the big towns where there are theatres and dances to justify late supper. The Indian, who eats at most 2 meals a day, sometimes only 1, too often none, is compelled to acknowledge his inferiority. Perhaps the Indians can only be impressed by our gastronomic prowess. Our prestige is bound up with
Prestige
overeating.
international,
For the sake of
baby.
empire, the truly patriotic tourist will
Dude, what the
sacrifice
fuck?
his
My
liver and his colon,
full
will pave the
senses
way
are
for
tight.
future
I know.
apoplectics and
I
cancers
fucking
of the
know.
intestine. I did my best while I was in India, but at the risk of undermining our prestige and bringing the whole imperial fabric in ruins about my ears, I used, from time to time, unobtrusively, to skip the course. The spirit is willing, but the flesh, alas, is weak.
That's wonderful. Who said that?
Aldous Huxley, one of my favourite travel diaries of all time. Little known and now out of print, but it's called Jesting Pilot, the diary of a journey. And it's published in about 1924, and it has some of the best descriptions of the Raj that I know.
Well, hello and welcome to Empire with me, Anita Arnon.
And me, William Dribble, looking forward to yet another episode on overeating.
This is quite difficult, isn't it? Because I'm really hungry now. It's
Look,
getting to
look.
lunchtime here and dinner time for you.
Yeah,
On
look,
Tuesday, we were
look.
talking about the relationship between Britain and India via
You
food
burn
in the
our
1600s and 1700s. And we're
White
going to carry
House,
that
you
through
fucking-
today, through the
What?
1800s and 1900s. It has been a podcast of plenty, shall we say, because we did bang on a lot about just how much was on the table, didn't we? I mean, the amounts that were consumed were astronomical.
But what
Dog, these motherfuckers are so fucking proud
was how
of taking over a subcontinent and then eating. Never heard that before.
The food of Tudor England is quite similar to the food of early Mughal India. And what we're going to see in this episode, as we head into the late
Like
19th
Mowgli.
century, is that similarity diverging. And that's true of many aspects of life. And we often forget that in the 18th century, 1 in 3 Brits in India was married to an Indian woman or cohabiting with an Indian woman or leaving their goods in their wills to an Anglo-Indian child. And there was this moment when the two worlds came very closely together. And then that got kicked out of English. Racism and superiority and power all increase. And you have this beginning of the more familiar sort of Kipling-esque world where East is East and West is West and everybody goes to East. And that happens in food.
Absolutely. You sort of hear
Yeah,
people
fucking
recognizing
athleticism.
that even. And it being a deliberate effort to
You
have
wanna
a
know how to make a
divergence.
bed?
In the writings of,
I'm
say,
not the person
Colonel
to teach you.
Kenny Herbert, who was an
Oh,
Anglo-Indian
man.
cookery writer, who was writing
I
in
can eat
1878.
fucking octopus.
So he recognises that before there was a one track to gastronomic problems.
That shit sucks.
But then there is a divergence. I
Getting
just read you a
banned
little
from everywhere.
snippet from his writing. And he says, our dinners
People are
today,
being douches.
you know, bear in mind he's writing in 1878. Our
Piano
dinners
Man
today would
sucks.
indeed astonish our Anglo-Indian
I'm gonna steal
forefathers
that
with a taste
motherfucker's
for
name
light
just for being
wines
a
and a far
douche.
more moderate indulgence in stimulating drinks has been germinated a desire for delicate and artistic cookery, quality and superseded
This
quantity,
shit
and the
sucks.
molten curries and florid oriental compositions of the olden time, so fearfully and wonderfully made, they gradually vanish from our dinner tables, for although a well-considered curry or mulligatawny, capital things in their way, are still very frequently given at breakfast or lunch, and they no longer occupy a position in the dinner menu of establishments conducted according to the new regime. Men of moderate means have become hypercritical in the matter of their food and demand a class of cooking which was not even attempted in the houses of the richest some 20 years ago. Dinners of 16 or 20, thoughtfully composed, are de rigueur, are menu cards, discourse of dainty fare in its French. And that is really important because the French influence has now made an appearance. And that, isn't it, by and large, thanks to the Suez Canal? Tell us a little more about that, William.
That's right. In 1869, you have the Suez Canal opening, and this means that goods and ideas travel far more quickly from Europe to India than they had previously. And one of these things, as you're saying, is the Victorian fondness for French food. So where before you had actually quite an Indianized luncheon and dinner table in the round, from this period, from the 1860s and 1870s, you begin to get an increasing Europeanization. You see this not only among the British in India, but those living in their circles. For example, at menus in the royal palaces, the Maharaja of Jodhpur and Jaipur and the Nawabs of Hyderabad, all the menus are suddenly in French. And they're imported French wines, which never do well in India because you have enough refrigeration to keep them at a stable temperature and so on. And bizarrely, living in a country with some of the greatest culinary traditions anywhere in the world, the Brits decided to try and pretend they're in Europe and completely inappropriate.
What they're asking for, and I've sort of seen some of the more modern menus gracing the tables at the Raj, they're really, as you say, into the French side of things, so consommes and things, things that are lighter and easily digestible. But they do have an Indian tinge to them, and they are actually rooted in Indian cooking because they have a slight flavouring that would be alien to a purely British palate. Because rasam is a clear broth that is made in Indian kitchens and has been since time immemorial.
And that is an example of something that uses a lot of pepper as opposed to chili, isn't it? Rasam?
Indeed, and it's not hot as in it'll burn your tongue, but it's a hot soup that is much easier to digest. But there's also, from the French, there's also this weird habit of presenting food that doesn't look like what it actually is. So, you'll have a chicken, you'll beat it and smush it to within an inch of its life and turn it into something that looks like, I don't know, a pig or a cow or a cart or something. So it is all sort of presentationally led in this period of the 1800s, thanks to that French influence.
And I think what you're finding at this period behind all this is the fact that in the early period, as you said, 1 in 3 Brits is married to an Indian woman. And so living at home, whatever they're doing in their office or in the Governor General's palace, whatever it is, at home, these guys are often sitting on the floor, often wearing pajamas, often smoking hookahs.
Eating with their hands.
Eating with their hands and eating what their wives or girlfriends are eating. And you see the reverse happening. In the photographs, you see that the Indian wives are sitting on European chairs or using knives and forks and using European crockery. So as with any mixed marriage today, both sides make room for the other's habits. But by the 1830s, marriages with Indian women begin to die out, and what you get instead is the fishing fleet. And you suddenly have these British women coming out. This is such a sort of time-bound thing that if you fail to find a husband in your first 2 seasons coming out on the social scene in England, you went out to India, where the theory went there would be lots of single men sitting in dak bungalows in their dinner jackets in the jungle waiting for you to snap them up. And in many cases this happened. But even there you failed to snag a husband. You got sent back, and the poor girls who went back at the end of 2 seasons of dancing around the cantonments and palaces of India were described as returned empties.
Oh my lord! God, people are bad. They are rude. Do you know, just on the odds being good, if you haven't found a husband in Britain, but there are more men than women in India, I'm minded of something someone told me about being a girl engineer going to Imperial College in the 1990s. There weren't many of them. And a friend asked her, I said, oh God, there's so many blokes there, you must have found a boyfriend by now. And she said, well, the odds are good, but the goods are odd.
Brilliant.
I think sort of the fishing fleet must be a little bit of a similar situation.
So what you're having is, when you have now the rise of the Memsahib, if you like, you have this whole world whereby you have a very anglicised social life, and India is excluded not just from the cooking table but from all other aspects of your social life. And suddenly now you've got cricket clubs and tennis clubs,
Badminton meals, I mean, things that are based around actual activities.
and clubs in general. And you also have the production of books like this, which I'm holding in my hand, The Complete Indian Housekeeper and Cook by Flora Annie Steele. And it's a thick volume. In the modern edition, it's 317 pages. And it deals with the duties of the servants, hints on breakfasts and dinners, hints on poultry, hints on management of young children, hints on outfits, in the plains, on the hills. So this is now the high Raj. You have a virtual apartheid. The 2 races are kept completely apart, and the same is true of the food.
And, you talked about sort of the 1838, but this completely becomes crystallised after the Indian Mutiny or the Indian Uprising of 1857, when really, you know, this going home to your Indian girlfriend, stroke wife, stroke mixed race children was completely frowned upon, and there has to be a difference, a space between the two. Towards the 1900s, even if you had sort of leftover Maharajas who hadn't been swallowed up by Dalhousie, the Governor General, they would have to prepare food for their banquets to the British taste. It would be no longer okay for them to bring out the very finest of their chefs who would prepare the very finest dishes in their kingdom. They would have to try and Anglo them up a little bit. So sandwiches suddenly start appearing, and sort of little cakes and dainties that have come straight from that French influence. I remember there was an account when I was writing Sophia. They go to one of these great parda parties for, you know, they have to throw one, parda parties for all the great women of the Raj, Sophia and her sister do. And they're terribly fretful about getting sort of the bakery to sort out the kind of food that would be acceptable to both sides. It is a hierarchy of cuisine, a hierarchy of taste that goes on. Even then, though, even though that's happening, even though you've got that separation, you still have sort of Maharajas who are trying to impress. So there was one story I remember writing for Patient Assassin, which is when Sir Michael O'Dwyer, who's the Governor General of Punjab, he counts it as a great issue of pride that he has never eaten Indian food, that he doesn't like it and he won't eat it.
The whole time
he's there. And he writes this thing in his diary. I mean, really, and he's in Punjab. I do good cooking in Punjab. Very good cooking in Punjab.
Best rajma.
Thank you. Red beans, my favourite dish, actually. But he sort of writes about being invited to the Maharaja's dinner, where the Maharajas paid him the ultimate compliment of cooking dishes by his own hand. And Michael O'Dwyer is sort of like, writing in his memoir that luckily I had packed my own lunch, and I sort of hid it among the dishes. They like potted meats and things that he brought from his own kitchen because he wasn't going to eat this foreign muck. So you suddenly see there's a real difference in attitude, that things that are Indian are bad and things that are British are good.
But you do also get the beginning of a quite distinct Anglo-Indian cooking, which appears still at lunch in the club and so on. So you get the Madras Club invents mulligatawny soup, which is a Raj version, watered down, of rasam.
Rasam, yeah.
And then you get the korma. Now the korma starts off as something Lucknowi, the korma, I think it's pronounced. And the Anglo-Indian establishment sort of waters it down and turns it into a sort of completely different dish. And there's a guy who writes a cookbook in the 1870s who calls himself a 35 years resident of India. And in his cookbook, he says that the korma, without exception, is one of the richest of the Hindustani curries. But it is quite unsuited to European taste. He says, confidently, if made according to the original recipe. And he gives his own British version of this, which reduces all the ghee and the yogurt, as well as the aromatic spices such as cloves and cardamoms. It omits cream altogether, and instead it produces a sort of more generic, well, what can only be described as a curry sauce, which is actually what it is. It is now the British, inverted commas, curry, by adding coriander, ginger, and peppercorns, which are basic ingredients of this new dish, which is called curry, which is what we should now talk about.
Just one observation, you know, the fact that the Brits in India are post-1857 are so sniffy about Indian cooking. I think it's just not good enough. The same cannot be said about their monarch. Queen Victoria loves the curry, absolutely adores Indian food. And you see entries in her diary.
Indian curries cooked every day for her.
Every day, particularly in Osborne Huts, which is her sanctum sanctorum, where she loves to go with her family and her inner circle. It has a huge Indian influence in the Dalbarans. She has her Munshi, very wonderful book that's written by our friend Shrabani Basu, is amazing. And the Munshi is tasked with coming up with more and more delicious Indian recipes from his childhood to titillate Her Majesty's palate.
This is David Burton. He says Queen Victoria herself employed 2 Indian cooks whose sole duty was to prepare the curry, which was served at lunch each day, regardless of whether she and her guests partook of it or not. And this is very interesting because it's also the period, ironically, the same period as European food is beginning now to take over British tables in India. It's the beginning of Indian restaurants in Britain.
Yes.
And the first one I've got in my hands, this wonderful book called The Travels of Dean Muhammad, 18th century journey through India. And this extraordinary character called Dean Muhammad, who was originally an East India Company soldier, who comes back with his brother officer to Ireland, where, rather amazingly, he then elopes with a woman called Janet Daly. And as she has been disinherited for running off with the Muhammad, they start the first Indian restaurant in Britain, which he opens off Portman Square, offering what he describes as hot curries and a good hubble bubble. Here the gentry may enjoy the hookah with real chillum tobacco and Indian dishes in the highest perfection, allowed by the greatest epicures to be unequal to any curries ever made in England. So this is, in fact, just before the Mutiny of 1857. This is in the 1840s that he opens it. And he then goes on to open a second establishment, which is Britain's first hammam and massage parlour, in Brighton, no less. There his clients include both King William IV and George IV, and he claims there is scarcely any disease to which the human frame is liable, which may not be relieved by the use of these baths. So he's quite an entrepreneur.
He is an entrepreneur, but so these early Indian restaurants, as you call them, and they were popping up for as long as Indians were coming to Britain as workers. So, you have the Lashkars, who were the seamen who transported goods for the East India Company.
Who we came across in our Yemeni episode last week.
They came from, all over. You had Chinese Lashkars, you had Yemeni Lashkars, but you had a lot of Indian Lashkars. And they would come and they would often be stranded in Britain for months and months and waiting for a voyage home or to be paid, often just waiting a long time to be paid. And they would secrete upon their person, sort of some would bring cumin, others would bring red chili, others would bring fenugreek, and they would get together, and you couldn't call these things restaurants, but they would mass cook together. So you would have what we would call, I suppose, a dhaba in India. You would have these little establishments, mainly springing up around ports, actually, which I think you could definitely describe as Indian, your early curry houses, because people would come and they would contribute money, and then, more and more raw material would be bought. You also have very early accounts, maybe even preceding the Indian Uprising / Mutiny of 1857, where Brits who were coming to Britain and bringing their ayahs or servants, Indian servants, who they wanted to bring back to Britain for whatever reason, were also importing vast amounts of ghee, because you couldn't get that here, which is a very Indian thing, a clarified butter. So you see really interesting sort of receipts, manifest details of big barrels of ghee being brought back.
And the next posh Indian restaurant, the oldest surviving Indian restaurant, which is still there near Piccadilly, is Veeraswamy's.
Veeraswamy's, been to Veeraswamy's. I mean, that was a hotbed for nationalist activity. Indians would go and discuss politics there a lot.
Interestingly, it's founded by one of my white Mughal families. And on the cover of the hardback of White Mughals, there was a picture, this very charming picture, which is in the British Library, probably by an artist called Ronaldo, some people think it's by Sophony, of William Palmer and his Indian family. And you have this extraordinary, very formal 18th century oil of a British officer in a red coat with his two wives. So Palmer, in his red coat, was the British resident at the court of Awadh in the 1780s, 1790s, I think. And he has, by his Mughal wife, Faiz Begum, a son called William Palmer, who becomes a famous banker in Hyderabad, and a very rich man, a very successful banker. And I think it's one of his children who found Veeraswamy.
Isn't that interesting? So, you have this really peculiar situation, which I'm utterly fascinated with. It is that you've got the Brits who go over to serve the Raj post-1850s, who have a deep scepticism of all things that are Indian. And so, you have the high tea cucumber sandwiches with the crust cut off, and fish that are served, with capers and lemon, and see the menus from those times, and the clear soups that are de rigueur in French. But here in Britain, it's not just Queen Victoria who is fascinated. Others too, because you've got the older guard who've come back from serving in India, who did eat the lavish creams and curries and things, and who still have a taste for it. So they have already brought over their chefs and their cooks, and a lot of them from Surat, in fact, which we talked about in the last episode, who are still producing the food that they loved very, very much. And so a whole new generation is in Britain is being introduced to Indian food and learning to be excited by it, whereas the Brits in India themselves sort of look down on it as if it's kind of, foreign filth, which I think is fascinating.
And this is something that, again, reflects a wider set of attitudes, so that when Gandhi comes to London, he finds a whole world in London. He finds vegetarian restaurants. He finds a whole bunch of people interested in Indian religions and Hinduism and Buddhism. And in fact, he learns about Hinduism in London rather than just the rote learned prayers that he'd been brought up on. and he begins to take an intellectual interest in religion in London. And it's when he goes back to the colonies, the inverted commas, specifically South Africa, that he's turfed off the train and treated with the kind of straightforward racism that you see in that famous instance of Peter Barrett's-Burg in South Africa.
Yeah, I mean, just two stories which tickle me a great deal. So there is one I wrote about Maharaja Dilip Singh. He was brought over here. He was a real close member of Queen Victoria's extended family, tantamount to. She took him to Osborne. She spent a lot of time with him and loved him until she didn't love him and he hated her and tried to get India back or get his kingdom, his Sikh empire back. But in the days when he was still in favour, he makes this one trip to Calcutta to bring his mother, Rani Jindal, back to London.
Who's an amazing tough old bird.
Extremely tough old bird. And, you know, the Brits have made this calculation that she's less trouble here where we can keep an eye on her than she would be in India where she could foment rebellion in her son's name. And there are accounts of her living at Lancaster Gate, which is in a very posh part of central London. And she's brought her own cooks and retinue. And all the locals sort of smelling this smell of her exotic cooking. And, you know, like Bisto kids being carried to the corner of Lancaster Gate where her house is on this invisible pull of exotic cooking. Thackeray, can I just read you a bit from Thackeray?
Yeah.
You know, very, very famous English writer, was born in India. He was sent home at the age of 4, like most Anglo-Indian children.
Courted my great-great-grandmother unsuccessfully.
Really? Why didn't she fancy him? What was wrong with him? Just as a matter of interest.
Because my great-great-grandfather was much, much more handsome, of course.
Okay, righto. Anyway, look, so he's sent back to Britain, but he's already got this sort of bedrock taste of India, and he discovers this taste again for Indian curry because he's eating with his aunts and uncles' houses who've also sort of spent time in India. He's so enthusiastic, he wrote a poem to curry. May I read it to you? Thackeray's poem to curry. 3 pounds of veal my darling girl prepares and chops it nicely into squares. 5 onion next, truth the little minx. The biggest and best, her Samuel thinks, and Epping butter, nearly ½ pound, and stews them in a pan until they're browned. What next my little dexterous girl will do? She pops the meat into savoury stew with curry powder, tablespoonfuls 3, and milk a pint, the richest that may be, and when the dish is stewed for ½ an hour, a lemon's ready juice she'll pour. Then bless her, then she gives the luscious pot a very gentle boil and serves quite hot. P.S. Beef, mutton, rabbit if you wish, lobsters or prawns or any kind of fish are fit to make a curry. 'Tis when done a dish for emperors to feed upon. Isn't that great? That's Thackeray.
That's quite good, but I think he sounds a bit of a creep. I think my great-grandmother did well, but what's next, my dexterous little girl?
Could have been her. Could have been your great-grandmother. Agreed.
I think we should probably take a break there, and after the break, we should go into that most divisive of subject, which is curry powder.
Mother, stop listening now.
Reese's peanut butter cups are the greatest, but let me play devil's advocate here. Let's see. So, no, that's a good thing. That's definitely not a problem. Reese's, you did it. You stumped this charming devil.
Do you want to stay up to date with the messiest drama on the internet? Or what about those crazy then be sure to tune in to TMZ Verified, the podcast. I'm Wild.
I'm Steph.
And each week we're either breaking down the spicy viral stories or we're hanging out with the most popular influencers around. Tana Mojo is in the building.
I don't even know if they're hating. They're probably just telling the truth, but we love the haters too.
Sophia Franklin.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk, but like, let's be real with each other, you know?
So Bryce Hall is here, y'all. Make some noise, people. I'm sorry about that.
Right.
So if you like viral drama, influencer culture, and just overall hot messiness, check out new episodes of TMZ Verified every Thursday right here on Spotify.
Does Monday at the office feel like a storm? Not with Microsoft Copilot. That feeling when Copilot gets everyone up to speed instantly? It's sunny again. When Copilot simplifies complex data so your teams can act, that sun's shining on a beach. And when Copilot uncovers hidden insights, you're on that beach with your people, and you find buried treasure. That's Microsoft Copilot. Learn more at Microsoft.com/AI for all.
Welcome back. So you poked the souffle just before we went into the break.
Indian listeners around the globe gasping at the thought of it. They said disgusting as curry powder.
madras powder, vindaloo powder. I mean, honestly, these things, if you want to set a certain generation off, just present that on a shelf in your kitchen somewhere. And hear what happens. So curry powder, William, where's that come from then? Because it wasn't from them. It wasn't from early immigrants.
Well, you see, this is where I think you and I might fall out about as well. Because I think that it is actually, like everything the British did in India, misunderstood and sort of bowdlerized and made safer. But it is basically garam masala under a different name. The difference being that, of course, in
No,
your
it's
mother's
not.
kitchen,
No, it's not.
in your mother's kitchen, the garam masala would have been ground freshly and would have been delicious. And you certainly would have put curry powder in a jar and left it for 2 years and then come back and scattered it over your eggs or your jubilee chicken. But it is, I think, derived from that. Describe garam masala for those who...
Well, it's a mix of ground spices. So, you know, you'll have cumin and... look it up before I'm going to get executed by my family.
Chilies, coriander, peppercorns, turmeric, fenugreek, curry leaves.
Oh, you've got it in front of you.
I have. And that is also what's in garam masala.
Yeah, but it tastes different. I'm telling you, it tastes different.
I mean, yeah, one, it's misunderstood and it's sort of gone through the mangler in the process of being turned into curry powder. But that's where it comes from.
Yeah. I mean, it's not about my... I mean, you know, I keep loving to tell you about my school days and dazzled you with my kedgeree, my offensive kedgeree story. But we also used to get served curry on a Friday if we were, you know, and everyone got very excited. And I developed a real love for the Epping Essex curry, and it was really nice. And I sort of went home and said, why doesn't ours taste like that? I guess a bit of sugar or something in it, but it was very nice. I liked it. Had a Fray Bentos curry in my time. That was all right too. So, you know, these tastes, they sort of shuttlecock to and fro, don't they?
And what the British do is not understanding that garam masala is something to be placed at the end of a cooking process and
Yes.
likely to put the final flavour in.
Little kick.
They use it as the main flavouring, and they think that they can curry anything. So what they often do is that they curry leftovers in the Raj, and they serve it the next day, all covered in the stuff. Presume that this is satire, but you never quite know with the Raj. I read you from a letter written by Mr. Arnott of Greenwich. You may curry anything, he says. Old shoes should be even should be delicious. Some old cloth or stair carpet not found fault with. Gloves, if much worn, are too rich.
I mean, bloody hell. Don't try this at home, people. But there were also really tall claims that started coming in, and we're talking as early as the 1840s about the medicinal value of curry powder. In India, turmeric is given all sorts of magical properties.
Very good antiseptic.
Antiseptic, disinfectant, all of that kind of thing. It cleans you inside. But the Brits get onto this as well, because you have advertising really as early as the 1840s. Edmund White, the maker of Salim's curry products, he presents curry as a health food. Even back then in the 1840s, he says that curries could save lives. He cites this really extraordinary and preposterous case of somebody called Mr. Harper of the Jerusalem Coffee House, which is a well-known haunt for East India merchants.
The Jerusalem Coffee House was a famous place, exactly.
Very famous, very, very famous place. But he's a very sick man, is Mr. Harper, apparently, according to Edmund White, and he's tried every medicine on the market and nothing is helping him. The only thing that saves him, guess what it is? It's Edmund White's curry paste, which brings him back to life. Again, there is taste for it in Britain. There is an exoticism about it in Britain, and there's also a mystical quality about it in Britain. So I always thought that the phrase "to curry favour" came from this period of time, when curry was becoming very, very big in Britain. Did you think that?
I'd never even thought it through.
But you've heard the phrase.
I know the phrase, absolutely.
Okay, well, it has nothing to do with the great curative powers of Edmund White or anybody else's curry powder. To curry favour, which means, if you haven't come across the phrase, to seek or gain approval through flattery or servile behaviour, you can trace it back to medieval England. So clearly not the curry that we think about, because curry originally apparently meant to groom or prepare a horse. So to curry favour was to launch yourself into the Lord's good graces by brushing his horse beautifully and looking after it. So that was something I've only discovered in researching this podcast, and I have been wrong all these years. It had nothing to do with the influx of curry into Britain. So to curry favour, that's not from India, but the amount of spices, just to give you an idea, and again, I'll sort of look back to the 1800s. Between 1820 and 1840, imports of turmeric, which we were talking about, had this magical, mystical quality, according to some of the salesmen here. It increased threefold. So first of all, it was some 8,600 something pounds. It goes up to 26,000 pounds. By the end of the century, non-specialist growers are stocking 3 types of curry powder here in Britain. In these years, yellow curry powder, brown curry powder, and a fiery red chili curry powder. So it's becoming really pretty ubiquitous. You're getting, by the 1850s, British cookery books that call for a spoonful of curry powder in most of their Indian dishes. It's always there. Curry powder is now a staple in your cupboard. So curry powder is everywhere. It's on people's shelves. Queen Victoria is doing her very, very best to make people understand and appreciate the gift from her Eastern Empire, even though the people who are working out in the Eastern Empire may not recognise it as such. So, we've talked about the Great Exhibition. The Great Exhibition, there are little curry houses within the Great Exhibition.
In the Great Exhibition, where our Kohinoor was on display.
Yes. They sort of recreated an Indian street scene, and they had little sort of houses, like chai houses and things like that, where you could sample the cuisine of these places. There was another wonderful thing I saw here. They had like snake charmers, and also they had Indian performers. The problem was, and this is the Great Exhibition in Earlsport, 1895 and 1896, the cobras kept dying of cold. So great detail. Wake up, cobra, kick the cobra. But these sort of Anglo-Indian curry houses, people got their sort of first taste of it. And around the exhibition as well, you had one Indian waiter who worked in the Ceylon Tea House at Liverpool's Royal Jubilee Exhibition in 1887 and Glasgow's exhibition the following year. He published a cookery book called Curries and How to Make Them in England. So you've actually got Indian writers as well as British writers all clambering over. Let me show you how to make a curry. Isn't that great?
I love that. I didn't know that at all. And then by the time that the empire begins to run down, you have the beginning of the conquest of British cooking by Indian cooking and the long march towards chicken tikka masala becoming the national dish of Britain, according to Robin Cook and others.
Oh, he said that in 2001, didn't he? I mean, we should remember when Robin Cook said that. 2001, he announced that chicken tikka masala was the great national dish. It's such a hotly contested statement.
It wasn't just for that reason, but he became the most hated British politician in India at the time, not because of his views on Kashmir. But I think you could mark the beginning of the sort of rise of Indian cooking towards colonising Britain, the counter-colonisation of British life by curry with the coronation in 1953 and the invention as the official dish for the coronation of coronation chicken, which is known in France apparently as poulet reine Elizabeth.
I really like coronation chicken. I think it's delicious. I think it's absolutely lush. I mean, for those people who neither live in Britain, well, no, it's just Britain. You wouldn't get this in India, I don't think, unless at the gymkhanas or the clubs. Coronation chicken is, how would you describe it?
I've got the recipe in front of me. It is boneless chicken.
Yeah.
Doug, how long are you fuckers going to talk about curry?
British rather than Indian seasoning. Thyme, bay leaf, cumin, turmeric, ginger, peppercorns, mixed with cream or mayonnaise, dried apricots or sultanas, which is exactly what the Brits used to put in their curries because they couldn't get tamarind. And they used to substitute dried apricots in this country when they served it in British gentlemen's clubs and so on. Yeah.
Very inventive. It would work, yeah.
Some variations include cinnamon, and it's served cold and eaten as a salad with rice, peas, and pimentos, or used to fill sandwiches. And we know who created it. It was the invention of no less than Constance Spry, the English food writer and flower arranger, along with Rosemary Hume, and it was invented specifically for the coronation of Queen Elizabeth in 1953.
Just say they did a very good thing there. And coronation chicken is my favourite sandwich. I think it's a very good invention.
I went to the British High Commission at this coronation last year for King Charles, and they had a much less good, rather disgusting vol au vent, which was meant to be the official dish.
You're not being invited back. You're not coming back, mate.
They also served the coronation chicken for the last coronation, which is much better.
Just looking at India though now, because I was in India just over Christmas, and my lovely, lovely cousin, we were like wild animals. Oh, let's go eat everything all at once. like Pac-Man, sort of like moving through different parts of India. And he took us to a very shishi restaurant in Mumbai. It was kind of so chefy, but also Indian. So you would have like a rasmalai in a chocolate dome, which you would prick, and then it would all fall apart like an opening petal. I mean, it was just so redonkulous. You would have loved this. It was just also very OTT marvelous. But I noticed he wasn't eating, neither was his wife. And we were, I mean, the kids and my husband, ravenous eaters. I said, why aren't you eating? He said, oh, we don't tend to eat this late. It was 7:30 in the evening. And so I said, well, And among a certain sort of, modern and educated kind of generation, you do not eat in India at the moment past 4 o'clock.
That's a diet thing.
It's a health thing.
Because traditionally, famously in Delhi, no one at a smart dinner party, even today,
no one arrives till 11.
No one arrives until about 9, and you don't even have a hope of seeing your dinner till 11.
You're not kidding. So there are sort of like different areas. So, there really is a
different strokes for different folks, baby.
Health conscious in Mumbai. And they do this thing of like,
Hey,
you
guys,
have
remember
to
that
go
time we
without
colonized the
food
whole
for a certain amount of
subcontinent
time.
and talked about his spice for an hour?
I did almost die in Delhi, though. Honestly, you guys eat so late, it's ridiculous. I don't know how you sleep.
What I love about Delhi dinner parties is that they don't serve the main dishes until 11. But they regard kebabs as snacks. So kebabs are being handed round from 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, which I much prefer anyway, so I'm very happy with that. But we have now to do the single greatest question in the history of Anglo-Indian cooking.
Strapping on my hard hat right now.
We're going to get a lot of angry letters about this, but who invented the chicken tikka masala?
No, it's butter chicken. That's the one that's kicked off, isn't it?
Well, there's both of them. They're both highly disputed.
I read the chicken tikka masala was claimed by some Brit who poured tomato soup over it. Is that right?
And not just some Brit. We know the name of this guy, rather like Coronation Chicken. It has an originator, and Ali Ahmed Aslam of Glasgow's celebrated Sheesh Mahal. And the story is that in the 1950s, early 60s, he had a stomach ulcer and was on a liquid-based diet, and he added some of his tomato soup with a few spices to help liven up dry meal. And the customer who he gave it to said he loved it so much he kept returning time after time with his mates just to eat it. And this was a variant on that story, which is, yes, that some Brits complained that the kebabs were too dry and they wanted it wetter.
So they just poured some tomato soup over it. I mean, I like a chicken tikka masala. I like it.
And we have to say that this very important bit of history reached as far as Parliament when in 2009, Anna Sawa, now a leader of the Scottish Labour Party, put forth an early day motion in the House of Commons requesting that Parliament legally recognise Glasgow as the home of chicken tikka masala, but sadly it failed.
Right, okay. There's a butter chicken war going on in India.
There is.
And it's getting feisty over there. So who are the main contenders?
I know the Delhi claim. You presumably know a Punjabi one.
No, I don't know the Punjabi one. I think it's 2 restaurateurs who say that they originated it.
So I've always been told for 20 or 30 years that the originator of butter chicken is a restaurant still open.
Well, the lie detected that was a lot.
Called the Moti
What
Mahal
a bunking.
Deluxe.
Yeah, that's one of them.
Certainly when I first came to Delhi, people always used to say, oh, you must go to Moti Mahal Deluxe because it's the place where butter chicken was invented. I didn't realise there was a competitor.
Well, there is, and it's now so bitter, and this is hot off the press because this just happened a week or so ago. It is going to court.
No! Who's the rival claimant?
Delhi High Court, it's been filed already. So Moti Mahal, your one, founded in 1947.
With refugees from partition. And then there's another whole story, whether this was a dish originally native to Peshawar or whether it was Punjabi, which is a separate sub-dispute in this.
So the lawsuit was brought by the family of a man called Kundan Lal Gujral, who is one of the original restaurant's founders. And he claims that Gujral created the curry, and he sued a rival chain called Daryaganj of falsely taking credit for it. And the Gujral family, do you know how much they're seeking?
How much?
It's quite a lot in rupees, I'm guessing, but £188,908 in damages because Daryaganj is saying that they invented not just butter chicken, but dal makhni as well.
Dal makhni is again another of these dishes that apparently was invented during partition, and it was one of those. So those who don't know, dal makhni is the dark dal, full of ghee, very, very rich, too rich for my taste.
Oh, it's so good. It's so
Very
good.
fattening.
Very fattening. It cooks for hours, and you've got this swirl of white ghee on top of it. It's so buttery and so buttery. It's so delicious.
And I think it's in Yasmin Khan's book on partition that there was some deprivation of some sort during partition, and they had to make their dal with a different substance. So that's how urad dal began.
Right, okay. I'm just looking at some newspaper copy of Moti Mahal, which is this early restaurant which is also laying claim to the invention of butter chicken. The New York Times wrote of Moti Mahal in 1984, because it used to have lots of, I should say, very important people used to come and eat there, including Nehru was a frequent flyer.
At its time, people used to go up to Delhi, and everyone would go to the Moti Mahal. Now, of course, everyone goes down to South Delhi, the kind of southward drift of Delhi restauranting. I remember when I was first here in the 80s, going up to Delhi to eat.
Well, do you want to know what the New York Times wrote about Mr. Gujral, who's part of this lawsuit? They describe him as a portly, florid man with a splendid moustache, and credited him for both the butter chicken recipe and the restaurant's booming success.
Well, I suspect that this will be something that will exercise our listeners, and we will receive a great number of complaints and letters about this. Tell us what you think. Who originated butter chicken? Who invented chicken tikka masala? These are some of the great culinary issues of our day.
I'm really hungry now, and I can't do this anymore. Can we stop?
It's dinner time, my time. I know exactly what I've got. I've got a very good Peshwari chicken dish cooking, and I can smell it even as I sit here.
I've got to make something myself because I'm here, but everyone else is out at work or school. But I'll find something. Anyway, listen, enough from us. Thank you very much for listening. This is it.
I'm sorry if we have made your tummies rumble.
I can't think straight anymore. I've got to eat something. It is goodbye from me, Anita Arnhem.
And goodbye from me. We're very hungry, William Durham. If you want access to bonus episodes, reading lists for every series of Empire, a chat community, discounts for all the books mentioned in the week's podcast, ad-free listening, and a weekly newsletter, sign up to Empire Club at www.empirepoduk.com.
Some families we're born into. Some families are made from the ones we meet along the way. Our families are built on love and traditions, the memories we share, and knowing that life is better because we're together. Pure Life, 100% pure quality water, refreshing every moment together. Visit purelifewater.com and discover where to buy Pure Life.
The legends are true. Overwhelming power.
The sauce of destiny.
Yes! The most legendary sauce has arrived as McDonald's transforms into the anime world of McDonald's. The greatest flavors unite in all new savory chili McDonald's sauce to make your 10-piece with nuggets, fries, and Sprite ultra powerful. Unlock manga comics with every meal and sit down for a new anime short every week only at McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba, go!
When Sweet Tarts dared to combine sweet and tart, they thought, why stop there? Why not create other exciting and unexpected combinations, like rainbows and ropes, or fruity and gummy, or chewy and more chewy? That's why they created fun treats like Sweet Tarts Twisted Rainbow Ropes, Gummies Fruity Splits, and Chewy Fusions. When you dare to combine, it's sure to blow your mind. Sweet Tarts, dare to combine. Visit sweettartscandy.com to shop now.
Hello and welcome to Empire with me, Anita Arnhem.
And me, William Durham.
Eventually, William Durham. I mean, listen, can I just say, normally, I get a little bit irritable when you're late, but today you have by far the most extraordinary reason I've ever heard for your lateness. Would you like to tell the class why you have arrived late to this podcast today?
Well, the truth is that my pigeons escaped.
No, that's not what you... No. That is... See, that's plausible. But what you actually messaged me on the WhatsApp, I'll be another 2 minutes, another 3 minutes, another 4 minutes, because I'm putting my pigeons to bed. That's what you said, you lunatic.
It's true. For those who don't know my after hours activities,
I just have images of you going around to each and every one of them, kissing them all on the beach. Good night. Good night.
that's more
Nighty night.
That's more than that. I have some very nice Mughlai Shirazi pigeons who are fantails with gorgeous markings, and there's now about 23 of them, 24 of them. And anyway, they escaped, so they had to be put to bed.
Can I just once again cast a bright light on the differences between our existences? Because I dropped the kids at school, then had to go back to take some kit that was forgotten at home, and then got stuck in a traffic jam, and then still made it on time. Differences in our textured existences.
Anyway, I highly recommend eating pigeons.
Can I also say that, you are a modern man, a modern Britain, India, because had you been a man, and we're going to cover this, because we're covering food. We're covering Indian food and the British relationship with Indian food in this podcast. Had you been born in a different era, pigeons wouldn't have had a chance.
That's also true.
Seriously.
Those pigeons would have been well tanduried by now. Also,
in a curry. We've had just the most glorious time researching this little palate cleanser of the mini-series.
We all thought that it was getting a bit much when we had Houthis and Hezbollah and the Islamic Revolution back to back. So we thought we'd give you something a little bit lighter, a little bit more pleasurable.
Yeah. So we're talking about Indian food and how it has changed from the start of the East India Company, arriving in India, right up until 1947 partition, and today, where even now there are massive fights that go on here in Britain about who invented the balti, who owns the balti.
And who invented chicken tikka masala. Was it in the Moti Mahal Deluxe in Delhi, or was it in Glasgow? This is a crucial matter. That's actually reached Parliament. There's been parliamentary debates on this.
There's no mucking around with the subject matter on this programme. I mean, you said it's sort of less contentious than, the kind of events we've been discussing. I would argue that people feel very strongly about this.
Are we allowed to introduce this series, Anita, by getting you to tell your story about making kedgeree at school in Essex?
Okay. William is endlessly amused by the fact that I am an Essex girl, and a proud Essex girl.
A proud Essex girl?
A proud Essex girl.
Something about being both Essex and Punjabi that kind of just gets every genetic sort of
combustible
5-star
combination.
combustible rating imaginable.
Wow. So in my school, which was quite an old-fashioned school, they had a rather, an absolutely lovely teacher, Miss Wallace, who did home economics, which was trying to civilise the absolute monsters in a year and trying to teach us how to survive on things that weren't in tins or beans and toast and stuff. So we'd have cookery lessons. And it was all fine, and it was flans and pancakes and, a pie or stuff like that. And then she said, right, next week we're going to do an Indian-inspired dish. And I was like, oh, I'm very excited. me, it's all about me. And she gave us this recipe, and we had to bring in all the ingredients with kedgeree. And she said it's inspired by an Indian dish. I don't know, it sounds a bit like khichdi, which we eat at home, which is a rice and lentil dish. If you're ill, it is your go-to medicine in any Indian household. They will give you khichdi for anything. I mean, literally anything. So I went home with this shopping list for my mother. And first of all, she took enormous umbrage at the fact that there was curry powder on the ingredients. What the hell is
Which we will come back to as well.
We'll circle back to that. But then, there were all sorts of things that she was just appalled by, like eggs and fish and rice. What the hell is this?
And probably in those days, Uncle Ben's rice rather than basmati.
Well, it wasn't basmati, I tell you that much.
No.
So, yeah, I can't remember what it was. It could well have been Uncle Ben's.
That's what I remember in the kitchen. On the very rare occasions we had rice, we had tiny little packets of
Uncle Ben's.
And this is the same period of Scottish history, we should say, that if you wanted to get olive oil,
yes,
you had to go to the chiropody department.
To the chiropody
Please rub it on their feet. That was the only use of olive oil.
So you used foot oil in your cooking?
So the neighbours would have believed. Yeah.
Yum. Well, actually, I'm having a flashback now. No, we didn't use Uncle Ben's. My mum specially went out to go and get a little bag of rice because that was what was stipulated on Miss Wallace's shopping list. But actually, Indians, even in Essex, would go shopping for ingredients on a mass, like an extinction level event scale. So there'd be an Indian mark, cash and carry, and she would buy like this sack of rice, a sack of rice that was much bigger than me, or a sack of flour for the chapatis. Anyway, so I took all of this in, hope in my heart, thinking, my moment to shine, this is my culture, sort of. I don't know, my mum says it's not, but Miss Wallace says it is. I did everything right. Because you know me, I'm a good girl.
You are.
It was disgusting. It was so awful. Normally, you know, everybody would fall on this dish that we'd made in home economics and just devour it. Nobody wanted to bar us. Least of all, and poor Indian Essex girl, trying very hard to be proud of my culture-ish. I got through
And
four
I know Indian kitchery, what could be often quite disgusting. Cold-boiled eggs sliced in it.
Yes, that was in there, and there was some onions, and there was fish. There was flaked fish, which, I mean, honestly, we were such imbeciles. I'm sure we didn't cook it properly. So raw fish. It was a gastronomic abomination, is what we produced.
There is, I think, a serious point in this story and in this episode, because food is a fabulous example of the Brits completely misunderstanding everything about it.
Just a bit.
Not only getting the names wrong, not only mangling everything up, but completely misunderstanding everything. The difference between kitchery and kedgeree is as different as
coal and diamonds, Mum would say.
Exactly.
With carbon base.
So we should say also that there are two fabulous books that we've both been reading.
Oh yes, aren't they gorgeous?
And we should fess up that they are the sources of everything good and funny that we found. One is a wonderful book by a New Zealand cookery writer. I think it's almost the best social history of the British and India I've ever read, called The Raj at Table.
It's about so much more than the food, isn't it?
Yeah. And it's terribly funny. Every second page makes you laugh. 1993, came out a while ago, but it's very, very good. Still in print, favourite book. And then the other one is by a friend of mine, Elizabeth Collingham, who is a grown-up academic with a proper academic job, but wrote a fabulous book called Curry that reads like a dream, and is the story of that dish, which of course is the dish that your mum said does not exist in India, which is the great and important story behind the story. One of the many things that the British sort of invented about India that weren't true.
And it has been an absolute pleasure to deep dive into some of the old texts that, you know, certainly we've used as source material for our books. Because it forced me to go back to Emily Eden, who was subjected to many a banquet. She was sometimes reluctantly travelling around India.
I hadn't realised quite how much I'd written about food in all my books. In White Moogles and Last Moogle, we've got it's absolutely packed with people talking about what they're eating.
But it's interesting. It's interesting because, you know, it charts not just the way in which sort of social cohesion works between the Brits and the Indians in a new country that, first of all, they've discovered, and then they end up sort of mastering. But it also tells you a little bit about the differences in culture between the two, their attitudes towards eating.
And this is an equally important point, the similarities. And that, in a sense, is quite a good place to start. And I remember when I first read David Burton's book, this was the thing which struck me, because the point he makes right at the beginning, and it's a lovely point, is that because British cooking and Indian cooking could not be more different today, we assume it was always so. But he makes the wonderful point that when the Tudors first turned up at Surat and found a factory in what's now Gujarat, the cooking of both peoples was very, very similar.
Yes.
And that the standard dish in England was a sort of a fruit stew. Can you remember in one of our earlier episodes we talked about how Henry Hyde made money from importing currants during the early period, the Elizabethan period?
And I cracked the hilarious joke, which I'll restate, which is currency. I didn't laugh enough then. Oh, now.
I missed it at the time.
I can't understand.
No, he did. It's true. He made a fortune from currants. And David Burton opens with a chicken pie recipe from England in 1615, and in it is chicken, currants, raisins, cinnamon, mace, salt, and spice. And that's because, of course, in England, as in India, in the age before refrigeration, meat was often a little bit high, and you needed lots of spice in your food in order to hide that. But at the same time, in India, people were eating things like what they would call a dumpuk fowl, or what certainly the English factors in Surat call a dumpuk fowl, which is a fowl, a chicken stewed in butter and stuffed with spices, almonds, and raisins. Moreover, in Elizabethan England, forks were only just coming into fashion. So most people ate scooping it up with bread, just like was done in India. And then the final thing is, of course, that in India, that chili had not yet reached North India when the English got there. So the English got to North India before the chili did. The chili originated in the Caribbean. The first European to ever come across the chili pepper was Columbus in the Caribbean.
I mean, one of the most marvelous things in reading, I think it was in the David Burton book, is that, you know, you have spice vendors begging the Brits to understand that, you know, spices didn't need to be as hot. You know, they were being forced to grind curry powder, and later they're like, you really don't need this many chilies in this powder.
But the other thing is that after a meal in India, you had pan, and after a meal in Tudor England, you had something called voidi, which was not dissimilar to pan. So when these guys first turn up, these East India Company spice merchants living in what they called a factory, which was a trading post on the Indian coast, they were actually surprised by how similar the two cultures were. And the story of Anglo-Indian cooking is the story of 200 years of divergence from what was initially a very, very similar way of eating.
Can I just circle back to this what became known in Elizabethan England as dumb-poked fowl? I love that, dumb-poked. But it's
which is dumpok.
It's dumpok,
yeah.
which, and we should explain for those who don't, you know, eat much sweetie. Well, no, the dumpok is a specific way of, it is slow cooking, but you have a big, because I love cooking, you have a pot.
Cook very well.
That's very kind of you. A massive pot. You slow cook it within its own steam a little bit. So you put a sort of a layer of pastry, or it would be, you know, sort of chapati flour over the top to seal it, and that's the dumpuk. And
that's originally an Awadhi, a Lucknowi way of cooking, I believe.
Apparently so. I mean, you know, Punjabis, we just claim everything. It's like, this is how we've always done it. But no, I think you're right. I mean, I've heard it's a Mughal. But whatever it was, on Elizabethan tables, that would have been the first thing, the first interaction, I suppose, with anything Indian was this idea of this dumb-poked fowl kind of mirror image. Very interesting, though, that these things sound more like puddings to me than they do like savoury dishes. I mean, I don't know about you, but they sound awful.
Well, there's the recipe here, which I love, which is for a little bit later, but it's the same sort of thing. This is an early British cookbook in India, and it recommends what it calls Birdwan stew. Birdwan is on the outskirts of Calcutta. And it says, take a roasted or boiled fowl, cut it into pieces, and put them into a stew pan. Put in 2 ladlesful of soup with 2 dozen anchovies, a glass of white wine, some melted butter, some boiled or roasted onions, pickled oysters,
wow,
cayenne pepper, first appearance of pepper in British cookbooks. Stir and let it warm through, and add a little lemon juice. So this is prepared on purpose. The fowl or chicken is only half roasted or boiled. If boiled, the water or broth is used instead to make soup. Fish may be used, and essence of anchovy instead of fish.
What strikes me is when this is prepared on purpose, because one would think this is entirely accidentally shot in the pan. It's a matter of the differentiation.
Oysters.
But what I love is that you have a map of world discovery in that very dish, and you see that in other dishes from the 1600s as well, because you start to have, you know, rice palau kind of dishes coming to England. You start having chutneys.
Chutney being another, along with punch,
yes,
2 early Indian words in English. Chutney, chut.
To lick, yeah, something that makes your mouth water.
And you drink it down with punch, so named because it had 5 ingredients.
Which comes from the Hindi of panch, or Punjabi of panch. Panch, 5 ingredients. Punjab, panch, that comes from the same stem. But also, you know, mango achar and what they called, I love this because I wonder if they knew, they called something Soni sauce. Sony sauce.
It's like sort of Walkman boiled down.
Well, but Sawney actually means if they would have travelled through, or they would have picked up these words, and I can only see this now through being bilingual. Sawney means beautiful.
In what language? In Punjabi?
Sawney is Punjabi. Sawney sauce. So you start looking at the etymology of things, and here, some sort of, some shyster slopping something over their food as they dock, saying, "Yeah, this is beautiful sauce, Sawney sauce," and they think that's the name of it, and that comes back to England as Sony sauce. I think.
You'd have thought in Urdu it's called surat.
Sawney Puri, beautiful girl, Sawney Puri. You may not have heard that many times, but I'm telling you, that's what it means. But we should talk about the differences with attitudes to meat, because the Brits had a meaty palate, didn't they? Which was not in India necessarily, or not in all parts of it.
Absolutely right. That's right. And in the very early days, the Indians complained about how much meat the Brits were eating. So you have some of the early observers of the Brits in their early factories in Surat, and they say that the Brits eat 4 times as much meat in a week as the Indians do in a year.
Oh, yes, I saw that. Yes, and how much more weight they put on as a result of this than any Indian native.
And this is something which continues right through to the end, that the Brits are eating far more than the Indians are much more overweight.
From dear old Emily Eden, who writes these letters to her sister, travelling, and this is in Victorian England, so this later in the 1600s. But I think this is from 1838 in her up the country letters. She says, we had a very small dinner party, but a full room, and then she talks about the people she talks to. She says, we had a most excellent dinner, for which all the treasures of the kitchen had been ransacked, and I think all the fowls of the air and the beasts of the earth had been slaughtered.
She's so good.
I mean, meat figured very, very large when the Brits came to India, and it was something that the Indians had to get on board with, and when, it becomes from, the East India Company's the Raj, and they find themselves serving in a lot of these kitchens. There are sort of all sorts of ways they have to deal with it, because, there are a lot of Brahminical cultures which won't touch meat. So if you were of high standing, you would find that the very rich people would even build 2 kitchens. One would be called the, Ingresi or Bilaiti kitchen, which would prepare the meat dishes and would probably employ somebody from a lower caste or a Mohammedan who would be able to, as they would call them then, a Muslim who would be able to handle the kind of meats that the Brits liked. And then a Brahminical kitchen, pure vegetarian and adhering to the rules of Ayurveda and the old sacraments of Hinduism.
And what's interesting is that in this early period, as we say, the early period, you have as much in common as you have divergence. And in this early period, when many Englishmen are living with Indian wives and girlfriends, before the kind of racism has driven them apart in the 17th and in the 18th centuries, you find that many Brits do become vegetarian too. And the famous John Zephaniah Holwell, who wrote the much criticised account of the Black Hole of Calcutta, which he seems to exaggerate the numbers very much, he was a vegetarian. And there's another wonderful character that I write about in my White Moguls called Hindu Stewart. And Charles Hindu Stewart was an Ulsterman who had a whole variety of Indian wives and his own Brahmins, and a buggy which follows him around with a cavalcade of children's carriages and a palki load of little babes. And he is not only vegetarian, he employs a group of Brahmins whose ritual purity he regards as essential for properly dressing his Hindu family's food. So you find there's a lot of crossover at this period. And a lot of them in Surat, a lot of these early British traders are dressed in Indian outfits. They're wearing pajamas. And if you look at their wills, they have lists of all their goods. And they've got things like piktans, which are places where they keep their betel nut, and spittoons. So there's a whole lot of material culture which indicates that they're following Indian ways of living.
Can I just again come back to the meat issue, because I can't get over how much meat was consumed by the Brits in India, because it's a hot country, so it's like it's harder to digest these things in a hot climate. You just don't feel up to it. But they gave it the good old British heave ho to try and get it down there. But this wonderful detail from Lizzie Collingham, your friend, who says, the British in India consumed stupendous amounts of meat. A surgeon who visited Surat, the place that you're talking about, in the 1670s, the period that you're talking about, William, calculated that in 1 month, more animals were killed to supply the British table than were generally slaughtered for the entire year to feed the Muslims. And 17th century India abounded with game, and British visitors were completely delighted by the diverse kind of meats, she writes, which was so plentiful because many of the natives eat no kind of flesh at all, and therefore they were cheap, as if they were not worth valuing. So, they were sort of hitting jackpot here. If you had a taste for it, you could get it cheaply, you could get it everywhere, you could blast it out of the sky yourself if you felt like it, and hey, Christmas every day.
And then you kind of move to the early presidency towns. So Bombay, Madras, and Calcutta are all founded. Surat is abandoned, and you have a lot of Brits suddenly hanging out together in this new environment, and it sounds absolutely awful. This is William Hickey, his wonderful diarist, 18th century, describing dinner in Calcutta. And he says, in this party, I first saw the barbarous custom of pelleting each other with little balls of bread made like pills across the table, which is practiced by even the fair sex. Some people could discharge them with such force as to cause considerable pain when struck in the face. Mr. Daniel Barwell was such a proficient that he could, at a distance of 3 or 4 yards, snuff out a candle, and that time several times successively. This strange trick, fitter for savages than polished society, produced many quarrels, and at last entirely ceased in the following occurrence. And he tells the story of this guy who is challenged to a duel over some pelleting. And this produced a duel which the unfortunate pelleter was shot through the body, lay upon his bed many months, and never perfectly recovered. And this put a complete stop to the absurd practice.
Wait a minute, is pelleting meant to be an Indian thing?
No.
No, I've literally never heard of it.
Badly behaved Brits.
Oh, Brits, okay, Brits abroad. Got you. Got you. Well, I just suddenly thought, this is a food fight, is all this is. The other thing is that, the Brits brought with them their own culinary habits of the times that they ate. So, usually tiffin would be had by Indians at about 3 o'clock, which would be, a very full meal, different dishes, about 4 or 5. And the Brits would also take this on, but they would also then have barakana, which was the big dinner afterwards, which would be like this, depending on your wealth and status, could be a really sumptuous affair. Just again, it sounds like I'm obsessed with the meat consumption, and I am. I'm not a vegetarian, but I'm just astonished by it. It's just another gorgeous fact from this Lizzie Collingham book, which I recommend to everybody, is that, some of the tables of some of the most wealthy in the 1700s that we're now in were so vast and so big, and so much slaughter took place to sort of fill these tables. Emma Roberts writes of this time that she was in India, and as a companion to her married sister, and she was just seeing carcass after carcass coming out onto the table. And this book goes on to surmise that actually the East India Company, bringing these eating habits of the British squirearchy, as she puts it, to India, created gentlemen who consumed as much as 74 kilograms of meat a year, compared to the average, which was about 40. And you had 1 or 2 of them reaching the incredible weight of 40 stone because of this diet in India.
So one of the things that happens during this period of history, as you move from the arrival of the Brits in India in the 16th century through to the 18th century, is that the time of dinner moves. We have a reference to Thomas Twining in 1779 saying dinner was served at 4, which is the same time as you say that tiffin.
Tiffin, yeah.
Yeah. This was much in the Indian style, he writes. He's visiting a French general called Benoit Dubois. So this is a sort of Franco-Indian household. And he says, dinner was very much in the Indian style, pilaus and curries, variously prepared in abundance, fish, poultry and kid. The dishes were spread out over a large table fixed in the middle of the hall, and were in fact a banquet for 12 persons, although there was no one to partake it but the general and myself.
Wow.
And that again is very much part of the course. But then you see dinner sort of becoming later.
Well, this barakana, is that what it would be? The big dinner, bara meaning big and kana meaning big eat.
By 1805, Lord Wellesley is reporting that his dinner hour is 5 p.m. And by 1830, Mrs. Pringle tells us it was 6:30 p.m. In 1846, Mrs. Clemens, an army major's wife, informs us that at 7 o'clock it was the usual time. So you see the time changing, but no one eats later than the Mughals. And the Mughals don't even begin to eat, as is often the case still in Delhi, rather like with the Spaniards, until very late. And when I was writing the last Mughal, I'll just read a little bit from this. This is Bahadur Shah Zafar, the last Mughal emperor in the 1850s. And his dinner began no earlier than 8:30 p.m. when most of the British were already well tucked up in their beds. Quail, stew, venison, lamb, kidneys on sweet naan called shirmal, yakni, fish kebabs, and meat stewed in oranges were Zafar's favourite dishes. Though on festive occasions, the Red Fort kitchens were capable of producing an astonishing variety of Mughlai cuisine. And the Bazamir Kheer, which is a wonderful book of the pleasures of the Mughal court, describes 25 different varieties of bread, 25 different kinds of pilau and biryanis, and 35 different sorts of spice stews, and 50 different puddings, as well as remarkable varieties of relishes and pickles, all to be eaten according to the Bazamir Kheer to the sound of singers performing ghazals, while the fragrance of musk, saffron, sandalwood, and rosewood fills the air. But this is the point that I'd like to go before we go on to chilies. Let's just talk about how people finish their meals. And Zafar has a great fondness for orange marmalade, which he likes to have at the end of his dinner. And he's banned from having it by his Hakim, his medical doctor, Hakim Asadullah Khan. And Ghalib comments when he hears about this. Ghalib is the great Urdu poet. He says that the only thing that a gentleman should have after dinner is a mango. And at one gathering, a group of Delhi intellectuals are discussing what the qualities of a good mango should be. In my view, says Ghalib, there are only two essential points about mangoes. They should be sweet and they should be plentiful. In his old age, Ghalib became worried about his declining appetite for his favourite fruit and wrote to a friend to express his anxieties. He never ate an evening meal, he told his correspondent. Instead, on hot summer's night, he'd sit down to eat the mangoes when my food was fully digested. And I tell you bluntly, I had eaten them until my belly was bloated and I could hardly breathe. Even now, I eat them at the same time of day, but never more than 10 or 12, or if they're of a large kind, only 6 or 7.
I completely commend that way of eating mangoes. I do much the same myself.
It gets even better. Just at the end, he says, he's writing to his friend, talking about the pleasures of his life, and he talks about mango. Then he goes on, there are 17 bottles of good wine in the pantry, he says, so I read all day and drink all night.
Well, that's the way to live. I'm just going to read you another account, and then we'll go to the break, and we'll come back, because we haven't mentioned hotness. We have not mentioned the chili.
That's very unlike you.
And that's because it doesn't actually make an appearance yet, but it will. So just, again, the kind of food, we're talking 1700s now, which Brits are experiencing. So either through their interface with sort of the Mughals, who like to put on a show and put on lots of dishes to impress them, but they sort of take that on themselves. And this is, have you ever come across a man called Frederick Shaw?
Frederick Shaw, I think, is the son of one of the Governor Generals. And he's rather a dissident and writes against the East India Company.
Yes, and it sort of starts with his judging them on how much they eat and just really thinking that they're a bit disgusting. So this is his idea. Turkeys that you could not even see over, rounded beef, boiled roast beef, stewed beef, loin of veal for a side dish, and a roast big capon as large as hen's turkeys. Large bowls of curry and rice placed on the table. That was just the first course. After the outsized joints had been cleared, a second course of beef, steak, pigeon pie, told you about your pigeons, chicken drumsticks, more curry and rice, quails, and ortolans, which I don't even know what they are, piled up in hecatombs. Fruits and nuts were then placed on the table. Frederick Shaw was completely disgusted by this, and he described this idea of this show of plenty as being absurd and a universal practice in this country. And the fact that, you would always have wine and beer along with this. And you would have this twice a day. So you would have it about tiffin o'clock, about 3 or 4 o'clock, and then you would have it again later on in the day for Barakana. Emma Roberts, who I mentioned before, who is this wonderful, witty writer who was in India at the time, her digestion is shot to hell after a brief session. She can't
I'm not
bear it
surprised if she
anymore.
was eating with Frederick Shaw.
I mean, so she sort of says to the servants in the place that she's staying, look, could I, a hare has been hunted. All she wants is a roast hare for dinner. That's all she wants. So she sort of hands over this dead hare that's been freshly culled and says, could you just, roast that for me for dinner? And then she comes out and there's nowhere there at all. Nothing is there. And she's like, where's my hair? And they said, no, piles of these huge piles of steaming meat. She goes, and the servant said, that's a poor man's dish. We don't put it on our master's table because it would be humiliating for him. So there's kind of this conspiracy to show, just how much there is. And what is also very interesting, and you get this from the Lizzie Collingham book, is that what happens to the leftovers, because you can't possibly consume this much, right? But most Indians, most of the poor, won't eat this food because, again, it's pork mixed with beef mixed with God knows what. So it's sort of distributed among the Christian poor, of whom there aren't that many, and the rest is chucked away. So it is like, you can see why Frederick Shaw and others like him are just appalled. Anyway, join us after the break. When we come back, I put a little bit of spice in life. The spice that matters, the spice I did for chili.
You don't have to buy custom window treatments in person because Blinds.com invented a better way. Blinds.com is 100% online. There's no showroom markups or waiting hours for quotes from pushy salespeople. A Blinds.com designer helped me pick the perfect style for free. And Blinds.com shipped free samples right to my door. You can DIY or book a pro like I did with just one click. Best of all, everything's covered with the Blinds.com 100% satisfaction guarantee.
Shop Blinds.com for 40% off site-wide. Rules and restrictions may apply.
Do you want to stay up to date with the messiest drama on the internet? Or what about those crazy viral challenges? And be sure to tune in to TMZ Verified, the podcast. I'm Wild.
I'm Steph.
And each week we're either breaking down the spicy viral stories or we're hanging out with the most popular influencers around. Tana Mojo is in the building.
I don't even know if they're hating. They're probably just telling the truth, but we love the haters too.
Sophia Franklin.
Yeah, we can talk, but let's be real with each other,
Bryce Hall is here, y'all. Make some noise, people. I'm single, by the way.
Right.
So if you like viral drama, influencer culture, and just overall hot messiness, check out new episodes of TMZ Verified every Thursday right here on Spotify.
Introducing Royal Caribbean's newest ship, Icon of the Seas, the ultimate family vacation. The ultimate 6 flies, 8 neighborhoods, 0 compromise vacation. The ultimate never done that, can't wait to do it vacation. The ultimate chillin' by a different pool every day of the week vacation. This is the Icon of Vacations. Icon of the Seas, arriving in 2024. Book today. Come seek the Royal Caribbean. Ship Registry Bahamas.
Welcome back. So, Anita was very worried that there wasn't enough hotness in the first half of this episode.
Hotness, yes.
So, we're going to talk about how you heat up your meal in India. Now, it's an important part of the story that, of course, chili only arrives in the 1540s in India with the Portuguese. But before then, India was well known as the home, as far as Europeans were concerned, of black pepper, which was the other great spice preceding the chili. And it's the major export through India. A lot of it comes actually from further east. There's a massive import to classical India of pepper from what we would call Indonesia, the East Indies. And Kerala was a major emporium, not just for Indian pepper, but for pepper from the East Indies, from islands like Rum, where nutmeg was from, and other places. And in Sicily, inland, there is a wonderful first century Roman mosaic that has a depiction of India. And she is this sort of large-breasted Bollywood figure that actually it looks like it's based on an Indian picture of Yakshi or something of the sort, some Indian artistic model that they've borrowed for
Yakshi
it.
is what, for those who don't know?
A voluptuous tree spirit that figures very prominently in the Buddhist period. And behind her is a whole sort of foliage of trails of pepper vines. And it's clear that while quite a lot of the things in the picture, like elephants, were rather unfamiliar to the artist. Pepper vines were something he'd clearly seen or seen a very good picture of because they're very accurately depicted. And this is what the Romans came to India for. And at the time of Pliny and Strabo, that's early 1st century CE, Pliny writes that there are 250 vessels a year bringing these spices from Kerala to the Red Sea coast of Egypt. So Pliny the Elder is a puritanical naval commander from northern Italy, and he's particularly incensed at this drain of Roman gold into Indian pockets. He didn't like the taste of pepper, and he was unimpressed by the gemstones, which he says is the other thing that people are sending money to India to buy. And in his natural history, he describes India, and I quote, the sink of the world's precious metals. There is no year which does not drain our empire of at least 55 million silver sesterces. The silver sesterces is worth about $1 today. So $55 million of Roman money goes to India to buy all this stuff. And interestingly, later on, you find that Indian pepper gets as far as Hadrian's Wall, that there is a character called Gambak, son of Tapo, and he's spending 2 denarius, according to his little writing tablet, which turned up at the fort of Vindolanda in Northumbria, on pepper. So it's reaching right across, even to a ordinary legionary stuck in the cold of Hadrian's Wall, looking at these sort of Scots waving spears at him, or Picts waving spears at him from a distance. And then later, when the Huns besiege Rome in the 5th century, they're bought off with a ransom of pepper, which is fascinating. Attila is paid off with black peppercorns, but it becomes an absolute essential of Roman cooking, and some of the Roman cookbooks often involve vast quantities of pepper, even in the puddings.
One of the first cookbooks, I think, is the Greek and Roman cookbook, now I'm going to say it wrong, aren't I? Apicius Coquinaria, which dates back, I think, to the 4th century. And it is filled with recipes that have not just pepper, interestingly, and pepper, I want to talk about what pepper looks like. You said it was very accurately represented, but for most people, pepper is just going to be this shriveled up, black, beady, peppercorn. But that early Roman recipe book has pepper, cumin, coriander, and cinnamon. So I think that's, very interesting, again, following the trade routes and changing the tastes of the people. But the peppercorns that you talked about, which were beautifully represented, they look like long catkins. They're red, little, sort of almost tiny mini grapes that come down into a narrow tip. If you've ever been lucky enough to go to Kew Gardens, they have a lot of them in their hothouse. And I was really shocked because I hadn't seen, pepper in the wild before. But if you travel to Kerala as well, they still grow an enormous amount of pepper there. And the original name for it when it came here was piper longum, or long pepper. And the English word pepper, I think, is derived from the Hindi word, which is what they called it, pipali. So pepper, pipali, all of that as a gift from India, yeah.
And this is a very, very early Indian export. There are apparently grains of Indian pepper found up the mummified nose of Pharaoh Ramesses II. So even in the 3rd millennia BC, this is something which India is exporting. And in the Red Sea port, Berenike, which is where the Indian traders landed this stuff, they found whole rooms full of pots containing Indian peppercorns. And the English word pepper comes from the Tamil pipali, so it was an early etymological link.
Yeah, I was looking at the cost of these spices in Roman times, and they were incredibly expensive in ancient times. Often valued more than their weight in gold. So a pound of pepper, you were just talking about, Attila being paid in pepper. A pound of pepper could cost as much as a slave. Just to give you an idea, a human life was worth a pound of pepper. Saffron, by the way, the crocus stamen that is used a lot in Indian cooking and palaus, and you'll now hear a lot in Britain and the West. Saffron was worth its weight in silver. So just imagine that. These things were very, very valuable. But not just for their taste, though. They also sort of thought they had medicinal properties as well, which is something we may come on to. There's a lot of thought behind what foods should go together as far as Ayurveda is concerned, which is a very ancient Indian art of putting hot, cold, spicy and not spicy together.
So the chili pepper, which is the thing that we now associate most with Indian heat, only arrives in India via the Portuguese, and it arrives in Goa in the 1540s. And at that time, there is a traveller who mentions that there are 3 separate varieties of chili that have been newly imported into India and is being used all up the west coast. And from that point, it spreads over the whole of the subcontinent. And the people who take it with them are the Marathas. When the Mughal Empire begins to collapse after the death of Aurangzeb in 1707, the Marathas have already got a taste for the chili pepper which they've got from Goa, which borders their land. And it's their armies that take the chili into North India in the course of the 18th century. I have no idea how that.
So, I mean, can we just sum that up? We have Columbus to thank for my joyous moments at table. Really?
And the other thing we should, of course, talk about, if we're talking about food in Goa, is the Vindaloo.
Oh, yes. Let's talk about Vindaloo.
Which is an extraordinary story. And turns out that Vindaloo is merely a Goan adaptation of a Portuguese dish.
Yeah, this is thrilling because I thought it was maybe a Tamil word that had been corrupted, but it's not. Yeah, this is amazing.
The original Portuguese dish is called carne de vino e arroz. My Portuguese, I don't have any Portuguese, so I'm lucky that.
Okay. Do you know what my philosophy is? Put on a hard hat and run at it fast.
Okay. Carne de vino e arroz, which is meat cooked in wine vinegar and garlic. And Vindaloo is just a corruption of vino dance.
I think that's amazing because that is the
ultimate
the tough
curry-house
boys'
dish
choice
today.
of showing off, isn't it? A Vindaloo, very, very hot curry. Gosh, okay, so that's completely disabused me of a notion. I did not know that.
It's the Mughals who carry it north, and by the early 19th century, the people of Delhi have taken it into their lives. There's a wonderful description of people going to the steps of the Jama Masjid in the early 19th century, where the dastan go, the storytellers gather at the base of the steps. And according to some of these accounts, Delhiwalas used to surprise visitors from outside by taking them there to eat, without telling them about the pot of hot chilies with which Jani, the famous kebab maker of the Jama Masjid, would marinate his kebabs. And there's a wonderful character that I write about in Last Mughal called Maulvi Muhammad Bakr, who's the editor of the Delhi Urdu Akhbar. And he has a poet's son called Azad. He talks about taking a stranger who hadn't eaten for a whole day. He stretched his jaws wide and fell on the kebab. And instantly it was as if his brains had been blown out of his mouth by gunpowder. He leapt back with a howl, but the Delhiwala who brought him replied, "We live here only for the sharp taste." So the people of Delhi by 1900 had taken this on to be their thing, that they were chili lovers. And Zafar, the last Mughal emperor, is forbidden chili by his doctor, Hakim Asrullah Khan, but has it anyway. And Hakim Asrullah Khan in the palace diary has always been called to Zafar's bedchamber because he's suffering terrible stomach complaints. And in the end, he promises that he really will give up the cayenne pepper.
Well, we all promise that. None of us mean it. My father was so alarmed. I think I can eat the hottest thing. I've never met anyone who can eat hotter food than me. Honestly, that's an honest.
I will challenge you to that anytime this summer when I'm
matey,
back.
You will melt. I have honestly cast iron, Teflon, asbestos constitution.
Have you travelled in northeast India? Have you had the Naga chili, which they have up
Yes, I have a Naga chili sauce at home.
Come on. But you haven't had the Naga chilies as cooked by the Nagas.
No, I haven't. That is true. But I have, with my scrambled egg, Carolina Reaper sauce, which is the hottest chili on the planet. And guarantee you're going to lose this. We'll video it. Just to check. Yeah. Like Zafar, I promised that I wouldn't do that anymore, but I still do because it's so nice. Just one other thing on the travelling of the chili around India. What's very interesting is that it also becomes conflated with the characteristics of the people who eat it. So there is a North Indian scholar in the 1800s who says that the Marathas have a nature that was dry and hot because they put chilies in everything they eat, and that this is what makes them sort of so warlike and determined in character. And in contrast, the Mughals eat rice palaus, almond sweetmeats, and Central Asian fruit, and therefore become soft and ineffectual, which is why the great warriors of the Deccan are able to defeat them. And there is something that lies in sort of ancient Hindu scripture with this, because what you eat, as far as Ayurveda, changes your temperament. I mean, have you come across all these different types of food? You have like sattva, rajas, and tamas, different types of food. which can change your mood, and you have to balance them completely, and they all have different meanings. So sattva, which is kind of purity. It's purity, knowledge, and harmony. It's, goodness, joy,
If
satisfaction.
you are pure, you are sattvic, aren't you?
You are sattvic, exactly. Rajas, which is passion, action, energy, motion. Rajvik is what you eat there. It's a sort of much more luxurious thing. And Davalas, which I must eat a lot of, impurity, laziness, and darkness is what you get from eating those foods. But I wanted to look at what were the foods that sort of gave you this. So sattvic is all your fruits and veg, which is fine. Rajasic is onions and garlic and chili, and tamasic foods, which make you sort of impure, dark, and evil. Meat, burgers, cheesecake. They put all this anti-leaflet. It's got really error. Burgers and cheesecake. Very, very refined foods, basically, is what they're saying.
But before we close, we should say again about some of the other things which the Brits and the Portuguese introduced to India, and they're quite surprising. So today, of course, we think of the aloo, the potato, the humble potato, as being a quintessentially Indian vegetarian dish, and sort of essentially in aloo parathas or pav bhaji or any of these basic Indian dishes, but it's not there until the Brits bring it. And when I was writing White Moguls and going through all James Kirkpatrick's letters, he goes to quite inordinate lengths to get potatoes to Hyderabad because no one is growing it there. And then eventually he manages to get a patch going at the back of the residency. And he grows it. He says that he's had his first potatoes for 2 years in 1802 because there'd been no potatoes available. Here's the quote. I have grown now a good supply of potatoes, being a vegetable which I like very much, but have not tasted for 2 years or more. But even so, it's interesting what the other Brits are eating in the residency. This is yet another list of excessive British eating. But Kirkpatrick has a sort of fascination with the amount that two of his colleagues eat. The doctor in the residency is called Dr. Ure, and he's got a very hungry wife. And he writes, the young couple's consumption of tea and sugar alone is at least double mine. The consommant, the bearer, tells me that a couple of grilled chickens were regularly served up by their direction at breakfast table, and 2 foils boiled down to mulligatawny soup for their tiffin. The consequence of which, as might well be expected, is that the lady was seized by a fever, which, according to Green and Muir's account, absolutely endangered her life. It has now left her. Although extremely weak, the consommant has received instructions to provide daily calves' feet jellies until further orders. And you may recollect from experience, he writes to his brother, what a costly dish these calf feet jellies are. Mrs. Ure is complaining of lack of appetite, but still managed to put away every day poultry, rice, milk, butter, vegetables, and as well as 2 plum cakes, a goose, turkey, and ducks innumerable, besides fowls and mutton.
You go, girl. Yeah. Also, James Kirkpatrick. I mean, I love James Kirkpatrick, thanks to you. But when eulogizing about potatoes and how much he misses potatoes, he does also notice that actually, the Indians won't have them. They won't touch them because they think that they're weird and odd, and they're not categorized by Ayurvedic medicine. So all that stuff that I just read you, they're not on the chart. They're not burgers and cheesecake. They're just not there. So they won't eat them. And George Watt noticed at the same time that Indians thought that they caused indigestion and flatulence, so they wouldn't touch them. They didn't fit in the chart. And Orthodox Jains refused potatoes.
They don't like anything that's a root vegetable, do they? They don't
well,
like
that's right, because it can
onions.
generate life, so it can grow, something can grow out of a potato.
Just to conclude, as we've had Mrs. Ure nearly dying from excessive consumption, that many of the Brits, unsurprisingly, do die from excessive consumption, having had this incredible overeating. And there are 2 main causes of this. One is, of course, just sort of dirty water. In 18th century, they don't really know yet how to purify water. And so quite often, the Brits either drink beer for breakfast or they have what they call burnt wine. Do you know about
this? Sounds so disgusting.
They put boiling gold or hot gold into
hot gold
wine.
Ingot. Yeah, I mean, I was trying to understand this. Look, it can't be molten gold because that'd kill you. But are we talking about like something that's just white hot that's been heated up and then dropped in? I think the point is to purify. And the alternative to that, rather than having sort of purified water or wine, is just they drink more alcohol. So people start drinking at breakfast at this period. And no surprise, given that in the 1700s it's estimated that 1/3 of all hospital cases came from liver complaints. Really?
Yes, and so here's a typical day, according to David Burton, in Calcutta. And the writer says that he has 6 friends who've got dysentery, and they're blaming it all on the climate. And the writer's unsurprised by their suffering when their lifestyle eating was a light tiffin soup, several kinds of curried meat, and generous quantities of beer and sherry. Then they go and play cricket for 3 to 4 hours before coming back for a 4-hour dinner. It just carries on right up until the end of the ranch. And no wonder those cemeteries you see all over the subcontinent are so well stocked with young colonials.
Now, look, so I think that's a very good place to leave it with flatulence, liver disease, and stomach upsets, biliousness. Why don't you join us for another installment as we take you through Indian food in the Raj in the 1800s and 1900s. Till then, it's goodbye from me, Anita Anand.
Should make a burping noise and it's goodbye from me, William Duffy.
Hello and welcome to Empire with me, Anita Arnhem.
And me, William Drumple.
Now, we are very excited. Our special guest star today, you call it the Brad Pitt of the publishing world, really, these days. Satnam Sangera is with us. It's Empire Land.
He didn't push back on that.
No, well, it took the world by storm, how imperialism has shaped modern Britain. It's
Book of the Year.
Book of the Year. It's won countless awards and prizes, and it has been the bedrock of a lot of political debate in our sphere here in the United Kingdom. Can I just start off with just one thing? I don't know whether you feel slightly resentful that, here you are, you're talking to me and William, and William can bang on about Empire quite a lot. He doesn't get a single death threat, and you have copious amounts of horror in your postbag.
Yeah, no, it's... actually, I feel grateful because I feel like I'm not an historian. And historians, who I've quoted at length in my book, have been so kind. And I feel like I'm kind of riding on their work. So I feel like the death threats are a kind of prize or a counteraction to that.
I mean, what kind of thing, just for people who don't know and who are coming to this, they might be quite horrified that you can get death threats for writing a book, but you do. What are people taking most umbrage at?
Well, I get a lot of racist stuff, people saying that I should be more grateful as a brown person for what Empire and this country have done for me. Actually, I get people coming up to my events now, actually turning up in person and then shouting at me for not being respectful enough about British history, for not recognising all the positive things that British Empire has done for the world.
We should say that you're not unique in this, in that last time we met at Satnam, which was at that kite festival outside Oxford, I was on stage with David Olusoga, who also has had death threats for writing about Empire as a non-white Brit.
Yes, a non-white. So, with those of you who don't know, if you're listening from not Great Britain, he is an eminent and respected historian, but he is a black historian who writes about Empire and slavery and things that are uncomfortable as well. So that doesn't surprise me at all, actually.
A death threat. I wasn't surprised by, in a sense, insults and Twitter wars and so on, but actual having to have a bodyguard.
It doesn't. Well, I mean, sort of opened my eyes to this because on Twitter, Simon, for a while, you were sort of sharing the kind of vitriol that you were getting. You don't do that now. I don't know whether that's because you're just over it, or you just, you've dealt with it, or Claude has gone round and knocked on doors. But it was. It doesn't shock me. It doesn't shock me.
Yeah, I think what's happening is that for the first time ever, we've got brown people in Britain writing about imperial history, and it's an inversion of the racism of 19th century empire, and it really disturbs a lot of people, upsets people who feel like they've got connections to British Empire, and they take it very personally.
It's interesting. I mean, when I do stuff in India, I get, particularly on Twitter, a lot of angry pushback from people who think that what I say about the Mughal Empire isn't to their taste. But in both Britain and in India, I'm allowed to talk about East India.
But are they saying when the pushback comes from India? Because that's interesting. Is it because you're, if you talk about the Mughals, you're too pro-Muslim in this
atmosphere?
The idea
is if I say anything nice about the Mughal Empire, about it being a multicultural space, about emperors such as Akbar being tolerant emperors who abolished the jizya and brought Hindus to become their generals and who led their armies against other Muslim armies in the Deccan. That sort of stuff goes down very badly among right-wingers in India. But I've been extremely rude about the British Empire for 20, 30 years.
It's a family
and
business,
literally,
isn't it?
I've never
Right.
had
Yeah.
the sort of letter that's up there.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
once. I've had bad reviews from people disagreeing.
Yeah, but which is why I was saying to Satnam, I don't know whether now you look back on it, because it's been, now you're out in paperback, very handsome paperback it is too, by the way. But now that you've had a year to kind of digest all of this and excrete it, or whatever it is you do with venom at the same time, do you understand it any better? And do you deal with it any differently?
I think I deal with it a bit better, but actually, I think if anything, I underreacted. I think if you're a journalist like you are, Anita, and I think you dabble in journalism, William, that it's quite a macho world, and everyone gets some kickback, right? Everyone gets some abuse or negativity online, and so I just thought it was part of being well read, I guess. But it was what William said. You were quoted in the Guardian article. It made me realise it wasn't normal. Actually, I found it quite emotional because it made me realise that it's not acceptable. And in journalism, no one asks you if you're okay. But then my publisher started asking if I was okay, and I found that quite emotionally overwhelming. So I was like, oh my God, no one's ever asked me if I'm okay in about 20 years.
And this, I think, is very much in the context of a big change in this country in the last 5 years, even, whereby Empire, which was something which was in the top attic, dusted down, forgotten about, has come back to the centre of British political life, but not necessarily in a good way. It's now become a political football punched around by left and right, and brings us, in a sense, no closer to understanding this extraordinary, wide-ranging phenomenon over thousands of years.
Yeah, and it's been weaponised by our government who basically quite deliberately and cynically thought it's a way of holding on to the red and raw voters, people who are probably economically left-wing but socially right-wing, people who believe in the Queen, they believe the flag shouldn't be insulted, and they think you should be proud of British history. I mean, it's a very calculated thing they've done. There's absolutely no proof from where I'm standing that it's going to work. And there's no fighting the fact that we've got the most racially diverse generation in history in Britain now. And there's no fighting the fact that people are really interested in empire and colonialism, which is partly why you're doing this podcast, I imagine.
And why your book has sold, I mean, how much has it sold now? I mean, several...
Bajillion. I think there's a bajillion. The number is bajillion, I think. But something, I mean, the pushback would be, and you know it, is that, these criticisms are coming from people who say, look, we cannot abide feeling guilty for being who we are, for the things that happened centuries ago that had nothing to do with us. I mean, if the whole argument goes on in America that, slavery wasn't us, but why do we have to keep apologising for it? And here too, people say, look, the fabric of my street has changed. I mean, I hear it. I do a phone-in programme saying, my granny lives on the street now where nobody speaks English. And there's a whole, there's a complexity, and I suppose, the argument on the other side is this doesn't feel like our country anymore.
Yeah, and my argument isn't that we should feel bad about it. Actually, there's too much feeling when it comes to talking about empire. People talk about their pride or their shame. And my argument is you don't need to see it through the prism of your feelings. You just need to try to understand it. And that's an argument that David Oyesoga makes as well. History is
a crucial argument, about not just in this country. I the same is true, I think, in India, where I live most of the year. There is very much a tendency that people assume if you write about the Mughals, you are there to glorify the Mughals. That word comes back and back. He writes about the Mughals, he glorifies.
He's pro-Mughal. Can I just tell you one story? I mean, which I didn't know how, because you're right, it's the emotion. When it's emotional, I don't get any of the stuff that you get, Satnam, partly because I don't get the sales figures, I mean, honestly. But
you can definitely arrange it.
But I have had this one really peculiar thing where I turned up at a literary festival, and this lovely old man came sort of ambling up to me and said, do you recognise the ribbon on my hat? And I said, well, no, I don't. It's a very smart ribbon. And he was like, oh, you should. It's from the same regiment that shot those Indians at Jallianwala Bagh. And I was like, oh. And he goes, you know what? And I will wear it proudly. And I was like, I didn't know what to do with it. I just didn't know. It was something that I could never have countenanced anyone would say, particularly since, my granddad was there, and I've just told a whole story for an hour and a half about, how but for the grace of God I wouldn't be here or whatever. But then he sort of, and he was an elderly man, he then stood behind my left shoulder throughout the book signing, just with his arms crossed, wearing his hat. And
Yeah.
I don't know. Normally I can argue with anybody or talk to anybody or discuss anything. But that was just such a raw wall of,
comprehension, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I just didn't know. I didn't know what to do at all. Honestly.
I have similar things, and they often are elderly people. And I struggle because I've been brought up as a good Indian boy to respect my elders. At the same time, you have this very angry elderly person, and they're not always white. I've had Indians, as we know, there's huge empire nostalgia in certain parts of the Asian community in Britain, and I never know what to do. I mean, I always say, look, you've asked me the same question repeatedly. I give you my answer, and you don't want an answer. What you want is obedience, and I'm not going to give that to you.
Goodness. So let's go back, in a sense, chronologically, and work forward from the independence and partition of India in 1947. The British packing up and getting out of India to their own surprise with their own selves virtually unscathed. I think under 10 British casualties in 1947 in partition. But among the people over whom they were meant to be guarding their safety and their well-being up until August, 1.5 million deaths, hundreds of thousands of rapes, abductions, and torture and horror. What happens next in the story of Empire? How quickly does the empire sort of implode, if you like, head towards British shores?
Well, I guess the year after, we've got a crucial piece of legislation in Britain, haven't we? We've got the 1948 Nationality Act, which I think is the key to understanding everything. And that what it did is that it enacted what had been true for decades, that anyone born in empire had the rights of a British citizen. So that opened the door, literally, in that was the reason why people on the SS Windrush came to Britain in the first place. They didn't come to apply for citizenship. They came as citizens. And I think that is a very important fact. It's a fact that wasn't recognised by the government, which is why we had the Windrush scandal, When you end up deporting people who came as citizens, it's a pretty messed up state of affairs, isn't it? But I think the 1948 Nationality Act is key to understanding what happened, which is essentially Britain became a multicultural society because it had a multicultural empire.
And what was the motives of the government in passing that? Presumably, it wasn't as a sort of benign piece of multiculturalism. It's because post-war Britain needed manual labourers.
Basically, they thought that being racist might be damaging for Britain, and Britain all had long for decades had a kind of dual attitude towards racism. It officially was anti-racist, but unofficially it wasn't. In terms of legislation.
So in terms of legislation, when you say that there was racist legislation, what are you thinking about?
Well, throughout the white colonies, the places like Canada and Australia, there was legislation which stopped Asians from immigrating there. Especially Australia had a White Australia policy, and unofficially Britain allowed that, but officially the Colonial Secretary was against it. So he had a hypocritical attitude towards racism within its empire, and that continued. So 1948 was an attempt to officially continue being anti-racist. He had ambitions for the Commonwealth to be, a post-racial kind of entity, but unofficially, that's when we started having a massive clampdown on immigration, and that's where we started having racist immigration legislation, which led directly to the Windrush scandal.
And both of you are Punjabi, both come from the north of India. When do your families begin to make their way here?
Well, I mean, I've got sort of a dual experience, and that my husband's grandfather was the first to come here, and he settled in Taunton. So the only brown person for miles and miles, and he sold clothes. He was a peddler on a bicycle, selling from door to door to door, which was something that Punjabis came and did because it wasn't perishable. You could sleep on your wares. You could go about, you could make money, and you could go back with it. But he didn't. He sort of made, a success of it, and then other generations followed. With my story, it was my dad was a newly qualified doctor. The NHS was crying out after the Second World War, didn't have enough doctors, so was asking for the Commonwealth doctors to come over and staff this sort of freshly baked idea of the NHS. So he came over in the late 60s.
So in a very different story in the sense
Yeah.
that's qualified, skilled.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it asked for, you know, so sort of came over, and that, and then later on got married, and later on I was born here. So, what about you, Sam? What was your
Well,
trajectory?
later, but it's interesting in relation to your story that the Minister of Health driving that policy to get overseas recruitment was one Enoch Powell.
Yes, I know, and yes, I know, Midlands boy, Wolverhampton, not far from your manor. Yeah.
Yeah, MP for my local town. And yeah, my parents came in 1968, so a later phase of immigration, and they came to Wolverhampton. Pretty much at the time, Enoch Powell was making that Rivers of Blood speech.
And what was it that drew them? Because I know for you know, my family, you know, it was a better life. It was, you know, they were not wealthy, and you know, my dad was the only one who'd sort of gone to university and had a qualification and thought that he could help his family by getting
Yeah,
a better job.
my grandfather had about 14 kids, so the land couldn't be divided into, you know, it was economic immigration, wasn't it? But also, you know, these workers were needed in places like Wolverhampton. There weren't English people around to do the hard work in the foundries. And my grandfather, who came before my father, you know, he worked until the age of 74, you know, doing manual labour.
Why was that? Why suddenly was there this need? Because, you know, my impression, not knowing anything about that period, would have been that British industry would have been contracting in the late 40s, early 50s, not massively expanding and needing new labour. Why was there suddenly this great need for Halifax to reach out?
I think as World War II had taken its toll on the population. Also, you know, like now, you know, English people don't necessarily want to do certain kinds of work, I would say. You know, I didn't sense a huge amount of desire in the 80s for my white neighbours to be wanting to do the work that my parents were doing. Even I was doing in factories.
There's a different approach to Germany. You know, Germany always had the idea of, you know, they will go back, Gastarbeiter, you're a guest worker in this. And, you know, sort of 3 or 4 generations later, these families are still known as Gastarbeiters if they're going to go back.
After partition, many of the officers who'd actually fought alongside Indian soldiers were the first sponsors of the guys coming over here for work. But many other Punjabis, many other Indians coming here for the first time had a very different reception.
Yeah, I mean, when I was looking at what happened in my hometown, I was really interested to know what happened to the Irish exactly 100 years beforehand. And they had a very similar experience to the Punjabis in that they arrived to England unable to speak the language. They had a different weird religion. You know, they were accused of being dirty, and they were doing the work, like laying roads and railways that the British shied away
The
from.
navigationals, yeah, there were even songs. I mean, we taught songs when I was at school, navigationals, I think, with the navvies, which was just turned into a pejorative. But yeah, they dug up the canalways, the roadways.
And
yeah.
you have places in East London where you have successive waves of immigration occupying the same area. You have first of all
the Huguenots,
1930s, the Jews, then the Cypriots in the 60s, then the Bangladeshis in the 70s.
Yeah, and so they settled into ghettos, and then they're accused of creating slums, and that's actually the only place they can live. Now, I was really shocked to discover that in Wolverhampton in the 60s, you know, brown people were banned from, they're not allowed to buy houses in certain areas. There were protests if a brown person got a council flat. You know, this wasn't that long ago, it was in the 1960s.
And both of you have mentioned Enoch Powell. Again, for anyone who doesn't know who he is, Satnam, do you want to talk a little about him?
Yeah, Enoch Powell is often considered like one of the greatest politicians in Britain. He never became Prime Minister. He was conservative. His great ambition in life, which I think is key to understanding him, was to be Viceroy of India.
So I didn't know that until I read that in your book. That's so interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, he was very fond of India. You know, he learned Indian languages. He worked there during the war. But he was devastated when empire kind of was dismantled in India. He wrote a report actually explaining why to Winston Churchill why we should hold on to India. But he then became an MP for a place like Wolverhampton, where I'm from, which was an area of mass immigration from empire. So his values, his traditional imperial values, clashed with what was happening there. And he made a famous speech, the Rivers of Blood speech, which argued that we had to end immigration immediately in the 70s immigrants back, because it was going to result in the demise of Britain itself. And I would argue he was wrong. I mean, he was talking essentially about the Sikhs. He was talking about people like my parents, and now Sikhs are regularly praised for being an ideal immigrant community, So I think he was clearly wrong.
And do you think it was significant that he'd had that imperial past, that he'd been to India? Had he worked as an Indian civil servant? He'd certainly bicycled around and explored, didn't he?
Yeah, I think that Indian experience is essential to understanding his politics in Britain, because he essentially saw the Indian community arriving and saw factionalism. He was worried that, Britain was going to become divided in the way that India had become divided, a partition, with communities at each other's throats. And he couldn't be persuaded out of that way of seeing multiculturalism. And in the Rivers of Blood speech, he famously talks about, the black man ending up with a whip hand over the white man. And that is an imperial image. It's an image of slavery. And that's the way he saw race.
And it's not confined to Powell. Everybody sort of crystallises this kind of language around Powell. Do you remember something? There was John Townend, who was around in the 80s, I think. And he also sort of said, as a member of Parliament, that foreigners employed in industry should be sent back from whence they came once they finished the jobs that they've done. And used phrases like mongrel race and stuff. It's like in the 80s.
Yeah, and, in the 80s and 90s, any politician who ever said that, Powell was right, lost their job immediately, like dozens of politicians did. And now, Powell is Nigel Farage's political hero.
Will you take that idea forward, Satnam? So the link between empire, which many people, I think, would assume was something, is almost ancient history now, that has left only monuments in India, the Victoria Memorial, New Delhi. What are the legacies in our psyche this side, in Britain?
Well, huge things, like Annie just talked about her father being a doctor. There was one survey that found that in the Rhondda Valley in Wales, really 3/4 of all GPs were South Asian in 2003. That's incredible, isn't it? But even now, like 44% of the NHS England workforce is black or minority ethnic. And obviously, you've got the corner shops, you've got the Asians, the media, people like Anita and Mira and Lenny Henry. And I would say it's the defining thing that's happened in post-war Britain, is that we become a multicultural society. But the narrative that I grew up with was that we came here uninvited. That was the narrative of Enoch Powell. That's been the narrative of the media, forgetting that often people came here as citizens, and forgetting that we have links going back centuries.
Now we've got a Prime Minister who is also an artefact of empire, and Rishi Sunak, the man behind number 10. Did it surprise and shock you?
Yeah, it did. And I think people on the left are struggling to welcome him, and they shouldn't, because you've got to remember the imperial context of this. You remember that quote from Lord Curzon saying there were no Indian natives in the government of India because there was no one amongst 300 million Indians on the subcontinent who was capable of the job. Brown people weren't allowed to do the most basic things in India. I mean, Sikhs were tried out on the trains and then denied the right to drive trains. And back here in England, people couldn't get jobs as teachers, as transport workers. And now we have a brown prime minister, and you've got to celebrate that, especially in the context of the Paki bashing that I grew up with, where beating up brown people was a sport in the West Midlands. And now there's a brown person at number 10. It's an amazing thing.
And not only number 10, I mean, I think William touched on this, didn't he? That, you have Sada Gardner, who's in, who, before her, Priti Patel, you have had Kwasi Kwarteng only very recently, and before that, Sajid Javid. But that has happened in a very short space of time. So, when everyone got very excited about Obama's election in America, said we are now post-racial. We are post-race. There's a new era. Are we there? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Satnam, are we there yet?
Absolutely not, because he wasn't elected by the public. And let's face it, even Barack Obama's election in America did not end racism. So we've still got a lot to do. I think people are struggling with it because basically he's not progressive, and yet what he's achieved is a great progressive goal. And Nesri Malik put it very well in that George McCarlin saying that in Britain, diversity has become about celebrating the increased number of brown people at the top. But they only get there if they promise to leave everything unchanged. So you're in a bit of a paradox there, aren't you? You have more brown people, but they're not doing much for the cause.
You see, whereas I know there are people who are on the right of politics who are of Asian extraction who would be just devastated at that assessment of their beliefs. They would say, you know what, we have come to our political beliefs not because we wanted a seat at the table. We have a seat at the table because we have those political beliefs.
Yeah, but I mean, even the election campaign, frankly, was an illustration of racism. I mean, Rishi was by far the most qualified guy right from the beginning. And he kept on having to prove himself against utterly hopeless people. And then they finally gave him a chance. I think what he shows is how white privilege works, in that you have to be absolutely perfect as a brown person to be given a chance. Similar thing with Barack Obama. The guy didn't put a foot wrong in terms of the election process. And then you compare him to, Donald Trump, and compare Rishi to Liz Truss. And I think you've got an illustration there of how hard brown people need to work to make it.
See, I'm a lot more optimistic about this, actually. I don't have the same reading, and I don't know, I want to know what you think as well, William, because I think, twice he was chosen by his fellow peers. Twice. But also, the fact that he wasn't doing the thing that was deemed to be populist at the time, the sort of the Trussonomics of, we kick in the old orthodoxy, where, I'm going to do things, I'm going to tell you things differently. He sort of was going against the flow of, sort of the catnip to certain parts of, the right. And so some may say, actually, it is much more textured and interesting than that.
But Satnam, I read in your very good piece in the Times, said that you felt extremely complicated about this because he was articulating, and you thought in order to get to win his place at the table, he had to do this. He was articulating the full-fledged culture wars that you've been speaking so eloquently against, particularly when Oliver Dowden, I remember, was making these sort of remarks. You were very strong against him, and now we have Rishi saying the same sort of thing. We don't want historians attacking our beloved empire and this kind of stuff.
He said mixed stuff. He said he's not interested in the culture war.
Yeah.
But he's also, at one point, said he was going to report people who vilified Britain, by which I think he means you two.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Especially our podcast.
Yeah,
He said he was going to report you to prevent anti-terrorism. So I hope you've got time in your diary.
I could do with a break, to be honest. So that's okay. Okay, so we are agreed this is a big deal, but there is a division. Is it a left? Because I had a really interesting conversation with somebody who I won't name. He's fairly senior in the Labour Party. He said, look, cabinet ministers from, the diaspora, let's discuss that. How's that going? And there was a big sort of scratch of her chin and saying, no, we really do need to work on that. And I think for a very long time, there's been almost a cartoony, broad brush portrayal that people who are of immigrant extraction will automatically be Labour voters, which is not true. There is, that is just demonstrably not true. Certainly, I know when I had a different hat on and we commissioned opinion polls at times of election, you had sort of, particularly sort of Ugandan Asians who leant towards the Conservative Party, and when you drill down and ask them why, because they let us in. Because they let us in when others would not have let us in. And you know a thing or two about that history, don't you, Sam? I mean, you've written about that very clearly.
Yeah, I'm talking to you from Wolverhampton, where brown people vote for Brexit in huge numbers, and I see Asian communities in Wolverhampton and elsewhere as swing voters. Really, they tend to, the direction they go in tends to define what happens in national government.
And then I think that's so. This are we post-racial? I mean, I absolutely take your point. No, racism doesn't die when you have somebody different in either the White House or at 10 Downing Street. But what is interesting to me, and I think again, it's that sort of kind of conversation where you can have two truths being valid. What was it? What do they call it? Ola Sugar's razor, isn't that right? Thanks to our podcast, William. That's about two things can be true that seem as if they cannot be true at the same time. But when I see the column inches about Rishi Sunak, the ones that attack him, they attack him because of his wealth and his shoes and his wife and the money and the fact that the disconnect that there may be if somebody that wealthy is the Prime Minister. But it's not about his race. It's not the kind of headlines, for example, Satman, that you will be aware of that were flying around in the 1970s.
Totally, yeah. And actually, I was looking at some of those headlines today, and we had the Sunday Express saying that the Kenyan Asians were invading Britain, which was a language that Suella Braverman has been using in relation to immigrants in 2022.
Yeah, I saw you say something really interesting about that. So what do you make of that?
I think, it's things have gone full circle, but I mean, you do get people saying, how can you say that when that means that you wouldn't have let your parents in? I think you've got to accept that diversity is brown people having all kinds of views, even views you hate. That is diversity. I think some people on the left really struggle with that idea.
Again, I mean, just very interesting. I only can say this because I did have a different hat on once as an editor of a news programme at times of election. It was remarkable, and there were a couple, I'm trying to remember the stats, but it was such a long time ago, where the Asian community in certain constituencies around the country were very much against immigration. And it was like, because, too many will make our lives difficult. We're just fine now, but, let in many more and then people won't like us anymore.
Yeah, I had this bizarre experience where I did a documentary on the turban dispute in Wolverhampton in the 1960s, where a Sikh guy turned up in a turban and got fired, became a massive civil rights thing, took on Enoch Powell. I found the guy a couple of years ago living in Wolverhampton. Turned out a massive Conservative voter, thought Enoch Powell was a great guy.
And I think what you said sort of nails it, actually, which is, this is, despite the fact that this is such a colour-loaded conversation, the politics of those who come from immigrant communities is not black and white. Can we just agree that it's not black and white? And I think that is now commonly perceived, more commonly than ever before.
But also, as a counterpoint to that, I'd say that it is completely possible for brown people and Asians to be racist.
Discuss, tell me, explain that a bit more.
It's completely, that is again a diversity. You can point to Suella Braverman's policies and say they're racist. Just because she's brown doesn't mean it's not right. I mean, I'm in my working career and in my personal life, I think the most racist people I've ever met in my life have been Asian.
So is this? I mean, then is it just that people can be really quite shitty, or is it? Do the roots go back to empire, or is it just the fact that actually people of every hue can be pretty awful?
Well, I mean, I argue in empire and that, our particular brand of racism in Britain goes straight back to empire. The racial stereotypes, people not being allowed to do certain jobs, the fear of interracial relationships. These are things that all happened in empire at its height, and they happened in Britain in the 1950s and 60s and 70s. And I would say they continue to happen in some form today.
But also, sort of the intermarriages and stuff. That's also, that has been the case within Asian communities also.
Yeah, exactly. Gosh.
That's not empire, or is it? I mean, I don't know. Or is it a different kind of empiricism that stretches back in the Indian empires? Because you remembered this. I mean, you must do. Satnam, I certainly know when I was growing up, the scandal that took place if a Hindu girl married a Sikh boy, or somebody who was a Shah married somebody who was a Patel even. These things were spoken of as if, oh my God, what's going to happen next?
Yeah, there still are a bit. But I've got to remember that empire was such a complex thing. There was a time during empire where interracial relationships were encouraged. William's written a lot about that time. There were times when it was complete taboo in the Victorian age to have an Indian wife or an Indian girlfriend. And so it changed during empire, and I think
it changes within about 30 years. It's a completely different situation in 1810 to what it is in 1840.
Yeah, and I think it's changing in post-colonial Britain as well.
Simon, do you think that all this right-wingery among particularly East African Asians is simply to do with the fact that they're very successful? I've seen you write in your piece that Hindu Brits are the most successful immigrant community, and are 2/3 of them are in upper managerial and professional jobs.
Yeah, and they are. And in contrast, British Muslims, the last time I looked, were one of the most underprivileged socio-economic groups. What it shows is that the phrase British Asian just doesn't mean very much anymore. I mean, it encompasses two extremes of society. And maybe one really positive thing about Rishi is that he's going to make our conversation more sophisticated. And there was a time in the 80s and 90s where black people and Asians were all put together. I don't know if you remember the Real McCoy comedy show. It was a comedy show involving black Indians and Asians, like they're the same thing, and they're not. And now I think conversations are getting much more sophisticated.
Do you think that's true when you have something like the BBC Asian Network, when you have all these people put together into a single program, as if it's one group? Is that no longer the case?
I think you can choose if you want to listen to that or not. That's the thing. So they're self-selecting. But I think there's huge amount of diversity even amongst the Asians in government. And you've got Sadiq Khan, Sajid Javid, and actually the class differences are the really interesting thing. Because you're covering really working class people whose fathers were bus conductors and bus drivers famously.
We're going to take a break now, but do come back and join us with Satnam Sanghera, the author of Empire Land. And Satnam, if it's okay with you, can we have a rummage through the British Museum when we come back after this short break?
Sure.
Welcome back. This is Empire with me, William Dalrymple.
And me, Anita Arlen.
We are talking to the brilliant Satnam Sanghera. Both Anita and I are extremely jealous of the number of books that he's
You
sold.
say jealous. I'm actually resentful and I don't like him. Are we on mute? Because I've never liked him. I don't like him. I will never like him. You know, he's done incredibly well. Hi, Satnam.
An incredible job. And it's a book which I think is changing attitudes all over the country. You've got it into schools, Satnam.
Yeah, that was a big deal. Tell us about that, Satnam. That's a huge deal.
Yeah, it's been an amazing thing in that, I guess, as an author, you don't expect your book to be taught ever, let alone immediately. And there's such an appetite for teaching materials when it comes to colonialism and empire. My publisher gave away 15,000 copies, so lots of schools, and so lots of kids are now using it.
And why, in a sense, was that necessary? Why is there not more books like yours out there already?
It's weirdly, it hasn't. I mean, obviously every person's experience is different, but in general, we haven't taught British Empire very well in this country. It's the biggest thing we ever did. It was the biggest empire in human history, and it should be, I think, one of the main things we teach alongside the Tudors and the Holocaust, but it isn't.
And you can kind of learn almost every other empire in the curriculum. You learn about the Roman Empire.
Oh gosh, I know.
Holy Roman Empire.
I know lots about the hypercore system. I can tell you.
But you never did Chile-Wannabuk.
And Tolan Man. We did Tolan Man for such a long time. But even like the things that we do teach, which have an imperial element, like in both world wars. I mean, I wasn't taught anything about the imperial contribution in both world wars.
The largest volunteer army in history. But Satnam, why? The question I'm trying to ask is why has this been forgotten? Why is it not at the centre of our curriculum? It's impossible to imagine that, for example, in Italy they don't teach the Roman Empire. Why is it that is it sort of embarrassment? Is it sort of British modesty? What's going on? Why is this huge gap in our history curriculum? Why do we know more about Henry VIII's wives than we do about all the different continents which were attacked, looted, and pillaged?
I think it's partly due to the fact that we've never ourselves been invaded or occupied. We've never as a nation had a dark night of the soul like the French, after World War II. Empire happened abroad. Also, it's really divisive, as we've covered already. It really divides people. It's easier to pretend it didn't happen. And also, it's incredibly complicated. It's such a long history. There's no consensus. No one agrees about when it started or when it ended. It's much easier to go on about the world wars, which have clear beginnings, clear ends, and importantly, a very clear morality.
And we're on the winning side. I mean, that helps.
We defeated the evil racist German.
Can I just say, I just want to point something out. So, Satnam gets so much flack, but I have heard lots of interviews that you've given, and you always say we. Because actually, we haven't had this. And you are proud of being British. Can we just remind people that, that you can be a critical friend as well?
Yeah, I showed the book to a couple of historians when I'd written it, and a couple of them said, do not use the word we. An historian never uses the word we, I guess this is something I would have learned if I did history at university, but I decided to keep it because that's how I feel. I feel like this history, good and bad, complicated, nuanced, is ours, brown and white, and the problem with teaching it has always been that it turns into an argument between the children of the colonized and the children of the colonizers. And you can diffuse that by saying we.
You often talked about how people just talk about good and bad as trying to weigh up the
balance sheet of history.
sheet.
Yeah.
Why are you against that approach?
Well, this is very complicated history. It's a very long history. It's not like a phone you bought, on Amazon that you're going to give a 5-star rating to. I don't think you can weigh up massacres against the railways. I think that's philosophically an absurd thing to do. Also, I don't think it's possible to come to an overall rating. All you can say is that good and bad things happened, and we should try to understand it. And part of the reason we're so screwed up by empire is this endless need to balance it, and we don't talk about the Holocaust in that way. You would never say about Nazi Germany, were they good or bad things? But yet it seems to be okay for imperialism in Britain.
Although in India, some people are reevaluating Hitler, aren't they? I mean, there's some people on the fringes of the right wing in India who say, actually, all things aside, Hitler was, cared about his country and
good ways.
Yeah, good way. Yeah, that actually is. I'm hearing it, albeit from the fringes. Look, I did say before the break that we were going to rummage through the British Museum. Well, we can start there, and we can move to any number of National Trust places if you like. But it's something that William and I have struggled with, because we wrote a book together about the Koh-i-Noor diamond, and we have, wherever we've gone in the world, we are always asked, where should it be? Where should it go back to? And we've always resisted, because actually, and I genuinely, sincerely mean this, it's complicated, it's a thorny question, and that's not for me, it's for lawyers to sort out later. When it comes to, the furious rows, which start from Elgin, and then move on through Benin bronzes and, through any number of things at the V&A, what's your feeling about that, Satnam?
I think it's okay to give some of these things back in the way that smaller museums of Britain, universities, are already doing, in the way that people are already doing it in France, Germany, and America. And, the crucial statistic for me is that the British Museum, doesn't have 99% of its collection on display. If you started giving back a few things, like the Magdala crowns, the V&A, some of the Tibetan things that were clearly taken from the bloodied hands of innocent people, you would open up amazing discussions. It would improve our relationships with the world at a time we really need to. And it would be good for our souls. And also, we'd still have everything. More or less, we'd still have a lot of stuff.
I was actually at the V&A party, and Tristram Hunt made a sort of rallying speech about all the exhibitions they put on and so on. But his final thing was a plea, and there were many politicians there at the party, to re-look at the Act of Parliament.
Because he's prevented by law. Yes, he can't do it.
In law at the moment. The trustees are not allowed to send stuff back because there's actually an Act of Parliament stopping them doing it.
Yeah, no, it's absurd. But if you look at the small museums, like the local council ones, the Glasgow University and Aberdeen University museums, they are getting stuff back because they're not restricted. And I think the international conversation has moved on. And Britain is still stuck in this really bizarre way of seeing its museum artifacts.
I mean, I think it's part of obviously a much wider thing whereby British people, I think, accept that what the Belgians did in the Congo was terrible, cutting off hands of rubber planters. That what the Germans did in Southwest Africa was appalling. But somehow we have this image still in our heads that our empire was different from other empires. That our empire did not rape, loot, and pillage in the way that other Europeans did. And I think part of that is it's all those films of the 1970s and 80s, all those films.
It's a criminalisation, and it's looking through those rose-tinted, and it's all about polo with the Maharajas and elephants.
With all those ladies in crinoline
dresses.
It
was delightful. Everything was lovely.
Croquet is similar.
It was all
and that is the kind of lingering impression. Lots of people who would be right thinking about other empires and be appalled by the Holocaust somehow think that what the Brits did in India was and elsewhere was different.
But I see. So this is just a personal anecdote, which is take it or leave it. But when I've gone around talking about the massacre, and I know it's sort of very central because it's that sort of the Punjabi spirit was so very battered by what happened in Jallianwala Bagh. And when I talk about the people who were behind it, and there happens to be an Irishman who's very prominently figures in all the decisions that led up to that horrific act of violence, colonial violence in 1919, I promise you, even now I get letters from Ireland saying, I had no idea, I'm so sorry. And I feel really awkward about that, because why are you sorry? And I've had people weep, like in book signing queues, going, I'm so sorry. I mean, I didn't know that bastard was our bastard. And I held a man who's crying, which is just so mad. And I don't know what to do. It's like any number of things, I don't know what to do with it. It's not guilt that you're asking for either, is it? It's not that.
No, it's actual academic history, you know? If we say go back to Macdara Town, which is in the DNA, and just take on their future circumstances, you could have amazing scholarship, you know? You could have integration, Ethiopia, talk about it, and vice versa, and we can look progressive, we can do what France has done, and with our collections, and Nigeria has actually paid reparations to Namibia recently. And I feel like we've got our heads in the sand, and it's not an acceptable way to go forward. Because young people, I think they feel the way about museums the way our generation felt about zoos.
Very nice point. Yeah, a previous generation thought it was fine, and suddenly a point passes, and people just see the problems. I get this on Twitter when I put I go keen on Indian art, when I go anywhere, I like photograph. I've got a Sappho or something. And more and more, the response is, not what a gorgeous thing. It's what's it doing in the Guinness, what's it doing in the British Museum. We want it back. Why is it here? And that just didn't happen, fellas.
Yeah, I mean, the latest sort of pronouncement from somebody who actually had power was David Cameron, wasn't he? He was accosted when he went to India about the Kohinoor. That always happens. Anyone goes to India, they're asked immediately about the Kohinoor diamond. When are you giving it back? Seems to be the best question. And he said, well, we can't, because if we started giving stuff back, our museums would be empty.
I bumped into George Osborne recently. He's the chairman of the British Museum, and he said, I've read your book. It's not fair to say we've only got 1% of our collection on display, because, that 99%, some of it's really small items. And I thought, the Kohinoor diamond's quite small. You know what I mean? What does that mean?
Smaller now than it was when it arrived. That's true. That's very true.
But some of those items are also human remains. We've got to remember that.
Yeah.
Those should be buried, cremated, and there's thousands of them, throughout museums. Why are we not doing something about it?
We're coming to the end of our time together, Sam, which is a great pity. But now that you've opened this door into this really quite tricky terrain, is this something that you're going to sort of stay in and work in the future, or you've just now had a gutful? I need to write about wombles or something. How are you feeling about this?
It has come at some personal cost, but I also feel I realise there's a massive demand. So I am writing a sequel about the ways in which British Empire shaped the planet. Not controversial at all. Learning lots, and I'm actually doing a criticism. But then I will write about something else.
Sam, tell us also, you've been working not just getting your books into schools, but I think you've been talking about changing the curriculum too.
Yeah, this is the crucial thing. We need to teach this stuff. And the national curriculum does have some empire in it, but it's tiny compared to also, we can look from history explains our current multiculturalism, explains a lot of our scandals. Stephen Lawrence murder to Windrush. We need to understand it. So there's a lot of campaigns out there to get this kind of curriculum. And I feel like it's happening. Wales has already changed its curriculum. Scotland is on its way.
Whenever I do sort of the political sort of phone-in type work that I do, I get the impression from both sides that everybody thinks we're at a crossroads. Everyone. But it's very debatable about which road we're going to take, and people feel very differently about it. Do you, first of all, feel that we're at a crossroads, and where do you think we're going to end up?
I think, we are at a crossroads for a while, but I feel like I said earlier, the young generation feels so passionately about this. You can't fight it, It's reflected in their culture, in their Instagram accounts like Brown History, in films like Black Panther, which has this amazing scene set in the British Museum where he just takes the artifacts that have been stolen. And I feel like you can't fight that. It's going to change. It's all about when politics in England catches up with the fact.
One thing we haven't talked about is the National Trust. Were you encouraged last year that the National Trust members basically backed this re-evaluation of houses with colonial collections?
Yeah, that was encouraging. It was really depressing to see the massive backlash in the right-wing media, mainly, to be honest, the Telegraph. And they've been persecuting the National Trust for more than a year. But I'm glad the National Trust has stuck to their guns, And, what they're doing is their job. They're explaining the history of their places. And yet, some people seem to object to that. I met the descendant of Lord Clive, whose house in Wales is full of root. And I expected him to be very defensive, but he was like, this is disgusting. I'd like to give something back. He'd actually been to India himself and apologized.
Goodness.
That's what we need. We need people to break the old narratives.
Yeah, except when they do. I mean, like Justin Welby going and lying on his front in Jallianwala Bagh.
That's the Archbishop of Canterbury.
Yes, the Archbishop of Canterbury. I mean, that was met with a furious response.
And people could accuse him of being a virtue signaler.
Yeah.
It's like, that's his job. I mean, if you are Archbishop of Canterbury, you are a virtue signaler. Jesus was a virtue signaler. I thought it was a very powerful thing he did.
Thank you, Satnam. Fantastic. And keep up the good work. Can't wait to read the new book.
Thank you for having me.
That's all from Empire this week from me and Anita.
Are you fuckers still talking about curry?
Hello and welcome to a very special Q&A version of Empire with me, Anita Arnand.
And me, William Durham-Ford.
So that is the first question that was asked by many people, which is what has happened to his pregnant pause. Well, I think we found out, haven't we? It was always there.
What you should do is we should do it more often after my siesta in the afternoon, and then you get the pregnant pause.
It's just a sort of a natural thing. I don't know. I've got a feeling that this thing goes on holiday. I hope it's never going to come back, that it returns with its luggage, a suntan, an annoying sombrero, and here it is, everybody. The pause is back. It's Senor Pause.
Pina colada as well. Exactly.
Yes, anyway, we're here and you've been sending your questions in there, hundreds. We are really overwhelmed by the response. Sometimes it's like, it's wonderful. We just sort of chat to each other and forget there's a world out there listening in. So,
occasionally we go out of our houses and meet people that are actually listening.
I mean,
not very often.
Back
not
in
often,
bitch.
delighted to hear. But look, the questions are really clever and smart, and they're making us think about things in more depth and perhaps in a different way than we have before.
I think a lot of people are also saying that this is all stuff they just haven't got in school. Even I assumed that this would be new to a lot of Brits, but that Indians would know it from their school lessons. And we're getting so many people telling us that that even in India, they get either a very politicized version of their history. For example, the Indians never learn anything nice about Jinnah, and the Pakistanis never learn anything nice about Gandhi or Nehru. And all sorts of people seem to be finding that the stuff we're talking about is quite new to them, which shouldn't be the case, because these are really important issues that have shaped the modern world.
So, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, I thought in India that this would have been taught, and it was just here that it wasn't taught. But also, we've been getting a lot of responses from Canada, from Australia, from Germany. This morning, there's one popped in Germany saying, look, I'm recommending your podcast to all of my friends because the subjects that you're talking about may not involve our country, but the themes certainly do. Which, it's our little international family, and I couldn't be happier. But it is interesting, isn't it, William, how many people are saying this resonates, no matter what my politics are, no matter where we are. Even we got, I don't know whether you've seen this, because we have banged on about it quite a lot. Hello, Malcolm Turnbull, one of our regular listeners.
One of our many prime ministers listening to us, exactly.
Yeah, I'm sure we've got loads, but Malcolm actually tweeted in, and we're going to try and pull him in on one of the future podcasts. But again, these are subjects and themes that have resonance around the world.
And I think it's also just a subject which, partly because I think it's new in a sense, it's even ongoing, has failed to make it into educational syllabuses. And yet, in a sense, it's what people have to deal with every day, whether you're a Brit going abroad and having to meet a whole load of Indians who know about Jallianwala Bagh and you don't, or knowing about the potato famine in Ireland and you don't, or going to the Caribbean and knowing all that stuff and you don't know it, or whether it's stuff because of political reasons you've been given a particularly tilted version. And of course, there are many takes on this. We're just giving our particular versions, and many people can and will disagree with what we say.
Shall we start with some of these questions? And also those of you who are fretting, saying, oh, you've left India too soon, you've gone. We're going to circle back, because there are so many subjects. You're absolutely right.
Also, I mean, frankly, it's the stuff that Anita and I both know about
To do
best
least
and have
amount of
spent. To do the least amount of work. But also, I mean, I'm longing to do some of the early Indian stuff, stuff I'm working on for my current book, the Pallavas, the Cholas, the early Indian emperors, the Rashtrakutas, the Chalukyas. Again, this is stuff that is very little known, even in India. And then, of course, there are all the, there's the Mughals, there's the Great Game, there's the whole history of Afghanistan, and these, again, things that we've both written about. So we're definitely heading back. But the feeling was that we should explore territory that was neither a British empire nor about India. So we decided to go for the Ottomans.
Well, let's talk about that a bit more at the end, because let's stick with the questions that we've got now. Because yes, you don't have some drama.
It's not a cliffhanger, is it?
You are crazy. You are the man in a play who's swinging from the curtain pole right
No,
next one.
you know, did it? I can tell you that.
No, not yet. That's not how you build drama. Right. First question for you. This is from Professor Jim Lamancy, who says, I'd like to ask the Empire Gurus, that's us, whether the East India Company would have beaten the Marathas without the help of Himmat Bahadur, Anup Giri's army of naked yogis.
This is an obscure question, but it's a terrific one.
It will not surprise you to know that I'm drawn to the naked bit of this. What now? Explain.
So, not a bit of history that anyone knows, but a fascinating bit of history. When the East India Company was trying to complete its conquest of northern India at the end of the 18th century, they ended up allying with one of the most colourful figures in Indian history, who's a guy who's originally called Anup Giri Gosain, and after he allied with the Mughals, became known as Himmat Bahadur. Now, already, this is not sort of following stereotype at all. What is a naked yogi? A, being a warrior and bearing arms.
And everything else.
Everything else as well. And literally. And B, if he's a naked yogi, why is he allied with the Mughals? And so when this character joins at one point with the army of the Mughals and the Nawab of Awadh, who's the Mughal governor of what's now UP, and the Afghans against the Hindu Marathas, so breaking every stereotype in Indian history. So you've got a naked Hindu man fighting with Afghans against the people who are now in modern India seen to be the great nationalist Hindu heroes, the Marathas. There are a lot of complaints from the Afghans saying, please, can you cover up a little? But these guys are actually crucial characters. And I think the idea behind Jim's question is this crucial role that he played. And at this absolutely central moment when the British East India Company in 1803 is looking to take over Delhi and attack the mighty armies of Marathas who outnumber them and now are equally well trained. The person who swings it in favor of the British is none other than our arms-bearing naked warrior Sadhu.
You can't talk about naked warriors and saying swings it. Listen, this is a family show. I don't know what you're doing. Did you know Himmat Bahadur, by the way, means bravery? Did you know that? Himmat is to be brave, and Bahadur is somebody who is a brave man.
He was very, very brave.
Oh, right. So just the army of naked yogis, what made them so terrifying? How did they fight? Are there any accounts of how they charged onto the battlefields and what damage they could do?
There are lots of accounts, and if you think this is actually not something that's completely over now, because if you've been to the Kumbh Mela or seen pictures of the Kumbh Melas, the Naga Sadhus who come for their bathe at the confluence of the Ganges, the Yamuna, Prayagraj or Allahabad, and they come with their
this is such bullshit.
Today, scuffles between one group of Naga Sadhus and their rivals, and these are the modern descendants of active yogi warriors who played a major role in Indian history. At one point, the Emperor Akbar, I think, comes across a bunch of Vaishnav Sadhus.
And Vaishnavas are, we should explain, those who follow the cult of Vishnu.
About to have a fight with the followers of Lord Shiva. And there's a famous picture and description of this battle. But in the 18th century, when the whole place, India disintegrates and you have all these city-states fighting against each other, and then even more bizarrely, these company armies wade in and start taking over increasing chunks of India, these guys are crucial allies who can actually be bought. They are, they're commercial operations in many cases. And Anup Giri allies with the Mughals and becomes Imam Bahadur because he's fighting bravely for the Mughals. And then he's bought off by somebody called Ghulam Qadir, who wants to take revenge on the Mughals. And at a crucial moment when Ghulam Qadir, who's this kind of rollicking Afghan marauder, turns up at Delhi, Imam Bahadur, who is meant to be guarding the ferry crossings, disappears. Just at a crucial moment, and the idea is that he's being bought off and paid money. So he's a slippery character, but he's a fascinating character. And anyone wants to learn more about warriors, you're not allowed to laugh that you can't see. Listeners, the needles confirm.
I can't help it. The swinging it, and the slippery character. Do you know what you're doing, or is this just all Freudian slippage going on?
It's complete innocence. I'm a good Catholic boy. I used to be an altar boy, I'll have you know.
Right, well,
never crossed my mind.
So thank you so much.
Anyway, this guy swings the entire course of Indian history.
Right. Well, listen, thank you very much for that comprehensive and slightly X-rated answer. What is our next question? Where are we going next? I think you've got one for me, haven't you?
I do. There are lots of questions about this. This is a particular one is from Ravel Pillai. And the question is, I'm wondering, after your last podcast with Mahmood Mamdani, whether you had any plans to discuss the migration of indentured Indian labourers around the world, especially in the sugar-growing British colonial territories after the British abolition of the transatlantic slave trade.
That's brilliant, and I've had some people from Mauritian descent, again, whose families were brought over to work on plantations. So can you tell us a little bit more? Well, look, we probably will return to this in much more detail, but in a nutshell. People have asked, well, why did Indians become indentured labourers? Why did they agree to sign these ridiculous contracts that, in effect, made them modern slaves? And the fact is, it's famine, it's poverty, it's desperation. 19th century, famine has decimated crops. People are dying. They're dying in such enormous numbers. We touched on this. So this is the only hope that they have. And the demand for Indian indentured labourers increases so much more after the abolition of slavery. So you've got the abolition of slavery in 1834. Plantations still need workers. They can't haul over slaves anymore, not legally they can't. So they turn to India for very, very cheap labour. And this is where you get this term coolie arrive. Now, there's people from India will know coolie as a
porter, someone at a train station. Yeah.
In the train station, they wear red.
As they did, incidentally, in Mughal times. And those red jackets that you see coolies wearing at train stations are there in Mughal villages. There's a wonderful picture in the Metropolitan Museum that I saw very recently, actually, of people carrying the Emperor Aurangzeb in the palanquin. And bizarrely, the palanquin bearers have exactly the same red jacket, which railway porters wear in Delhi today.
Well, this entire Bollywood film, we're like going off on tangents, but this entire film.
Amitabh Bachchan, I remember it, but my very first visit to India, 1984, it came out. Yeah.
So he's one of these coolies, which still exist, on the platform, and the most prized possession is one of these badges that allows you to work on the station. So anyway, that's my digression. But then it started me thinking, actually, with this term, coolie, where does it come from? Do you know where it comes from? It comes from the Tamil. It actually means, it comes from the word for payment for occasional menial work. That's like quite literal. You are a menial worker paid a pittance, is what, they wear their function on their badge. And before 1840, a lot of these labourers who were then sent all over the world were so-called, this is what the Brits call the hill coolies. So these are the indigenous people around the Gangetic plains, what we would call Dravidian, I guess, darker, smaller, small boned. But later, when this sort of terrible famine starts sweeping, this indentured labour system sweeps across caste. So you'll have high caste, low caste Dravidians all seeking work to feed their families. And just to give you an idea, one of my friends who also wanted to know the answer to this question, so thank you very much without for asking it. But it's just numbers. So let's just talk about Mauritius for a second, which is where my friend Maya comes from. In 1834, just 1 year, 41,000 Bengali labourers were sent to Mauritius.
Amitav Ghosh writes rather beautifully about this in his Opium War saga, and these characters going off to Mauritius on an indentured labour ship, having been conned in the novel into signing one of these contracts.
Yeah, because most of them are, a lot of people are illiterate. They don't know what they're signing. They have no idea how long they're going to be kept in those conditions. We had our lovely Professor Mandani talking about, the lions of Savo. I don't think we did that enough justice, but these 2 lions in Savo who were patrolling up and down what was then known as the lunatic lines, this railway that was being laid by the British with a lot of indentured labourers at the beginning. These lions picked off hundreds of coolies, hundreds of them. And disease carried off hundreds more. The conditions are so bad. I mean, the Savo example is just one. That there are missionaries who are following these migrations to work on plantations, basically do the jobs that slaves once did. And these reports start coming in by about, so sort of after such great numbers, since 1835, 1836, saying that this is not how Christian people treat people. And so in 1838, there's so much reporting of abuse and torture of these Indian indentured labourers that it became illegal. Until 1842, when British Prime Minister Robert Peel said, actually, we do need them, we'll have safeguards, but we're going to start the system again. So, I mean, you know what, there's an awful lot more we can say. You just reminded me how rich the subject is.
And this is a major piece of history. There are entire settler colonies now. Why are the Indians in the Caribbean? Why, for example, V.S. Naipaul's ancestors in Chaguanas in Trinidad? The answer, his ancestors in UP signed a contract and found themselves carted off to Trinidad.
Yeah, no, 100%.
The whole of Guyana.
What, Jamaica, British Guyana, Trinidad, immigration to these places was only legalised in 1844, but the workers were often there before that. You had immigration to Grenada, St. Lucia, I think legalised in the mid-1850s.
It's as big a thing in determining sort of world migrant population as the slave trade itself. It's a huge part of history, and while there's a lot written on slavery, there's much less written on indentured labour. It is a subject we must come back to, I think.
And absolutely, and you know what? If we do come back to it, there is an absolute direct link between that generation here in Britain and a lot of people who came over on Windrush as well. So I think Naipaul was one of those.
It may well be the case.
That's right, isn't it? V.S. Naipaul, the writer, is exactly one of those who spans that history. And that makes me think, actually, that in the future, we might want to bring some, literature, high literature. A thing or two about that. We should bring that in.
There is a very good book on indentured labourers in specifically Guyana by someone called Gayatri Bahadur. And we've had her at the Jaipur Literature Festival, and she was astonishing. And again, this made a huge impact because it's a story that affects a lot of people, that a lot of people have relations or ancestors who have this history, but there's nothing written on it. It's again one of these weird little corners of history that's really important but unwritten.
And if you sort of scratch the surface of it, you see there are some really familiar names that come into play. So I was looking through some documents. The Colonial Office was written to, there were accounts sent and held by the Colonial Office from people like Anthony Trollope and Charles Kingsley. They know it's fine. It's fine. This system is fine. What all the fuss is about? Insisting that indenture was positive for migrants.
What is the relation, Anita, and I don't know the answer to this, what's the relation between colonial indentured labour, which is something that seems to have been around particularly the early 19th century, and modern bonded labour, where you have people who've got into debt, for example, in Sindh and Pakistan, there are large numbers of labourers who are often still shackled, and you see occasional human rights reports about this. Is it the same system? I mean, effectively, yes.
It feels to me, and I don't know, maybe we can get to the bottom of this, and somebody who's listening may know better than me, but it feels like semantics to me.
Yeah.
Because, if you're put on foreign soil and you have to stay within your camp and you're not allowed to go, and there are men with arms who are supposedly guarding the camp but really keeping you in, how is that different to actually being shackled and not being able to go? Either way, you're either paying off the debt or you're getting paid very little subsistence to hopefully be sent back. So there is a financial exchange which makes this different to slavery, but otherwise between the two, I don't see a whisker between them.
I remember covering this in the 90s when I was first a foreign correspondent of India in my 20s. And there were large numbers, I mean, in the tens of thousands of these people, particularly I remember in Sindh, But I think is it still survive in some parts of India or not?
Not that I know. I don't know. You would know better than me about that.
But you do get human rights reports about this, and or certainly did in the 90s.
Well, I mean, also there are. I mean, if we're talking about, it's not quite indentured labour, but this is again a very interesting avenue. I think. I mean, it's a furrow I've found, which is that the workers who come over with the Raj to Britain, so like the Lashkars, who are seamen who carry all of the stuff that is being harvested, the tobacco, the tea, the indigo, from all over the colonies, and they bring them back to Victoria docks. They get here, they're sometimes not paid, or they're sometimes paid so little they can't even afford to get back, let alone all these dreams of supporting their families. And they are then inhabiting the East India docks, called the East India docks for a reason.
Where there's now these huge sort of Canada
Wharf, Butler's Wharf, all of these
wharfs
places.
are now very expensive real estate.
Some of the most expensive real estate in London. But at the time, these were places which are outside civil society. So, nice British people wouldn't have to look at these creatures, benighted creatures. And what would happen is that opium dens would spring up because, for a couple of pennies, you could get out of your head and out of misery. The number of reports, again from missionaries, of Lashkars who don't have shoes and don't have coats are just freezing to death and, causing an encumbrance because their bodies have to be cleared up. There are also reports of actual torture. So there are some refuges which are set up, which I've written about. I think they might be in Sophia because her father set up a refuge for Lashkars. But these places where a gangmaster, it is just redolent of really modern, horrific history, where they will get Muslim Lashkars and tie pig's entrails around their throats, around their necks, and make them wear them all day as a sign of humiliation.
We didn't discuss this before we came on air. This was, again, a story which I researched in my 20s very heavily. I went off to South Shields, next to Newcastle.
Which is in the northern, for those of you abroad, the northern part of Great Britain. Right, do carry on.
And this Yemeni community of South Shields is the oldest Muslim community in Britain. And these guys arrived in the 18th century with East India Company ships. And the reason Yemenis rather than Indians was that these ships would change their crews at Aden.
Yes.
And whole new crew. Aden was also part of the East India Company territories. And again, one thinks of the East India Company as occupying India, but of course the East India Company took over great chunks of territory like modern Dubai, modern Abu Dhabi, briefly Somalia, Yemen. And so the Indian crews would get off at Aden and they'd take on new Yemeni crews, and the Yemeni crews would then get stuck in Newcastle.
Wow.
And there's, I think, a dispute on whether the Yemeni community mosque at Cardiff or the Yemeni community mosque at South Shields is the oldest in Britain, and the historians tussled over this, but they're within a year or two of each other, and they date back to the 18th century. And in the late 80s, when I was fresh out of university working on The Independent, I went and spent a couple of weeks with the Yemeni community of South Shields, who are no longer there because they found Yemen was at that point getting richer than poor old South Shields. It was in a post-Thatcherite depression.
Right.
And there were these complete communities of Yemenis wearing Yemeni clothes, chewing gut, rather like you're talking about opium to get over the misery of their lives. These guys were high on gut every evening. And quite a lot of them had got Geordie wives. So you'd see these sort of Geordie wives sitting there with their Yemeni husbands. And some of them were converted to Islam, some of them hadn't. And they were talking about being this community which had been Muslim in Britain for 150 years.
Right, so I don't want to call that with you. I don't love it. But can I just the oldest mosque in Britain, as far as I thought, and again, please feel free to write in your droves, was the Shah Jahan Mosque in Woking, also known as the Woking Mosque, which is maybe it's the first purpose-built mosque.
This is one of those moments that Tom Holland says you have to go to the Bodleian. Otherwise, I can look up Wikipedia.
It's not what he says. He says. But I think that's the case. And the reason I know this, I think I did a TV piece about it many, many moons ago. But the one very, very fascinating fact about this Woking Mosque, the Shah Jahan Mosque, is that the front man of the Jam, Paul Weller, his mum was a cleaner.
No,
this one,
that's that story.
I just love a little tidbit. Tidbits are
I've just making a quick visit to
the Bodleian
as we speak. And you're quite right, it comes straight up the Shah Jahan Mosque working. You, Anita Allen, are right.
I mean,
and I'm wrong. But it is true that I think my communities are the oldest communities, even if they haven't got the oldest mosque.
I mean, it's still not right. Still wasn't right. Just saying. It was right. Let's just stay with that for more than a nanosecond. I think it was right. Okay, so I think we've answered that in such exhaustive detail. We might have to be a bit quicker with the other questions.
I think we're banging on too long. Time for a break.
Welcome back to Empire with me, Anita Arnon.
And me, William Durham.
Get better, didn't you, with time?
I'll be
It's better than the second part. It's all practice. Right, so where were we? Paul Cook. Are there any titles you'd recommend that I should watch or read? Let's say read as well, and why? Let's kick off with that. That's a lovely question.
What? Oh, good. Sorry.
Obviously, all about the. Apart from that, I'll start. There's a wonderful historian who has written about that whole period of the last years, the eye of the first immigrants to Britain, and I owe her so much. She's wonderful. Rosina Vizran. Rosina Vizran, who is fabulous. So anything by Rosina Vizran is worth reading. I'm going to give you two. Okay, I'm going to give you one which is a sort of serious academic book. That's Rosina. And the second thing I would recommend, if you just want to get into the sentiment of perhaps modern India, there's a, and you'll enjoy it no matter where you're from the world. There's a lovely film that came out about 15, 20 years ago called Ladar, which is all about the game of cricket. And it's all about the cricket sahibs, the British.
You're not going to tell me it's a true story, is it?
No. No, it's nothing like. It just has to do with
just capering around.
No, but it's just fun. So look, it's just a fun thing about Indians, how they see themselves and how they saw those times. If you want to sort of have just a popcorn afternoon, I can recommend it. So the premise of it is you've got the British sahibs in their gymkhanas who don't like the natives coming in. They've brought cricket to India. And this is the first time. Tom Holland's going to hate this movie. I don't know Tom's seen it. It's going to make his skin peel off. Anyway, they suddenly teach the natives how to play cricket. And guess what happens? Anyway, I'll leave it to you. I don't want to blow the ending. I'm like, William.
What is Ram Gour's famous line that that cricket is an Indian game accidentally invented in Britain?
I don't know. Okay. Well, anyway, that's my quick answer. What should people read? What's a really good read on Empire? What would you say?
Oh, goodness. I got a library here of God knows how many books all about this. What if I had to take one or two to my desert island? Well, we've just been talking about Anup Giri swinging through North India in the 19th century. And there's this extraordinary book by William Pinch on warrior yogis, which is one of the strangest and most wonderful books.
I'll throw one more in. You know what? We should do a little either a book review thing or something where we do recommendations every month.
I'd love to do that, to really think this through and come up with,
Hey, listen, thank you for that. Paul Cook, stormingly good question. Okay, I'm going to roll two questions into one. So this question is from Ian Charney. Why did Europeans manage to completely take over countries like America, New Zealand and Australia, yet did not do the same in Africa and India? Was it due to the size of the population, the existing size of the population? And let's just tie that together with another question here. Why were the British unable to settle permanently in India like Australia and other countries? Were their interests purely economic and traditional, or they weren't accepted by Indians to live among them?
So this is really one of the crucial questions on the British in India. And the answer is that the British in India, particularly after the collapse of the American colonies, when in the 1780s Washington and all the other fathers of the American nations fought off the British, the British reacted to that by making sure that there was never going to be in India a settler class who had land and began passing it permanently onto their successors. And one of the people who put this into law was Cornwallis, who of course was the person who was defeated at Yorktown by Washington, and who then got hired by the East India Company to come and run their Indian possessions. You could think, as he did up in North America, they could find someone more useful.
What were the references like? I don't want to.
Anyway. But this is a crucial point. So Cornwallis, having seen that British and other European migrants settled in America, put down roots, took farmland, and then rebelled against the British. Took out legislation to make sure that would never happen in India. And it became illegal for the Brits to own property in India. So throughout their entire time, most Brits, with the exception, I think, of hill stations, and those there were special permits for those who had indigo plantations or opium plantations. But beyond that, no Brit could own land in India. And so they lived in rented houses, largely, and they retired at the end of their career, which meant you had whole colonies of ex-colonials in towns like Cheltenham and Tunbridge Wells. So all these people who would spend their entire working life in India always ended up at the end of their careers coming home. Those who couldn't afford Tunbridge Wells or Cheltenham went to Australia. And from the 1840s onwards, you begin to get large numbers of the poorer, less successful ex-colonials who made it further down the ladder than some others, buying land among what were then the former convicts of New South Wales.
That is so interesting.
Isn't that interesting? And so,
it is interesting.
And this is something that I think many people don't realise, and I didn't realise it for a long time until I had to follow up on this with my research. Is that the good thing about this was that it meant that when the Brits were kicked out of India, they were literally able to pack up their bags and go. They would march through the gateway of India, board a troop ship, head home, and that was that. There were a few that stayed on as judges or initially as army officers and so on for 2 or 3 years afterwards, the stayers on. But what there wasn't a colonial class with plantations, with agricultural land that they'd passed on from father to son and would defend. So this was the difference between the British in Rhodesia, who did fight the anti-colonial movements, and you have long-running wars with insurgencies in Rhodesia against a white settler colony, or even more bloody, the French in Algeria. So the French Pied Noir put down roots in Algeria. They violently take over land. They evict the existing holders of land in Algeria, and when the independence struggle in Algeria reaches its peak, you have years of violent conflict and terrorism and counterterrorism and torture and bombs going off in cafes in Algiers and that whole sort of Battle of Algiers scenario, and it leaves a kind of major scar on the French psyche, and you get whole generations of ex-colonials, people like Bernard-Henri Lévy, who then make a whole career out of suspicion of Islam. And many of Bernard-Henri Lévy's writings subsequently are tinged with a very deep suspicion of radical Islam born from his childhood in Algeria. And I once remember reviewing his book on Daniel Pearl, and that seemed to me to be almost completely unhinged.
So Daniel Pearl, we should say, was a British journalist who was covering the early stages.
Welcome. How are you?
In Pakistan, knew it very well, inside, outside, but then was taken one day.
What's good, Hang?
And then he was horrifically beheaded. The first videos of
What's good?
The world,
It was certainly one of the most. Yeah. But anyway, so this.
My G, you're breaking up. Yeah, how you been, dog? Amazing. Thank you for asking. What's good in your neck of the woods? Good. Excellent to hear. Yeah, man, I go outside every day. Or a bathroom or something, yeah. Yeah, I do, but it doesn't really, like, what are you, my boss? Like, what, are you keeping tabs on me, on my whereabouts? What's the deal? Right. So, I mean, I do other things. So, how are things in your life? What's good? You're flying where? Oh, this week? 2 more weeks. You come into Los Angeles? Oh, the LBC. Very cool. I used to live in Long Beach. It's a nice place. There you go. Yeah, dog. Yes, definitely. From like, well, I don't know if you're familiar, but like Long Beach to Fountain Valley is basically all different cultures. So there's Cambodians, large Vietnamese population there. In Irvine, there's a large Chinese population. So it's kind of like a melting pot. I don't like to get political, so I stay out of it. I think both sides are corrupt, so I don't really discuss politics. What? I'm watching a podcast. Yeah, it's morning. It's 6:26 in the morning. So I'm watching a podcast. Feel free to listen along if you want. It's on the East Indian Trading Company, the British East Indian Company, and it's pretty fascinating. So you should be able to see it on the other screen. I started in 2021, so 3 years ago. Yep. I think I'm the only one who does it like that. Correct. Nope. All right. It's what I like to do. It's literally what everybody else does in their life is just chill on the internet, except I turn a camera on. It's really no different. You do the same thing, but there's no camera on you. But you go on the internet, you go on your favorite website, you go on Facebook or Reddit or TikTok or whatever. It's exactly the same thing. Except I just turn a camera on. That's really the only difference. There are people who like to travel the world, and there are people who like to do all kinds of exotic things. I don't like to do that. I mean, I like to travel, but frankly, I like to be comfortable. Comfortable is the number one thing I like. And being able to just chill, watch football, play video games, make friends very easily. Like this is listen to podcasts, exactly. It's paradise. I really enjoy it. And I think that if you took a person from the 1800s or the 1700s or the 1600s, they'd say, wait a second. So you have all the food that you need. You have climate controlled environment. You can connect with anyone in the world that you want. Why would you go anywhere? That sounds like the best place in the world. Exactly. So, I mean, basically, I see everyone as trying to get where I am, where you don't have to work and you don't have a boss and you just do whatever you want. That's what everybody wants. But people get maybe jealous or envious of it and they want to say, well, you need to do this. It's like, dog, I don't have to do shit. I don't have to do anything that I don't want to do. And people get jealous of that. And so they're like, well, we want you to do this. Well, guess what? I don't have to do anything. I am my own man. make my own decisions. And what do I want to do? Relax, watch TV, watch sports, listen to comedy, listen to podcasts. That's what I like to do. Right. And I'm passionate about this. I love being able to archive the world. I love having my conversations be stored. I love the ability to connect with people in any country. And I can't do that if I'm trying to get Wi-Fi in an airport. I don't like that. What? I mean, like I just take out trash and stuff. What about it? Of course. This is what everyone wants to do in the world. Basically, they want to be comfortable, they want to be cool, and they want to be protected from the elements. They don't want a boss. They don't want they want to be able to say whatever they want to say. They want to be able to listen to whatever they want to listen to and watch whatever they want to do. I mean, literally, it's what everybody wants to do. The one thing that I don't basically have the ability to do, not saying I don't have the ability to do, it's just difficult to do because I want to keep streaming the whole time, is have sex. Aside from that, I got everything that I want right now. And I know when I go viral, I'll be able to have sex with any chick that I want in the world. So it's like in the back of my mind, just a bonus. I like there are people who have really, really intricate hobbies. And I respect those hobbies. I mean, this started with my hobby. I would go golfing and I would video my golf swing. That's how this all started. So, I mean, I think it's important to ar- archive as much data as you can. But when I really came down to it, I liked the archiving more than I like golf. I mean, I love golf. There's no doubt about it. And I would still love to play. But I realized that it's more fun for me to just know that I'm recording the world's history than anything else in the world. This is what I love more than anything. And if you took this, if somebody took this away from me, I wouldn't, I wouldn't be happy. This is really what I love to do. It's, I mean, I've had all kinds of hobbies in my life. I've had running, long distance running, short distance running, jogging. I've had swimming. I've had golf. I have all kinds of sports, soccer, and all kinds of other things. Those are all great. I love them. They're fun. But there's nothing that I want more than to be in my bed, comfortable in my pajamas, watching something that's interesting to me that where I can learn. I guess that's kind of the thing that I like more than this than anything is I have ability to learn whenever I want. And what I hate, believe it or not, I can't stand is when I have a question and I can't look it up because I don't have data or I don't have ability to connect to Wi-Fi or something. And then it drives me bonkers that, oh, there's this question that I have that I'd really like to ask Google or ask ChatGPT or something, and I can't. That kind of stuff bothers me. Here, if I have a question, people don't realize how amazing it is that I can go and just with the push of a button say, give me 100 different hobbies in the world. And with the push of a button, it'll say painting, drawing, sketching, photography, gardening, hiking, fishing, bird watching, swimming, cycling, running. The fact that people aren't doing this all day long is kind of surprising to me because there's more based in AI than there is in the entire outer world. I'm not saying the outer world isn't important and that it's not fun to go outside and such, but frankly, I would say this. If I had the ability to stream outside like I do now, like I camera people, okay, that's a different deal. Then I'm still archiving everything and then I get that benefit and then I can go out and go to the store or go to Disneyland or go on a road trip or something like that, that's all cool. But until I've got that kind of influence where I have people who will do the videoing for me, the top thing that I like in the world is being on camera and archiving as much footage as I can. It really is, it's my passion. I love it. I have loved a lot of things in the world, but I have never gotten so much joy out of archiving my life. It's because I know that it's important for future generations. And I mean, I can go back, and I even do this sometimes. I'll put something down and I won't know what I did with it. Like I'll put my phone down or I'll put something down, and I'll go back to my video and watch where I put it down, and I'll be able to find it like instantaneously. And I think that's a really cool aspect of it, that I even use these streams for practical purposes, but I'm a futuristic thinker. And so I think to myself, if I want to make the biggest impact on history, the way that I can do it is by being the world's greatest archiver. And that's what I've essentially become. And I'm not able to do that, as I call it, in the field. I mean, I've tried in the past. I've had 4 different phones and 4 different data lines, which is very expensive. And it turns out that it is not really feasible, at least with connectivity in Los Angeles. It's like you have one phone that goes down, or you'll get throttled from your uploading, or the battery will overheat, or the battery will die on you. I've done all of this in all over California, and I recognize it's very difficult to do, but also the quality isn't what I want it to be. I want to be live on 8 different streams at least at any given time. I want to be able to connect with people anywhere in the world. But if I'm out in the sunshine, I can't even read my phone. It's so bright, let alone actually have what I feel good archive footage. I mean, there are IRL streamers, and I've done it, it's hard, who do that kind of stuff, but they don't do it 24 hours a day. My niche is 24 hours a day. That's what I get pride out of, that I am always live. You can always come here and find me. And if you can't, I don't know, perhaps I'm on a walk, perhaps I'm taking out the trash, perhaps I don't know, in the bathroom or something like that. But generally, you can always connect with me. And I think that's a special gift. Not everybody has that. I mean, I can't go to you and just be like, hey, what's Hang doing right now? And be like, see everything into your life, which that's fine. You have that kind of privacy, but I don't mind. If you want to check out what I'm doing at any given time, generally, you know, I'm always going to be here and be contactable unless I'm asleep or something. And that's what I get a lot of pride out of. I get so much joy out of streaming, knowing that in the future, people will watch this perhaps and know that I was so fucking smart for archiving all of this for the world. I mean, I get joy out of people in the future knowing what I did was smart. Like, I think people in the future will look at many people who criticize me like they're just dumb. Like, why wouldn't you want to be comfortable all the time and climate controlled all the time and be connected to anyone in the world? Like, I'm talking to you, you're in another country, and we're talking just effortlessly. In reality, or in the real world, that's a very difficult thing to do. And then additionally, I have to make sure that I have everybody's consent to have them all on camera and all these other things. At least in the United States, it's a lot of work, especially doing things in the field. So at least right now in my life, I treat life to live as comfortably as possible. And I don't know why other people don't. That's true, or perhaps I'm different. But for me, this is as happy as I can be. I can watch whatever I want. I can learn about whatever I want. I mean, I'm learning about the British East India Company and what they've done in the subcontinent of India. I can't. Even if I went to India and tried to learn all this, I couldn't just sit down and get 8 hours worth of like exactly what I need. No, what would I do? I'd have to connect to Wi-Fi there and get on a podcast. People don't realize the beauty and power of the internet and YouTube. We have at our beck and call or our fingertips all of the world's knowledge, and I do my that's what makes me happy is learning. And so once I'm in a comfortable spot, I can learn as much as I want and get smarter and smarter. And I feel like when I'm not connected to the internet, I don't have that ability. No, I'm saying if I wanted to learn about the British East India Company firsthand in India, if I wanted to do that, I would essentially get there and I'd have to deal with poor hygienics. I'd have to deal with no bathrooms. I'd have to deal with perhaps bad food. I'd have to deal with poor water quality. Perhaps I have to pay a whole lot of money to stay in a place. Why do I want to do any of that? That's just to learn the same stuff that I can watch on YouTube. So and plus, I mean, you can connect with me, Caspian C can connect with me, anyone in quite a few different Discords can connect with me. That's a cool thing. Just knowing that at any given time somebody can pop into your life and change it. That's really exciting to me. So this is what brings me happiness. I would say that when I had a job, I enjoyed my work. I enjoyed what I do. I'm a certified project management professional. But even still, the best day at work was never basically as good as when I got home and I could kick off my shoes and watch TV and do whatever I wanted because I knew that I was free at that point. I didn't have to work for anyone else. I didn't have anyone else telling me what I could and couldn't do. At this point, it's a thing of beauty to me to be able to learn about any given subject at the push of a button. I mean, right now, if I want to, I can live stream the NFL. I can live stream any soccer game I want in the world. We're at a point in history where we haven't always had these options. And now that we do, not only do I want to take advantage of them, but I want to record myself as I do it. I think that's very beneficial to the world. So I get multiple streams of joy from this. I get the fact that I'm recording myself and recording this for the future, and that I get to learn about whatever I want. That's just the best for me. I absolutely love that. I mean, let's take, for instance, I like stand-up comedy. Okay. Now to go see stand-up comedy at, like, say, the Irvine Improv, I've been there. I've seen performances there. Okay. If I go there, it costs like hundreds of dollars for the whole night. And maybe I laugh really, really hard. Maybe I don't. I mean, I know that it's better in person. Or I could watch every single comedian of all time for free in my bed. That's what I like to do. And for people who feel like, yeah, but you don't get the social aspects of things. Yes, I do. I watch stand-up comedy with people in here all the time. And we talk and we chat. Just because we're not next to each other doesn't necessarily mean that we can't have a connection. And I kind of think that, not that touching grass is overrated. It's not. It's important to touch grass every day. And I do my best to. But people don't realize how special the internet is, especially now, where you can put anything basically on the internet and it's not all that restricted. So at least in the United States, if I want to watch a podcast, if I want to watch stand-up comedy, if I want to watch a movie, everything is at a push of a button. If you were to take a person, let's just say, really realistically, someone from like 1900, okay, and you said to them, okay, you have the ability to go put on a suit and tie and go to perhaps like 1920 and go to a movie house. You have to pay to do that though. So you have to go pay to do it. And there's going to be smoke wafting all over the place, and people are going to be coughing, and kids are going to be crying, and maybe somebody's going to want to be talking to you and you don't want to talk to them. You could either have that where you have to pay money and do that, or you can stay at home, watch it for free. You don't have to leave your bedroom, and you can wear whatever you want. And on top of that, you can watch all this stuff with other people. It's not like I think I'm probably one of the most social people on earth. I am talking to people in different countries 24 hours a day in different aspects. So, frankly, I get sick of people. I talk to so many people on a given day. Not that I don't like talking with people. I do. I enjoy it a lot. But eventually, I'm going to do my own thing. And, if you want to watch along or learn alongside, that's great. And I want other people to do the same thing, Hang. Like, the best thing that people do, or what I really like, is exactly what Caspian C's doing, which is he lives his own life. He does his own thing. He's got his own projects that he's doing, but whenever he can, he's here, and we update each other on our progress and what's going on. And it's like the same thing that people do in IRL world, but we just do it a lot better because it's so much easier. We're always connected. Normally in IRL world, hey, I'm going to call you and tell you what's going on, or we have to set up an engagement or some kind of dinner or something. Things happen, right? And especially with how expensive the world is, it's something that I get as much joy for free in this world that I think you can get. Meaning, if I want to see a beautiful woman, I can see the most beautiful woman on earth, the 10 of them, 100 of them, and I could see them doing anything they want in any clothing that they want, all for free. Anything I want. If I want to hear the funniest person on earth, I absolutely can. I just have to look at my own YouTube channel, or perhaps look at a special or something like that, all for free. This is the bee's knees. This is as good as it gets. Everyone, there's a saying Jerry Seinfeld has, who is a stand-up comedian. He says something like, everybody's trying to get you to go out. Everybody's trying to get you to go do something and all of these things. And once you go out, everybody says, all right, well, now we're out. Now what do we want to do? Well, we want to go back home. Why? Because we want to be comfortable. We want to be able to let our hair down and relax. And that's really important to me. You're exactly right. Everybody, anyway, if they're outside, they're walking around like this all day. So they're already doing what I'm doing. I'm just comfortable when I do it. Well, if you go to Hollywood, it's very well. Let me even just say this: if we took you to Hollywood right now, Hollywood's not really where you go, but like if you went to Beverly Hills or something like that, and you wanted to talk to someone, they will ignore you. They don't want to have. They think you want something from them, so they're like, "Look, I don't. You're panhandling or whatever," because they've been approached by so many people that they are just blind to that. So you couldn't go up to someone and be like, "Hey, do you want to be friends?" Fuck no, I don't want to be friends. Get the fuck out of here. However, online, I can be like, hey, do you want to have a conversation? And come to my VC, come to my Discord, and I can have a friend for life that way. It's all about the way in which you approach someone. And I feel I can make a lot more friends online if needed than I can. I have communities, and certainly before I started this project, had very large communities, which I still love, and I love those people. But they recognize that this is really important to me. And also, there's a way for me to get very, very wealthy doing this. Perhaps the richest person in the world, because data is Earth's number one resource. And I have more data on the internet than any person ever. So it's like, it's dumb. It's actually dumb to me, people who don't record their lives or become influencers or creators or something like that, because the prices of things are only going to go up, and things are going to be more and more difficult to be able to achieve, to be able to buy food and things like that, and rent and all of these things. When if you just create enough content, eventually you will become famous. You'll be able to pay all your bills. You'll be able to pay all your family's bills, all your friends' bills. You'll be able to give money to charities and basically change your entire life if you just do it long enough. And so I see this as, like I said, two ways of joy. More than that, there's the fact that I'm comfortable all the time, that I get to learn everything that I want, the fact that I have the ability to record everything that I'm doing. And then even more than that, there's like this little thing in the back of my mind that knows once this gets popular enough and enough people start seeing what I do, I become very, very famous, and then I can do whatever I want. Now, let's talk this, Hang. If I had more money than I ever needed, I would do all of the same things that I do, but in hotels around the world. So I would do the same thing. I'd have the same cameras, or maybe better cameras, and I'd have a camera crew, but I'd still want to record it all. And I really, I mean, I might go on more boat tours or, museum tours to be able to see things with my own eyes. But as you know, all that stuff is very, very expensive, especially if you're in another country or in another city and you don't have a place to stay. As of right now, I do what I can to make sure that I have my rent paid and my food provisions paid. And once that's taken care of, I'm a happy camper. But I will say this, once I go viral and have all the money that I ever need, perhaps, then I will modify this and just basically stream my life, but in different cities around the world. But a lot of that will take place in hotel rooms because I like being comfortable. That's true. There are some people who enjoy, I would say, like certain hobbies that give them thrills, like hang gliding and rock climbing and all that kind of stuff. And that's all fine, and I respect that. But to me, that's an unnecessary risk to your own life. Once we have it so that we have safety measures and you don't die doing these things because maybe you have like an airbag system that expands around you so that you don't fall from a mountain or something like that, that's totally different. But right now, all that stuff is very, very dangerous. And, really, I'm about data. I'm about the recording of data. And when I'm in my car driving around, I may be recording that, but the quality isn't good. And I've got maybe one or two cameras going as opposed to 30 that I have right now. That's all really exciting to me. Look who it is, Straight Savage, you sandbagging son of a bitch. How you living, pimp? Hey, I just want to make sure that everybody in here is in the know. How you living, big dog? Oh, join the club. Uh, what are people saying? What do people say? Hey, you know what? That's life in a big city. I will say this, Kick has done a good job and implemented in order to be able to comment on someone's in someone's chat, they need, like, you can put a time limit on, or you can put an age on how old their account has to be. Are you aware of this? Yeah, I just saw it yesterday for the first time. So basically, when like you have the ability to say, hey, it's the best compliment I can get. I'm living rent free in people's minds, and I don't even know it. Um, so Kick right here. Hello, hello, the man, the myth, the legend. How are you, Ken? Excellent. Hey, pleasure to meet you, my man. Absolutely. I'm still grinding it out. I have my bots going, and but Kick just introduced a new some kind of restriction, which is great. I think it's good that in order to comment in someone's chat, their account has to be like a certain days old. And once you start doing that, that gets rid of someone who does what I do. But that's fine. I've been able to essentially become a celebrity, mini celebrity, by just doing what I do. So did you see that they do have that feature? There you go. It's smart, man. So but yeah, I mean, frankly, I I I'm happy they did that. And I think that that's a positive thing, because the more protections that the platform can have, the more people who will want to join it. And I'm not saying that what I'm doing is the nicest thing in the world, but I do teach people how to avoid it. Hey, put on time limits, make sure that the account is a certain number of days old. If you even have that the account is 1 day old, I'm never going to spam you, because I create so many different accounts that I'll go after the low hanging fruit of people who don't have those settings on, and I won't mess with you at all. So I think it's a smart thing. Apologies, you were muted. Unless you're talking to somebody else. Are you talking to me? I'll take that as a no. Well, I'm going to watch your stream. Let's see what Straight Savage is doing, kids. He'll be able to watch it on this stream. All right. Straight Savage, folks. X. Straight. X. Savage. X. There he is. He's got 6,000 followers, folks. 5,000 of which probably start with Join Rabbi's Discord. All right. Let's listen to him. What's he got going today? Hey, Tegan Fox, I see your message. I'll teach you how to do it. It's really easy. Shout out to Tegan Fox. I'm real, baby. I'm real. Okay, I see you. But I don't know why I can't hear you. It's probably my computer. That's all right, babies. We'll find him on another account. Here he is. There he is.
Yeah, Foxy. So what it does is when it first comes in, it follows your channel.
That's right.
Um,
Then it creates a clip.
Comment and immediately creates the clip.
Then it creates a clip. Yes. It's a beautiful thing. Shout out to Straight Savage's new setup. It's amazing. I feel like I'm flying through space with him. Oh, there he is. You said you got a new computer? Oh, is it much more powerful? I can tell. I've noticed, I think the first day that you did the background. Hey, welcome, Sophia. Sophia, we have a famous Kick streamer here. His name is Straight Savage. He's amazing. And Sophia is my friend from Discord. So that's a little introduction. How was your sleep? Absolutely. Then, well, they're just really good friends and really loyal individuals. Um, oh no, those are all mine. I wouldn't punish anybody. Yeah, I wouldn't punish anybody by asking them to do bots for me. No. That's all mine. What I do is I use a random username generator now, just to keep the moderation team on their toes, because I literally told, I don't know if I told you, so I had an interview with Ori. Do you know who Ori is? Ouri? Excellent. And we were able, I showed him in the Kick sign up process that there was a major bug and that basically it only worked 50% of the time. And hey, tell Foxy, I saw their comment. If they come in here, tell them to go to discord.me/rabbi. I'll teach them how to do it. It's very easy and it's free if they're interested. But shout out to Eddie. And it'll take 10 minutes. It takes 10 minutes. And you could make it so that you had unlimited people following you if you wanted, and it just creates a new account and makes another follower, et cetera, et cetera. I also I had this interview with Ori, and after the interview, believe it or not, guess who accepted my friend request in Discord? X Straight Savage. Take a guess of anyone in the world. I'll help you. It was Eddie Craven. Eddie Craven, the man, the myth, the legend, and I are friends in Discord. So at least that's something. And I really think that Kick's going to be an amazing platform. It already is, and I think it's the next big wave of platforms on the internet. And you are in perfect position, X Straight Savage, to be able to be at the forefront of that. And I've told you this since I've ever known you. You are going to be seen as a trailblazer for 420 culture. Now, you were saying you just built a new computer. It's much faster. I can tell you're doing so many different things. I'm watching you right here. I'm watching Straight Savage right here while I'm talking with him, and he's got a background that's sending me through interstellar space on one, and on the other, it's a normal setup. You've got to have a really strong computer to be multitasking like that. So that's pretty fascinating, my man. Wow. Amazing. What spurred the change in computers? Had to upgrade. I gotcha. Well, I mean, I can even tell the difference in just kind of as a amateur observer. I said, wow, he must have changed something because your stream it's super powerful, and it's just going to continue to get more powerful. So that's amazing. Good on you, man. Oh, I think it was the best thing you could have done for your stream. I'm just telling you, I see your stream all the time. I noticed it immediately, and it you never know what's going to be going on. You never know what's going to be going on behind you, and you just keep it really exciting. So I think that was a phenomenal move. Oh, even better, man. I just heard you were playing uh Riptide, and while that was going, it's amazing. I mean, and it's all focused on you. Heyo. And it's so smooth. That's the thing, is like it's flawless. I always There you go. Did you There you go. Oh wow, then I'm indebted to him major time. Tell him when I go viral, I have so much data online that I will pay all of those off. So tell him to keep tracking each one of them, and we'll add them all up at the end, and I'll give him $10 for each one. Easily, easily. It's more than worth it. I mean, I know that I've annoyed a lot of people on the internet simply out of the bots that I've created, and I want to help them all in the future. They will be happy that I spam them. They'll be like, "Hey, I have I have proof that Rabbi was spamming me way back in the day." Well, that's very nice. Well, thank you. I know. I know. Absolutely. And I have love for Straight Savage. Absolutely. It's a beautiful thing. Hey, what's going on, Tempura? How you living, pimp? Welcome, welcome. Well, that's phenomenal. So aside from that, what else do you have going on the kick side of things, Straight Savage? Any other developments? I gotcha. I I gotta say, with each day, kick keeps growing. I keep seeing new creators, new people who are adding to the platform, and I go and I check every single day how many people are at least in just chatting, and it's growing, especially in other languages too. So I don't even know what they're always saying, but it's really become a very exactly. Exactly. And you're always in the top 10%. More than that, though, you're usually in the top 25 streamers whenever you're streaming, which, is right where you want to be. And I even know that people take notice of you on Reddit. Have you seen people take notice of you on Reddit? I defended you, dog. Absolutely. Yeah, but I mean that's just gonna happen with with it's the name of the game, and it's like, dog, go get a life. You know, if they're taking notice of you, that means that whatever you're doing is working. So I think that that's phenomenal. Oh wow. I did not. I didn't have a chance. I know you were number one of all the people. Frankly, of all the people, you're the least person like that. There are so many people, and I even take note of who they are, but I'm not going to go make posts about them or whatever. But I think if you're not first, you're last, as they say in Talladega Nights. And so you're number one, but you aren't the number one person even of that. Not even close. That's why I was shocked. I was really shocked. I'm like, really? Straight Savage? That's who you're going after? You're not going after all of the other people who have like tens of thousands of people who are watching them simultaneously and nothing. And so, and like, just as you're seeing, you have real people in your chat. You communicate with them regularly. So I think that should just be water off a duck's back. No big deal. Just tells you that you're getting bigger and more noticed. It's going to happen. It's definitely going to happen. I mean, that just happens when you get more and more popular. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Okay. Well, I can tell you that I'll take a look at what you sent me. Let's see here. You too, my friend. Take care. Pleasure. Excellent. Sophia, to be honest with you, I it's the thought that counts, and I do have a home address, which you certainly could send something, but I don't want anything from anyone. That your thought is more than enough, and I want you to know as well that I have in the past accepted gifts from people, and it's fine, but I run into people who then want to hang out whenever they're in town. Not that that would be you or anything like that, but I've just kind of decided, you know what, I'm good on accepting things for the time being. I want to be a giver. And Sophia, you should know that you're going to be one of the first people who is taken care of in this. You've been a very loyal, good friend for the time that we've known each other, and just know that it is the gift, the thought that counts, and I really appreciate that. And I've thought about getting a PO box so that not everything comes to my house, but then it's another thing. You could absolutely do that. And if you do that, I will feature it and I will post it on, I'll like repost it on my social media too, if you wanted me to do that. You should know though, just the fact, like the best thing in the world that you can do for me is just be here whenever you have time. And you already do that. So I could ask no more of what, I mean, that's what you do, what Caspian Sea does, what some of the other people do when they're here. It just brings me great joy. And I was just talking to someone from Cambodia, and I was saying that like how much joy I get out of live streaming and just being able to learn and being able to socially interact with anyone from anywhere in the world. That's what I find really, really positive. And but yeah, I will say that your personality and your presence has just been a real joy for this Discord. You know what hasn't been a real joy for this Discord? I got my karaoke account banned. Yeah. So I'm in the middle of an appeal, which I think I'll win. But the reason why they banned it was they said sexuality and nudity, which is like, I'm fully, Yeah, I can even show you. The reason why I got my account banned was due to sexuality / nudity. And I think, I think it was a mistake because I'm fully clothed the whole time. And it's not like I am talking about anything like exceptionally graphic. And, but yeah, it got banned on Friday. And so I appealed it and we'll see how it goes. That happens too. That's a thought too. I think, okay, so just one moment. Of all the reasons, like I get a lot of reasons why I'm banned, for different reasons. Like what? Some people say like I spam, which I get that, but I don't do that anymore. Here's what they say. Hi, hashtag Viral Rabbi on YouTube. We have reviewed your content and found severe or repeated violations of our community guidelines. Because of this, we removed your channel from YouTube. Okay, so then I did an appeal and it says what you can do next. Appeal here. And the specific reason they gave me was the sex and nudity policy. Be like, hey, I would love to see the video that you have of me violating this because I think that this is a mistake. But yeah, so I appealed it and I'm just waiting on their response. And oh yeah, exactly. No, you most certainly would have. But I didn't do that. I wouldn't do that on that account. That's just not in my nature. I'm not to say I wouldn't get naked. I think that it's a natural part of the human body, but I wouldn't do it knowing that children would be able to see it, or that it would be something that perhaps could, you know, make me lose an account or something like that. But yeah, I will say that I am waiting patiently for the ability to get that account back. I had some really good concerts. I did, since like you had seen some of them. I did, okay, so I did like love songs, I did crooners, I did doo-wop. Doo-wop's the one where I got banned. Of all of the genres, doo-wop, like songs from the 1950s. You're telling me that's too sexual? Yeah, exactly. So I I think I mean, I've lost accounts before and I've gotten them back. I don't always get them back, but sometimes I do. And so I feel pretty confident that, I shouldn't say pretty confident. I'm about 50-50 if I get this one back. If I don't, okay, it's not the end of the world. The funny thing is, all of that content is still backed up on all my other streams, and I have all of it on hard drives too. So at least of those concerts. So it's not too much of an issue. I can re-upload it, or I have all of it. Nothing is lost. But it was quite interesting to me. Yeah, exactly. That's what would really bother me, is if they totally shut down all of my accounts or something like that. But at this point, we're just waiting on their response. And if they say you don't get that account back, oh well. Guess what? I already created another account that I can just replace that account with, so it doesn't really matter. And I know that I'm not going to get famous on YouTube. It's too hard. What I will get famous on is Discord, from people knowing that I stream my life all of the time. I got in trouble yesterday in the karaoke server, which I loved. It was really something. I was really positive in there. I was really optimistic, and I got a message yesterday at like 6 or like 5:50 in the evening, saying like, hey, we just want to let you know, we're warning you that you need to tell people that if you're live streaming in the background or something like that. And I responded at 6:19, and so that's like less than 30 minutes later, and they had banned me. I'm like, hey, why did I get banned? They're like, if you're going to live stream while people are performing karaoke, you have to tell everyone in the stream that you're live streaming on YouTube. Now, I would say this: whenever I would sing, I would say I live stream my life for 24/7, 365 for world peace. But that's the best I can do without like getting in trouble for self-promotion. And so if I tell people, hey, I'm live streaming you on YouTube, come check out my YouTube channel, or if you want to see, like, that to me borders on self-promotion as well. So it's kind of one of those things: you're darned if you do and you're darned if you don't. I did appeal that though, and the moderation team, they were I feel kind of difficult. They said, I'm like, look, I responded within like 30 minutes. They said, we were watching your stream when you looked at our message and we saw that you just shrugged it off. That was absolutely not true. I didn't even know they sent me a message. So they're like, they're looking to get me for some reason or whatever. And I explained to them, unless you can see that what I was doing on my computer, which you can't, you don't know if I shrugged off or what I didn't. I have so many, look at all these computers. I mean, you don't, I'm a busy person. So I said, so that means I get a permanent ban for the rest of my life. I'm never, ever able to sing karaoke in here again. Like thinking to myself, like, whatever, if that's their plan, fine. I've got like 1,000 other accounts I'll use. And they're like, well, we're not saying that you can't appeal in the future, but for now it's a permanent ban. I'm like, oh, okay, fine. So I'll wait a week and then I'll get back in there. And if not, I did make a lot of friends in there, so I can put some pressure on them with those people just to ask, hey, is there any way that you can let this person back? It's incredible to me that they would flat out permanent ban me for that when you have people in there who say terrible, terrible things and all kinds of very, very, very bad things. And they don't get banned. They don't even get muted. So I don't know. Oh, absolutely. And that's a major thing on the internet. Women are rare, and thus they'll do anything to have women in their server. And you're right. Right. And I get it. I mean, if Discord is going to let me put links to my other social media, I'm going to do it. And I'm going to do it better than anybody else. I'm going to maximize them. I'm going to make sure every single slot is filled. And then when people see that, they say, well, that's self-promotion or that's advertising. It's like Discord's the one who allows you to do this. I'm not the one who came up with this idea. So it's one of those things. I just will be patient. And like I get banned for so many different reasons. I get banned just because I go into a Discord and they just say I'm a bot. And I have to go through the whole appeal process. This happened with me within the last 4 hours. I went into someone's Discord, and a huge Discord, 300,000 people. And I really wanted to turn my camera on, but they don't let you turn your camera on in there. So all I did was have the account in the VC, and somebody's like, oh, this is a bot. So then I have to go through the appeal process and I say, look, I'm not a bot. I'm just trying to make new friends. How else am I supposed to do it? Then they undo it. And it's like, it's very time consuming to be able to do things like that. But I know that little by little, I make some major waves and make some major inroads with people and make more friends. And it's just a matter of time. One thing that you may have noticed, perhaps, I've got my camera back on and socialize, which is a good thing. I was unable to stream my. Thank you. If you remember, I did not know what they did was they said you had to be a level 20, and I didn't I was only a level 17, and I didn't realize every Discord's every server's different with how you gain experience points. So some of them are you have to do chatting. Some of them are you just have to have your microphone on. Some of them are you can't be muted or whatever. I didn't realize you couldn't be muted and still you gain experience, but like only like 5 points a day. It's very, very minimal. So I was talking with our other friend, that person, his name is Sir Toxel or Sir Smokes a Lot, who was in here, and he was like, oh yeah, if you have to be unmuted. So it just took me like one afternoon and I was able to unmute myself and have everything work out. And so now I'm able. Exactly. And what I also did was created a robot that logs me in. So here's what happens with any computer. If you let it go long enough, the app will eventually crash. It's just apps aren't built to work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Eventually, especially on a phone, you'll just run into issues. And so to avoid those issues, I created a robot on the phone that every hour it refreshes it, like closes the program and reopens it and gets me back into everywhere that I need. So now these people, I get these messages like, hey, I'm watching you and you're 10 feet away from the phone, and yet it's doing all kinds of things on the screen. How are you able to do that? I mean, it's kind of an interesting thing where I'm raising people's interest by just some of the robots that I do. I mean, that's how Straight Savage came in here, you know. I mean, they're just like curious about how are you able to spam all this, and you know, but there are places where I spam, which is Kick, and there are places where I don't spam at all, which is Discord. I know where to spam and where not to spam. I don't, and with any of it, I don't have a malicious heart. If like on Kick, where people are like, oh, you spam so much, I tell them. I even told the owner of the platform how to avoid it, and he's my friend in Discord now. And it's, you just put a timer on how long you have to be following someone to be able to chat in their Discord, and it's no longer an issue. Or I just told Straight Savage something that Kick implemented recently, which is you have to have a certain aged account sometimes to be able to spam in someone's chat or talk in someone's chat. And that's really what, pardon me, Kick needed to implement, and I'm glad that they did. I don't want to annoy anyone any more than I need to. Once they know who I am, that's fine, and you know, we move on from there. It's for the people who don't know who I am, or the people, some people want me to spam them because they get paid based on how active their chat is. And when my bot comes in, it just boom, 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 boom. And that's an extra, I don't know, 5-10 cents for them every single time my bot comes in. And it's an extra follow that they get. So some people ask me to spam them. And you watch, Sophia, when this goes viral, everybody's going to want me to spam. They're going to be like, oh, Rabbi spammed me back in 2024. And it'll be like a badge of honor that they will wear. But in the meantime, and it could happen any day where this goes viral, I'm just getting more and more traction, especially, I mean, it's 7:27 in the morning and we've got, I don't know, 4 people in here, and just had another person. I've been talking with people all morning, essentially, from all over the world, and people know who I am, and they're generally positive to the movement. And the thing that I just have to avoid is do my best to not get banned in general. And sometimes it's difficult because people just don't like who I am or whatever. Like you said, perhaps it's because I'm a male. I can tell you there's a major difference when I create an account and put a very attractive avatar of a woman in a Discord. I get messages all day long from guys hitting on me, like 26 messages in a day, just with like a throwaway account. When if I use my normal account, I'll get maybe 5, like at a maximum. But it's incredible to me how all it takes is a pretty face and you'll have messages just rolling in. Discord itself is probably, I don't know the actual numbers, but it's probably close to like either 75% men or 90% men. It's, yeah. And so there's that. The Discords that I'm in, though, I'm getting some people who are requesting me to live stream my life in their Discords, that's really what I want. When somebody says, hey, that's cool, you mean I can have a portal into your life whenever I want? Yeah. And exactly. And so just recently somebody has, okay, so there's the daddy Discord, which I'm in, or dad Discord, and then there's the mom Discord. And the person who is head of the mom Discord, they have like 100,000 people in there, asked me recently, will you please stream just like you do in the dad Discord? And I said, sure. To me, it's a really cool thing. Like, look, normally if you go into someone's Discord, there's no one in the VC unless it's a really, really big Discord server, and there's not a whole lot going on, so people just come in and leave. But when I'm there, I'm always providing something. Normally I'm muted because, and I wouldn't normally be, but what will happen is I'll just keep my microphone on all the time, and somebody will be in there and they'll be like, hey, I'm trying to talk to you. Hey, I'm trying to talk to you. And I won't know it. And then they'll be like, all right, well, this person obviously is not paying attention. We need to ban them. And then I get banned for that. So I've just realized there's some things that you can do and some things that you can't do, and I just do my best to avoid the things that you can't do. But like, you know, a lot of these things turn into judgment calls. They're very subjective. So someone will say, Rabbi, you are advertising in the VC. And I'll say, where's your evidence? And they'll say, well, just look at your profile. And I'll say, okay, that's my profile. That's what it's supposed to be. Here's some stuff about me. It's not like I'm going into Discord saying, hey, come watch me on YouTube. That to me is self-promotion. And I understand why they don't want that. But and then you get other people who are like, yeah, that's, you know, if it's in your profile and you don't mention it, then it's not self-promotion. It's really, it's a subjective call. So I do what I can to kind of toe the line, but also play by the rules as best I can. So that's enough about my recent banning sessions. How are things going in your neck of the woods? You went back to work recently. How's work been? Okay, you do you. I'll keep talking. Don't worry, I'm good at that. Okay, so what else have I been doing? I get a lot of joy out of doing the karaoke concerts, and unfortunately, while that account did go down, hopefully I get it back. But even if I don't, I think I'm going to still continue to do those on a nightly basis, because a lot of times it'll be the middle of the night and it'll be kind of just dead everywhere, and that's when I get a good 2 or 3 hours in, and I get to be funny on them, and I get to, you know, do some artistic things and play air guitar and harmonica and all kind of things that bring me joy. And then when they're done, I get to share them with people, and that's exciting to me. I will say that a lot of people know who I am, and that's an exciting thing. Just, I know it's not everybody on earth, but it's a really a diverse group of people, and I think that's a positive, because there just takes one person to say, hey, I think what you're doing is really interesting, and I'm going to share that with the right group of friends, and then all of a sudden get some more and more people in here. The thing that where I get where I know that like what I'm doing is working is when I get people who are typing to me in YouTube, because that means that they found out about me somehow, some way, and now they actually know that I have a YouTube account and they can interact with me that way. I mean, it's really great when they come in the Discord. I should say that's probably the best, but if they're coming in and typing to me in YouTube, I mean, I've gone for 3 years basically with very few people who type to me in YouTube. In fact, I had a guy yesterday, a friend of mine. I say he's a friend, but like virtually, he's an artist, musical artist. He sent me his music in a CD form. I had to get a CD player and do all that kind of stuff. He sent it to my house, and he has been watching me for like more than 2 years, but we've never ever been able to talk like in a Discord or anything. So finally I was able to get him in here yesterday into the Discord, and it was like, oh man, it was like he knows all about me, and because he's been watching me for this whole time, but we just had never been able to talk face to face. And that's an exciting thing. Like, okay, finally I'm like able to onboard people to a place where they're able to be my real friend. And I think that's definitely a positive. I had somebody come in here this morning, and they've been watching me for a pretty good amount of time. I believe they're in Cambodia, though I don't exactly know. And the discussion we were having is what brings me joy. And while I go outside at least once a day for whatever, just to touch grass, I do get the most amount of joy being live streaming, knowing that I'm archiving whatever I'm doing for the future, but I get to learn about whatever I want. Right now, right before you came in and all the other people came in, I was listening to a podcast on the British East India Company. And that's just like, when I get to learn, that brings me more joy than really anything in the world, or a lot more than many things. I like to teach as well, but I like to learn, and that's really exciting to me. And I was explaining that, like, if you took a person who was in 1920s America and you said, like 100 years ago, 1924, and you said, all right, so what do you do for entertainment? And they'd be like, well, I put on a suit and tie and I take, I go to the local movie theater that is just showing silent movies, and I have to deal with people smoking and coughing and babies crying and all this other stuff. And really, I think if you had the ability to talk to that person, you'd say, you can in the future do all of that from the comfort of your own bedroom in your pajamas. You can eat whatever you want and everything's free. You don't have to pay for anything. They would say, sign me up for that. So I really think that I'm just taking advantage of some technology that people don't, really realize how valuable it is, especially when it comes to YouTube. YouTube is one of those things where if you have any question on the world, you can watch a documentary on it or 10 in a playlist and be an expert in it within a couple afternoons or so. That to me is an amazing gift. And I do what I can to take advantage of that while still, getting some rays every once in a while and touching grass and talking to people with whom I live and having some real world interactions. But truthfully, I think that I get great amount of joy knowing that not only am I learning, but then while um, I'm learning while archiving my learning so that people will be able to learn from what I learned in the future. That's a really cool thing. All right, I know I've been blabbing a lot. Are you done with brushing your teeth? Amazing. Amazing. What's on your agenda for today? That's amazing. So, is that something where you have do you do like ornaments and yeah? Absolutely. Okay. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, I am. Yeah, and I don't know if I'm live streaming in there right now, but yeah, I'm in there. Absolutely. So you learned about me from Mirage? You learned about me from the Mirage Discord? Excellent. Sophia, we're just going to put a bookmark in that conversation. We're on Pink Curtains from the 1970s. I'm listening to you, but let's learn a little bit about Jacob right now. So Jacob, you learned about me from the Mirage Discord, and you just were like, "Hey, I'm going to come check out what Rabbi's doing." Amazing. Okay, but you don't know about my bots on Kick? Oh, okay. Excellent. Well, do you mind if I tell you what I do? Excellent. Well, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. Apologies to anyone out there who knows this by heart, but this is my spiel. I don't want war anymore. I'm sick of people hurting other people, and I look forward to a day of world peace. And I do that through live streaming my life. I've been doing this live streaming on at least 8 different streams, 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Some of the really interesting things that we talk about on this stream that aren't normally discussed in society are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, life extension technology, things like stem cells and human growth hormone, and perhaps the ability to use ambrosia therapy, the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people, cryonics, cold shock therapies, perhaps nootropics, all kinds of really cutting edge, state of the art technology that we may be able to use so that we can expand our life expectancy greater than age 80, maybe 100 and 120. But then eventually, I think our bodies are going to start to break down. Jacob, has anybody ever told you that they don't think you're going to die? Absolutely. I understand. Well, I'm the opposite of that. I don't think you're gonna die. And if you there you go. Well, now that's 2 of us, and here's why. Eventually, we're going to be able to take your body and scan your brain into a computer using a type of technology known as mind uploading technology. And so that we get a perfect copy of your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, and we'll be able to upload that into a computer like an MRI or a CAT scan for later download as an android, an avatar, a cybernetic being, a cyborg, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. So you'll be able to take your old body and do with it what you want and be able to live in a brand new body, perhaps for a digital immortality. It's a pretty interesting thought, Jacob. Is that along the same lines of what you thought? I appreciate it, and I appreciate avoiding the dipshit title. I'll tell you that some of the other things I appreciate that, Jacob. Some of the other things that we talk about, things that are really important, I feel, in society, alien disclosure. I don't know if you know, but within the last 2 weeks, there were congressional hearings on the UFO topic, and basically, disclosure might be around the corner. I know that we've been saying that for about 75 years, but it's really looking more positive. When you have sitting Congress people asking experts, whistleblowers about UFOs, so that's unidentified flying objects, UAPs, that's essentially unidentified aerial phenomena, USOs, which are unidentified submersible objects. All of these things are basically unexplained, and Congress seems to be open to want to have hearings on these things. And that's really, really exciting. And once we start to explore that world, the sky's the limit, because then we start getting into extraterrestrial alien races. We start getting into the topic of perhaps humanity was seeded here like a zoo. We're like a human zoo, or we're like a biological zoo. We get into the topic of being able to perhaps uh, get into space tourism and terraforming other planets, and then eventually into interstellar travel. And those are all really important things to me. No, because we'll have life extension technology and mind uploading technology, so we'll be able to live hundreds of thousands or millions of years, if not billions of years. Yes, we do. We've had those for 70 years. It's called the Speedy system. The McDonald's brothers came up with it before even Ray Kroc was really associated with them, but it just wasn't implemented because people wanted to be served by other people. But yes, they have had, in fact, I'll show you right now, because this is a good point. We've already had this. So with that being said, as you know, there are McDonald's or fast food restaurants that are fully automated now. But just look at this McDonald's Speedy system. If you want to see what it looks like, it's very retro futuristic. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly. They have they have a burger flipper that is a robot that takes a burger and flips it. And the same if you're familiar, I mean, with like Amazon, they've been using robots for nearly 20 years in their warehouses. If you're familiar with Boston Dynamics, they have these dogs that are currently being purchased by governments and certain law enforcement agencies for security purposes. If you're aware of Tesla has the Optimus uh, Optimus Prime robot or Optimus robot that it can blow people kisses. I was watching a video of it yesterday. It could blow people kisses. It could do the hula. I mean, this is all in a humanoid like robot. and it's just going to get better from here on out. I mean, people may make fun of it because it's not able to do everything perfectly, or it may have a glitch here or there, and it will just take a couple of years maximum, and it will be able to perform every human function better than any human would be able to. And when we combine that with not just artificial intelligence, where we're at right now, artificial general intelligence, but we start to move into the world of artificial super intelligence, where these robots are not just as smart as humans, but many times smarter than humans. That will be a very interesting day. And those types of robots never need to take a break. They never need to ask for vacation. They never have deaths in the family. They never have to stop working. They can work 24 hours a day. And once that starts to happen, we will see a major shift in the future of society, where people will have to support themselves using new systems, probably something known as a universal basic income, because there are no more jobs. And I don't mean this just for labor jobs. I mean this for lawyers. There's a type of AI known as the Shapiro that will be able to replace basically every lawyer and write legal briefs better than any lawyer ever has. There's a doctor, there's a robotic doctor that's known as the Da Vinci that does surgery anywhere in the world better than a human surgeon can. It can do eye surgeries, it can do heart surgeries. All of these things are really going to be more popular within the next half decade into the next decade, where eventually they're replacing essentially every single type of profession. And we shouldn't be afraid of that world. We should embrace it, and then really work on ways that we can support the greater mass of people through universal basic income, in my opinion. Well, thank you, Jacob. Thank you. I appreciate that. That means the world to me. Well, just know that I do this 24 hours a day with people all over the world, and all of it's recorded. So right now, I'm live on 8 different YouTube streams. I'm live on 8 different Twitch streams. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I'm glad that you like to talk about these things. I have a list of them that I love to talk about. So just one moment, and we'll roll through them. Here we go. Go ahead. Yeah, amazing. Amazing. All right, so I'm just gonna read a bunch of hypothetical, but moving into futuristic technology, and we can talk about them. But let me just roll through a bunch of them because it'll just open your mind to a whole bunch of things. Okay, here we go. Acne vaccine, anti-evolutionary drug, anti-prion drug, artificial gametes. Oh, these are all going to be biology. Artificial gills, so the ability to breathe underwater. If we give humans enough time, we will develop artificial gills so that we can have some kind of contraption to breathe underwater. Artificial super mitochondria, caries vaccine, de-extinction. I love talking about this. I can't believe I didn't mention it already. So the idea of de-extinction, when you hear that, people think like Jurassic Park and things like that. People don't know that de-extinction has already taken place. In the year 2003, the Iberian, the Pyrenean ibex was actually de-extincted, considered the first successful de-extinction. This was like a goat in northern Spain, southern France, that scientists were able to make a viable hybrid of and de-extinct it. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company started in Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They have a goal within the next 3.5 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using adult African elephants. So basically, they're going to take DNA that we have found in glaciers from extinct woolly mammoths and develop embryos and use those embryos as fertilized eggs. Uh, uh, fertilize the eggs to create embryos, I should say, and then ensure those embryos are um, just are inserted into African elephants, and they want to reintroduce the woolly mammoth in the Arctic Circle within the next 3 years, 3 or 4 years. After that, go ahead. Well, we can get into that, but really, with enough time, that's just an inevitability. And I really think that that's an exciting future. Now, there's a big difference, though, between Jurassic Park and dinosaurs and the woolly mammoth, and we'll talk about that in a second. But after the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird, and then from there, they're even looking into the Siberian tiger, and the opportunities are endless. Now, to Sophia's point, hey Rabbi, well, aren't we getting into, like, essentially using science to perhaps cause unnecessary outcomes? What about a situation like Jurassic Park? Well, we're still that's all we do with humanity, though. I mean, that's how we create each other. Well, not necessarily. So, at least from what I've heard, when it comes to dinosaurs, dinosaurs are a different breed, no pun intended. So it's a lot easier to do animals, to de-extinct animals that are more recent, like the woolly mammoth, the Siberian tiger, the dodo bird, because all of those, the Siberian tiger and the or the Tasmanian tiger, I should say, and even the Siberian tiger and the woolly mammoth were all within the last 10,000 years. The dodo bird just went extinct within the last perhaps 100 years. And the reason why is because of perhaps the house cat. Introducing the house cat to the continent of Australia meant that the house cat had to find stuff to kill, and it killed a lot of dodo birds. All right, but at what point do we get, to Sophia's point, to dinosaurs? And you'll hear there's a woman, she's, I forget her first name, Professor, I believe her last name Shapiro or something like that, who comes out and says, hey, if you think that we're going to be reintroducing dinosaurs anytime soon, it's, okay, he jumped. That's fine. Sophia, to your point, the idea of reintroducing dinosaurs is still a bigger step than just the woolly mammoth and such. What we have to do is basically use AI to recreate the DNA of the dinosaur, because there isn't any dinosaur DNA still. Exactly. I think in Jurassic Park, the idea of how that was going to be done was there was like a mosquito that bit a dinosaur, and then that mosquito was preserved in like amber, and that actually doesn't happen. At least according to modern science. But what can happen is we can take like a gecko or even a crocodile and get their current DNA and use AI to essentially reverse engineer that DNA to create a bigger version of it, or whatever we want, something that is like a Tyrannosaurus Rex or a Stegosaurus. People don't know this, so this is a fascinating fact. We are closer in age to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, to the Jurassic period, than the Jurassic period was to the Stegosaurus. So basically, like the Tyrannosaurus Rex, or raptors and things, were already on fossils of Stegosauruses. Like that's the kind of timelines that we're using here, which is really interesting. So I'd say that we don't necessarily have to worry about Jurassic Park maybe this decade, but definitely in the next 50 years. And the plans that I've heard are that, very much like the movie, off the coast of Costa Rica, there are some ideal islands that have been sought where you would reintroduce dinosaurs. Yeah. And it would not be what I feel I want to avoid zoos in the future. I think like open air safaris are much better for the animal. I don't like animals trapped in cages, and I want to avoid that in the future. And so at least these would be where animals have acres of land in which to roam. And if they never want to see a human, they don't ever have to see a human, but humans would be able to perhaps take like cars through, or not necessarily your traditional, petroleum cars, but perhaps electric cars or on some kind of monorail or even like helicopters to be able to see these things. But what we have to think, Sophia, is that if given enough time, everything is possible. I did as well, and I I think that you'll be able to visit a place like that within your lifetime. We won't even have to do life extension or mind uploading. Where, yeah, in fact, they might name it after you because absolutely. That's my dinosaur. That's Sophia the dinosaur. But yeah, I mean, that's what happens. I mean, truthfully, that's what. No, you won't. No, you won't. But I mean, think about it. That's what happens in literature. Someone writes a science fiction novel about, like Jules Verne writes a science fiction novel, and years later, they name a submarine after Jules Verne because he was someone who had this as an idea, or perhaps they name a space, some type of spacecraft after like Jacques Cousteau or something like that, just because these people were uh, early adopters or futuristic thinkers. And I think the same could be said for a dinosaur named Sophia. You're positive towards this idea, as am I. I think that eventually, if you give people enough time, everything is possible. And what does that mean? If you say infinity is a thing, which I really don't think it is, in terms of time, I think that we are in like a closed system. As I understand, the Earth, I'm sorry, the universe is about 12 billion years old currently, and it has a life expectancy of like 60 billion years. So we have another 48 billion years, which is a huge, huge, huge amount of time. That's enough time for the sun to expand to the point where it will engulf the entire Earth and the Earth will not exist anymore. It's enough time for a black hole to eventually take over the entire solar system and eventually for the Andromeda galaxy. If you really know what happens in the future, is the Milky Way is not that big. It is in comparison to other galaxies, the Andromeda galaxy is going to come through us like a buzzsaw. And even though these seem like two really dense um, uh, star clusters, there's so much space in the middle that eventually it may just the Andromeda galaxy may just absorb the Milky Way somehow. But we'll have to have gotten off planet by then, and hopefully we will have explored other planets. And I mean, Sophia, if you really want to know, there's this. I don't do this with everyone because they have to be kind of a high level thinker, and they've got to want to know all about this. But I know you are on the same wavelength. Okay, so let's take it like this, Sophia. I think you're a great person, and I'm gonna go viral, let's say, and I'm able to make all your hopes and dreams on Earth come true, and we're able to get world peace and all that other stuff. That's great. Okay, then what, Rabbi? Well, then we're going to start space tourism and terraforming Mars and terraforming Venus and terraforming Europa and all kinds of other planets and planetoids within the solar system. Okay, great. Then what? Then we're going to do interstellar space, where the next closest star system is Alpha Centauri, which is like 4 light years away, which isn't that far. If we're able to travel at the speed of light, then that's just 4 years there and 4 years back. So it would just be like 8 years of someone's life. Okay, fine. So we're able to explore all this cool stuff. Great. Well, eventually, you're going to be like, Rabbi, I've done everything that I wanted to do on Earth on all these other places. Now what do we do? And I say, well, you go find a place in the universe that you like, that's a nice, quiet little area, and it'll have a sun, perhaps, or a star, and planets. And I can say to you, I want you to make this your own sim world. Basically, you can put bacteria there and watch it grow and eventually turn into from single-celled bacteria to multicellular bacteria, and then eventually into like jellyfish, and then eventually into invertebrate, and then eventually into vertebrae, and then eventually perhaps start your own world, is what I'm saying. You can have your own version of humans, and you can control their actions by any way you want. Basically, did you ever play the game The Sims or like Sim City or anything like that? It'll be just like that. And you'll be able to watch over it in your own way, because you're not going to die. You'll have all of the abilities that you want, and you'll be able to have love stories take place and wonderful other things take place. And then eventually you're going to get some civilization that is able to cause peace in their area, and they're going to advance and do all kinds of other things. And you're going to be able to say to them, okay, now it's your turn. You go find a little nook of the universe that you want to make yours, and they'll be able to start their own. And perhaps that's what happened here on Earth. When we talk about the Anunnaki or perhaps extraterrestrial civilizations, we have heard, at least from what I'm aware, when I learned this from like alien abductees and things like that, but we are seeded here perhaps from an area known as Zeta Reticuli. And Zeta Reticuli is located in Orion's belt, if you're familiar with that constellation. And who's to say that once that those people in Zeta Reticuli were able to cause peace and all the other things that we want here on Earth, that they didn't just find this little area of Earth and say, hey, somebody make this into your own sim world or your sim city or whatever, and this is what we're experiencing. Does that make sense? It's a big idea, but that's really how things work. Okay, there you go. So we are basically just perhaps, as I understand, so we can talk about the different types of civilizations. Really, it's type 1, type 2, type 3. Please provide me with the specifics of type 1, type 2, type 3 civilizations in terms of alien life. All right, so this is the Kardashev scale. Have you heard of the Kardashev scale, Sophia? Okay, so basically, civilizations are broken down into 3 different types. There's type 1 civilization. That's a planetary civilization. This is energy consumption. They harness all their energy available on its home planet. That's solar, thermal, hydro, wind. Characteristics: they control natural events on the planet, such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and weather patterns. They have a global governance system. Energy consumption is equivalent to the planet's energy output. Example: humanity is currently at around a 0.7 on the Kardashev scale, with a full type 1 expected in about a century. So basically, we're still premature in terms of civilizations for the universe, but we're working towards them. So alien life implications: a type 1 civilization would likely have a significant impact on the planet's environment and ecosystems. Its energy consumption and technological advancements might be detectable from a distance, potentially through astronomical observations or radio signals. The civilization's ability to control natural events could have implications of the evolution and diversity of its own planet. Okay, now we're at type 2. That's a stellar civilization. The energy consumption, it harnesses the energy of its host star. So this is through perhaps something known as a Dyson sphere. What that is basically, you can just imagine like a bunch of solar panels around the sun that create a grid, so that we're able to just absorb all of the energy of the sun as efficiently as possible. The characteristics are: they control and channels all energy of its host star. It has access to vast amounts of energy, potentially allowing for advanced technologies and civilizations. Energy consumption is equivalent to the star's energy output. Example: a hypothetical civilization building a Dyson sphere around its star to harness its energy. Alien life implications: a type 2 civilization would have a profound impact on its star system, potentially affecting the orbits and climates of nearby planets. Its energy consumption and technological advancements might be detectable from interstellar distances, potentially through astronomical observations or radio signals. The civilization's ability to control its star's energy could have implications for the evolution and diversity of life in its star system. And then there's type 3. This is a galactic civilization. Energy consumption, it harnesses the energy of its entire galaxy. So this would mean that we would have to be able to harness all of the energy of the Milky Way. The characteristics are it has access to vast amounts of energy from its galaxy, potentially allowing for advanced technologies and civilizations. Energy consumption is equivalent to the galaxy's energy output. Example, in a hypothetical civilization building megastructures or Dyson spheres around multiple stars in its galaxy. Alien life implications, a Type 3 civilization would have a profound impact on its galaxy, potentially affecting the evolution and diversity of life across multiple star systems. Its energy consumption and technological advancements might be detectable from intergalactic distances, potentially through astronomical observations or radio signals, and the civilization's ability to control its galaxy's energy could have implications for the evolution and diversity of life across the galaxy. So these are just the Type 1, Type 2, and Type 3 types of the Kardashev scale. And perhaps it can even get more advanced than that. But when you really start to talk about how advanced are we as a civilization, we're only at a 0.7. We're not even considered a serious candidate at a civilization yet in terms of extraterrestrial evolution. And while that's kind of, it makes us feel it's humbling. It's exciting to know that maybe within 100 years we might be able to get to that Type 1 civilization, perhaps. And there's something else that really fascinates me. If you were to ask me, like, what my passions are, world peace is at the forefront. But really, my interests, there's something called the Galactic Federation. Have you ever heard of this, Sophia? Okay, yeah, exactly, that kind of stuff. All right, so in the same, and that's a big time show. If you didn't know, Rick and Morty is the #1 ranked show of all shows on Rotten Tomatoes, which is quite interesting. All right. I know I've got to get into it more. It's not that I'm not interested in it. It's just I do a lot, but of any I have watched them all on this, believe it or not. Just I had a time when I wanted to just capture all of the shows, so like everything from The Sopranos to Sex and the City to Parks and Recreation to Seinfeld to Friends and all of them, and I would show them on like a bunch of different screens at once. So I did watch all the current Rick and Morty's, but I didn't have a chance to really pay attention to it. Okay, here we go. Please tell me everything you know about the Galactic Federation. Specifically Chaim Eshed's statements, the head of the former head of the Israeli Space Commission. Okay, so here we go. Here are some of the key quotes and statements from Chaim Eshed's interview. Let's see here. Let me go to ChatGPT. Give me a little bit better result. Please tell me everything you know about the Galactic Federation in bullet points. The Galactic Federation is a concept particularly found in discussions about extraterrestrial civilizations and interstellar alliances. While the specifics of a concept vary depending on the source, here are key ideas commonly associated with the Galactic Federation. The basic concept. So this is just in my terms. It's basically like a United Nations for space. Okay, but basic concept. Interstellar alliance. The Galactic Federation is usually depicted as a large cooperative alliance of different advanced civilizations, races, and species from various star systems. The purpose, it often serves as a governing body, peacekeeper, or diplomatic entity that facilitates trade, cooperation, and conflict resolution between different civilizations in the galaxy. Key characteristics, advanced civilizations. The members of the Galactic Federation are typically highly advanced in technology, culture, and understanding of the universe, peace, and stability. The Federation's primary goal is often to maintain peace, prevent conflicts, and avoid interstellar wars. if you do know, like the UFOs that visit us here on Earth many times shut down nuclear warhead facilities because for whatever reason, but we know that they're very, very interested in what we do with nuclear weapons. Diplomacy and governance, it may have its own set of laws, governing bodies, or councils to mediate disputes and manage relations among its members. Protection and defense, the Federation may also have military forces or defense against external threats like hostile alien races or galactic anomalies. And when I didn't know, I mean, no one starts out with this knowledge. And from what I've learned, there are perhaps hostile alien races that are out there that are at war, like Star Wars. I hate to say it like that, but like there's a galactic federation, and then perhaps these rogue groups that they need to keep with whom they need to keep peace. The structure is a council. There's often a governing body composed of representatives from member species or systems. Intergalactic laws. The Federation may impose regulations and policies with issues like trade, resource distribution, and contact with less advanced civilizations. Okay, so now we want to ask it, can you please tell us everything that Chaim Eshed talked about with the Galactic Federation? Okay. So what it says is, come on. Can you please tell me everything that Chaim Eshed? Oh, not that name. Exactly. It means life. Can you please tell me everything that Chaim? I'll just have to type it. Chaim Eshed. Not Chaim Edged. Chaim Eshed. Talked about with the Galactic Federation. Chaim Eshed, a retired Israeli. Just one moment. It's gone. General and former head of the Israeli Space Security Program, made headlines in December 2020 when he revealed in interviews that Israel had had contact with extraterrestrial civilizations, particularly a galactic federation. His claims, presented in a series of interviews and later expanded upon in the book, The Universe Beyond the Horizon, suggests a secret history of communication between humanity and advanced extraterrestrial civilization. So, look, this, do I believe this? I don't know, but it's more interesting than anything you're going to see on TV. So here we go. This is what he says. Key points Chaim Eshed discussed about the Galactic Federation. The Galactic Federation's existence. Eshed stated that there is a group of advanced extraterrestrial civilizations, collectively referred to as the Galactic Federation. According to him, the Federation has been in contact with various governments, including the United States and Israel, for decades. He suggested that these civilizations are highly advanced and have been monitoring Earth for a long time. Cooperation with the world government. Eshed claims that the Galactic Federation has been working with the U.S. and Israel, but their existence has been kept secret from the public. This was supposedly due to concerns about the social and political chaos that might result from revealing the truth about extraterrestrial life to the general populace. Aliens and human relations. According to Eshed, extraterrestrials have been in communication with world leaders for many years. However, they were reportedly hesitant to make contact with the general public as humanity was deemed not yet ready for such a disclosure. Eshed suggested that these civilizations were watching over humanity and wanted to ensure that humans do not self-destruct through war or environmental degradation. The space program and secret projects. Eshed mentioned secret space programs that have been operating, including the development of technology in collaboration with alien species. He suggested that these technologies were far beyond what humanity currently possesses, though specific details of the collaborations remain vague. The Trump administration's involvement. One of the sensational aspects of Eshed's claims was that the assertion that the former Trump administration was aware of the Galactic Federation's existence. He said that Trump had been briefed on the matter and was close to revealing the truth, but was advised against making the information public as it may cause chaos. The role of the U.S. military and NASA. Eshed also indicated that the U.S. military and NASA were involved in secret dealings with the Federation. He suggested that various space missions were, in part, conducted in collaboration with extraterrestrials, but these efforts were classified and not disclosed to the public. Now, this one's really interesting to me, and I don't know what to make of it. The secret base on Mars. Perhaps one of the most startling claims was the idea that there is a secret base on Mars where human and extraterrestrial beings interact. Eshed implied that humans, especially astronauts, have visited this base, though such visits were not publicly disclosed or discussed. So this wouldn't be like the Apollo missions that many people are skeptical that those even took place. This would be something that wasn't disclosed to the public. The role of Israel and Eshed's comments about Israel's role in galactic interactions were also noteworthy. He suggested that Israel has been in the loop on extraterrestrial matters for many years, and the Israeli government has communicated with extraterrestrials in ways that were kept under wraps. Eshed's credibility and reaction. Eshed's claims were met with skepticism and controversy as a highly respected figure in Israel. His statements generated significant media attention, which is the thing. He was the head of the space program there. He was a general. This isn't just some random ass guy. And but he faced criticism from many scientists, researchers, and skeptics who considered the idea of the Galactic Federation to be highly speculative or far-fetched. While Eshed's background in space security lent some weight to the comments, many viewed his statements as speculative. Eshed himself, however, seemed to imply that these revelations were meant to open up the possibility of a future dialogue about extraterrestrial life and advanced civilizations. His comments, in essence, were part of a broader narrative about the need for humanity to expand its understanding on the universe and open the possibility of life beyond Earth. I have this timeline that I like to make sure people on what you're briefed. Can you please provide me with a timeline of alien events after the July 1947 Roswell crash, including President Eisenhower meeting with alien civilization representatives at Edwards Air Force Base in California and Holloman Air Force Base, perhaps in New Mexico, regarding the exchange of alien technology for the ability to perform abductions. Okay, the story of extraterrestrial encounters, particularly in the context of government secrecy, has become a topic of intense speculation, yada, yada, yada. July 1947, the Roswell UFO incident. A mysterious object crashes near Roswell, New Mexico. The U.S. Army initially said it was a flying disc, but later retracts the statement, claiming it was a weather balloon. Late 1940s to early 1950s, rising UFO sightings and government interest. Post-Roswell, reports of UFO sightings escalate, particularly after World War II, when jet technology improves and UFOs are observed frequently by military pilots and civilians alike. Project Blue Book. In 1952, the U.S. Air Force formally begins investigating UFOs through Project Blue Book, which documents and studies UFO sightings across the country. The project runs until 1969. 1954, President Eisenhower's alleged meeting with aliens. Claim. According to some UFO researchers, President Dwight D. Eisenhower met with extraterrestrial representatives in 1954, likely at either Edwards Air Force Base or Holloman Air Force Base in New Mexico. Details. The story goes that Eisenhower met with the beings from an alien civilization, often referred to as the Greys, to discuss a possible agreement. The supposed deal allegedly involved an exchange of alien technology for the ability to abduct humans for scientific experiments. Interpretations. Yeah, here it is. Some believe that the meeting resulted in a treaty or pact called the Now they call it the Greada Treaty, but I know it as the Grenada Treaty or Eisenhower Agreement, which gave the U.S. government access to advanced alien technology while extraterrestrials were granted the ability to conduct abductions and experiments on humans, typically in exchange for non-interference. All right, so with that being said, I mean, if you take what we've seen history up until about World War II, it was very like steampunk. It was very like mechanical and had gears, but it wasn't all that much electric until we start getting past World War II. Then everything starts to become electric. We get the creation of the. Let me just give you the list. It's in. Yes. So please give me a list of alleged reverse engineered alien technology that was gleaned from the Roswell crash. According to Major Philip Corso, including night vision technology from alien eyes and the computer transistor and other stuff like that from Bell Laboratory. Give me a list of 15 different things, please. Okay, so Major Philip Corso, in his book The Day After Roswell, claimed that the U.S. government reverse engineered several advanced technologies from the wreckage of the 1947 Roswell crash. Okay, night vision technology. Corso suggested that night vision devices were developed from studying the alien eye structure, which supposedly allowed for enhanced low-light vision. Semiconductor transistor. Corso claimed that the transistor was pivotal in the development of modern, which was pivotal in the development of modern electronics, was derived from alien microcircuitry. Lasers. He asserted that laser technology has been influenced by the technology recovered from the Roswell crash. Integrated circuits. Corso stated that alien technology contributed to the development of integrated circuits, the foundation of modern computer systems. Fiber optics. The development of fiber optic communication systems was allegedly based on principles derived from the Roswell materials. Advanced radar systems. Corso claimed that the military developed improved radar systems by studying alien technology. Memory metal, which is known as nitinol. He suggested that a type of memory metal, which could return to its original shape when heated, was reverse engineered from Roswell debris. Teflon. Corso mentioned that Teflon, a material used in nonstick coatings and various high-temperature applications, was part of the technology gleaned from the crash. Kevlar. The high strength. Go ahead. He's Major Philip Corso. He was. It's from his book. This is from his book. Yes. Let me see. So they didn't do those types of hearings. Like that's more a modern where you're under oath and doing all that. That really has been really like within the last 20 years that people have been doing that. But let me see if he was ever under oath when he stated this. So he says Kevlar, the high-strength material used in bulletproof vests, was allegedly based on alien materials. Microwave technology. Corso implied that the development of microwave technology used in radar and communication was influenced by alien technology. High-temperature superconductors. He claimed the study of alien materials helped to advance the understanding of development of high-temperature superconductors. Medical technology, X-ray imaging, MRI. Corso noted that the development of advanced medical imaging technologies such as the MRI and X-ray systems was based on principles from alien technology. Unmanned aerial vehicles, the development of drones and other unmanned aerial vehicles was, according to Corso, influenced by technology recovered from the Roswell crash. Jet propulsion and engine technology. Corso suggests that advances in jet engine design, particularly in terms of efficiency and performance, were partly based on the analysis of alien propulsion systems. Solid state electronics. The development of solid-state of electronics, which are used in everything from computers to modern military systems, was allegedly improved by applying insights gleaned from the Roswell wreckage. Okay, so that's 15 things. Now let me see. Major Philip Corso wrote the book The Day After Roswell. Was he ever put under oath, or what was the most amount of pressure he was put under to be able to ensure the legitimacy of his claims? Major Philip Corso in his book The Day After Roswell, which is published in 1997, claimed to have been involved in the reverse engineering of extraterrestrial technology recovered from the 1947 Roswell crash. Corso asserted that he helped guide the transfer of technology to private industry and military, which he suggested led to technological advancements like integrated circuits, lasers, and fiber optics. Under oath. Corso was never officially put under oath regarding his claims. His assertions were primarily made in interviews, public statements, and his book. He did not testify under oath in any formal investigation, such as congressional hearing. But keep in mind, they didn't do this back then. Such as a congressional hearing about the Roswell incident or the details in his book. His testimony was not the subject to legal scrutiny in a courtroom or similar setting. Pressure. Corso claimed that he faced significant personal and professional pressures to keep quiet about the events surrounding Roswell and his role in the recovery and dissemination of alien technology. He suggested that he was under constant surveillance and certain aspects of his career were influenced by his involvement with the Roswell incident. He also mentioned that he had been threatened by unnamed individuals, though these assertions were never independently verified. The book was published decades after his retirement from the military, and Corso suggested that by then the pressure had lessened, although it was still a factor in his decision to come forward. Despite Corso's testimony, many skeptics, including researchers and former military personnel, have raised issues about the veracity of his claims. They argue that some of the technological advancements he attributed to the Roswell crash are much better explained by known developments in science and engineering. Additionally, Corso's career in military service did not have a direct role in the areas he claimed to have been involved in regarding Roswell, further casting doubt to his story. Now, if he was the only person ever talking about this stuff, that would be one thing. But there are many whistleblowers who have very similar stories about this, which leads a lot of credence to it. Absolutely. And when you look at just pictures from look at the Wright brothers, okay? I mean, that happened like 120 years ago. And now we have stealth bombers. To go from the Wright brothers to stealth bombers within 100 years without any aid is very questionable. Look at computers. It's if you really want to know the history of the computer, it goes back to the loom, LOOM. Basically, the use of technology for knitting and being able to mass-produce clothing at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, and then being able to use that type of technology. And then the first use of computers in the United States was for the late 1800s. I don't want to say the wrong one. Let me find it. Yo, dog, please tell me what year the tabulation system was developed for a United States presidential election. Okay, 1890. So he created. Okay, so the first major tabulation system was used in the U.S. presidential elections. Was developed in 1890 by Herman Hollerith, an American inventor. He created a system using punch cards and electrical tabulating machines for the U.S. Census, which later evolved into the technology used in elections. This system was employed to assist in counting votes during the 1890 census, and later it was used for the 1892 presidential election and onward. By the time of the 1960s, more advanced electronic voting systems were developed and used in presidential elections, but Hollerith's tabulation system was seen as a starting point for mechanized vote counting in the U.S. Okay, so we move to that, and then we move into Well, something special happens between like 1945 and 1950. A lot of things happen. What? Well, you have World War II ending. You have the creation or the development of the OSI. That's the Office of Strategic Intelligence. I want to make sure I have my acronyms correct. Yo, dog, can you please tell me all the cool stuff that happened between 1945 and 1950, including the creation of the CIA, the creation of Israel, the creation of the development of OSI to be the CIA, the creation of the United Nations. All of this stuff happened within 5 years. Can you give me a list of like 15 other things or 15 things including this? Yo, you're right. That 5-year stretch from 1945 and 1950 was packed with major historical events. Okay, so the end of World War II is 1945. The creation of the United Nations is 1945. The Nuremberg trials was 45-46. The creation of the CIA is 1947. The creation of Israel is 1948. The Marshall Plan, officially known as the European Recovery Program, is provided. It provided the U.S. financial aid to help rebuild Western European economies. The Berlin airlift, in response to the Soviet blockade of West Berlin, the Allies organized a massive airlift. The formation of NATO in 1949. The Soviet Union tests its first atomic bomb in 1949. We have the Iron Curtain speech by Winston Churchill. We have the Cold War that starts. We have the International Monetary Fund that starts in 1947. I mean, the big things that happened in 1947. International Monetary Fund was started. The World Health Organization in 1948. You have Israel that starts in 1948. You have the CIA, which starts in 1947. The reason why this all happens like right at 1947 allegedly is because the Roswell crash happened in July of 1947. So basically you have the Roswell crash in July of 1947, and you need a group of people who can keep all this stuff a secret and still slowly allow for soft disclosure to the public. So the perfect group to do that is the CIA. So basically Yo, Doug, can you please tell me what the CIA was before the CIA? It was the Office of Special Intelligence or Office of Strategic Service, something like that. It's OSI or OSS. Just one moment. The Office of Strategic Services. It was a precursor to the CIA. The OSS was created in World War II in 1942, and its mission was to conduct espionage, gather intelligence, and carry out covert operations in support of the Allied war effort. After the war in 1947, the OSS was disbanded and its functions were transferred to the newly formed Central Intelligence Agency with the passage of the National Security Act in 1947. Again, 47 is a big year for one reason or another. I don't know why, but I know a lot of things happened, including Roswell and the creation of the CIA. Within a year, you would have the creation of Israel. You'd have the United Nations basically getting a permanent home. And you'd have like NATO being created, the International Monetary Fund, a bunch of different things. Now, people may say, well, that's what's going to happen when you have the end of World War II. Okay, I get that. But that wouldn't explain why we start getting computers and we start getting like different types of radar, and we start with nuclear power. Like all of that kind of stuff doesn't necessarily just immediately start because the world isn't at war anymore. And that's not to say that we weren't at war. We were in a Cold War and we had Korea and all these other things, but there are a lot of questions that are raised all around that time. Notice I'm not saying like, no, but there was this really key period between 1975 and 1980. No, nothing like that. There was this really key period between 1990 and 1995. No, nothing like that. There's nothing like, hey, there's this alleged UFO craft that crashes, and then all of these different groups that start right after it. And I don't really have a good explanation for it, except that they were all related in one way or another. Okay, so with that said, there's something else to this. Well, don't think that everything just happened once Roswell happened, because please give me a timeline of all of the major evidence up until Roswell. Like, there are wood cuttings from Germany, and there are Renaissance paintings that depict UFOs, and there are like alien looking creatures in the hieroglyphics in Egypt. Please give me a timeline of all that stuff. All right, so what does it say? Ancient times to the Renaissance. So ancient Egypt, hieroglyphics and alien-like imagery. The Dendera light. Some researchers claim that the carvings at the Hathor Temple at Dendera depict advanced electrical lighting or even alien spacecraft. Ancient Greece, UFO-like accounts in ancient texts. Historical texts such as those by Plutarch and other Greek and Roman writers sometimes describe fiery objects or chariots of the gods in the sky. The Roman sky phenomenon. I know what I wanted to say as well. The Roman author Pliny the Elder describes sightings of strange flaming shields in the sky during battles, which some believe could be UFOs. Medieval period, flying shields and fiery spears during the medieval period. There are accounts from various European sources describing strange lights or objects in the sky. These include sightings of glowing disc-like objects in England. The Nuremberg UFO sightings of 1561. A famous woodcut from 1561 shows a large number of cylindrical objects in the sky over Nuremberg, Germany, with some witnesses reporting that they engaged in combat with each other before disappearing. Renaissance paintings. Various paintings from the Renaissance period, including works by Leonardo da Vinci, Raphael, and others, feature strange objects in the sky or in scenes involving angels, which some believe resemble UFOs. The most famous include the Annunciation by Da Vinci, the Madonna with Saint Giovanni by Gilardi de Deo, the Baptism by Francesca. Okay, so then we get into the 1600s to 1800s. The Chilean UFO sighting in 1561 a sighting near Santiago, Chile, was reported and witnessed by hundreds of people with multiple descriptions of objects that move erratically in the sky. 18th century airships. There are numerous reports throughout the 18th century from Europe and America describing mysterious objects or airships in the sky. For example, in 1790, the German astronomer and mathematician Friedrich Wilhelm August Hess described strange flying ships seen over the Baltic Sea. The term airship was used to describe these objects before the term UFO existed. So they used to just call them airships. Even before we had blimps and things, they would just call them airships. Early 20th century, 1900 and 1940s, they're missing one in here, but we'll see what else they say. In 1909, a series of reports of from the United States described airships flying over various locations. These craft were said to have strange, non-traditional designs and were often accompanied by strange phenomena. The 1930s and 1940s, there were a number of UFO sightings and phenomena reported in the years leading up to the Roswell incident. While the term flying saucer was not yet in common use, people began to see and describe the objects in the sky that resembled what we would now call UFOs. And then there's Roswell. Okay, but they're missing some. And okay, just one moment. Yo, dog, please tell me all about the UFO crash that allegedly hit a windmill in Texas in the late 1890s, and the bodies of the people or beings that died were buried by the people in the town. And this was in the newspaper. Okay, yeah, Aurora, Texas. Here we go. Yo, the story you're talking about sounds like it's the 1900 Aurora, Texas UFO crash, which is one of the more bizarre and mysterious events in UFO folklore. It allegedly happened in the small town of Aurora, Texas, around April 17th, 1897, though the year is often cited as 1897 or 1900, depending on the version. I've known it as 1897, but could have been either. According to the tale, a strange flying object, described as a flying saucer or airship, crashed on the property of a local farmer named J.S. Proctor. The craft supposedly struck a windmill and exploded, scattering debris across the area. Now, I know you're thinking, well, this thing can travel interstellarly and then it hits a windmill and crashes, Rabbi? That's how it happens. Look, I don't know. I wasn't there, but this was very much the news of the day in Texas back then. After the explosion, the story goes that the residents of Aurora discovered the wreckage and a being that appeared to be from another world. The being, described as humanoid, but badly disfigured from the crash, was said to have died in the wreckage. The townspeople allegedly gave it a burial in the local cemetery, marking the grave with a simple stone. Some versions of the story suggest that pieces of the wrecked craft were also buried alongside the creature, although that detail is a bit murky. The tale was first reported in the April 19th, 1897 edition of the Dallas Morning News, which is still a newspaper, where a local correspondent named W.D. Dave Proctor, the farmer's son, some say, wrote about the event. The story made a big splash at the time, and many people were fascinated with the idea of an alien crash landing in rural Texas. Over the years, the story has been met with some skepticism. Some have speculated that it could have just been a piece of local folklore, especially because the account is the only known written source for the event. The small cemetery in Aurora still draws curiosity from UFO enthusiasts, though there's no conclusive evidence to prove the tale's authenticity. To this day, the Aurora UFO crash remains one of the most talked about oddities in UFO lore, straddling the line between strange historical curiosity and legend. Whether it's an example of early UFO mythology or just or something more elaborate, it's a story that refuses to be forgotten. Okay, so have you know the band Foo Fighters, right? With like Dave Grohl, Sophia. Oh, Sophia, can you hear me? Excellent. Do you know? You're good. Do you know the band Foo Fighters? Do you know what the term Foo Fighter is? That's okay. So when Americans were at war in the Pacific, they would see these airships overhead and they didn't know what to call them, so they call them Foo Fighters. But let me get all the information for you on that. Yo, dog, can you please tell me the etymology of the term Foo Fighters and its role in World War II? The term Foo Fighters originated during World War II and were used by Allied aircraft pilots to describe unexplained, often fiery or glowing aerial phenomena that they observed while flying. The term Foo was a playful reference to the comic strip Smokey Stover, which featured the word foo as a nonsensical expression. The pilots, especially from the U.S. and British forces, saw these strange lights or objects in the sky, and not knowing what they were, gave them the name Foo Fighters. The phenomena was described as small, fast-moving lights or shapes that seemed to follow or interact with aircraft. Some speculated they were enemy secret weapons, while others thought they might be atmospheric or experimental devices. However, no definitive explanation was ever found, and the term stuck. Interestingly, after the war, the term Foo Fighters gained a new life when it was adopted by the rock band Foo Fighters, led by Dave Grohl, in the 1990s. But originally, it was rooted in those mysterious World War II sightings. Isn't that fascinating? I think it's cool. So that's some of the evidence that we have of aliens. And I mean, that's not really great evidence. The great evidence I can show you, but it's in documentaries. And if you have time for that, I can certainly show them to you. But if you don't have time for that, we can hold it for another time. I don't know if you can still hear me, but let me know. I understand either way. Sophie, can you still hear me? Oh, okay. Well, you're. I understand if you're preoccupied. And okay. Well, I was going to say that, like, basically that's where we're at with. Well, hold on. We've got more to UFOs that happened in the last 2 weeks. I don't know if ChatGPT is going to say it wasn't updated this much, but we'll see. Yo, dog, can you please give me a bullet point breakdown of the 2023, I believe it was, UFO testimony before Congress, and also Lou Elizondo's 2024 disclosure in front of Congress in November 2024? Sure thing. Okay. Here's a breakdown of the 2023 UFO testimony before Congress and what we know about Lou Elizondo's anticipated 2024 disclosure. It already happened. But okay, 2023 UFO testimony before Congress. In July 2023, former military intelligence officers David Grush, Ryan Graves, and David Fravor testified before the House Oversight Subcommittee on National Security, the Border, and Foreign Affairs. This was part of the ongoing hearings to explore unidentified aerial phenomena, UAP, and their potential national security implications. Key points: David Grush. Whistleblower claims. Grush, a former U.S. intelligence official, testified under oath that the U.S. government is in possession of non-human craft and bodies. He claimed there has been a secretive recovery program for UAPs, and these materials were being kept from Congress and the public. Cover-up allegations. He suggested that there was a cover-up within the U.S. government, blocking transparency about the true nature of UAPs and their origins. Government response. Grush confirmed that he had been blocked from sharing further classified details due to concerns about national security. Ryan Graves. Pilot experiences. Graves, a former Navy fighter pilot, discussed his personal experiences with UAPs and how they pose serious safety risks to military aviators. He argued that UAPs are a growing national security threat, emphasizing that there is still little understanding of their origin, technology, or intentions. And then David Fravor, Tic Tac UFO. Fravor, known for his role in the 2004 Tic Tac UFO encounter, shared details of the well-documented incident in which a U.S. Navy fighter jet intercepted an unknown craft displaying advanced flight capabilities, including sudden acceleration and high-speed maneuvers that defied known physics. Testimony on UAPs. Fravor corroborated the idea that UAPs are technologically superior than anything known in military or civilian aerospace capabilities. Some members expressed concern and congressional reactions. Some members expressed concern and frustration over the lack of information available to them regarding UAPs and urged for greater transparency and investigation into the issue. Others highlighted the potential national security risks posed by UAPs and the importance of taking the phenomenon seriously. Public impact. The hearing sparked significant media attention, bringing the topic of UAPs into the mainstream and raised public awareness of the potential existence of extraterrestrial life or advanced foreign technologies. Okay, so Lou Elizondo's 2024 disclosure. So this happened in the last 2 weeks, so I don't know if ChatGPT is that updated, but here we go. Background on Lou Elizondo. Elizondo is a former U.S. Department of Defense official who was the director of Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, who was the director of the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, ATIP, a Pentagon-based Pentagon program focused on UAPs. He has been a prominent figure in the push for greater government transparency. Then they just talk about what he's anticipated to do. So just one moment, and let me get what he did do and summarize it. Lou Elizondo article 2024 UFO disclosure. Okay. I'll just read you this article. This is from British GQ, so British Gentleman's Quarterly, which is interesting that it's like, why isn't it in American GQ? I don't understand why this isn't front page news everywhere on Earth, including the United States. All right. This is about what? Oh yeah, definitely. This is. Go ahead. That's an excellent point. Okay, here we go. This man ran the Pentagon's secretive UFO program for a decade. We had some questions. Okay, early last year, the U.S. government officially acknowledged the videos of unidentified aerial phenomena filmed by 8 Navy pilots. Was it evidence of extraterrestrials? Here's Lou Elizondo, the former Pentagon intelligence officer in charge of investigating these incidents, reveals almost all he knows. There was a time when UFOs were for cranks. Absolutely. And I just want to say 100%. This has always been a very contentious topic. And even today, if you bring it up in common discussion, you're seen as a crank. There's a time when UFOs were for cranks, a time when serious news organizations wouldn't cover them, a time when Congress wasn't demanding Defense Department reports on them, a time when their existence wasn't freely acknowledged by American presidents. There is footage and records of objects in the skies that we don't know exactly what they are, said Barack Obama in May, and also by spy chiefs. There are a lot more sightings than have been made public, said former Director of National Intelligence John Ratcliffe in March. When it came to UFOs, there was a time when the U.S. government's official line was it did not study them. Louis Elizondo was instrumental in changing that. In late 2017, he met with the freelance journalist Leslie Kean and revealed the existence of a $22 million Pentagon program investigating military reports of UFOs, a program he had been in charge of since 2010. He had left the job the day before and decided to turn whistleblower in the name of national security. As he put it in his resignation letter to the Secretary of Defense, Jim Mattis, bureaucratic challenges and inflexible mindsets continue to plague the department at all levels. The department must take serious the many accounts by the Navy and other services of unusual aerial systems interfering with military weapon platforms and displaying beyond next generation capabilities. There remains a vital need to ascertain the capability and intent of these phenomena for the benefit of the armed forces and the nation. Keane joined forces with 2 other reporters, one from the New York Times, and on the 16th of December 2017, the story appeared on the paper's front page. It detailed Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program set up in 2007 to investigate unidentified aerial phenomena, or UAP, the term that has replaced the now stigmatized UFO. Many UAPs, the Times reported, appeared impossible to explain, lacking any visible means of lift, but able to travel in unfathomable speed. What's more, the story stated Elizondo and his colleagues had determined that the phenomena they had studied did not seem to originate from any country. But the reader didn't have to take the Times' word for all this. There were videos. An ally of Elizondo's, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence, Chris Mellon, had helped the reporters obtain footage shot from the cockpits of U.S. Navy fighter jets. One of the videos corroborates arguably the most compelling UAP episode ever to come to light. According to reports, it took place in November 2004 when pilots were flying training missions from the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. While Squadron Leader Commander David Fravor was in the air, he was asked to intercept a mysterious aircraft. Upon arrival at its coordinates, what he saw was extraordinary. A 40-foot object resembling a huge white Tic Tac, and that had no visible propulsion system, rotors, wings, or exhaust plume. Yet Fravor says it was able to jam radar, react to his movements, and run rings around his F-18 Super Hornet fighter jet, turning so sharply that it was as if the UAP held no inertia before flying away faster than anything he'd ever seen. Simply put, it defied the known laws of physics. Not only were there multiple eyewitnesses, including another pilot who filmed the Tic Tac using the plane's targeting camera. This was the footage passed to the Times, but the UAP was also detected by the radar of the nearby USS Princeton and Aegis class missile cruiser with state-of-the-art sensor systems. In December 2017, Fravor also went on the record with the New York Times, and later in 2019, so did further Navy pilots who said that in 2014 and 2015, they encountered UAPs almost daily. The Times' reporting radically changed the conversation. After decades of ridicule and taboo, UAPs were suddenly a legitimate political and journalistic talking point. Elizondo ran with the momentum, discussing his work with the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, ATIP, on major TV networks and in tandem with the likes of Mellon, briefing officials behind the scenes in Washington, facilitating meetings between them and military members who had experienced UAPs. Through keeping the story alive, he hoped to compel the government to finally establish a more transparent, coordinated, thorough investigation into the phenomenon. It hasn't all been plain sailing. In 2019, a Pentagon spokesperson called into question Elizondo's claim to have worked on ATIP. In response, former Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid sent a letter to NBC News vouching for Elizondo's story. As one of the original sponsors of ATIP, I can state as a matter of record Lou Elizondo's involvement and leadership role in the program, Reid wrote. Now, Elizondo's hopes for government action have started to be realized. On the 27th of April, 2020, the U.S. Department of Defense confirmed the veracity of the Times' UAP videos and released them officially into the public domain. In a statement, the Pentagon said the aerial phenomena observed in the videos remain characterized as unidentified. In August of the same year, the Pentagon announced a new UAP task force to detect, analyze, and catalog UAPs that could potentially pose a threat to U.S. national security. And in June 2021, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, pardon me, the Director of National Intelligence released a report to Congress about the government's work on the UAP issue. Of the 144 encounters studied, it stated 143 of them could not be explained. That's interesting. Of 144 encounters studied, 143 could not be explained. It didn't blame extraterrestrials, but it didn't rule out that explanation. It didn't rule that explanation out. Inevitably, Elizondo has attracted considerable interest. There was a bidding war for his forthcoming book. He was recently named one of People's 100 Reasons to Love America in 2021, and he reveals to GQ that he's working on a new documentary about the UAP topic, although details are under wraps for now. But Elizondo says he's doing more behind the scenes as a disclosure advocate than ever before. In addition to his role on the advisory board of UAP think tank Skyfort, he retains high-level national security and is employed as a government defense contractor, although he is not able to say when he works. Just for a moment. This is an incredibly long article. It's too long for me to read. Let me find a shorter one. UFO Lou Elizondo, November 2024. All right. Let's just see what it says on Wikipedia. All right. Wikipedia says, let's see. That's all fine. 2017. Okay. Subsequent UFO-related activity. In the summer of 2021, Elizondo appeared on CBS News program 60 Minutes in a segment titled UFOs Regularly Spotted in Restricted U.S. Airspace, in which he was interviewed by Bill Whitaker. Elizondo believes UAPs might be from another dimension, and they might use hydrogen found in water to warp space-time, and that the U.S. government may be in possession of exotic material associated with UAPs. Elizondo was announced on October 30th, 2021 as a research affiliate to the Galileo Project, a program began by astrophysicist and ufologist Avi Loeb to search for extraterrestrial intelligence for extraterrestrial technology on and near Earth, and to identify the nature of unidentified flying objects. In 2023, journalist Art Levine reported that both Elizondo and Mellon had lobbied in support of the National Defense Authorization Act, which included a provision to investigate UFO-related topics and to create the Pentagon's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. Levine noted that Elizondo had become a lightning rod for some dangerous new rage that was overtaking some UFO believers and influencers. All right, so then he published a book. All right, let's see where it talks about what he just did this. No, it's not updated to it. Okay. Somebody, I know, I saw with my own eyes this guy did this. And actually, Caspian C is the one who made me aware when it was on in front of Congress. Lou Elizondo, UFO, November 2024. Oh, okay, so government secrets unveiled. In a congressional hearing on November 13th, 2024, Lou Elizondo testified that the U.S. government had collected decades worth of images and videos of unidentified aerial phenomena unseen by the general public as part of the Immaculate Constellations program, crash retrieval program. Elizondo confirmed the existence of a covert group government program to retrieve and reverse engineer technology from crashed UAPs. He also revealed non-disclosure agreements limiting his statements and the secure storage of documentation within sensitive compartmented information facility, within a sensitive compartmented information facility known as an SCIF. Government transparency. Congresswoman Nancy Mace expressed frustration with the government's secretive stance regarding UAP-related activities and expenditures, highlighting the need for greater transparency. So that's basically where we stand. That as of like 2 weeks ago, we had testimony in front of Congress people. Nancy Mace, the Congress person who led that interrogation or questioning, I think did a phenomenal job. And we're starting to get Congress people who are asking questions. Why don't we get answers to our questions on the topic of unidentified flying objects and unidentified aerial phenomena? With all of that said, that's what I know. That's like up to the minute alien stuff. If you ever want to see evidence of aliens, I can show you what aliens look like, but I want to make sure that you have time to be able to see it and take it in. I'll give you documentaries. I'll show you what a crashed, there's video from Russia during like the 1960s of a crashed UFO on the ground from different camera angles, and the KGB removing it from the ground. And it's an excellent, it's in a documentary known as the Secret UFO KGB Files and Top Secret KGB UFO Files. It stars Roger Moore, who is a former James Bond. He just narrates it. But basically, so sometime when you have more time, let me know and we'll watch a documentary. I'll show you what a craft looks like. I'll show you what an alien looks like. I mean, can you see your phone right now? Okay, so I'll show you what an alien looks like. Now, there's a book called from Russia. Well, I say Russia, the Soviet Union. It's like called 120 different alien species that they had some type of contact with. So perhaps the United States has more. But here, okay, so yo, dog, can you please tell me everything you know about Skinny Bob, the alien? All right. So I'm going to show you what like a real alien looks like. All right. So Skinny Bob is a mysterious alleged alien video footage that surfaced online in 2011. The video shows a humanoid gray-skinned creature with distinctive slender build and a peculiar appearance. Many experts and enthusiasts have viewed the footage, debating its authenticity. Some argue that it's perhaps a legend, while others believe that it might be genuine. The video creator never claimed responsibility or provided conclusive evidence of its origin. Now, I can tell you on Reddit, there was a $10,000 reward. It still stands for anyone who can discredit this video. And it's been available for like a decade, and no one's been able to debunk this. Okay, so Skinny Bob's appearance is notable for its humanoid features. The alien's body structure is surprisingly similar to that of humans, with a torso, arms, and legs. Gray skin. The creature's skin has distinctive gray color, which some find unusual for an extraterrestrial. Blinking and facial expressions. The alien's facial muscles and blinking appear natural, leading some to argue that the footage is more convincing than expected. Theories and speculations. KGB leak. One rumor suggests that the footage originated from a KGB leak, possibly related to a Soviet era UFO incident. Zeta Reticuli pilot. Another theory proposes that Skinny Bob is a captured pilot from Zeta Reticuli star system, as described in some UFO lore. I don't believe that's the case. This was not someone who was. You'll see it, and you'll see this is like there are versions of Skinny Bob that he looks to be walking around with other aliens, like he's free, like not that he's in jail or anything. Okay, so so what's he look like? Well, here he is. Here's just a straight up picture of him, but there's video of him, which I think is better. So, okay, I want you to think in your head what an alien looks like. Do you have that in your head, Sophia? Excellent. Now I'm going to show you what Skinny Bob looks like. Now, keep in mind, there's been a $10,000 reward for this. Nobody's been able to debunk it, but whether this is true or not, I'm not sure. But if I were to bet that of any of the footage that I've seen is legitimate, probably this one. Does that look like what you had? Yeah, exactly. It's kind of what we have been slowly trained to believe what an alien gray would look like. All right, so here's what he looks like moving around. Skinny Bob. Exactly, that they're all very exactly. All right, so here we go. If you can watch this screen as closely as you can, what you're going to be seeing here, this is just a flying craft from Russia from like a long time ago, but it's just showing that these things in the air, and then it's going to show you this thing up close. All right. So there's something on the ground, like a body or something, but you're going to see it moving around. Or you're going to see Skinny Bob. Okay, in a second. Okay, so here he is. You see him moving around. I mean, if this is a robot, it's a very good robot. And he also does some walking at the end. This is like what he looks like. He doesn't have 5 fingers. I think he has 3 or 4 fingers. But they're very long fingers. There he is blinking. And then allegedly there's like a video of these things. You'll see it. Like walking up to the camera. There they are. So like they see that the camera's working, and then they start to approach the camera person. Whether this is true or not, I mean, people could say, hey, that looks like what I've seen in movies too. I understand that. So go, if you think it's fake, go and disprove it and collect the $10,000 reward. I'm not saying that because it has a reward that hasn't been recovered yet, that it has to be true, but that does lead some credibility to it. So that's what an alien looks like, at least one of them. And let me look up this other stat. One moment. I might sneeze. Maybe not. Can you please tell me about the pardon me. Can you please tell me about the book by the Soviet Union that's like 120 different alien species? Book of Alien Races, secret Russian KGB book on alien races. Okay. Based on the provided search results, I found references to a book called Book of Alien Races, secret Russian KGB book of alien species, also referred to as the Book of Alien Races. Yeah, this is it. This book allegedly contains information on 120 different alien species, as well as details on UFO crashes, Russian contact with aliens, and Russian attempts to build their own alien craft. The book is attributed to the Soviet Union's KGB, which stands for Committee for State Security in Russian, and is claimed to have been written in 1946. However, it is essential to note that the authenticity and accuracy of this book are uncertain, as it appears to be translated and edited, and its origins are shrouded in mystery. The book's contents reportedly include descriptions of various alien species, including their physical characteristics, abilities, and habits, information on UFO crashes and alleged recoveries of alien technology, details on Russian contact with aliens, including communications and interactions, Russian attempts to build their own alien craft and reverse engineer alien technology, and historical information on human-alien interactions and inventions. In summary, the book on alien races, secret Russian KGB book on alien species, is a mysterious and allegedly authentic publication that claims to detail 120 different alien species, UFO crashes, and Russian interactions with extraterrestrial life. Its authenticity and accuracy remain uncertain, and readers should approach it with a healthy dose of skepticism. I agree. I mean, I'm not saying that you take all of it as heart to heart, but you're not going to hear about this on the news. Not yet, at least. And I look forward to a day when that happens. There's enough right now that, Sophia, as you know, if we had 100,000 people watching me right now, we would blow the internet up with this information. Am I wrong? So all it takes is just the right audience, and we're going to go viral. And in addition to promoting a world peace platform, I think that we can integrate alien disclosure as well. I don't think we're that far away. I mean, it's arguably that it's already happened, and it's just the fact that it's not on the news is the only reason why people don't take it seriously. But it's starting to get more in the news. We are. Exactly. Very close-minded. That's correct. And so we have to kind of see this as how we study animals. Like, okay, so there's this island, maybe it's a remote island in, say, Oceania, and we're not studying this every single day. We don't have scientists there because there are so many other places for us to look in the Amazon rainforest and the Sahara Desert and the tropics of Southeast Asia, that why should we take time to investigate this one little island because they have certain organism that organism thinks that it should be important. So like this, if let's say there's an island where there are a bunch of ants, a certain kind of ant, and the ants are saying essentially, well, perhaps we're not even important enough to be studied because we're not advanced like maybe the monkeys we see or the birds that we see or something like that, that we can attribute to our familiarity. But in reality, there's the idea that we are studying those things and they might not just know about it. Maybe we haven't studied. Pardon me? Can you repeat that? Exactly. And it really makes you think. I mean, I think for most of our lives, if you don't really get into this topic, you just don't research it. And so you just think that it's bunk. But then when you really, if you take a few hours and then get into hours, into days and the history of it, you recognize that humans most likely are not the top evolutionary organism in the entire universe. Like you're saying, it's actually very close-minded of us to think that way. And so then we have to say to ourselves, okay, if there are other things that exist, what are they? How far away are they? And what type of interaction do they have with people here on Earth? These are all, I think, extremely good questions. And these are mature conversations. If you ever see presidents or presidential candidates or political candidates, if they ever talk about aliens, they always make a joke about it. And that's one way that they can just dismiss the idea for another 5 years. And so they'll say, if I told you, I'd have to kill you. Or they'll say, what do you think I'm an alien? Do you think everybody's an alien? Do you think aliens rule the world? They'll make jokes about it. And frankly, it's a very mature topic and we shouldn't be afraid to discuss it. And I look forward to a day when it is no longer seen as you have to be a crank to believe in them, but you're a scientist, because that's really what it is science. Excellent. All right. Go ahead. Exactly. And there's the argument then, though, what about the alien abductee phenomenon? Like, if they could just view us in any way that they want, why do they actually have to make contact with us? And actually, last night, as I went to bed, I was just listening to alien abductees and their accounts of what happens. And you really have to feel for these people because, I mean, I believe them. And so I think that they've just had some horrific interactions. A lot of times they have to do with, and well, here's a perfect example of how people dismiss this idea. Oh, alien abductees, like the people who have been probed, and the actual answer to that is, yeah, many times they have been. And it's like, oh, well, why do they have to be probed? Well, in a man, if you probe the man, you can release sperm through his prostate, which essentially can give you his spermatozoa. And in a woman, you may probe her to be able to have access to her eggs. And the question is, well, if these things are so advanced, why aren't they able to do this without any kind of interaction? Why can't they just think about it and it happen? I don't have all of the answers, but it's a similar way of what happens with us and animals when we tag an animal in the wild and we see what's going on with it so we can study it. We will find a shark and we will tag it and let it go back, and we'll see the different migration patterns. And isn't to say that the same thing doesn't happen with humans. And a lot of times people say to me, I hear it all. I'm basically an open book on many of these topics. And one of the things that people bring up is, all right, well, Rabbi, why is it that if these people are being tagged, where's the evidence of it? And there is evidence of it. In fact, there's a doctor, Dr. Roger Lear, who dedicated his life to removing alien implants in people. And I've seen the videos. These alien implants are metals that we don't find on Earth anywhere. They're like these really advanced alloys, and they move on their own, meaning like it's like a little tic tac that they put in a person. Let me find more information on it. Yo, dog. Actually, let me find it in ChatGPT. Yoda, can you please tell me everything you know about alleged alien implants? A lot of times these things look like Tic Tacs. Dr. Roger Lear had a major role in removing them from people. How many did he remove from people? What did they find? Such things like alien metals or perhaps alloys. Dr. Roger Lear was a prominent figure in the world of UFO research and alien implant lore. He gained significant attention for his work in removing alien implants from individuals who have claimed to have contact with extraterrestrials. Dr. Lear performed surgeries to remove small objects embedded in the bodies of people, which often were described as being foreign and of mysterious origins. A number of implants removed. Over the years, Dr. Lear and his team performed surgeries on dozens of individuals, removing approximately 17 to 20 implants. The exact number varies depending on the source, but this is the generally accepted range. Many of the cases were publicized, and many of the surgeries were even filmed for documentaries and TV programs. And I've seen them. It's like watching a surgery, but they're just removing something from, it could have been a tumor if it were like a normal medical procedure, and instead they're just removing a little piece of metal. And it looks like a Tic Tac. It's like a small, smooth structure. Nature of the implants that Dr. Lear removed were typically small metallic objects, often shaped as being cylindrical or disc-shaped. In some cases, the objects seem to be encased in tissue or were embedded in nerve-rich areas of the body. The idea was that these objects could be some form of tracking or monitoring device, though there was no definitive proof that they were of alien origin. Analysis of the implants. One of the most controversial aspects of Dr. Lear's work was the analysis of the implants after they were removed. Various laboratories examined these objects, and several interesting findings were reported. Unusual materials. Some implants were found to contain materials that were not immediately identifiable or inconsistent with known earthly alloys. For example, certain elements like metals with isotropic ratios were not found in nature, were detected in some implants. Biological interaction. Many of the implants appeared to have a biological relationship with the human body. For instance, some implants were surrounded by what seemed to be a layer of living tissue or biofilm, suggesting that the body had accepted them in some way as if they were part of the organism. Advanced technology. Some researchers who examined the implants claimed that the materials suggested they could be advanced, possibly extraterrestrial technology. Features like unusual metallic alloys and materials that could conduct electricity in ways not understood by conventional science and were highlighted as anomalies. Dr. Lear's legacy. Dr. Roger Lear, his work is still a subject of debate. While often cited by those who believe in alien abductions, his findings have not been universally accepted. In 2014, he passed away, but his work continues to be referenced in ufology, especially by those investigating abduction phenomena. His efforts to remove and analyze alien implants have contributed to the larger mythology surrounding UFOs, extraterrestrials, and alleged government cover-ups. In summary, while Dr. Lear removed implants that were attributed to possible extraterrestrial origin, the scientific community remains divided. Let me look up something else too. Yo, dog, pretend I'm the United States government in 1947 and we have the Roswell crash. Talk about a plan that I would implement to be able to reverse engineer all of that information, all of that technology, and slowly go to government contractors like General Electric and Bell Laboratories and allow slow disclosure of this that would delay an eventual disclosure at a later date. Talk about just a general strategy that has been or could be used. All right. Well, if we're imagining a scenario in 1947 post-Roswell crash where you are part of the U.S. government tasked with the reverse engineering extraterrestrial technology, and you want to carefully manage both the secrecy and eventual public release, here's how the strategy might unfold. Pardon me. Immediate containment and analysis. Initial cover-up. Right after the crash, the government would likely put out an official story that it was a weather balloon, ensuring that the public doesn't get wind of anything extraterrestrial too quickly. This buys time to investigate and form a response. Secure the crash site. The military would quickly take control of the crash site, securing the wreckage, and preventing any unauthorized access. The wreckage would be transported to a secret facility, likely something like Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio, which was historically rumored to be the UFO-related research, which still to this day is considered that. Form a specialized team. A select group of scientists, engineers, and military personnel would be tasked with analyzing the technology. This would include looking at materials, metals, plastics, etc., propulsion systems, communication devices, and even potentially biological aspects if extraterrestrial entities were involved. Top secret compartmentalization would ensure that only a few individuals or departments know the full extent of the findings. Reverse engineering and integrating with existing technology. Covert R&D, which is research and development. Covert R&D, government contractors like Bell Labs, General Electric, and others would be brought in under the guise of top secret defense contracts. The companies would be instructed to work on specific aspects of the technology, the materials, propulsion of electronics, without understanding the full picture. This is similar to how military and corporate partnership work in classified projects. Technical fragmentation. Each contractor would be given pieces of the technology. For example, General Electric could focus on reverse engineering sources or power systems from alien technology. Bell Labs could tackle communication or computing tech, trying to understand the advanced algorithms or potentially alien signal processing techniques. Lockheed Skunk Works could take the task of building aircraft prototypes or studying propulsion systems for potential military applications. Slow technological integration. The goal would be to integrate small advancements into current military and civilian technology without drawing too much attention. Over decades, you'd see gradual leaps forward in computing, which is what we've seen. Materials science and aerospace, which is all what we've seen, all of which could be attributed to normal human ingenuity, not alien interference. Controlled disclosure strategies, slow leak of information. Public knowledge of UFOs and alien technology would be managed through the controlled release of information. Instead of full disclosure, you would leak small, less significant details to gauge public reaction using media outlets, scientific conferences, and government statements. These could include vague references to unidentified flying phenomena, perhaps linked to experimental aircraft or unusual atmospheric phenomena. Red herrings and disinformation. To keep the true nature of the technology hidden, the government might actively push disinformation. This could include the release of fake UFO files, government documents, and testimonies, all of which would make the public question what is real and what's a fabrication. By doing this, the actual reverse engineered technology could stay hidden behind a smokescreen. Whistleblower control. If individuals start to leak information, they would either be discredited, marginalized, or their stories spun in a way that cast doubt to their credibility. Controlled leaks could also serve as a tool to test public reaction and refine the overall disclosure strategy. Military and space angle. Use military needs as justification. The technological advancements developed from the alien tech could be justified as necessary for national security, especially during the Cold War. The space race, nuclear arms race, the military technology competition with the Soviet Union would provide ample cover to research that might otherwise be too advanced to explain. Human space exploration and the missed opportunity. Let's see, yada, yada. The big reveal, time disclosure. By the 1970s or 1980s, the government might start preparing for a large-scale disclosure event. However, to avoid mass panic or distrust, it would likely be framed as an accidental revelation, perhaps tied to an emerging crisis, technological threats, alien signals, etc., or the declassification of long secret documents, yada, 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 long-term strategy, strategic leak of new tech. As the decades go on, pieces of alien technology could be repackaged as new human inventions. The idea is to gradually introduce ideas like anti-gravity, quantum computing, and energy-efficient technologies in a way that could be understood and accepted by human breakthroughs, not as alien-derived concepts. Infiltrating academia and industry. To further control the narrative, select universities and think tanks would receive limited access to certain information to help validate the work and logical outcomes, yada, yada, yada. In sum, this kind of strategy would be about gradual and methodical disclosure, keeping the real truth hidden beyond layers of secrecy, disinformation, and strategic leaks, while ensuring that the world is gradually prepared for what may be the most significant revelation in human history. And I think that's exactly what we've seen. Everything that we've just talked about for the last few hours makes it seem like they are using that strategy to a T. So now you know just about as much on aliens as I do. Well, I shouldn't say that. But you know the basics. I would say, like there are a lot of individual accounts that I know that, that are just pretty general, but and like I was listening yesterday to someone, his name is Dan Burrish. He worked at Area S4 of Area 51. And like I like to learn about the science about these things. Like, do they die? Yeah, it does seem like they die. But it could be like they have a mind backup, like I talk about, like their minds have already been uploaded. So if they die on another planet, it's fine. They can just be real from the home planet and it's no big deal. They just basically lose what has been referred to as their containers. Like the body is a container for the soul. These aren't my words. These are words that I've learned from UFO lore to some extent. And I think that that's the correct way of looking at it, that our bodies are essentially just containers for the soul from a scientific perspective. And when we talk about the soul, I just mean your central and peripheral nervous system, basically the things that make you you in terms of your personality and your memories and your brain functions. And yeah. So what do you think of all that, Sophia? Excellent. Very well. Well, if you don't mind, I'm going to rest my voice for a little bit and grab some water. I'm watching a podcast right now on the British East India Company. If you'd like to listen in, if you have any questions, let me know too. I mean, I don't know if I'll have the answers for you, but we'll at least investigate the topics together. Okay. Excellent. All right. Well, I'll be right back, and here's the podcast.
This is by the by, but the crucial point of the story is that the British never put down roots in India, and that it was the colonials who were in India, however long they stayed there during their career, retired to England.
Well, this is so
and
strange.
Pigeons in Tunbridge Wells.
I mean, Tunbridge Wells notwithstanding, though, you do have generations of Brits who live in India. I mean, I'm just thinking of Reginald Dyer, just circling back to the program that we did about the massacre. So Reginald Dyer was the man who was in charge of the shooting party, who gave the order, shoot, fire, firing those 1,650 bullets at a crowd of people who couldn't get out. But he would have considered himself to be an Indian. I mean, really, he went, there are accounts of him coming back to Britain or Middleton College in Ireland, where he was abjectly miserable, wanted to go back to India. And I think he's third generation Brit, because I think his dad and his granddad ran a brewery
That's right, which still survives. It's the Murray Brewery.
The Murray Brewery. So,
Yeah.
I
So whether that's another exception, like the plantation. I know the indigo farmers, for example, had permits basically to get out of this really. They could pass on their indigo plantations until they went bust, from father to son. But it's an interesting question now, whether there were exceptions for those that had businesses like breweries. I don't know.
Well, I mean, certainly, I mean, it happened to be the diagram. So, yeah, okay, something again. You know what's the wonderful thing about being a podcast?
Sophia, are you familiar with the British East India Company? Are you familiar with the British East India Company? Okay, so it's a very important topic that is really hidden from people. So this is the so people don't know that like companies were originally royal charters and they were limited because there was a fear that they'd become monopolies and you get the modern corporatocracy. So just one moment. And like, you know what the American flag looks like, right? You know what an American flag looks like? Okay, well, the British East India Company had a very similar flag. In fact, the American flag is based off of this flag. So do you see this flag? It's very similar. Now, also, people don't know this. Did you know that the Hawaiian flag actually has the British flag on it? And so these flags are all very similar. If you know, so this is the Hawaiian flag, which it's very strange that we have another country's flag on one of our state flags, but it's very similar. Okay, so the reason why the British East India Company is important is because it's what allowed the British to take over the world, including China and India and Africa and the United States as well. Just one moment. Please give me a brief history of the British East India Company. The British East India Company was founded in 1600 as a joint stock company, granted a royal charter by Queen Elizabeth I. Initially, its purpose was to trade with the East Indies. If you don't know where the East Indies are, it's like it's like India and like Oceania and like the Philippines and all of that area. Initially, its purpose was to trade with the East Indies, specifically to participate in the lucrative spice trade. Believe it or not, spices were very, very important. I mean, like entire wars were fought over spices, specifically nutmeg. Nutmeg is really only comes from like one island in the East Indies, and the Dutch and the British were always fighting over it. Over time, the company evolved into a dominant global player, exploiting overseas trade and becoming a de facto nation state. And this might be interesting to you. Do you know that you can get really, really fucked up, really high on nutmeg? The spice, basically, like you can smoke it. Exactly. It's like a really cheap way. But if you think like, hey, imagine you're like the Queen of England in 1600 and you don't have a TV and there's no Netflix, you're going to be like, hey, go get on a boat and go get me as much of the shit as you can and bring it back and we're going to all get fucked up. All right. Early years. The British East India Company's early ventures focused on trading with spices, textiles, and other commodities with India, China, Persia, and Indonesia. The company's success was fueled by the monopoly on English trade to the East Indies, as well as the ability to distribute risk among investors. By the mid-1600s, the company established a foothold in India and began to expand its operations. Like, I had always had these questions. I don't have them anymore because I know the history, but like how did like Hong Kong come about and like Macau? Like Like, why is it that the British why do they speak English in a like area of China? Well, it's because of the British East India Company, specifically opium. Expansion and imperialism. The company's power grew, and so did its involvement in politics. The company became a key player in British imperialism in India. This is a company that had its own army. I mean, so when I'm like learning about this country, like, or this company, it's like it's a company unlike we've ever seen on this earth. The company became a key player in British imperialism, using its private army to coerce Indian rulers into favorable trade agreements and taxation agreements. By the late 1700s, the company had established its own administrative structures and military forces in India, effectively governing large swaths of the territory. Peak and decline. At its peak, the company commanded a private army of 260,000 soldiers. Like, that's a huge, huge army. Twice the size of the British army. So this company had its own army that was twice the size of essentially the biggest known army on the earth. The company's dominance in trade and politics was unparalleled, with returns on investment reaching as high as 30%. However, as British colonial rule became more formalized, the company's role began to diminish. The Indian Rebellion of 1857 and subsequent Government of India Act of 1858 led to the eventual dissolution of the company's trading monopoly and its transformation into government administration. Okay. Well, basically, like, much of the world's slave trade was controlled by this company. Much of the world's spice trade was controlled by this company. The opium wars in China were fought by this company. So it's just really, really fascinating to me that, like, it's a company that had so much impact on the world. There's one last thing I'm going to show you before, two things. Please provide me with a map of the British Empire at its largest extent. Like, I assume you're American. If you have American pride in 1776, and we separated from, we declared our independence from Great Britain. Thank you. But they don't see it that way. They still see us as a colony. And so what you should see, this is a map of the British Empire at its largest extent. The red and the blue essentially are, it's much of the world though. And they don't even have the United States included in this because we'd already already declared independence. Okay, but I mean, it's Australia, it's much of Africa, it's much of Asia, including India and China, it's Canada. It's like a huge amount. Okay, the last thing I'm going to show you, please provide me a list of all of the, not a list, I want a map. Please provide me with a map of all of the countries that Britain has not invaded. Exactly. There are only 22 countries that Britain has not invaded. Exactly. And so, I don't know if you can see, but everything that's pink on this map is what they've invaded. It's basically the whole world over the course of the last 500 years. And it's this company that we're learning about that did it. So I just want to give you a little bit of a background. And I understand you're doing your own thing, so feel free to bounce whenever you need to. But if you have any questions, let me know. And here's our podcast. Here we go.
So many avenues at a time. Right, have you got a question for me?
I do, Lisa.
Thank you.
So, Jassi Aluwalia asked, can you clear up Queen Victoria's attitude to Indians and Africans? Interesting question. You said Princess Sophia was her goddaughter. I think there were other non-white ones. Was she just more progressive than her age?
Such a good question. Such a good question. So, yes, Princess Sophia, the suffragette princess we talked about earlier in the series, was her goddaughter. And Queen Victoria had affection for her father. We talked about that as well. But to a point, when they started crossing boundaries, when they started challenging authority, the love was easily withdrawn. And Queen Victoria famously couldn't stand Sophia's two sisters because she didn't think they were deferential enough. Not the only one though. There was another, Sarah Fox-Bonetta. So King Dahomey, the famous slaver, had killed her parents, traumatized this child, taken her in, and it was a British captain, sea captain, who bought her as a gift for Queen Victoria. And Sarah Fox-Bonetta then becomes a fine lady of the Victorian court, a bit of an oddity, but, there's fondness there. There's another one, Princess Gaurama of Coorg, who comes to mind, another goddaughter of Queen Victoria. So the Kingdom of Coorg, Maharaja of Coorg, again, trying to get in with the British because he doesn't want his kingdom to be looted, taken. Tries to cozy up to Queen Victoria, says, take my daughter and be responsible for her education, even though he loves her very, very much. I think he refers to her as his little pigeon and is deeply broken when he hands over his little pigeon. He also famously tries to evade rapacious British hands by burying jewels, his crown jewels, in the mud at Coorg, and I'm not sure if they found them again, but that's what he did.
You've also got, of course, the Abdul Karim. You've got the Munshi, which the famous, wonderful book by Shravani Basu, which we'd highly recommend.
Hugely recommend it. And so again, she was fond of him. The rest of the royal family was not. Other attitudes at the time were racist, and so she does stand up for their rights. She takes in Sophia. She looks after when her own father has kind of detonated the relationship, but it is limited by the willingness of the native, to put it that way in the terms of the time, to adopt Christianity. That's number one, that's a deal breaker. They have to embrace Christ. And also they have to be obedient.
And so her attitude in 1857, when the Great Uprising breaks out, is far from liberal. The background to this is that the British press is entirely full of reports about murdered and raped British women. So the impression everyone in Britain is getting is of a bunch of bloodthirsty murderers and rapists. And no one is getting the other side of the story, of course. So she's being fed a line, but her response is far from clement, should we say?
No. So it's a complicated. Can we say it's a complicated relationship?
It's nuanced.
Yeah. So progressive in a way that she went against her courtiers for individuals, but actually of its day when it went along with, as William was saying, the conception that actually this was a land of savages that needed saving. It was exotic and it was exciting, and the Maharaja class was interesting, but that's kind of I think that's what we're say.
I've got another question for you, Anita. This is from Ian Miller. My question is whether you think, from the point of his appointment, Mountbatten A should have handled the audition differently, or whether his hands were tied by circumstances he found on arrival, and B, if so, how. The idea of a more orderly transition via Dominion status and the independence seems more logical looking back. How is the refusal of Gandhi to accept that when Jinnah was in favour looked at now?
Well, I think this all doesn't throw us all back to the cabinet mission plan,
which is a crucial thing, which maybe we didn't focus on enough at the time.
We didn't, did we? We really skirted over that.
My son Sam, who's a partition specialist, criticised us for not making more of the cabinet mission plan.
Did he? Oh. So your son rings you up and says, we should have made more of a cabinet mission plan.
No,
My one says, Mummy, where are my socks? Mummy, where are my socks? Where have I left my jacket? It's an age difference thing, maybe, I hope. Look, cabinet mission plan, we should talk about that a lot more. So this was the first attempt. I mean, notions of diarchy where you would share rule. So Indians and the British would share rule of certain areas. So some of the powers would absolutely remain with the British state and others could be hived off. So, this idea of a diarchy, it didn't really go very far because it was very unpopular. In Britain, among those who said, why should we share any power with people who are not capable of handling it and wielding it, meaning the Indians? And the Indians say, why should we? Because it's not your country, get out. So, it was doomed. But then you've got this cabinet mission plan where you have a group of people coming up with proposals to have some kind of peaceful transition to this greater India, to something that would suit both Jinnah and Nehru, which seemed like an impossible ask.
And they, as I understand it, what I should say is my son explained it to me patiently. The idea was a much more federal India with weaker centre and stronger regions.
So Jinnah wanted 6 full provinces. 6 full provinces that had power and muscle. And these would be equal too. That's what he wanted, 2 equal states. The centre's power would be confined to foreign affairs, defence, currency and communications, but then there would be federated provinces which would be able to control other things. And these.
So this would be a bit like the EC, maybe. This would be like a sort of India as a European community of various provincial powers coming together and pooling their power in Brussels. In the same way, this federated India would have a weak centre which could act together in important matters.
But I mean, sort of with the European Union, and you've got some sovereign states, each with their own integral borders and with almost equal weighting, without economic power, but as a system of rights and integrity and expression of nationhood, they're kind of equal. But the provinces, there were 3 groups, and again, Sam and others will be able to say this in much more detail, but there were 3 groups. So you have like 2 groups constituted by, mainly Muslim Western and Eastern provinces. This is the Jinnahs, this is Jinnah's plan. The 3rd group, mostly Hindu areas in the south and in the centre. And they wanted to have this sort of federation which would equalise the powers.
But the key thing was it would avoid a partition. It would avoid the 2 different countries having to separate. And this was something that Jinnah accepted.
Well, Jinnah accepted, and at first Nehru did, and then Nehru said no, and Congress said no. So when you go to the argument, some people say actually it was Nehru who torpedoed the cabinet mission plan. Others say it's absolutely ridiculous and unacceptable plan. Why on earth would India accept it?
But there certainly is an argument that I've heard made that this was something which could have avoided partition. All that bloodshed could have been avoided if people followed this plan, and people take positions on this.
Yeah, but all the way through, I think now all the way through, says that this scheme is going to leave the centre without any strength to achieve anything. We can have no power at all. If you federate to this level, what is New India going to mean? What is it going to mean? If we want to industrialise the country, how do we do that? We've got these separated, federated existences. And I think he does this pivotal speech on the 10th of July 1946, where he rejects any idea that provinces will be obliged to join one of the groups. Because he also says, it's a self-expression thing. Why should we force someone to be under Jinnah's umbrella when they don't want to be under Jinnah's umbrella? So that falls apart. And then we have, sort of after that, the response to that. Again, the first, I suppose, episode of enormous violence is Direct Action Day, and that's as a result of the cabinet mission plan being rejected by Nehru. Jinnah and Surawali, who we talked about, who are in Bengal, in Calcutta, say this is an absolute betrayal of what we thought we were on the same page, and we're not. So we're going to show them with direct action, which is walking out of our businesses in a strike. And then there is the grey area of, is this orchestrated violence that follows? Is it accidental violence that follows? And go back to Aisha Jalal's episodes, which she did lots. But it is the very first sweep of mass communal violence, and it is absolutely a foreshadowing of what's going to happen to the partition.
When people try to simplify the blame game, in a sense, in partition, there are those who say it was all the British, they deliberately did this or deliberately did that. You find some historians, particularly on the right, who point to the cabinet mission plan and say all this bloodshed could have been avoided if only they'd accepted that. One of the positions taken by defenders of the British, who say that this could have been avoided, is that they argue that the cabinet mission plan should have been accepted and that Nehru was wrong to veto it.
Yeah.
Whether that's right or not, of course, is another question entirely. And as Anita says, it would have led to very, very weak India with different regions permanently at logheads with each other.
With their own self-interest, yeah. Well, so this, we're getting the red light.
Not for the first time.
And green ink. And we've completely failed to be brief and succinct. So I think we're going to have to do 2 parts, William, with this question and answer thing.
Given how long we've been talking.
And also just your excellent questions. So do keep your questions coming in. And we'll be back on Thursday, a very special episode, because we went on for too long for the Tuesday episode.
We backed on and on and on.
So we'll see you then. It's goodbye from me.
And goodbye from me.
I see kind of swirly things coming up and it's described as a brain. And there's also some ornamentation, but sort of.
Hello, welcome to this very special part 2 of our Q&A Empire podcast, where we were inundated with so many questions, and we made our producer cry because we banged on for such a long time that we've gone into 2 parts.
It's not that we had so many questions, that we took so very long to answer them, I think is the honest answer. We went off so many little rabbit holes and sidebars.
Okay, so what is question 1? Right, this one's for you, William. Ben Haymond, I love some episodes on the literature from or about the era of Empire, like the work of Rudyard Kipling, Ian Forster, Paul Scott, R.K. Narayan, Rabindranath Tagore, Niraj Chaudhry. Would you consider doing this?
Absolutely, yes.
Hell yeah.
Any one of those would make a superb episode. But if I had to just choose one, Rudyard Kipling, who fascinates me, and who's this incredibly complicated character, brought up in India, sent to England, miserable at home, Baba Black Sheep coming out of that, and then early on in his life writing some incredibly sympathetic accounts. My favourite, well, 2 favourite stories, one of the 2 is On the City Wall, which is this wonderful account of his life in Lahore, with lots of clearly visiting the dancing girls and experiencing all the darker delights of Lahore. And then Kim, which one of the great essays on Kim is Edward Said in Culture and Imperialism, wrote this astonishing essay on Kim, because it's a book which is sort of as complicated as Kipling in all its ways. It's both sympathetic and offensive. Some of it is deeply touching still. Some of it just makes you want to sort of bite your tongue with frustration.
I mean, mostly it makes the enamel fall off my teeth, I must say. I mean, I can recognise the beautiful writing, but it makes me feel really second class.
All of Kipling?
No,
or...
Kim. I think Kim. And I'll tell you, there was another beautiful thing, and let's definitely do Kipling, because I find it fascinating. You know, there's some that he writes beautifully well.
No, I like you feel very ambiguous about it, but funny enough, have you ever read The Strange Tale of Morrowby Jukes? It's one of the greatest short stories I've ever read. It is, it's like a sort of, it's pre-H.G. Wells sort of early science fiction. And this guy's going out for a ride outside Karachi when he falls into this sort of bizarre world of people who've died, then come back from the dead and been left in a sort of prison camp in sand dunes outside Karachi. And he's there with the undead and he eat crows. It's kind of bizarre.
Okay, for God's sake, don't give away the ending like you do. Okay, just send it.
Strange Ride of Morrowby Jukes. One of the greatest short stories.
I'm writing it down. And just a very quick tidbit. But the Lockwood, Kipling and Rudyard together, when Rudyard's very, very young, they do this, you know, where the Christmas almanac?
No, I didn't.
I only ever heard of this because I picked it up from Michael O'Dwyer's book about, you know, my time in India as I knew it. And he said it was the absolute highlight of the year in Lahore. It's the thing that the Brits looked forward to most was the almanac that Lockwood and Rudyard at the time, were producing an almanac. And it was all about British life in Lahore. And I'm desperate to get a copy of it or see a copy of it. So if anyone knows where the Kipling almanac is, any copies at all, I'd love to see them.
No, to jump off from that one, Rudyard Kipling, of course, ran the museum in Lahore that Rudyard Kipling calls in Kim the Jadugar, the House of Magic.
Magic.
And funny enough, I've just been writing about this for my new book on the diffusion of Indian culture and art outside India. And I've been writing about Gandharan art, which is something that Rudyard Kipling was a great enthusiast for. That's these extraordinary early Buddhas that are very classical Greek and Roman in style.
You're working on a new book, you never mentioned it.
Well, I think we might have to have a few episodes on all this stuff.
You don't put that out. Oh, okay.
Okay, one for you, Anita. This is Chitra Shintre. What role, if any, did the British have in writing the Indian Constitution?
This is such a good question, such an interesting question, because actually, on the surface of it, the Indian Constitution is the child of one man, Babasaheb Ambedkar.
Ambedkar, exactly. I always presumed he'd done the whole thing.
Yeah, so Yes, he did. So for those of you who may have heard the Ram Gua episode, you'll know that there was a really tense, nervous headache of a relationship between Baba Sahib Ambedkar and Gandhi.
Over whether Gandhi was taking Dalit rights seriously enough.
Yes. So the Brits don't have a hand in writing the Constitution, but a lot of things, particularly in the penal code, in law, have been just transposed from the British side, and that dates back to 1860, when Thomas Macaulay decided to codify British criminal law in India. And a lot of those things still remain, and I thought I'd make a list of some of those things. The word khaki, do you know the word khaki and why Indian policemen, it comes from khak, the word dust in India. So that the police wear khaki dates back to a British edict in 1847. It's never been repealed, and so they still do it. You've got left-handed traffic. That was adopted in India 1800. The British imposed it. India's never revisited it.
Did India have right-handed traffic before that?
No, it's just something.
But everywhere, there's queued on both sides of the road.
Arguably, that still happens today, William. Just go whichever way you like.
Particularly at a level crossing.
Yeah, and then you've got sort of this idea of adversarial law, where you have two people facing off at each other in a court. That's, again, a British artifact. The Indian Evidence Act, that dates back to 1872. The Transfer of Property Act, that dates back 1882, still on the Indian statute books. And we've got so many of these things that are transposed, and some of them actually are quite controversially so. And the one that I wanted to talk about a little bit, and maybe this is more about penal code than constitution, but Section 377 of the British Colonial Penal Code. Now, this had been such a kind of grenade of a subject, because it criminalised all sexual acts that were against the order of nature. This is a very old piece of British statute, which made homosexuality illegal. So you could violate Article 377, you could end up in jail. So same-sex marriage, forget it. Even being suspected of being homosexually engaged in homosexual acts was a problem. Now, there has been a ping-ponging of challenges to this, because Britain, of course, repealed it. They don't have that anymore. You don't get sent to prison for being gay. But in India, it has been wrestled over as recently as, and only really resolved in 2018. So first of all, there's an amazing project called the NAS project, which first challenged this. I think it was in 2006, and it was a long, long time ago. So portions of this Section 377 were struck down as being unconstitutional with respect to gay sex in Delhi, in the Delhi High Court in 2009. And then that judgment was overturned by the Supreme Court of India in 2013. Then in 2016, a three-member bench of the court had to look at petitions by this very interesting organisation called the NAS Foundation.
Which I've just given a set of my books for a fundraiser this week, fun enough for them. Yeah.
And I covered their activities here in Britain, I think, in the early 2000s, because I did a lot about some AIDS awareness in the Salvation.
Amazing show.
Yeah, really fantastic. And then in 2017, the Supreme Court upheld the right to privacy as a fundamental right under the Constitution. There have been these constitutional wranglings that have gone on.
And our publisher in India is challenging at the moment for the right for gay marriage.
Right.
Which is not allowed currently in India.
No, you can't. But in 2018, it was decriminalised in effect to be gay in India, but you still can't have gay marriage.
There was that famous picture of Vikram Seth on the front of India Today with guilty or something. So it was a very, very strong cover taken by Rohit Chawla.
Right. He's such a good photographer. You look up his stuff if you're interested. He's such an amazing photographer. So, it's, I suppose, because you have two founders of the nation in Gandhi and Nehru and Jinnah, who studied law in England, there wasn't this huge desire to chuck everything out and rewrite everything, as there was in America, let's say, where everything was, again, recreated by the founding fathers. So that's why you have many artifacts. But to answer your question, in a really long-winded, rambling, sometimes not even...
Which has been rather our style, the last hour.
We should put it on a T-shirt for our podcast. But I hope that answers your question. Look, a question for you. Jonathan Lawrence has asked, I was wondering if you'd be able to say anything further on South India's absorption into the Raj and the IC. I remember you touched on Mysore and Tipu Sultan very briefly, which was really great, he says. But I think a lot of the picture so far has been north heavy. It'd be great to know more about the particular cases of the south, especially given Kerry's relationship between the south of India and the Mughals.
Yes, I mean, absolutely right. We have definitely been North-centric. Anita is Punjabi and I live in Delhi, which is one reason.
Anita's North Indian, so she made me do it. Hilarious.
But I would love to balance this in future by doing a lot of stuff on the ancient kingdoms of the south. The Pallavas, who built the extraordinary Rats at Mahabalipuram, the Cholas with their incredible temples and their raids on Southeast Asia. One of the few cases in Indian history when Indian powers take military action outside the sphere of modern India. They also, of course, raid and attack and nearly entirely capture Sri Lanka, burning down temples and looting jewels and gold and bronze and silver from the Buddhist temples. So interesting and controversial and difficult stuff there. And then the whole story of Vijayanagara, which is one of the great stories of modern Hampi, where many travelers go inland from Goa, but which is one of the great cities of Indian history. And when envoys come from Timur's Samarkand, they are just, their jaws drop at the riches and sophistication of Vijayanagara. And these are all stories that we should do in future.
The ancient, yes, but also, the modern, which is where the British even themselves. We've already talked about it, the Madras Presidency was a central hub of colonial power.
Correct.
Where the British made many of their most important decisions and controlled great swathes of land. And you did have, sort of a really violent struggle when two parts of the Congress split between early 1900s, where they're trying to work out, are we going to do this peacefully through negotiation, or are we going to just throw them out and set fire to things? There are some really leading figures from the south of India who say no, the only way we can get the British out is through force, by force. So, we should definitely do that. And also, covering the south is going to give me the chance to talk about tribe.
Tribe?
Are you aware of tribe?
I'm not aware of tribe.
Are you aware of tribe?
Tell me, I about to say, the word say uppums or dosas.
No,
Why
no.
tribe?
Tribe. So tribe is a fairly terrible thing that people eat in Britain, I think. I know, you probably love it.
Give me uppums and dosas any day.
But tribe is a photographer who right at the very beginning.
That tribe.
That tribe.
I know his work in the Victorian Albert Museum. This
It's amazing. But he produces some of the earliest photographic recordings of the East India Company.
And some of the great temples of the South, first photographs by him. 1850s, 1860s?
Yeah, maybe even slightly starts even earlier, because he retires at the grand old age of 38 after the mutiny, where he goes and stuff this. I'm not doing this anymore. But he produces a 9-foot-long image, which is a continuous image. Anyway, look, we'll talk about more tribe.
More tribe. Of course, and then the other thing is, again, one of the great controversial topics, a huge punch bag in modern India, Tipu Sultan.
Oh, yes.
Most extraordinary story. When I first came to India in 1984, there was a sort of 100-part television series called The Sword of Tipu Sultan. He was this great nationalist hero, and they portrayed him as this person who the British were terrified of, and who often defeated the British. And this is true. He was one of the most effective resistance leaders against the East India Company. He was the only major resistance leader who never allied with the British. He always remained impeccably opposed to company rule, and he used to write letters to, for example, the Nizam of Hyderabad, who was flirting with company alliances, saying, do not know the way of the British. Once they put their talons in, they never retract them. And Tipu studies the company. First of all, his father, Hyder Ali, studied the way the company fought and was the first Indian ruler to really take on European military tactics.
Well, that's an enormous subject, which we will cover, because we are coming back to India, but for homework, if you live anywhere near the Victorian Albert Museum, go and see Tipu's Tiger, which is this amazing automaton toy that he created of a tiger crouching over a European soldier, and the bellows, there's a whole system of bellows inside, and if you sort of turn the handle,
you can play it.
cables, yeah, and you turn the cables, and the tiger will chew on the throat of the prone European.
Who will screech.
Grunts and screeches come out. So go check that out. Okay, so here's one for you, William, I think. What about the railways?
What about the railways? Exactly.
Always pointed to when people want to defend the benefits of empire. What's the real story here? And that's from Madhulika Sticker.
So it's a very interesting story. It was, of course, like everything to do with the East India Company, a commercial proposition. You don't build a railway out of charity. You build a railway as a commercial operation. And it was put out to tender, and investors, like everything else in the East India Company, made money on it. And the idea that this was some sort of charitable operation or gift or sort of Oxfam equivalent coming along and helping to feed the starving of India is just nonsense. The reason you build railways is you want to get trade up and down the country. You want raw materials from the mines to reach the ports. And you want to be able to move soldiers very quickly around the country. It was a crucial role in all those. So, I mean, undoubtedly, a useful thing for India to have, but certainly not done for charity.
No, and also you can see sort of who really benefited most from railways, because it was the first thing the nationalists would attack, would be the railways. If you wanted to bring the authorities to their knees, you would attack, you would cut off railways, you would put logs on lines, you would
cows on that.
Yeah, mess with the signals. You would do anything that you can to disrupt, because that was the flow of stuff coming out and the flow of soldiers coming in, as you say. So that was gosh, we did that quite quickly. Amazing.
Very unlike us to be concise.
All right, that sounds like a good place to pause. We'll be back after this short break. Hello and welcome. This is part 2 of our Q&A session.
The next question, Anita, is Nicholas Pimlet. I concede that the 1919 massacre, that's Jallianwala Bagh, as well as being appalling in itself, was very important in the story of Indian independence, because it was the moment that people like Gandhi, who were previously pro-British, turned to the cause of independence. But this raises the question of why Gandhi and presumably many other Indians were pro-British in the first place. I'd really like to know more about how Indians dealt with the experience of occupation under the Raj and the conflicts and tensions that this darkness gave rise to.
So this is a really good question, a really interesting question. So I mean, let's take the more modern, and again, this is conjecture, but it's conjecture based on a lot of things that we've read. And I suppose with Gandhi, Nehru, and Jinnah. Oh God, let's just take Gandhi the younger. Does that hit the younger and hit the older? Let's do Gandhi the younger, who was a real advocate of the British. He was loyal. He was a loyal subject. So during the Boer War, as we've mentioned before, he was a stretcher bearer for the British side. He didn't believe in killing, so the best he could offer was his body on the front line to take back British troops, to have them treated. And as we've discussed, in the First World War, he campaigned for Indians to be recruited and went around himself saying, you must fight for your country. This is, Britain is your king. Let's join in the fight. With the supposition as well, that went along with it, that if we prove ourselves to be loyal, we'll have more powers. It wasn't all the powers, but more powers. And 1919 puts paid to that. But I think there's something even deep on a deeper level. When the British came, we touched on things like law and order. I mean, the railways are one thing. We just dealt with in short shrift. But, a system of law that is the same no matter which province you're in, that you have rights of ownership, that you have a right to complain, and that, some capricious Maharaja can't throw you in a hole if, you're doing something that irritates them. That appeals to an intelligentsia, people like Nehru and Gandhi and Jinnah. The capricious nature of things changing or shifting sands beneath your feet. So there is something very appealing about that, a structure, a sanity about that.
I think also, Anita, it's very important to have the imagination to go back to that time and the period before it.
Yeah.
To realise that, today we're very much conditioned to consider ourselves members of a nation state, citizens of a country. To whom we have allegiance and whom we have rights and duties. But that's not the case in 18th century India. And the whole story of the East India Company is one where you have a conquest taking place of India affected by Indian mercenary soldiers working for a bunch of traders.
Yeah.
And that whole scenario is only possible in a world where people do not have clear national allegiance. There is no such thing, or you get the beginnings of it coming up in 1857, which is why 1857 is so interesting and important. But in the 18th century, there is clearly no sense of an Indian nationality belonging to a nation state that's being invaded by foreigners. You certainly have the sense that the British are foreigners, but so was, for example, Mir Jafar, the general of Siraj-ud-Dawla. He was born in Iraq.
Yeah.
India was full of people running in the Mughal administration who'd been born in Afghanistan or Uzbekistan or from all over. And so this idea that it's black and white as we see it.
Yeah, no, but then the premise of the question becomes even more interesting because the phrase that Nicholas Finlock has used is why is Gandhi, and presumably many other Indians, why were they pro-British in the first place? And what you seem to be suggesting is that it's not necessarily pro-British, it's not anti-anything, it's just bumping along with the times and the tides because there's no sense of nationhood.
So I think you had a very confused sets of loyalties in the 18th century, with people supporting whoever they thought would be good for them, and who was probably least violent to them and their families, and whom they would be safest with. And for example, the whole growth of Calcutta, the story of colonial Calcutta, grows because the English defense system there, including the Maratha ditch, is considered to be an effective way of keeping out the Marathas. And therefore, if you're worried about Marathas coming raiding up from the Ghats of Maharashtra, if you go to Calcutta and settle there, your wife won't be kidnapped and your daughter won't be raped.
Which explains why there's a very different sentiment, I suppose, in history. So in the north, where you have the Sikh Empire, where they do it for themselves, where they push back against the Afghan marauders who come over at the border, they have a lot less romance about the British coming in and keep them out right until the last possible minute.
I think the whole question hinges on the fact of understanding that things can be very, very different 100 years ago or 200 years ago. That all the sets of allegiances and duties and responsibilities and our image of who we are and who our allegiance lies with is very different at that period. Aisha Jalal, funnily enough, has written a fascinating book about this. We had her on to talk about Jinnah, but one of her other great books is a book called Self and Sovereignty. And she points out how many people seem to have their allegiance in the 18th and early 19th century not to a country, but to a city.
Yes.
So somebody is Shah Jahan Abadi, or Akbarabadi.
Lahoris were definitely Lahoris. Yeah, absolutely.
Lahori.
Yeah.
And that many people's identities and their surname is hinged on their town of birth, and that's where their allegiance lies. In other words, very locally, there's only the beginnings of a sense of wider nationalism.
So is that the answer to it? Because I don't know whether we're answering Nicholas Pinlock's question.
It's a complicated question.
It's a complicated
answering.
Yeah, right. So, but is there a possible answer in that until 1919, Indians were willing to do the benefit of the doubt thing, but after 1919, that stopped. That ended. Something changed in the psyche of Indians, which led to people like Tagore handing back awards. And Tagore wasn't the only one, but also people saying right now, forget about sharing power, forget about asking anymore. We see you and we want you to go.
Yes, I think it's very interesting how enthusiastic Gandhi is at the idea of British justice at the beginning of his life, and how something like this completely
blows it out of the water. And suddenly, when some people who have given you the benefit of the doubt, Mary and Jinnah, suddenly see that everything that you believed, everything that you thought at least you could rely on because it's bloodless, it is statute, it is solid, it is based on years of precedent, can be blown out of the water in an instant and nothing happens. That changes the whole paradigm completely and makes it unbearable. So I'm not sure if we answered it very well, but we had a run at it. This is another question from Andrew Dayton. I've been utterly engrossed in the podcast. A true historical leviathan in the genre. Thank you.
We haven't paid Andrew Dayton for this tweet. We should perhaps say at this point.
No, we haven't. Though, this is the equivalent of the Andrew Dayton, but you could have expanded to early Indian history. That would have been epic, says Andrew. Did Jesus really go to India? Over to you.
Certainly, we are definitely going to go to early Indian history, and early India has a whole range of fascinating empires: the Mauryas, the Guptas, the Kushans, Chalukyas, the Palavas, the Cholas, all of which can and I hope will merit an episode or two or three each. And there are so many fascinating chapters to early Indian history. I'm really, really looking forward to discussing that.
Yes, but what about the Jesus question?
The Jesus question. So I can't remember the exact thing. Is this a 19th century vision that someone has, or early 20th century vision?
Listen, Mr. Catholic, you're asking the most godless heathen you know. Why are you asking me?
There's some story that I think it's somebody in Germany has a vision, or that Jesus, in the missing years between him preaching in the temple as a boy and turning up in his early 30s to do his main mission, that he spent the intervening time in Kashmir. Now, the short answer to that, there is absolutely no historical evidence whatsoever for that idea at all.
You know, the Ahmadi Muslims believe that Jesus went to spend his later years and was grew to be an old man and died in India. And he had a peaceful life, and then he died in India. That's the thing in the evidence.
So that whole story is not historical. But, and this is the interesting thing, Christianity does arrive in India very early. And again, this is something I've been writing about in my new book, because there is increasing evidence that there is a very, very important trade route running from the Red Sea coast of Egypt to Gujarat, Kerala, and Arikamedu, just near from the 1st century BC. There have been earlier voyages making the journey down the Red Sea. If you catch the monsoon winds, it can take as little as 40 days. And there's now new calculations emerging based.
What's good? How are you, Arnold? Long time no see.
Rome won from the customs point.
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Just enjoying life.
Because the nard, which is what they use for making perfumes.
What's good with you?
And the spices and the aromatics which are being brought. Okay.
I gotcha. You're making millions yet?
Conquest of Gaul made.
Excellent. Are they doing well for you? I think that's a good idea. I think that you are smart to have diversified yourself like that. Excellent. Well, that's good. Are you still buying coins? Very well. All right. You got any hot leads? It's good. Yeah, I just had people come in talking to me about it today. So yeah, I've got 3 of them at any given time. I mean, just more and more people find out about me. Yeah, I mean, someone saw it in their stream today, and they came in here, and they're a friend of mine, but we talked about it, and they just recognized that it is a really important opportunity, and I think it's really cool because it's like free publicity for me. Exactly. So, do you know what the British East India Company is? 100% dog. Well, we're watching a podcast on it right now, like a 30-part series. But yeah, absolutely. If you want to listen to it, here it is. All right, please do.
There's been a lot of writing about this. There's a lot of literature which has been appeared lately. I've actually just written a New York Review piece reviewing all this stuff. And there were at least, and we have the figure from Pliny, 250 ships a year during the period of Augustus going from the Roman ports in Egypt to India, and an unnumbered number of Indian ships coming from India to deliver goods on the basis of Indian merchants. And with that stuff, you have religions. So literally this March, just this year, at the site of Berenike, an archaeologist called Steve Sidebottom, who's been digging the site for the last few years, uncovered not just a full-size Buddha done, probably produced in Alexandria, but in the Gandharan Indian style, but also produced one of the earliest images of Krishna, or Vasudeva, an earlier version of Krishna, which emerged out of the ground in Berenike this year, which means that it's equally likely that Christianity could have reached Kerala. Certainly we have inscriptions in Buddhist caves in the Deccan, where Yavanas, that's foreigners, it's like Ferengi, it's kind of precursor to the word Ferengi, some of them who describe themselves as Romai, in other words Romans, give individual pillars or sponsor areas of Buddhist monasteries in the 1st and 2nd century AD. And so it's quite possible that Christianity got there at that point. What we do know is that by the 3rd century, there's a whole book being produced called the Acts of Thomas, full of legend and mythology of how St. Thomas, the apostle, who allegedly, according to the gospel, refused to believe the resurrection of Jesus, he gets sent off to India in this Acts of Thomas and appears in Kerala. Now, there's a whole Syrian Christian church in Kerala that, at least from the 3rd century AD, have believed that this to be true.
I've seen it.
And so anyway, it's a fascinating story. So the short answer is no to Jesus, but quite Christianity in some form very early.
Well, so hang on, I visited the Bodleian while you were chatting. I just looked up the Ahmadi belief. So this is based on the canonical Gospels, the Quran's Hadith, and Revelations to Mirza Ghulam Ahmed. Having delivered his message to the Israelites in Judea, Jesus is understood to have emigrated eastward to escape persecution from Judea and to further spread his message to the lost tribes of Israel. In Ahmadi Islam, Jesus is thought to have died a natural death in India. He lived to an old age and died in Srinagar in Kashmir, and his tomb is presently located at the Rosa Mal Shrine in Kashmir.
Yeah, well, I mean, this stuff has very, we should say very clearly, has very little historical
evidence. Do you know when you were talking about the Romai, though? That made me think, because the Romanese, travellers here, as we call them, and the Romai have a lot of Sanskriti words in their language. And I wonder if that's that period of, the sea passages going to and from. Is that the basis of Romanese?
So no, I think it's a similar story of migration, but no, the sea route runs very strongly in the 1st century and it's dying down by about the 5th century. And my understanding is that the gypsies, the Romanis, leave Rajasthan, where specifically they have links to Rajasthan, in maybe the 7th, 8th, 9th century and migrate slowly into Central Europe.
Right.
And the extraordinary story, which I have been witness to, is that the flamenco gypsy musicians of Andalusia and the Langar and Mangania musicians of Rajasthan still have exactly the same dance rhythms, centuries apart. And we have introduced at the Jaipur Literature Festival Spanish flamenco musicians to Manganias, and they have not a word of common language. The Spaniards don't speak Hindi or Rajasthani, and the Rajasthanis don't speak Spanish, but they speak identical musical languages, and it takes them about 10 minutes to begin jamming and playing perfectly with each other. And it's a wonderful sight. We put it several times. We put wonderful ex-Radio Tarifa musicians called Caravan on with Kutla Khan and Chuge Khan, our two big Rajasthan musicians at the Jaipur Literature Festival, and they instantly dance and play together with exactly the same, and they have the same tackety clacks, the same castanets, very, very similar.
I've rocked out to Kudla Khan.
And they use them in the same way, the Morchung, the Jute Tap, which they use in their mouth.
So listen, I mean, that's we may be going to Jaipur to do this podcast. If you're listening in India,
we are going to Jaipur to do this.
I haven't packed my socks yet, but I mean, look, if it happens, and hopefully, fingers crossed, it's going to happen. But if you are listening in India, spread the word that we're coming to Jaipur. If you're there in Jaipur, come say hello, and also do messages for things that you'd like us to talk about while we are there doing the pod thing in Jaipur. What is our email address, William Dalrymple?
It is empirepoduk@gmail.com, and the Jaipur Festival dates are 18th to 23rd of January 2023.
Now, look, where are we going next on this podcast, William? Because we have to end it, otherwise the producer is going to come and beat his way up. Go on.
So the idea was that having done something centered very much on India and Britain, we would do a series that had neither in any way. So we decided to go and do the Ottomans, and then maybe the Persians after that, go to the Middle East. We will come back to India, and we will come back to the British Empire, and I think many of our listeners are between India and Britain, and are waiting for us to get on with lots more. Every day we're getting mail saying, will you do this, will you do that? What about Nehru, what about Tipu Sultan, and so on. But I'm looking forward very, very much to doing the Ottomans, and we've got next week a real treat. My friend and yours, the great Peter Frankopan, the author of The Silk Road. Before he wrote The Silk Road, his great interest was Byzantium. And he's going to be coming on next week to talk about the last days, the end days of Byzantium, when it was just a rump left in and around Constantinople, with the Ottomans rising to power in Anatolia, in Asia Minor, and getting closer and closer to Constantinople. And we're planning a wonderful run through. We've got people like Bettany Hughes lined up to talk about Ottoman women. We've got Eugene Rogan to talk about the Ottomans in the First World War. And we may have a very special Nobel Prize winner, Orhan Pamuk, coming in.
Don't say that, you just again. What is it with you blowing any kind of drama? First of all, he hasn't said yes yet.
We're working on it. No
pressure on. Can I just do this? Because I mean, you very famously moved a world to tears with your reciting of a lovely piece of poetry. Remember that? You were asked to do that very recently again by a newspaper. And it isn't that I'm jealous.
At all.
No. Or that this is a competitive blood sport. No, it's not who I am. It's not in my DNA. But this is a poem about Constantinople. Are you ready? Oh, have it hanky?
Hanky.
Istanbul was Constantinople. Now it's Istanbul, not Constantinople. It's been a long time gone, Constantinople. Now it's Turkish delight on a moonlit night. Every gal in Constantinople lives in Istanbul, not Constantinople. So if you have a date in Constantinople, you should be waiting in Istanbul. Even old New York is once New Amsterdam. Why they changed it, I can't say. People just like to go that way. So take me back to Constantinople. You can't go back to Constantinople. Been a long time gone. Constantinople. Why did Constantinople get the works? That's nobody's business. But the Turks. They might be giants. Best band ever.
You've got to sing it next time, Anita, and we're leaving you to do the solo. That is the Empire Podcast.
The inanity that is the Empire Podcast.
That is the inanity that is the Empire Podcast. With me, William Dalrymple.
And me, Anita Arnold. Hello and welcome to Empire with me, Anita Arnon.
and me, William Durham.
Now, we have a burgeoning inbox, and thank you so much for all of you who get in touch. We do read everything, and if we don't get back to you, it's just sheer weight of numbers, but we are reading everything. And William, we've got a massive amount of interest in explaining Rishi Sunak. Well, not him personally, because that's not our job, but this whole phenomenon of the Asian in East Africa. There's been a lot of interest, hasn't there?
It is, and it's something which I think has had very little play at all in the national consciousness. We have a little bit of awareness in Britain of partition, but not much. But the whole story of how so many British people prominent in public life, in the case of the Tory cabinet at the moment, Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister, Priti Patel, the ex-Home Minister, and Suella Braverman, the current Home Minister, all three of them come from this background, along with many other people prominent in public life like Gurinder Chadha and so on. And this is a major part of modern British history that virtually no one knows anything about outside that community.
And when you have polls of demographic breakdowns in this country, by far the most successful immigrant group in this country has been East African Asians, as they're called. They're grouped together that way.
Something like 65% upper professional and managerial backgrounds, highly educated, one of the best educated communities in the country. And yet they've only been here, whatever it is, 50 years this month.
Exactly. So it's a really, it's a very about this.
Take care, big dog.
There is now a man, 10 Downing
See you,
Street,
my man.
put
Shout out to our
Diwali beer lamps on the steps of Downing Street. Now, just a little personal thing here. I mean, when you're a gobby young girl of Asian descent, and people say to you, and I remember
no one in
this.
particular.
I don't think of anyone. I'm speaking for a friend, but and everyone sort of turns around and goes, "Oh, you're opinionated, and you've got a gob on you. You could be Prime Minister one day." When I was growing up, I heard that. But I never thought it was possible. Never thought it would be a possibility. Even when I had my own children, I thought, they can be anything. But I never thought they could be that. And so this is a huge deal. I think, whatever your politics may be, you may agree or disagree with the man and what he stands for, but the fact that there is a man of Asian descent as Prime Minister, it hasn't happened elsewhere in Europe. It has happened here in Great Britain. And I wonder in India...
in Ireland already, we should say.
Leo Varadkar, absolutely right to point out. Yes, and Leo Varadkar is mixed race, Irish and Indian heritage. But for somebody who so strongly identifies as being an Indian descent Hindu lighting candles on the steps of Downing Street, how has that gone across in India, William? I mean, what are people saying? Because you're in India and I'm in Britain.
Well, he's delighted not one but three countries because the Indians assume that he is Indian because he's Hindu, although in fact his family have only the slightest connection to what is now the geographical boundaries of India. And I think one of his grandparents spent a few years in Delhi, but most are from Gujranwala over the border in Pakistan. And I've seen some...
So let's go through his background, because I think this is actually through the mists of all the, fog and smoke. Let's talk about actually, and it's sort of our friends from Find My Past have provided us with this rather helpful investigation into his background, which is very
incredibly
useful.
Detailed, which
very
I
detailed.
Yeah.
So anyway, he was born in 1980 in Southampton. He speaks Hindi, he speaks Punjabi, and he's one of three children. His father, William, tell us about his dad.
His father is Yashvir, born 1949 in Nairobi, in the colony protectorate of Kenya. His father arrived in Liverpool with his family in 1966, went on to study medicine, again very sort of professional, and became GP.
Yeah, made his mother very happy. He lived the dream. His mother, Usha Berry, was born in Tanganyika, present-day Tanzania. She too is of Punjabi descent, and as he famously has said on numerous occasions, was a pharmacist and worked very hard, and he worked hard as well in her shop. That's it's a story that came out many, many times during the leadership campaign. What about his grandparents? Let's start with the paternal side, William. What can you tell us about that?
Grandparents, paternal side, Punjabi Khatri family from Gujranwala, now in Pakistan. The paternal grandfather, Ramdas Sunak, moved to Nairobi in 1935, where he was joined by his wife, Suhag Rani Suhak from Delhi in 1937. Not partition, interestingly. I'd assumed it was a partition move, but it's actually before partition.
Pre-partition,
yeah.
which is very interesting. And the maternal grandparents as well, Punjabi as well. But his grandmother, so this sort of, he's second generation of people born in Tanganyika. His maternal grandfather, Raghuveer Singh Berry, grew up in Punjab and moved to Tanzania as a railway engineer. And he married the Tanzanian-born Suraksha when he was just 16 years old, arranged marriage and all of that. And just a quick reflection on that 50 years anniversary that we are in right now of the Ugandans being thrown out of Uganda by Idi Amin, just told overnight, get out, leave with whatever you can carry and get out. We are now in a situation where a lot of British families are hosting Ukrainian refugees. That's, a reality that here in Britain that we are living in. But 50 years ago, it was Ugandan families who turned up with nothing. And there are a number of surprising people. I just wanted to share one little story with you, who took in Ugandan refugees and had very, very strong relationships that go on to this day. I just heard from one family just last week who still now keep in touch, and they are like the grandparents of this family. Their marriages are all together. They celebrate birthdays. I remember Peter Bottomley and Virginia Bottomley. You remember them?
Yes.
From politics. They took in a Ugandan Asian family as well. So, they're all from sort of all stratas of society. Suddenly people had to make room. So that is the story of more recent history. But to go right back, as William absolutely rightly points out, the links with India are faint. The links with East Africa are very, very strong, which raises the question that you've been raising as well on the emails, which is, what are Indians doing in East Africa and how did they get there?
So we've talked before in this pod about how a lot of Indians supported the First World War, including Gandhi, encouraging Indians to sign up and fight for the British Empire on the understanding that there would be a pro quid quo, that after the war was over and if Britain won, that Indians would be rewarded by Dominion status. But what I didn't know was that there was also talk of giving India and Indians a great chunk of East Africa that had belonged to the Germans. The German East African colony, having been defeated, was discussed as a possible Indian colony. Pioneering administrators like Sir Harry Johnston writes this: East Africa is and should be, from every point of view, the America of the Hindu. And there's a lot of talk in around 1915 and then more after the First World War is won about reserving Kenya for a white settler colony and for Tanganyika, German East Africa, to be an Indian colony. This is what the Aga Khan has to say. German East Africa, when acquired from Germany, should be handed over to the government of India and reserved as an Indian colony belonging to the Indian government, just as Samoa should be given to Australia and German Southwest Africa to the Cape. I thought this was extraordinary, because this was certainly a piece of history that I had forgotten. This was discussed apparently at the Imperial War Conference of April 1917, where one of the Indian representatives was Ganga Singh, the Maharaja of Bikaner. And again, the Aga Khan is pushing this, and he has discussions with Gopal Krishna Gokhale, who we talked about in the past too, who is the sponsor both of Jinnah and of Gandhi. And Gokhale writes, German East Africa, when conquered from the Germans, should be reserved for Indian colonization and handed over to the government of India. Another guy, Lord Sydenham, a former governor of Bombay, talks about India as a colonizing power. So this whole idea that Indians would colonize East Africa is a very popular idea, but it's shot down ultimately by none other than Lord Curzon. And then there's a lot of resistance by the white settlers in Kenya on basically racist grounds. And so you get this idea that never actually happens. You get continual Indian colonization by individuals, but you get no institutional colonization by the government of India. So we've got the person who not only was part of the story, he was thrown out by Idi Amin when he was 18 or 19, but also possibly the first person to actually write the history of this migration. And this is Mahmoud Mamdani, now a professor at Columbia, also a professor in Cape Town and in Uganda. He wrote in 1973 the first book on this, called From Citizen to Refugee, Ugandan Nations Come to Britain, when he was barely, I think, 21 or 22 years old. And to this day is a major writer on this. Funny enough, when we started the series and the London Review of Books sponsored our first episode, the piece in the LRB we read out in the ad was actually Mahmoud Mamdani's essay on, I have it in front of me here, the Asian questions. Mahmoud Mamdani writes about expulsion from Uganda 50 years after it happened. So Mahmoud is absolutely the man to go to in this.
No, absolutely a pleasure. And may I just say, You're Neither Settler Nor Native was just a profoundly important book to me. And I mentioned I have another job, the other place, as we like to call it. When I told them that you were coming onto our podcast, they went, "Wow, you've landed the big fish." So thank you very much for deigning to speak to us. The reason why it's really a great time to be speaking to you, it may not have escaped your notice, but we have a Prime Minister at number 10 who is brown and who has an East African background. And it is a really fascinating time for us. I mean, I wonder where you were when you heard the news and whether you thought, gosh, that's a surprise.
It wasn't a big surprise, not after the last merry-go-round. In East Africa itself, I think there was much jubilation amongst those of Asian origin, and this had basically to do with Rishi's background, not his politics. And given the way East African Asian politics has changed over the last decade, it's become much more divided along sectarian lines, religious lines. It's been the overseas impact of the BJP and the JVP, and so given that it was not all that surprising. Given that Rishi was dubbed the first Hindu Prime Minister, the British media called him the first Hindu Prime Minister.
Very much the line here in India too. Very much stressed his Hindu background, with lots of pictures of him and his wife at their wedding,
right?
All the paraphernalia.
And holding the Bhagavad Gita at his swearing-in ceremony. Anyway, but it's been a time for celebration with not much sense of what kind of challenges he's facing.
It started a conversation here in Great Britain where there is really very little knowledge of that East African migration story. And it's only started to be looked at because of Rishi Sunak's election. And we should point out at this point that you yourself have an East African background. Uganda was your home until your mid-20s. That's right, isn't it? Until Idi Amin decided it wasn't going to be your home anymore.
Yes, Uganda was my home until the mid-20s, and then I returned to Uganda as soon as Idi Amin was ousted, which was 1979. And for the last 12 years, I've been in Uganda directing an institute at Makerere University for 12 years. And I finished that early February. So the sense of Uganda as a home was kind of challenged after 1972. You can't really go back. You have to take into account what's happened since then.
That's really interesting. So sort of a kind of an almost sort of spiritual schism, or sort of, that how can I want someone who didn't want me? I mean,
or just a sense of insecurity.
Yeah, but here, when the story's told here, the big comedy villain is Idi Amin, who, in many comedy skits, I can't remember the Fortune and Bird skit where they do an Idi Amin, a terrible accent thing that you wouldn't be allowed to do today, but also Last King of Scotland is the portrayal of a man who is a buffoon, someone to be mocked and laughed at, and yet
more sinister than that in many ways. In the mythological version, a cannibal, a madman. There's a whole baggage in the mythology of Idi Amin.
So we ought to ask you. Just tell us who he really was and what he really was.
Well, I think Idi Amin's great strength, in a way, was that he encouraged his adversaries to think their own prejudices as truths. He let them continue believing about him what they did. He played the fool. He played the buffoon in the mind of the racist. So he was always a step ahead of the competition. And it is remarkable. Idi Amin carried out 3 expulsions in 1 year, 1972. He expelled the Israelis, then he expelled the Asians, then he expelled the British. And both the Israelis and the British tried everything they could to remove him. The Israelis tried a coup attempt in 1974.
This was in the aftermath of the Entebbe.
Before the Entebbe hostage crisis. They linked up with a section of the army officer corps from Amin's own corner of Uganda, who were pro-Israeli. But it didn't work anyway. The British made two attempts. First in 1972, linking up with Tanzania to carry out an invasion fronted by Obote's forces and Museveni's.
Obote being the previous prime minister, ousted by...
Right. And, the assumption was that the people would rise up. And the people didn't rise up because Amin was very popular. Amin had not only had he removed Obote, but then when he did the turnaround and expel the Asians, he was very popular until he could not come up with an alternative setup. The British tried again, and this time successfully in 1978, 79, again with Tanzania and with Nyerere. But even then, the reason Amin term ended as president of Uganda was much more because of internal factors.
When you speak of the expulsion of the Asians, what did Ugandans think of his decision to expel Asians?
The Asian question had been simmering for over a decade. Right at independence, there was the question of citizenship and what should be the requirements of citizenship. At the Independence Constitution, which was basically a British-made constitution at Lancaster House in London, the Brits made a distinction between indigenous and non-indigenous residents in Uganda and had a qualifier that you could only become a citizen by birthright if both your parents were born in the country and if one of your grandparents were born in the country. Now, this ruled out most Asians. Only 5 to 10% would have qualified. At the same time, then the Brits went on to introduce this same indigenous clause in British immigration laws in 1968, and basically making a distinction between white and non-white citizens and removing the right of UK passport holders to migrate to the United Kingdom in contravention of all international laws.
Particularly the European Convention on Human Rights.
Yeah, European Convention, UN conventions, and in return, the East African countries passed a series of laws barring Indians not holding local citizenship from either holding jobs or from trading. So you had, beginning 1968-69, you had a growing pool of people of Indian origin who were gradually being impoverished and unable to afford living their customary lifestyle of some privilege, a little bit of privilege, and moving into places of worship, gurdwaras or temples or mosques, and then spilling over from those into one-room tenements in slums.
Desperate situation.
So politically stateless as well, in effect. Nobody wants them. Nobody will have that. And this is under Harold Wilson. So we're talking about sort of 68. The British have made it difficult for them to come here.
It comes to 71. And the thing is that these people had applied for Uganda citizenship, but their applications were not being processed. The numbers, there's no certainty about numbers, but the lowest figures I've seen is 12,000. The highest figures is 30,000. Bob Astles, who was an intelligence officer for Obote and then for Amin, wrote in his memoirs that he went looking for these applications and finally found them in closed cupboards in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. And he says there were 30,000, and he went looking at these tenements where they lived, and he described them as concentration camp-like conditions.
And you were a young man at this time, so I've read the political theory and the political history, and those numbers are astonishing, and each one is a tale of human misery. But as somebody who had friends and family, this idea of suddenly being made stateless, that your neighbours and friends may not want you anymore, and there's nowhere for you to go. What did it feel like at the time, being in the middle of all that?
Well, there are two aspects to this. One is that everybody was expelled. lost a sense of home. And no matter how rich or poor, no matter what passport you had, you lost your sense of home. And home cannot be built in a few years, even in a decade. It's built over generations. I mean, that's what I realized as one of the people in that group. So that was one side of it. The other side of it was that, of course, there was not one single Asian experience apart from this. These 12 to 30,000 people celebrated the expulsion, okay, because they finally, who had not received Uganda citizenship, whose British passport or the UK protected person passport was useless, now the gates of Britain were open. I remember going to the house of a friend of mine in London, a council home, and he took me around the house, and he took me to the prayer room, the puja room, and I saw there amongst gods and goddesses a photograph of Amin. And I said, what is this doing here? With my mother. And so I turned to the mother, and the mother said, where would we be without him? We have a council home, we have public transport, we have public education. In Uganda, we had no job, we couldn't do anything, we were just rotting.
But the reason that Amin was in this temple, I just want to understand it, because to me it's just such a mental breakdown I'm having with the thought of this. But it is because Amin had made people so impoverished and without hope and without future in Uganda. This was the only way that they had a future. Is that right?
What Amin did is he valorized the British passport. He forced the British to admit this group in Britain. Everything else followed. Okay, you had to work for it. But the one thing Amin did not give them a social welfare state, but he opened the gates of Britain for them. And that was major. Right? It's something that this group would not forget.
But for those that don't know the history, just go back to the beginning of the story of how Indians got to live in Africa. From the beginning, from the ancestrally trading links between Gujarat and the East African coast.
Well, look, we don't know when the beginning is exactly. The first mention that I have seen of Indian communities on the East African coast is at the time of Christ. The Greek atlas of the Eritrean Sea has a mention about this.
The Periplus.
Yeah. So at the same time, this is one side of the story. Indians coming into Arabia along the East African coast, Indian merchants. The other side of the story is Africans going in the reverse direction.
I've seen in the Amaravati stupa remains in Madras pictures of Ethiopian traders arriving and offering gifts to Buddhist dignitaries, and this huge trade. We have evidence of coins from India in Ethiopia, and vice versa. And the Red Sea was a major motorway of trade.
Well, basically, the trade is much larger before Vasco da Gama and the Portuguese take control of the Indian Ocean and try to turn it into a monopoly and try to destroy any dhows they find.
They make people have a carta, don't they, like a passport. And unless you have your Portuguese passport, you get blown out of the water. It's like a protection racket.
But the Indian migration to Africa, so this is a two-way street, which has a deep and long history. But the Indian migration to Africa, you've described it as coming in three threads, haven't you? That there are three different streams. Just tell me what they were.
So first, before British colonization, the migration is limited to the coastline, to cities like Mombasa, Kilwa, Malindi, London, places like that. And these are merchant traders, financiers. They finance now really slave plantations after the late 18th century, because in the late 18th century, the French bring the plantation slavery model from the Caribbean to the Indian Ocean, and then begins a completely different kind of bondage. Anyway, that's the opening. That's the opening phase.
And what kind of period of history are we talking about? We put years on this.
We're talking about the beginning, as I said at the outset. It's difficult to trace from when. It could be from Greek times when the Greeks wrote about it. We're talking until late 19th century. Then in late 19th century, the British come in and they begin with Nubi soldiers. Nubi soldiers who come from the north, basically, are drawn from different tribes. They are themselves ethnically African. They've come from different communities, and they sort of sold as soldiers. Their services are sold. They're not sold. Their services are sold to the Brits. They come in, and they are force marched a number of times. They're force marched in the battle against the French. They're force marched in several other battles, and the result is a mutiny. There are 2 mutinies within the space of a few years. To quell the mutiny, the Brits bring the first Indians, who are soldiers from Punjab.
Right.
First soldiers they bring are roughly 400. Idi Amin is a newbie, remember that. And that's the first Indian-African encounter, is as soldiers. But it's also, they lived in the same sort of barracks after the mutinies are quelled and everything. They live in the same barracks, they eat the same food. Many of them marry one another. So Idi Amin's great-grandmother, who is married to an English guy in southern Sudan, divorces or is asked to leave, whatever, comes home, marries a Sikh guy. And this great-grandmother is somebody who adopted his great-grandfather.
And this first Punjab troops coming in 1895, is that right, Dave?
Right, somewhere in the 1890s. And they leave 1913. Okay, all the Indian troops go back 1913. They have been replaced by railway workers.
So this, we should talk about, this is it was sort of dubbed the lunatic line, wasn't it? Which sort of stretched from Uganda all the way to what is now Kenya. And it cost coin, sure, but so much blood of Indian workers as well who were brought to work on this line.
Yeah, well, there are novels written about it, lions eating railway workers, and the lions of Tsavo is
that's, I guess,
35,000 Indians. Well, that sort of number, isn't it?
But most of them go back. Well, let's say about 80% go back. The rest are not allowed to buy land, and those are the ones who become the dukawalas, shopkeepers. Also, a larger number come from India, and they are brought in by the financier merchants of the late 19th century, who established now dukas, shops, all along East Africa, right into Eastern Congo. They bring in, they encourage poor relatives or poor caste members to come in. And those are the people who come in. Then the third immigration is basically administrative, technical cadre who the Brits bring in. I mean, they are again Sikh, Punjabi contractors, technical people, Goan clerks, Bengali teachers. Now, for Amin, the good Indian was the Indian soldier, the Indian who lived amongst African communities, some of whom might marry. The bad Indian is the first Indian he encounters when he works in the sugar plantation, the Mehtasu sugar plantation, at the age of about 10, 11. And bad Indian is the foreman who is specialized in terms of squeezing the last ounce of labor from some poor laborer. Many of them sort of young kids like Amin was, 10, 11. So Amin grows up with 2 possibilities. One, his father's legacy, which is the King's African Rifles, possibility of becoming a soldier. And the other is his mother's legacy. His mother is a healer who comes from a long line of healers that have taken part in series of battles to get Africa rid of non-Africans.
Non-Africans being Brits and Indians, or just Indians? Or, I mean, what does non-African mean at this point?
Non-African at this point, in particular terms, is the outside invader, the Brits. Or if there are Indian soldiers with them, it includes the Indian. But non-African, then
The definition extends.
who is not African? So the question of who is an African will become a question later on. But right now, an African is somebody indigenous to Africa.
It's a good point to take a break. We're going to be back right after this short break.
Welcome back to the Empire Pod. We have the wonderful Mahmood Mamdani telling us the extraordinary story of the East African Asian community. And we now, of course, have an East African Asian Prime Minister in Rishi Sunak. This is a part of history that has been very little studied by anyone other than Mahmood. Mahmood is the go-to writer on this, and we are very, very lucky to have him here. So give us, Mahmood, just an idea of the size of the Indian community in, well, the different countries, not just Uganda, but Kenya, Tanzania, along the whole coast. How many people are there as British rule begins to recede? 1947, the Brits leave India, then by the 50s and 60s, there are beginning to be independent nations in Africa. Is it 1962, independence in Uganda?
It is 1962. So look, the largest Indian community is in Kenya and Tanzania, in those two places. Okay, that is about 120,000, 130,000 in each. The smallest Indian community is in Uganda. That's about 70, 80,000. We're talking by the time of the expulsion. And the Indian community in Kenya, because Kenya was a settler colony, the Indian community found itself significantly disprivileged in the urban area.
When you say settler colony, I mean, those are terms that in academia are understood, but to somebody who's just listening to this, well, what is a settler colony?
I think first we need to distinguish settler from a migrant. So a migrant comes in a place and is looking for economic advantage, but has no ambition to create an entirely new political community, a state. There's no intention to displace the existing political community. But the settler comes with that intention. So the settler is not a migrant. There were whites in Tanzania, there were whites in Uganda. Those would be more akin to migrants, even plantation owners, whatever. But they did not have this political ambition. Kenyan whites had a political ambition, like the Rhodesian whites, like the South African whites, create their own, like the American whites, Canadian whites, Australia, New Zealand. Right? So that's the setting.
And this is the world we know from fiction and from films. Happy Valley, privileged white people, white clubs, white-only clubs, swimming pools, tennis courts, safaris.
Yeah, but this is not just privilege, because privilege is class privilege. Okay, this is rule. This is demanding the right to rule. And that's what distinguished settler colony from other kinds of colonies, which were also reeking with privilege. So India was not a settler colony, right? It was a colony. So in Kenya, you have, because of this yoke of settler colonialism, you have a remarkable Indian involvement in anti-colonial politics. You have an urban wing of Mau Mau, which is led by Pio Pinto Gama, and you have an Indian trade union organizer, Makhan Singh, who organizes the first East African trade union. Now, Makhan Singh is not born in Kenya. Makhan Singh is born in India, but he's sent to Kenya by the Ghadar party, Punjab.
We've had a lot of the Ghadars in earlier episodes. Yeah.
So he comes to Kenya as a political organizer. And I mean, if you go back to look at the footage of when Makhan Singh died, when Pio Pinto Gama died, hundreds of thousands of people, and with just few people of Indian descent. So Kenya is a very different scene in that sense. And it's an interesting question to ask is, how come there's no expulsion in Kenya, in Tanzania, but only in Uganda? And I think the reason there's an expulsion in Uganda and not Kenya and Tanzania is because It's only in Uganda that you have a native elite which is competing with the Indian. You don't have one in Kenya.
Right. And just on, I mean, I think that just on that point of Uganda, the mythology of Idi Amin is so huge. Now, I've grown up around Ugandan nations. Tell me, is this true? So you've already given me such a brilliant insight into this newbie background of Amin, which I had no idea about. So, you know, there is obviously some historical bad blood, you know, that the Indians came to crush my forebears, right? There is some personal family mythology there. They told me that also he was in love with an Indian woman who spurned him. Now look at you, look at your face. I knew it was rubbish. You are wincing with demonstrable pain. So just for those who don't know, I grew up being told that one of the reasons that Amin came to hate the Indians so much and booted them out was because he was in love, and history tells on personal stories, with a beautiful Sikh woman who spurned him, or the family spurned him, and therefore he never forgot it. Now, explain your wincing.
She was not Sikh. She was...
Oh, but she existed. Oh, okay, I'm sitting up now. I thought it was nonsense. Okay.
She was the wife of one of the richest Indian families, the Madhwanis, right? And so she was a Lohana, Gujarati Lohana.
Gujarati Lohana, okay.
Gujarati Lohana, in her 50s or something. She used to be beautiful when she was young.
All right. He liked her. Okay.
It's nothing to do with this. I mean, Amin decides to kick out the Asians. Let me give you a little background to this. So this lady in question, Mrs. Madhwan, is from the richest Asian family, Mujibai Madhwan, who in the 1920s, immediately after the First World War, when rubber plantations owned by British planters go into crises because of the commodity crash after the First World War, these plantations are auctioned, and two Indian families buy off most of these plantations. Mehtas and Madhwanis. Madhwanis are the richer. From plantations, they expand into manufacturing, and they become very rich. But their period of the greatest enrichment is the first decade after independence under Obote. And they move into a whole series of industries. And they establish themselves as a multinational, registered in Bermuda or Barbados, one of the two places. So that's one dynamic. The other dynamic is that the Asian question has been on the agenda since independence, not even since independence, since 1958, the first trade boycott of Asians, Asian shops. And from 1958, the Brits respond to the trade boycott by an affirmative action program, an Africanization program, which removes Indians from certain localities. Okay, this is the first expulsion, in a sense. It removes Indians from trading in certain localities. Okay, that's the idea. Is the Brits set up the Indians against the Africans. Then comes Obote. His first encounter with the Baganda elite is in 1966. It's an encounter with the king of Buganda, the Kabaka of Buganda, and the army commander is Idi Amin. Idi Amin bombards, destroys the palace, lots of killing, and there's bad blood between Idi Amin and the Baganda. The king runs away to Britain, the Kabaka. There's no alliances yet. Okay, but comes the coup. After the coup, two things. The minute there is a possibility of Obote returning to power, and the minute Amin puts the Asian question on the agenda. I've read all the cabinet report from the first meeting of the cabinet after the coup. And I can tell you the Indian question was on the agenda from day one. The very first meeting of cabinet, Amin told cabinet, nobody will meet an Indian outside of office hours. If you have an appointment with an Indian, you will inform my office who the appointment is with and the reason for the appointment. From day one.
How much is legitimate lack of trust? Because these are people who supported Obote before, and how much is actually scapegoating because it's politically expedient to have a visual enemy if you're trying to build your own fiefdom?
Well, there's a lack of trust, certainly, in the sense that Amin used to call them the Obote's Mafia, the rich Indian businessmen. It's called the Obote's Mafia. But there's also his own sense of going back to his mother, Africa for Africans. Amin saw himself, when he comes into power, he is basically a British puppet, in a sense. He's talking of normalizing relations with South Africa. He does everything the Brits ask him to do. You just read the British press, 1971, 1972, and you will see a very different depiction of Amin from after 1972. All this stuff of bloodthirsty, none of that is there. Whereas most of the blood is spilled in 1971 when Amin comes to power.
So now we have just this incredibly, and I'm very grateful, incredibly detailed picture of how Amin came to say, get out. The other end of that is those who had to get out, and you were one of them. Going back to that time in 1972, I'm trying to imagine the sort of fresh-faced young you in your mid-20s. You wash up in London.
I'm probably the same age as Mrs. Madhavan.
Stop picking on that poor woman. Stop it. In my head, she was beautiful. She broke his heart in pieces. Okay, that's what I was brought up on. But okay, so there you are. And you're sent to Kensington Church Street, and just what did you think was going to become of you, what England would be to you when you came?
Kensington Church Street is presumably not a bad refugee camp if you had to choose one.
No, it wasn't bad, except that you were surrounded by very wealthy people, and you were penniless. So it was like looking at somebody from the bottom up. It was a bad world in that sense, because there were big shops everywhere, everybody was buying, and you were just looking through the window. So you were not in a...
The Beatles have just broken up. What's happening in London?
You can't blame that on Mahmood. I mean, honestly.
Or Idi Amin.
I mean, there are certain things that man does not have to answer for. That is one of them. But we've asked on this podcast before when we were speaking to other people, how is it that on that slipstream of coming into this country penniless, with nothing in your pockets, with your nose pressed up against the sweet shop, in effect. So many East Africans have made such an enormous success of being in Britain because, actually...
The single most successful immigrant community in this country.
So how and why, and just to, summarise all this, because we're trying to understand the political elite that we have today, particularly in the Conservative Party. Explain that slipstream, if you can, to us.
When I came, I was 27. I was writing my doctoral thesis at Harvard. I just come to Kampala to do the research, joined the university, and the very next month, Amin declared the expulsion. During the expulsion, as I said, there was an air of celebration in half the Asian community. These were the homeless people who had no future, suddenly had a future. And I remember, there was no thefts, there was no killing, because Amin's army was determined that nothing would be stolen, since that's what would be distributed to them. This was their property now. It wasn't Indian property anymore, right? So there was not going to be any theft. There were going to be no killings, because Amin was clear. He told his soldiers, I want no excuse for a foreign intervention. You are going to treat the Indians humanely. Those are his speeches, okay? Humane treatment.
So did you have suitcases? How much baggage is everyone coming out with when they're being...
Well, 2 suitcases.
Everything else left behind?
Well, you could be left behind or sent. So, for example, everybody had to figure out, Indian families from the lower middle class up have family jewels, okay, which they pass down the generations. And every family had to decide, what are you going to do with these jewels? Some of them dug holes in the ground and put the jewels in there. Okay, but others, like my family, my father said he had a friend in the customs, and this guy had said that he will clear 5 boxes. He can send them to England. So the family decided, my father decided, okay, first box will be a trial box, and if it gets through, we will send the remaining 4 boxes. So in the first box, there were just, cooking utensils, clothing, stuff like that. It got through. When it got through, we sent the other 4 boxes, which included my mother's jewelry, family jewelry. None of them got through.
Right.
Customs guy was smart. He realized he must let the first box through.
Then the good stuff comes. Yeah.
So there you are. But we went with two suitcases. So I think, first of all, age is a big factor. So for my father, it was a huge crisis. Okay, the expulsion. It was a loss of confidence for the men. For the men of a certain age. My father was in his 50s. Okay. For the women of a certain age, it was a transformation because they became supporters of the family. They went out and worked in factories. They cooked food at home and sold it to restaurants. They did whatever, but the women had their wits about them, and the men had to deal with
crushing of confidence. Yeah.
Loss of face, everything.
Mahmoud, this is the experience in Uganda. Our Prime Minister's family were at the same time in Tanzania. Was there a feeling among Tanzanian Indians that there was no future in Africa, that they had to find their way to Britain? Was there a knock-on effect? And did you have many other families from Kenya and Tanzania making their way to Britain at the same time in the mid-70s?
Oh, very much. Very much, because in Tanzania, Julius Nyerere was in power. 1972 was buildings acquisition. Landlords, who were mainly Asian landlords, lost their building. At the same time, the expulsion was going on in Uganda. There was a demand of some sort in Kenya and Tanzania that the Ugandan example should be followed.
So everyone thought they weren't safe, which explains. Now, can you just? We really are running out of time. Unfortunately, we can talk to you for such a long time. But that explanation, that trajectory of East African nations into British politics at a very high level, particularly in the Conservative Party. Do you, having travelled on that same journey with the forebears of Priti Patel and Swela Braverman and Rishi Sunak, do you understand why? And even, Williams mentioned this before, the most successful economic migrants are the East African Indians. Why is that? Do you understand? Do you have an explanation for that?
I don't have an explanation, but I have a couple of observations. So, East African Asians have come to Africa over generations. The majority have come since after the Second World War. It's not the first time to leave home. It's not the first time to make a new life. I mean, when we were living in Kampala, my grandparents and uncles were living in Dar es Salaam. And once a year, we would go to Dar es Salaam, the family. My father would drive. And wherever we reached, in the evening, we would wait until we got to a small town or something, or a large village, and he would ask somebody, if there's an Indian family here. And they would point, yes, over there. We would go over there. We don't know them. They don't know us. And it doesn't matter who they are, Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, whatever. And we just announce that we are there. And they think it's completely natural. They spread out mats and whatever. And my mother goes in with the women and they go into the kitchen and they cook. And we eat and we sleep and the next morning we leave. Okay? So it's that kind of a past you're coming from. You're not coming from this tradition which is gelled and which...
So you have experience of starting from nothing and building and being a cohesive community together, which, I guess that goes in some way of explaining the accelerated establishment of this community in Great Britain.
But also quite a well-educated community with an emphasis on education and secondary education. You yourself doing a PhD at Harvard.
Well, I mean... I don't want to say I was an exception, but...
Well, there aren't many Mahmoud men. I mean, I don't know what you're suggesting. He's pretty unique.
That was not the rule. Look, I went to senior secondary school, Old Kampala, right? Senior secondary school, Old Kampala. The kids were not supposed to be as smart as in senior secondary school, Kalolo, right? Because the Kalolo kids were kids of professionals and, administrative people. Most of us were kids of merchants. So, and I have seen the kind of raw material. Okay, they were quick in terms of thinking of schemes and this and that and everything, but they were not the smartest guys when it came to books and stuff like that. So I don't think that people were educated. They had the secondary school education. Not many people went to college.
You've been so generous with your time, and also just opening the door into your own personal history as well as this big history, and for that we are incredibly grateful. Thank you so much, really.
So we're now drawing to a close on our first series about the British and India and that whole aspect of India. And we're thinking now of moving on and doing a new series on the whole story of the Ottoman Empire, from the fall of Byzantium to Ataturk and the Turkish Republic. But before that, I think we're going to have a sort of buffer episode where we look back over this entire first series, answer some of your questions which have been accumulating now in our inboxes and on Twitter. And so if you have any fresh thoughts on where we've been with this whole first series, or indeed where we're going in the future with the Middle East and after, please get in touch. Either tweet us at EmpirePod, or send us an email to empirepoduk@gmail.com.
That's all from us. Thank you very much for listening. I've been Anita Arnon.
And I am William Paul.
You guys this year, you always push in
Greetings. I'm not saying hello and welcome to Empire because that would just be a bit of overkill. This is a full start to the podcast. That's what this is. Because events, dear boys and girls, have overtaken us. We are very shortly going to hear an excellent podcast with our special guest, Aisha Jalal, about Muhammad Ali Jinnah. But we needed to tell you that we know this is a momentous occasion in the history of Empire where a man of Indian origin is being anointed the Prime Minister of Great Britain, Rishi Sunak. So we are going to, I promise, return to that subject in the future. But first of all, here's the programme we recorded, can we tell, a little bit earlier. Hello and welcome to Empire with me. You are really annoying. Actually, you know what? There's been a tweet about it. Okay, who are you? Who are you, first of all?
Me.
You're William Dalrymple, who's being very naughty. Aaron is going to be delighted because he says, absolutely loving Empire. However, I am missing William Dalrymple's enigmatic pauses. Is this something that can return? Is this why you are being like this?
It's going to be so quick.
It's going to be such a long recording. Anyway, thanks very much for staying with us.
Amazingly.
Putting up with that nonsense. So what are we doing today, William? Pull yourself together. What are we doing?
Today.
Why are we here? Why are people listening?
We did a wonderful episode a while back now, before the Queen died, and before we veered off our chronological progression from the East India Company through the Raj into Jallianwala Bagh. And then we did this wonderful one with Gandhi.
Oh, yes.
With Ram Guha.
Yeah, that was good.
And now we, in a sense, need to go back to that mainline story, the story of how we've done how British rule developed in India, how it reached its peak, how resistance began. And we did Gandhi, but we didn't do, or only glancingly touched on, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, who's the figure who, in a sense, in many ways, one of the most remarkable men in the 20th century. How many people personally pushed through an entirely new country onto the map of the world, who develop an entire movement that involves millions of people? And yet he's someone who's very little known in Britain, who's turned into a one-dimensional hate figure in India, who is revered equally one-dimensionally as this sort of Islamic austere figure in a karakul hat in Pakistan who sits on the banknotes, but whose humanity is lost. And when he appears in movies, like we kept going back to talking about the
Attenborough Gandhi.
And there he's this kind of caricatural
Cadaverous.
figure. And he says, he
Taciturn.
mutters around saying, I will have India divided or I will have India destroyed, which of course is a completely
Never do that again.
unhistorical.
That's too
I'll do
scary.
my Tom
Never
Holland
ever
moment.
do that again.
Bad imitation. I'm not singing Marilyn Monroe.
But you're right. So there was the Attenborough version of him, and then there was a later version of Jinnah, which was played by Christopher Lee, famously of the Hammer House, the horror and Dracula.
Yeah.
So this is a man who is either unknown here in this country, or if he is known, it is not in a positive light.
But yet, as we say, actually, whether you approve of the idea of Pakistan, regard it as the saving grace that saved Indian Muslims, or whether you regard it as one of the great disasters of the 20th century, this is a man who altered history in a real and tangible way, and we need to know more about it.
We absolutely do. So let's talk about the beginnings of Muhammad Ali Jinnah. So he was born in 1876
in Karachi.
Correct. Which is he's the eldest of 7 children. His father is a merchant. His mother, Mitibai, is a huge influence in his life.
And not a big merchant. He's 2 or 3 rungs down the social economic pecking order from, for example, Nehru, who was his great rival later in life. He's born in a rented apartment. His father runs boats up and down the Sindhi coast.
Mm-hmm.
And crucially, differently from almost all the other major figures who shepherd India towards independence, he is a Muslim. And not just is he a Muslim, but he's a very particular sort of Shia Muslim from a small minority sect.
So listen, those who don't know, I mean, a lot of people will know Shias and Sunnis, but just to speak a little bit about what the difference is between Shias and Sunnis, and why it is remarkable that a Shia Muslim becomes such an enormous figure in Pakistan.
So most Muslims are Sunnis, but there is a minority within Islam, the Shia faith, which looks to Ali as its figure of great reverence. And there were Shia states in Indian history, particularly the Deccan, at various points. But it was in 17th century Iran that you have the Safavids converting the entire Iranian nation to Shiism. And suddenly it becomes a major player. But Jinnah is not even just part of this minority Shia faith. He is a Khoja Muslim, which is like a minority within a minority. Ironic, because these are now people, of course, which are getting it every time there's a communal upsurge in Pakistan. It's the Shias who are getting it in the neck.
Mm.
And only this year we had more bombs in schools.
In Shia schools, in Shia madrasas,
places of worship. So this is a man who's born into a modest background, trading background. His father is this figure in a turban in the only black and white picture I think that survives of him. Looks very unlike his son, because we're so used to seeing his son.
So those of you who don't know, he's angular. I mean, the picture, if you do have a picture in your head, and the picture that's on banknotes and things in Pakistan is of a very striking, angular, almost lupine face, who wears sometimes thin,
frail,
sometimes wears a monocle. So just going back to the beginning, so from all accounts of his birth, he was a very fragile infant. That's what we are given to believe. Weighed a few pounds less than normal, we're told. And I love this description of him by his sister Fatima, who is a massive figure in his life. Fatima,
and the only member of his family who he's at all close to.
Absolutely right. So Fatima Jinnah says, even in the playground, my brother had a sense of superiority. So, although he may not have been, ostensibly born to greatness, he believed there was greatness in him.
And then he has this odd education where he goes both to a madrasa and a Christian missionary school. So throughout his life, he maintains, in a sense, this odd bipolarity between, on one hand, being very much a Muslim, although he is a secular Muslim. He drinks, he doesn't go much to mosques, he doesn't play out the religious
He's still a kid at the moment, can't he? He's just playing marbles in a superior way.
Nonetheless, from this basis, he has this double identity. On one hand, culturally at least, very strongly a Muslim, And on the other hand, he embraces Western culture much more than, say, Gandhi ever did. He has famously in his peak at the end of his life, I think 200 Savile Row suits.
Yeah.
He never wears the same silk tie twice when fighting a law case. He has dapper correspondent shoes. And he wears this monocle, which makes us look like sort of Bertie Wooster or something.
I don't know whether this is true, and someone doubtless is going to tweet us or email us, but I heard that he modelled that on Chamberlain, that he liked the way Chamberlain looked in his monocle. So anyway, there he is. He's going to these two different schools, these two different cultures, but at the same time, when he's really a little kid, he's only sort of barely a teenager, his father is pulling him into the family business. So he has to be good at maths, he has to be good at arithmetic, he is helping in the trade business as well. He has to grow up pretty quickly.
And then he has this extraordinary break. At the age of 16, a business associate, a British business associate of his father, offers him an apprenticeship in a London law firm. This is complete life-changing.
Douglas, Graham and Company.
And he moves to London, age 16, on his own. And he is transformed by this. He very much takes to London. He goes to the museum. He loves the stage. Is it the old Vic or the young Vic? But he
it's
starts
the old
acting.
Vic.
The old Vic.
So I didn't know this until we started sort of looking into his history. But he was a performer. He had it in him. He used to like going to Hyde Park Corner and watching the orators and watching how they could command the attention of hundreds of people. And he actually went to the old Vic and said, "Look, I'd like to get a job here as an actor." And they liked him. They took him on. They took him on for a period of time.
Very good speaker.
Yeah.
But at the same time that all this is going on, he's also proving himself in the legal department. And only 3 years later, age 19, he's called to the bar, becomes a barrister. And that is, this will make him, this is an extraordinary leap from this minor trader's son. Because by the time he goes back to India, this will make him literally the only Muslim barrister in Bombay.
I think he has the accolade of being the youngest Indian called to the bar when he is actually called to the bar in 1896, which is, a very big deal.
And again, whatever else you think of him politically, he has this rapier mind. He is famous for his precision, his attention to detail, and a kind of rapier wit when he's on his feet. And has, as this joy of acting shows, an extraordinary ability to communicate.
So yes, in a cut glass English accent. By the way, because he has absorbed the accent in a way that he's able to use it as you say, like a rapier. I go to Sister Fatima, who I just love her descriptions of him. She said he wanted to discover himself on the highways of eminence and fame. So again. I don't know whether deliberate or just inherent, but he thinks that there is greatness ahead of him.
And he becomes interested in politics in London, and he associates himself with Dadabhai Naoroji, who's being elected to the British Parliament.
Yes, the first Indian ever to be elected. I believe it was Camden that he represented.
Earlier, there'd been one other was elected, Dai Somba, the son, famously the adopted son of the Begum Samru, but that election was cancelled due to corruption.
Okay, we don't talk about him. Why did you talk about him? We don't talk about him. Okay.
That's any character. Different story. I've written a long piece of an Observer. If anyone wants to go pick it up on the Observer website.
Right. Okay. So here he is, cut glass accent. He's learned. Can I just say something? Hang on a minute. Gujarati, rapier wit, pretty clever. Called to the bar.
Sounds a bit like
someone else we know, does he not?
But a person.
He sounds like Gandhi.
He is destined never ever to go
No,
Gandhi.
but they do really have sort of parallel trajectories in many ways. And also the son of a merchant,
Wonderfully, when we did Gandhi, if there was a dating app in the 1890s, Gandhi and Jinnah would be there.
I know, looking back, talking to the preeminent historian in the world on Gandhi, saying that I'm an idiot, but I guess I do stand by it. Anyway, when does politics start to figure in his life, really?
So he takes an interest in politics in London, but in 1896, age 19 again only, he returns to Bombay. And this, as I say, 3 years later, he's transformed from this minor trader's son to one of the, in a sense, he's got the highest accolade that an Indian of the time could have. He's not only gone to London, studied there, not only done well in law, but he's actually been called to the bar younger than anyone else, aged only 19. And in Bombay, he's now a super eligible, very dashing figure. He comes back already with these extraordinary ties and Savile Row suits. And he is immediately caught up in politics. And just a bit of context here, we kind of sometimes talk about both Gandhi and Nehru and Jinnah as sort of entering the Congress Party. The Congress Party has only been set up 10 years earlier.
Right.
1885, the Congress Party was set up by a Scotsman, Alan Octavian Hume.
Yes, that's right.
And initially it's little more than sort of debating society for London returned Indian toffs, but it's beginning to get up momentum. 10 years later, 1896, Jinnah is back in Bombay, the only Muslim barrister in the entire
But
city.
he has been, I mean, we're sort of forgetting that he was married off at quite a young age as well, but then he loses his first wife. His first wife sort of dies, and so does his mother die, and leaves him rootless, which sort of explains the migration from his home place in Karachi to Bombay, you know.
So again, like Gandhi, again, parallel with Gandhi, he's married
And
off.
he's a
effectively
child bridegroom. Yeah.
But unlike Gandhi, his wife dies.
That's right. So there he is now. He is an eligible young man in his very smart suits in Bombay, which is a hip-happening town even back then. What happens to him in Bombay? He suddenly actually becomes noticed. You know, he becomes a man of substance in his own right, the man people talk about.
So you get, I think, in letters of this time, the first hint of what becomes his defining feature later on, which is this sort of harsh, precise, legal mind that can actually be quite wounding and be quite cold. He can, in the same way that in a law case, he's famous for being able to sort of trap his opponents in a legal corner. So you see for the first time, in a sense, the steel.
The steel.
Yeah, steel is
I think
exactly
that's
the right
it.
word. Yeah. Aggressive, precise, very brilliant, but not a warm man. And this coldness is something which people will remark on more and more as his life goes on. Sarojini Naidu, who's very much on the Congress camp and very much with
A really interesting woman, by the way, Sarojini Naidu,
But she says that you almost need a fur coat when Jinnah walks
Is that what she
into a
says?
room.
Is that what she says? So look, he's in Bombay. Indian National Congress takes him in. He's practicing law. He has got a position in the chambers of John McPherson.
And he's elected to the Imperial Legislative Council in 1909.
Yeah, and soon after that, and he sort of does play some really important roles there. You know, he joins also the All India Muslim League soon afterwards, then becomes its president in 1916.
And the crucial thing here is that this is unusual to be part of both Congress and the Muslim League. And by 1916, he's actually brought the two together into something called the Lucknow Pact, and he's hailed remarkably, in retrospect, as the apostle
unity.
of Hindu-Muslim unity. So not only is he someone who is not telling the Muslims to go their own way, he's actually saying, do not believe those who tell you this.
Yes.
We are one people, we will go forward together. We must not be divided. The British want us to be divided. We must fight together.
We will lose if we're divided. It's funny, we've been talking a lot about unity candidates in British politics lately. Anyway, so there he is, the unity candidate, Muhammad Ali Jinnah. Then something extraordinary happens to him again in 1980. There are some really very powerful and interesting women who pass into this man's life because he marries his second wife, a Parsi woman, daughter of a very rich industrialist called Ratanbai Petty. Now, Ratanbai, who becomes Ratanbai Jinnah, is an extraordinarily young, 16, I think, when they marry, 16.
They meet in Darjeeling.
Right.
Jinnah is staying with her father and sees this beautiful young creature, and they secretly begin correspondence. They meet. But when finally Jinnah says, in a very illusory way, I wondered what you'd feel about your daughter marrying someone from another faith. And Pettit says, I think it's a splendid thing. You know, we'll need to hang together. And then Jinnah
it's me. And he's a lot older. He's about 40 at the time. He's 40, she's 16. But she is a stunning woman. I mean, the pictures of her she's just beautiful. She looks like one of those matinee idols from the silver screen, does she not?
And again, this is something that's so far from the Jinnah of the Pakistani banknotes. He, at this point, they actually run off together. They elope without the father's permission. As soon as she's 18 years old, 2 years later, they have an open-top sports car. They drive up and down Marine Drive with her hair flying behind her. She's famous for her low-cut and revealing sari.
Yeah.
So,
They are the it couple. They are absolutely the it couple. So, it seems as if the world is at their feet.
And again, against the stereotype of him in modern Pakistan, there's this famous occasion in which Patrick French got into trouble for mentioning in his book.
Patrick French is a historian of and a friend of ours.
We will probably get in trouble and bring up, but allegedly,
So let's bring it up.
Let's bring it up.
Okay.
Ratty turns up to the election rally and says, "Jay," as she calls him, "you know what I brought you for lunch?" And he said, "No, I don't know." He said, "Ham sandwiches." And he looks absolutely horrified because certainly in public, it was as a representative of the Muslim League, you do not want to be seen eating either pork or drinking whiskey, both of which he does.
I'm glad you didn't mention it. So Ratty is, though, sort of deemed to be a bit of a firebrand as well, isn't she? She's not your typical Indian wife. She's not quiet. She doesn't like Gandhi's wife, Kasturba Bai, who's like 5 feet behind him, walking, doing whatever it is that he wants to do. That's not Ratty, is it?
It's not. And as the post-war period gives way to the 20s, they begin to find difficulties in their relationship because Ratty sounds like a sort of proto-hippie. She's into crystals and seances and sort of mumbo-jumbo. And quite quickly, she actually moves out and takes a suite in the Taj Mahal Hotel.
Slum, is it?
It's a tough life if you're a Parsi heiress.
Yeah.
And this coincides with a downturn in Jinnah's
Let's talk
political life.
about it, because this is a really pivotal moment in 1920, and it revolves around Gandhi. I mean, so these two are really unfortunate twins because they are, it's everything on paper says they ought to get on, but this cements an enmity that some argue may have divided a continent. So yes, talk to this.
So they've actually met earlier in 1914 when Gandhi's on his way back from South Africa. He stops off in London where there's parties given to him, where indeed our lovely Princess Sophia
is at one of those parties.
present.
Yeah.
So at this extraordinary party that we mentioned in the previous pod, not only do we have Gandhi and Sophia, but as I just discovered from my research this morning, Jinnah is also there. This is the place where Jinnah meets Gandhi at this party.
I didn't know.
Celebrating Gandhi's return in London in 1914.
Right, I didn't know that.
And they talk very briefly and perfectly amicably.
Do we know what they talked about?
They talk presumably politics. This is
Right.
a political moment.
Yeah.
And Jinnah is in London because he's come back as part of the, I think, Imperial Legislative Council. And
right.
he's already negotiating with the British. And this is all. So he's already an established figure in the Congress, in the freedom struggle.
I'm just trying to just visualise that because he's a tall chap. And there's Gandhi, who's a slight sparrow of a man. So there would have been a physical sort of looking up from Gandhi to Jinnah.
But Gandhi at this point, of course, is not yet wearing his homespun.
No, he's not
Gandhi
homespun.
Still,
And he's
the two of
finding
them
his
are both
feet.
in their starch collars.
Absolutely. And Gandhi very much would have been the junior partner, I think, in that conversation. Even.
But then, 2 years later, they meet again in India. They've both got the same patron, who's Gokhale.
So Gopal Krishna Gokhale, again, we've mentioned him before, but I think he's just such an important, interesting character. He is a man who is trying to hold Indian opposition together and make sure that they don't resort to violence, because increasingly there are calls to kick the British out by any violent means necessary. And particularly, he's struggling for the soul of the Indian National Congress. Him and a man called Lajpat Rai, who is he's a firebrand who says, look, we've tried nicey, it's just not working. People like Bhagat Singh are starting to bubble up and solidify their own strategies for getting the British out. And Gokhale is like, no, we just need peace. And Gokhale will be the man, he hasn't done it yet, but he will be the man who writes to Gandhi to say, come here, you have successfully and non-violently overturned past laws in South Africa. Now we need you over here to teach us how to do the same.
And I might be wrong about this, but I think when Gandhi and Jinnah meet next on Indian soil, Gokhale is giving the party.
Gokhale is giving the party. I believe it's at Jinnah's house, but it is Gokhale who's the host of the party.
Very
That's right.
first hint of unease, because Jinnah is the host.
Yeah.
Jinnah makes the speech.
It's his house.
And Gandhi, in a sense, takes the microphone, if there is a microphone, certainly takes the stage.
Yeah.
And he says, I'm so pleased to see that not only is a Muslim part of the Congress, but that he is in charge of this branch of it. And this is not something that Jinnah likes. And apparently
it is a bit condescending. It is, yeah.
He's the big guy. He's already established.
From Gandhi come lately, he's just arrived. It's a little bit rude, yeah.
And, there are so many things about Jinnah in the sense that are remarkable, that he's this great lawyer, that he's already in the legislative council, that he's taking on the British in court and opposing. He's a great one for taking minor details and showing up the hypocrisy of the British in court, which he does very well. And Gandhi doesn't say any of this.
He doesn't
just
say any of
says,
it.
You're a Muslim.
And also, this gives us an insight into the fact that actually Jinnah and others have pointed this out. It's thin-skinned. He doesn't take this kind of jibe and then just forget it. He's not the kind of man who forgets
almost
it.
all these characters at this point are very thin-skinned. And Nehru is notoriously thin-skinned later in life. And all these people, are in a sense the celebs of the time. They're glamorous figures. They've got enormous followings, and like as so often the case with famous celebs, do not like criticism or opposition.
I can't remember when. So Gandhi does another little jibe at him at some point where Jinnah is speaking, and Gandhi says it would have been really lovely if you would have spoken in Gujarati. Why don't you speak in Gujarati?
And Jinnah does not actually speak good.
He doesn't speak, no. And so it's again. Shall we take a break and come back?
Time for a break, because what we're about to turn to is the moment when this relationship, which is initially cordial but is now
chilling a little bit,
actually breaks in two.
Yeah. Welcome back. You're listening to Empire with me, Anita Arnon.
And me, William Grimble.
Right. So, okay, before the break, we were talking about this. It's almost a dance that's going on, a paso doble between Gandhi and Jinnah. Where they are sort of on the same page, but they are slightly rubbing each other up the wrong way, it seems. But then this turns into attrition. At what point?
In the 1920s, there is a big Congress meeting in Nagpur, and Jinnah, the established figure who's already there on stage, has his nose completely gone out of joint by Gandhi, who's returned to India now and gone round India in a train, in a third-class carriage. He's donned homespun, and has in a sense now become, for the first time, the figure that we know. He's no longer the lawyer in the starch collar. He's in homespun. He's in a dhoti.
This is post Jallianwala Bagh, so he's now cemented his position as somebody who says no more to the British, and the Indians listen to him. I think he's already gone to Champaran, and he said to the indigo growers, "You do not have to live like this. These landlords are treating you very badly. They're not going to pay you any more rent." So he's proving himself to be a very successful political agitator.
The whole Congress is changing. It's no longer the gentleman's club, which Jinnah was very happy in. Instead, you've got crowds of guys in white homespun turning up and sitting on the ground. Well, this is the point when Jinnah, is going to be shouting at his batman for giving him the wrong cufflink.
Right.
Jinnah's not going to sit on the ground. He's not going to wear white homespun. He's got 200 salary suits. He does not like this. But also, and again, this is something which goes against the established stereotype. The thing that Jinnah particularly does not like is, according to him, it's Gandhi who introduces religion into politics.
Right.
Because he brings with him a lot of his ashram stuff. There's going to be prayer meetings. There's going to be vegetarianism. There's going to be a lot of talk about God and religion. He describes the free India that he wants as Ram Raja, as the realm of
Lord Rama.
The rule of Lord Rama, as in the Ramayana, as in the idea of that. I suppose the British equivalent would be Arthur's rule, but it's divine. It's a perfect, divinely sanctioned Hindu
Do you not
world.
find this really weird, actually, that he did do that? Because in later life, we'll know Gandhi as somebody who eventually dies because he's supposedly cutting too much slack to the Muslims by the hand of a Hindu fundamentalist who thinks he's not actually making India a Hindu country. He does so much to say this is a country for all different faiths, and yet here he's doing something that is quite obviously going to rub up. Jinnah and other Muslims up the wrong way.
So Jinnah, who only 4 years earlier has been called the apostle of Hindu-Muslim unity, finds that Congress is simply, for his taste, becoming not only too common in the sense that ordinary people are turning up sitting on the ground, but it's coming to Hindu. And that he, from this point, makes it his life's mission to build minority rights into whatever new India is being built. Because I think the thinking is, if it's going to be Ram Raja, where do Muslims fit into that? If it is a Hindu paradise, what do you do with a fifth of the population, which is, no, a quarter of the population at this point before Pakistan, which is Muslim?
And he's not on his own. I mean, there are other Muslim intellectuals who are equally worried about this. People like Liaquat Ali, people like Allama Iqbal, who's a poet, who are they sit there and they are having conversations about where do we belong.
And important point here, because on the same 1920s Nagpur Congress meeting, religious titles are used. Not only is Gandhi called the Mahatma, which is not, incidentally, a traditional Hindu title. It's one that Annie Besant and the Theosophist, and more specifically Madame Blavatsky, comes up with.
Oh, you talked about her brilliant. She's nuts.
This wonderful kind of Central European mystic who claims that she's receiving astral messages from Himalayan Mahatmas, who are Zarathustras. And part of this whole sort of soup of late Victorian, early Edwardian spirituality and mysticism, Gandhi gets given the title Mahatma, Great Soul.
Yeah.
And for Jinnah, in his correspondent shoes and his spats, this is all, and his monocle, this is all far too washy, fluffy.
So Nagpur is where this kicks off, because he refuses to address Gandhi as Mahatma and just keeps referring to him as Mr. Gandhi.
And he also refuses to give another Muslim leader the title Maulana, which is a Muslim honorific. Because, and then this is an important point, what he's worried is not only is going to be too much Hindu stuff going on, he doesn't want to awaken a specifically Islamic thing going on among India's Muslims. And this is something that's often forgotten, particularly in Indian historians who are talking about Jinnah. He is genuinely a secularist. He genuinely wants a secular thing to be replacing the British. And in his view, by stirring up this stuff, by bringing religion into politics, you're letting this very dangerous tiger out of the cage. And in a way, he's proved right, because you get the Khilafat movement, which is this, the Ottoman Emperor has just been deposed in Istanbul and sent off to Nice. A lot of Indian Muslims are very upset about this. And you get one of the first examples of really vicious Hindu-Muslim fighting breaking out as part of the Khilafat movement. And Jinnah can say, I told you so, look what you've done now.
But previously on this, in Nagpur, let's get back to Nagpur just a minute. So there he is saying, I'm not going to say Mahatma. And actually something very interesting goes on at that meeting, because a lot of followers of Gandhi start saying, sit down, Jinnah, sit down. He's called the Mahatma, call him the Mahatma. They start heckling him. He is not used to this kind of treatment from, supposedly, those who should be supporting him, following him.
And this is a crucial point. You're right, we were veering off. So he's heckled, he's humiliated. Gandhi is the triumphant figure of the Nagpur meeting in 1920, and clearly, this is the moment when clearly the god abandons Antony, so to speak. This is the moment when Gandhi becomes the darling of the Congress, and Jinnah goes off in a terrific huff.
Yeah.
And not only does he go off in a terrific huff, his whole personal life is darkening fast. By this stage, Rati is drinking. She's in a very bad way.
She's still at the Taj.
She's still in the Taj, and indeed, in, I think, 1929, she dies in that room, in the suite, in the Taj. And according to one of her relations, and this is highly disputed, and again, people may be offended by it, but there is good primary source evidence for this, she committed suicide.
They do have a child together, Adina, who interestingly, and I know we're leaping about a little bit, but interestingly, because we may forget to tell you, we're just so bursting with things we want to tell you, but Dina, after partition, chooses to stay in India.
And becomes part of a very prominent Indian Bombay Parsi family.
Yeah, what is?
Yeah. Anyway, so Gandhi triumphant, Jinnah in the process of
and
the fuming, personal life falling apart. Rati doesn't like that this guy has fallen from grace. The glamorous figure that she fell in love with is now a fallen angel. And all sorts of things. I mean, his enemies will say that it's at this point that Jinnah becomes hardened, embittered, and this already very steely lawyer becomes now the chilly figure we talked about. That you need beginning to. He smokes 20 cigarettes a day.
Right.
He's very frail, but I don't think he's actually.
He hasn't got the
he
TB
hasn't
that
got
will
the
eventually
TB,
kill him.
Not yet.
Okay.
But
right.
but his life is darkening. So
Right.
at this point, having fallen out with Gandhi, we haven't mentioned it, he opposes satyagraha.
Yeah.
So again, this slightly sort
yeah.
of religious thing that Gandhi brings in, this non-violence, ahimsa, it's all with Sanskrit terms.
This is after sort of the massacre, where he is calling a de facto strike, general strike, but giving it the name satyagraha, that people are going to just have a day of worship, they're going to pray. But that, in effect, he's calling a nationwide halt.
And
every time he does
exactly the
that.
thing which makes Gandhi's message so popular with so many simple conservative Indians, the fact that it's got the Sanskritic sounding, we're talking Ram Raja, we're talking ahimsa, all these terms which are familiar from the epics and so on, is exactly what makes the secularist, tweed-suited, monocled Jinnah unhappy. And he actually says satyagraha is a way for anarchy.
Right, okay, so things are going very, very badly wrong.
And he actually goes off in a half back to England.
And what does he do in England? That's where he sort of sits with other like-minded Muslims.
1930, he goes to London.
So they're in London, and they are now. He's found a lot of sort of like-minded individuals. These are sort of either lawyers or again Oxbridge graduates like him who are Muslim, and they're all worried about what might become of them.
That's right. And until the 1930s, most Indian Muslims had imagined that there would be a unitary state of India. But you're beginning to get ideas now of people talking about a separate Muslim.
Do they have a name for it?
They have a name for it, but it's not. But it's not properly defined. The name sort of is a measure of quite how woolly it is, because Pakistan, Pak means pure, but it also is an acronym, and I think it's Punjab is the P.
Yeah.
Afghania.
Afghania, right?
And so again, sort of slightly geographically woolly version. Kashmir is the K. The Sindh is the S, and I think Baluchistan.
The Pakistan. Okay.
So the person that comes up with this is a man called Chaudhry Ramat Ali, who produces a pamphlet in 1933, which puts this acronym together. But already you've had in 1930 Sir Muhammad Iqbal calling for a state for Muslims in British India. So this is the idea. Is a new idea. It's coming out of Indians in Britain, interestingly, at this point.
And Iqbal is, by the way, a poet, for those who don't know. He's very celebrated. Everyone in Pakistan knows who he is. But Allama Iqbal is a celebrated philosopher and poet.
Exactly.
So, this is the dream of dreamers happening in London.
So while Gandhi is triumphant among the freedom struggle supporters in India, you have this other stuff going on with Indian Muslim leaders in London.
Okay, so there he is. He's with largely Cambridge intellectuals, is that right?
That was lawyers. Yeah. He is on the fringe of politics now. He goes to two of the Round Table Conference, which is when Congress starts negotiating with the Maharajas and with the British, and there's various ideas now for, is it going to be dominion status, is it going to be independence, what kind of independence? He doesn't go to the third. So he's, this guy who had been very much at the center of things in the immediate post-war period is now right on the edge. And 1934, he's called back to India because the Indian Muslims now want him to be their leader. And for the first time, you see Jinnah take up this specifically Muslim League identity.
So that is the birth of the Muslim League, is there?
He'd left the Congress Party, and initially, I think in the 1920s, it started trying to float another independent party called the Swaraj Party, which doesn't go anywhere.
Right. So he's back. He's got the Muslim League. He's trying to build the Muslim League into a significant political force in India, but it's hard work.
It's hard work. The Muslim League is not doing well in elections, and Gandhi is triumphant. I mean, satyagraha is a very effective weapon. It's a very popular weapon. People can see that it works against the British, and Jinnah has nowhere to go.
He's also quite isolated because you've got other figures like Nehru who are completely drawn into Gandhi's orbit. And again, Nehru is another thrusting young Oxbridge-educated lawyer.
Trinity College, Cambridge, very, very brilliant, from a rich UP family. So Nehru and Gandhi are this extraordinary double act. They're very different. Nehru is young, handsome. He, in years to come, we know will embrace big dams. Dams will be the new temples. He's very secular. He doesn't use specifically Hindu language in his speeches. He's suave, clever, and very glamorous, but a very
That's a good
different
call-out.
figure.
Yes.
Very, very.
Yeah.
He's a huge fan of Gandhi and loves Bapu, as he calls it.
So that's right. So Bapu, the other moniker that Gandhi now goes by, which again is going to put Jinnah's back up again because it means father, and a lot of people now are calling him Bapu, which is a grassroots word that has come up.
And so Jinnah is left out of all this and comes back in 1934. And his big moment comes only in 1939, when the idiotic, frumpy, conservative Scots toff, Lord Linlithgow, goes ahead and declares war on behalf of India without even bothering to call in the Congress leaders or any of the Indian Muslim leaders and conferring with them. And this leads to a situation where in 1942, when the Japanese have done this huge blitzkrieg to Southeast Asia and are at the very gates of India, Gandhi and the Congress leaders declare quit India and are immediately jailed. And this creates a major opportunity for Jinnah because 2 years before quit India, in 1940, for the first time, you get a formal demand for a separate homeland, Pakistan declaration. And many historians, particularly Aisha Jalal, who will be joining us in a minute, thinks that this was just a bargaining tool, that he didn't actually
mean it to break.
He didn't mean it to break. He wanted to use the threat of this and use this declaration as a means to pressurize both the British and the Hindus to give minority rights encoded for the Muslims so that they would never be endangered by a Hindu India, which even then was beginning to embrace the ideas of Hindutva and
Hindutva being a hardline political Hinduism.
So this is the period when Savarkar is coming up with ideas. He's looking at what's
Again,
going on.
Veer Savarkar is a militant leader who spent time in London, actually sort of creating a bomb factory in Muswell Hill. Very interesting story. We might come back to it later. Oh, yes. So, yes, Veer Savarkar is again, believes in violent overthrow. So that's his
Which, of course, further worries the Muslims because they think they're going to be marginalized, they're going to be right on the edge of things. And it's partly this which accelerates the Muslim demand for a separate.
But also they've got a seat at the table now, because what happens is a difference now that happens. So after World War One, where Gandhi was fully involved in we must fight for Britain, Britain's cause is just, I will go and fight myself if you give me the uniform, all of this kind of thing, and is so severely let down by the end of the war when nothing is delivered. No, in fact, they just get the Rowlatt Act, which we talked about in the episode on Jallianwala. This time round, Nehru, Gandhi, Indian National Congress are not having it. You do not declare war on India's behalf without talking to us. Who gives you the authority? We are Indians. This is India. You don't get to make that decision. So the Indian National Congress leadership is against the war. They are telling people not to help Britain. They are telling people it's a complete opposite of what they said during World War One. And as a result, they are entirely scooped up and thrown into prison. So you have the whole decapitation of the Indian National Congress, and hundreds of people are picked up and thrown in prison, which leaves the field clear for Jinnah and the Muslim League.
And Jinnah already is now, not only has he got this, if you take Aisha Jalal's version of it, certainly, because this is highly disputed.
Yes, we're going to hear from Aisha Jalal. She is to Jinnah, by the way, what Ram Gua was to Gandhi. An absolute, we've got the Rolls Royce of historians on
and
it.
this fantastic book, The Sole Spokesman, remains the great work of Jinnah. And so not only, according to Aisha, is Jinnah using the 1940 declaration to pressurize for Muslim minority rights, and saying that this is, and he's telling his friends privately that we don't really want this. We're just going to use this as a bargaining chip. But this begins to go out of hand because the Muslims now, many of them do decide that they, whatever Jinnah thinks, that they want this separate homeland. With the growing RSS, they think they're not safe in India, and you see a massive increase in support for the Muslim League. Earlier, Congress was really the only game in town, and the Muslim Leagues pick up very few votes in the elections. But with the Congress leaders in jail, with increasing polarization, you now see the popularity of the Muslim League increasing enormously, and Muslims now decide to vote en masse for the Muslim League and not for the Congress.
And those who believe in divide and rule say, part of the Muslim League's success is that Britain has, for years, been fostering this idea of a Muslim identity. So, but, for the first time ever, people are asked to fill in forms where they tick, are you a Hindu or a Muslim or a Sikh? Whereas, once people were Indians.
And this has been going since, the 1916 or since sort of around the time of the First World War, you've had these separate electorates. And this is something
separate electorates,
separate
electorates,
and this is something Jinnah initially strongly opposed.
Yeah, but now it's actually helping him. It's helping him because there is now an identity.
When he first got elected in 1916 to the Electoral Council, I think it is as a Muslim member. So although he actually opposes this, it is something which acts, obviously, in his favour. So Jinnah is making hay while the Congress is in prison. And when the elections finally happen after the war, the Muslim League enormously increases its vote share, and many Indian Muslims who previously supported Congress have gone over to the Muslim League. That Jinnah has worked very hard during the war, while Nehru is sitting in prison writing his memoirs.
Gandhi is, their wives are, their parents are, everybody is,
everyone's in prison, except and Jinnah is also sort of cozying up to the British, and he's talking about the idea of a Pakistan, which will, he hints, be somehow in alliance with the British, with Great Britain. And he's reaching out to people like Churchill and floating the sort of idea that somehow, all these sort of anarchic congressmen may not be against you, but we're loyal. Even if there is independence, you can depend on us, the Indian Muslims, for support. So all these ideas are beginning to be floated. But again, privately, Jinnah is apparently telling his supporters that this is a bargaining chip, that he's going to use it to shore up minority rights and to frighten the congressmen into conceding things that otherwise they might not concede.
So I know I should when Aisha comes on very shortly, it describes his legal mind, that these are all strategies that a barrister would use to win a case. But I've also heard him described as a chess player, that he goes, if I move this here, this will go there, and then I can move this way.
Exactly that. And where things begin to get wrong is in 1946, when Jinnah, who has had his nose put out of joint by various things that the Viceroy has proposed, says that we're going to have to respond with direct action day. And this is the 16th of August, 1946, and this is the moment that serious, large-scale communal violence begins to break out in India.
And in that sorrowful vein, I think we ought to bring in Aisha Jalal, because this is almost it's a precursor to what will become partition. It's the kind of communal violence on a scale,
massive scale,
that gives you an indication of what is around the corner.
And what is new about it is that you have suddenly a population that has lived cheek by jowl in areas that are mixed all over India. Suddenly now you find such violence that Hindus begin to move into Hindu areas, Muslims begin to move into Muslim areas, and you get horrors for the first time. You get the book I remember being horrified by when I was first reading this was Niraj Chowdhury's memoir. And he talks about a group of Hindus tying down a Muslim to the railway tracks in Calcutta.
It's a deeply upsetting story, so if you must we just skip forward 30 seconds.
If you don't want to, but just to give a measure of the sort of horrors. And they say that there was there's this engineer there, and he's got a drill, and he drills a hole in the guy's skull so that blood will drip out slowly and he will die slowly, and he times it on his Rolex watch. That's the sort of Niraj Chowdhury precise observation that makes you horrified. He also talks about when he goes to Delhi later on, he sees these middle-class women breaking into a looted Muslim cosmetic shop and just helping themselves to hand goods.
It is a strange way to introduce our guest. But Aisha Jalal, thank you so much for joining us on the Empire podcast. We were just talking about Direct Action Day. We're just trying to get our head around Direct Action Day. Perhaps tell us from your perspective, why did that happen?
After the 45-46 elections, the Muslim League got the largest number of votes in Punjab, some 70 odd. But it was knocked out of power because the Akali, the Panthic Sikhs would not forge an alliance with them. And so the Congress and the rump of the British collaborators in Punjab, unionists, they formed a ramshackle government. And the Muslim League party was incensed, and they took to direct action. The direct action in Calcutta got out of hand.
Could you, again, for those that don't know, what do you mean by out of hand?
Oh, what happens in Calcutta is that there is the city's gangs try to use the day, which has been declared a holiday, and there's a carnage that is carried out. And it's the underworld. Calcutta underworld plays a very crucial role. And things get completely out of hand.
What's the sort of scale of the bloodshed on that day?
Thousands and thousands and thousands of people are killed. I mean, sort of, and it's the blame is laid on Jinnah's door by many. I mean, all I can say is that I don't believe that Jinnah was directly responsible. He was responding. I mean, he didn't expect this to happen. I mean, it was certainly not something that he was calling for.
Some historians blame Surawadi, the Muslim leader in Calcutta. Do you think he must bear responsibility for the beginning of this bloodshed?
I mean, insofar as it was under his watch, he has to take some responsibility. But my understanding is that it wasn't necessarily his goons who were going and doing it, but it was the Calcutta underworld. It was a circumstantial situation that led to this.
The direct, so the political marches that then turned violent, the numbers that we have, the estimates that we have of people hurt, 15,000 injured, an estimated 10,000 people killed, 5 days of violence. The British don't come out for 5 days to quell it. And then this violence spreads like a wildfire to other parts of India. And for many, Punjab, indeed. And for many, this is the first indication, or even just a precursor of what might happen if there is partition. This is the very first time that on this scale, Hindus and Muslims are fighting and life is lost in this way.
And killing each other.
And killing each other for politics, for this notion of what will come after the British leave. So that is something very new to the consciences on both sides, is what I'm saying. And it should, I mean, surely, and listen, for people who are younger like myself, we look back and go, my God, you saw all of that bloodshed on both sides. You both saw this. Did it not make you stop? Did it not make you think there must be another way, because it will just be amplified, as you quite rightly say, to the nth degree if this country is partitioned?
Well, I mean, that's the point. That's the question that was asked of Nehru. How could you do this? And he said we were very tired old men. That's what Nehru famously said. But, from another perspective, I do think that we read into the situation and assume things that were perhaps not there. I mean, I believe that despite the violence, there was also always an opportunity for some reconciliation and some sort of an agreement. I mean, until the very end. I mean, when people say, when did partition become inevitable? I say, well, it never did. It's just sort of, if you look at the situation closely from Punjab's perspective, where nobody thought their province would be partitioned. I mean, what we haven't discussed is that 1945-46 elections were held without clarification that a vote for Pakistan could result in the partition of Punjab and Bengal. So, I mean, it's really dubious basis on which elections are held. And once the Muslim League wins the elections, it's clearly demanding undivided Punjab and Bengal for Pakistan. So that's the real problem. I mean, and when people found themselves on the wrong side of the divide, once the June 3rd plan is announced, I mean, if you were a minority, you became a victim. And if you were a majority, you somehow could have become a perpetrator of the violence. So that's the tragedy at the end of the day. But I would sort of complicate the problem. I mean, you ascribed all the ills to the violence and not sufficiently to the political failures that led to the violence.
So Radcliffe comes in, begins to draw his line. What's Jinnah's reaction when he realizes that he's going to receive much less than he'd hoped for?
Well, I mean, it's kept a secret, isn't it? I mean, the decision to partition he's opposed to in principle, but he's never told what he's getting until after the 14th of August, because Mountbatten delays publicizing the Radcliffe boundary award in Punjab.
And what is his reaction when he sees it?
He's furious because Gurdaspur is awarded to Congress, even though Gurdaspur had a Muslim majority, because they wanted to give the India access to Kashmir. Mountbatten is on his papers make it clear that he told Nehru he couldn't have Kashmir, and Nehru wept. So he had to be given Kashmir.
And he calls it, Jinnah calls it a mutilated, moth-eaten...
Truncated, mutilated, moth-eaten Pakistan. And he used that word first in 1942. And that's exactly what he does get eventually in 1947. And he tells Mountbatten he wants an award. He wants undivided Punjab and Bengal to be awarded to him. And Mountbatten says, nothing doing. And he says, well, I can't accept. And he says, if you can't accept, then I'll accept on your behalf, Mr. Jinnah. So that's a squeeze play for you if there is one.
And by this stage, violence is spreading in all directions.
Violence spreads, after the Calcutta killings of August 46, the real violence begins with the announcement by Attlee that the British are quitting by June 1948. The first casualty is the Unionist government in Punjab. Khizr Hayat resigns, and there's violence in Rawalpindi, absolutely horrific violence that sort of goes through Punjab. So I talk about different cycles of violence, but the one that really, after June 3rd, the violence is much greater.
Is it inevitable, this violence, do you think, or is it organized and actually provoked?
That's really an excellent question, and I think that I will say that nobody can take away the discursive aspects of Hindu-Muslim differences, political differences, and what people made of them. But the evidence is overwhelming that it was not organized violence by the high commands of either the Congress or the Muslim League, or for that matter, at some level you can say the RSS and the Muslim League National Guard can be implicated in certain locales. But this was not a planned arrangement. What did happen, on the other hand, is that when you demarcated certain areas as going to India and certain as going to Pakistan, minorities who found themselves on the wrong side were targeted. Their properties were taken over. By who? By men who I call I call them bandit individuals. They were frequently demob soldiers, because the demobilized soldiers of the Second World War who were disaffected played a very crucial role in the heightened violence of Punjab.
Because they've got guns.
Guns and training. Yeah.
Homemade bombs. So what basically happened was that in certain locales where they were armed, where men acquired ammunition, they were able to bring about a change in the balance of power. They could go anywhere, grab the properties, grab whatever they wanted. That's what happened, and there was no one to counter them. The Boundary Commission was wrapped up. So that's basically what happened.
The British troops are kept in barracks.
The British didn't want to get their hands dirtied in what they regarded as India's periodic communal violence, or communal madness, as they called it. They didn't want to get implicated. As it was, the bureaucracy and the police had got thoroughly politicized during the war years by Congress and League propaganda, and the British didn't want to get involved. The references being made to the level of the bureaucracy and the army in the 40s was that they reached Oriental standards in terms of bias. So the British were really, really concerned not to get involved, but that only made things that much worse.
The turmoil that's going on in the country, there is also sort of turmoil going on within Jinnah's body. So at this point, when does he discover that he's a very ill man?
Oh, he knows, I think, much earlier. I know that there are people who think that if Mr. Jinnah had died before 47, there would have been no partition. But I really think that this is again putting everything squarely on Jinnah's personality and forgetting that Mr. Jinnah was a vakil, a lawyer, representing the interests of certain Muslim interests. Those interests were not going to die away with Jinnah. So I think this is a rather unfortunate presumption that had we known that Jinnah was dying, we would not have partitioned. I think they would have to have arrived at a different kind of arrangement for this to happen. You can't just sort of think that Jinnah was the only reason for partition. I think that's a very myopic view.
Sure, but many people who were there at the time and who were not ill-disposed to the aspirations of the Muslim League or were interested in preserving minority rights maintained that if you'd had a more pliable, you've had a more warm, less tired, less ill, if you had Liaquat Ali Khan, for example, that there wouldn't have been the bitterness, there wouldn't have been the level of hatred which there was by this stage. Do you think that's wrong?
I think Jinnah not being there would have created a slightly different dynamic, but it would not have wished away the Muslim demand for a Pakistan. Now, to say that Mr. Jinnah was only bargaining, I mean, here again, I feel that this again suggests that it was only Jinnah's, evil presence that did this, which ignores a whole history of political dynamics in South Asia, in the region. It just ignores regional politics altogether.
When partition takes place, Jinnah keeps his house on Malabar Hill and obviously thinks that he can go still backwards and forwards and that it's going to be an open border and that maybe even India and Pakistan will be friends. When do you think that the reality begins to dawn on him that it's going to be a very, very bitter divorce?
Well, I think that he never thought this would come to. It would come to that. Let me give you some examples. People that I interviewed at the time I was writing this whole spokesman told me, who knew him very well, and his sister, Fatima Jinnah, that this one woman told me that she interviewed Fatima and asked her, so what are you going to do with this Aurangzeb Road house in Delhi? And she said, oh, we'll keep it. We'll keep coming and going. And then in 1945, he's buying a house in Shimla. In 1947, he wants to call the first meeting of the Pakistan Constituent Assembly in Delhi until Nehru says there is no room for Mr. Jinnah here.
And his vision of his Pakistan is one where Hindus can live, where Sikhs can live, where they can practice their own faith. And that's something that's, I think forgotten a lot. What does he actually say about the pluralism of the new Pakistan?
And this has nothing to do with the business of the state. You're free to go to your temples, you're free to go to your mosques. And he says in time this will cease to matter anyway. This is what he says in his famous 11th August 1947 speech, the first it gives to the Constituent Assembly.
And finally, when we spoke to Ramachandra Gua, he was said something which startled a lot of the British listeners to this podcast, that in India, were it not for his international reputation, there is a great move to try and wash the collective memory of Gandhi by the present incumbent. He's inconvenient. His ideas of pluralism and non-violence, pluralism mostly, and everything else that comes with it, are an anathema to some people in power. In Pakistan, I've heard you say, and I'm going to say it in the way that we might understand it, that there's almost a bracelet of what would Jinnah do? He would do what I'm doing. It's a sort of rush to claim Jinnah as a trump card for every action that goes on. Can you just speak to that and just wrap us up with what would he think of Pakistan if he looked at it today?
I think he'd just be appalled and he would just be lost because there's nothing there. The biggest tragedy for the man who liked to project himself as a defender of minority rights, Pakistan's dismal record on minority rights would appall him. He was a man who known to be a stickler for constitutional law, and rule of law. He fathered a country where the rule of law is a joke. Where whoever comes defines the law. So I think at every level, Jinnah is, this is a country that has turned its back on the vision of the man, of what he wanted, a moderate, democratic country. But that said, everybody still uses him for their purposes to claim that they are the best representatives of Jinnah's dream. So that's the kind of paradox that Pakistan is facing. I see it actually as hopeful. It's only when they completely abandon Jinnah, which I thought they would after Zia, it hasn't happened. So there's clearly some tension still there to be resolved. And that gives those of us who think that we understand Jinnah or what he wanted some hope that the struggle is still on.
But in that sense, is he a tragic figure, that someone who worked so hard to create something that would now appall him?
Well, I don't know. It's how you look at things. But my own sense is that the way Pakistan has disappointed him, in every way. People criticize him. They point out that he took draconian measures against the frontier ministry. But I do make the distinction about Jinnah doing things as Governor General in the immediate aftermath of a devastating partition, and yet still doing things through the rule of law, something that his successors have completely abandoned ever since. I think that's the bigger tragedy than the fact that Jinnah died as soon as he did. I think it's the vision and what he wanted that is the bigger tragedy.
Aisha Jalal, thank you very, very much. From me, William Dalrymple.
And from me, Anita Arnold. We'll be back with Empire, same time next week.
Downturns in the market. It's got a little more, there's a little more slack in the leash. And the market is a little to the left. It's like it's got time that it's very
Hello and welcome to Empire with me, Anita Arnon.
And me, William Dalrymple.
Now, we left you in the last episode of this podcast with the bells chiming midnight as both India and Pakistan sever their relationship and break apart into two distinctly new countries. You heard all the drama, and the characters leading up to it were immense. We talked about Gandhi, we heard about Mountbatten, Jinnah. The question is, though, what about the people who then had to live their lives after this fissure was created? And we have the very best guest to talk about this,
We
don't we?
most certainly do. Kavita Puri.
Welcome.
Kavita, we should call you.
Kavita Puri. Well, we had this whole discussion about, so let's just explain this. To those of you who aren't privy to our babbling before we actually record this, we would properly say in India, Kavita Puri. I'd be Anita Anand. But you are Kavita Puri because she's also an excellent broadcaster who works at the BBC and did
one of the best.
I agree. Her series, Partition Voices, absolutely exceptional. It's part of the British Libraries of Sound Archives now, isn't it?
Exactly right, yes.
Yeah, which is amazing. First of all, just tell us what that project was all about, and then people will understand why you are exactly the right person to talk to.
So, firstly, thank you for that very generous intro, and I'm a little starstruck to be with you both. So, Partition Voices began in 2016, and I was very aware as the 70th anniversary was approaching that these stories could be around us in Britain, but they were not preserved. It wasn't even talked about, and it was in my own family. My father lived through partition, but never talked about it. And I would talk with my friends of South Asian heritage and say, is that your experience too? And they say, yeah, but we don't, it's unmentionable. So I persuaded someone to commission me to do a series, had no idea if anybody would speak. And to cut a long story short, I realised these stories are everywhere in Britain. People who had lived through one of the most tumultuous events of the 20th century. And their lives have been so disrupted, and they came to Britain as British citizens after the British Nationality Act of 1948. But they came with their stories and they never talked about it.
I find it really interesting that you say you spoke to your father, because the voice that is distinctly missing, actually, from the voices that I did hear in your series was your own family's voice. Now, is that because it was too hard or too difficult? What happened?
First, I don't want to make it about me, but I suppose I had always tried to speak to my dad, and I did interview him, and he would talk about everything. He would talk about growing up in Lahore, he would talk about being a teenager in India, he'd talk about coming to Britain in 1959, but he would not talk about that those couple of months after they had moved.
You know, bizarrely, it's the same in my family. Obviously, different side of the imperial divide, but my dad was there. He was an ADC to General Naservi, who was the commander-in-chief, British commander-in-chief of Pakistan. He was there when the flag went up, and then was in Kashmir when Kashmir was invaded. He was sent off on leave because the Pakistanis wanted to send in the irregulars. When the Naservi got sent off back to Britain, and my father and Mountbatten's ADC went shooting in Kashmir, came back to find that the border had changed. They couldn't get back. It took them, I think, 6 hours to drive from Rawalpindi to Srinagar. It took them 6 weeks to get back. They had to get a transport plane to Delhi, a train across India, a flying boat to Karachi, and then make their way northwards back to Rawalpindi. It was a huge, epic struggle in this country that had just been born. And my father would not talk like, because a lot of his friends, a lot of his Indian Confederates and people he worked with were killed, and his own Batman and all people he put them on the train. They never reached Delhi, and he never came to visit in Delhi. I was there for 30 years during his lifetime. He would not come.
So I was actually inspired. So again, my family also affected by it because they were all from what is now Pakistan. Some from Lahore, some from Kalabagh. I've mentioned this before, which is sort of up near the northwest frontier. What was the northwest frontier? And they never spoke about it. But it was only after your series, because I asked my mother. I said, what happened? Because she was in a refugee camp as a baby. I said, what? My mother was, because they again, all she knew is that somebody came in the night and told her family, "You've got to get out. You've got to get out now. They're coming." And the family just left. My grandmother, her mother, with a tiny baby and other small children, and just gathered what they could, and then just ran for it, and then ended up in one of the collection camps near the Wagah border. But when I asked her for any details, she had no idea. And then I sort of read your book, which I think is exceptional, by the way. Very, very proud to have blurbed. You did blurb it.
We call out Partition Voices, Untold British Stories.
But it made me think, actually, this is not enough. I don't know enough. I mean, that's a headline, but what is the story? So I got in touch with the last remaining relative that my mother had of that generation and said, what happened? And then sat down and recorded everything that she said. And it's, again, no wonder they didn't want to talk about it, because it was horrific what happened.
But there is silence in Britain, but there is also silence on the Indian subcontinent. But the silence in Britain, you can understand it. They came in the post-war years, and you can't look behind. You have to make a life. There's a hostility here. And oddly enough, you come here and you're working alongside, Sikhs, Hindus, Muslims together in the factories. And they were working together to fight for equality and against racism. That wasn't happening on the Indian subcontinent. They were all seen as Asians here, whereas that was not the case on the Indian subcontinent.
Often what you found is that it's the third generation that begin to, in my case, it's my son. My son Sam has spent the last 3 years writing a book on partition and doing this project that's done, collecting survivors' memories.
Because to Anita's point, what happened is the 70th anniversary in Britain was hugely momentous because there was a public space, finally, for people to talk about their experiences. That public space hadn't existed for so many reasons. There is an institutional silence in Britain. We don't talk about it. We're not taught it in schools. It's not part of the national curriculum in England. And then you come here, and your kids are born here, they go to school, they don't know to ask. They think all their family come from India, but they come from perhaps another, or Pakistan, they come from, their origin story starts in a different place. But it's also important to say there is a lot of shame and dishonour attached to these memories. You don't want to talk about that. And so for all those reasons, there was silence. But as just like you with your family members, Anita, since the 70th anniversary, and this is such a silence awakening that's happening around homes in Britain. People are trying to find out their family history. British South Asians, but also people with colonial British history too. And it is a very active thing. It's just that we don't really know about it. So you're absolutely right. It's the third generation. It's your son, it's his mates who are trying to embark on projects to connect people with their homes. And it's a thing that's happening.
And I think this is often the case. If you look at, for example, the history of the Armenian genocide, there's 2 generations of silence, and suddenly the third generation started writing about it. Similarly with the Holocaust, now it's so present in our lives, it is taught in the curriculum, unlike partition. But it took. It was only the show of a movie in the documentaries and the movies and Sophie's Choice in the late 70s, early 80s.
Well, exactly, it took decades for Holocaust.
Can I ask you, as the Brit living in India, because actually the aunt that I managed to corral to finally put some meat on bones of this family story of ours, she was in India, and her first reaction is, why do you want to talk about these dirty things? Why do you want to talk about these dirty things? And so I ask you, is it different in India, or is that sort of collective amnesia the same in India?
It's the third generation again. I'm thinking of Anshu Malhotra, who's my neighbour in Delhi, who's done this extraordinary work on partition. You've worked with her, and you're friends with her. And it's that generation that's picking up these pieces, talking to their grannies, and to them it's extraordinary when they actually talk to Granny and get the story out. The Granny was in a refugee camp in Wagah, or escaped from Kashmir, or somehow smuggled her way through. I remember collecting some of these stories when I was doing City of Gins 20 years ago, and there was one lovely story of a group of Hindus who got stuck in a very militant part of Northwest Frontier, and the army also getting them out. And they were saved by, there was only one entrance to the village, it was a fortified village, and they were saved by the sweet sellers. Who put their big degs where they make the jalebis over the door, and they threaten
These
to pour
Indian
oil.
swirly sweets, for those of you who don't know,
Swirly fried sweets.
you'll like them, try them. But they are, yeah, they're cooked in fats of oil and cabbage.
And like in medieval siege, they had these fat, boiling oil to pour over anyone that tried to break into the village, and managed to keep them out for 2 days with their sweets. So those sort of stories, little oddities were appearing. But I think that the big collection, people like Overship Brutalia was...
But that happened in the 90s, and it began earlier in India, and I know historians who tried to get people to talk, certainly in Britain, they weren't ready. These are traumatic memories, but there is something about coming to the end of your days where you are ready to talk, but you have to be asked.
You have to be asked, and then yes, you're right.
And if you're not asked, why would you talk? And someone has to listen.
Absolutely, and if it's unbearable, and if you're at the end of your life, you only have a little while to bear it. And I think that's, so look, can we do one thing? One thing that's really, really important, because I think we're jumping ahead, and we have to remind people of what happened. So the strike of midnight happens. This because this is unfathomable to people who live in a country that has not been ripped apart by a date, by men sitting around a table, by two sets of politics that cannot find themselves enmeshed in the future. They decide to go separately. But what that actually means is a line is going to be drawn through villages, through towns, across rivers, separating rivers from dams, separating people who've always worked with each other, factories.
Ports and factories.
Yeah, so, so imagine this line. So first of all, can we talk a little bit? I think we've not done justice to the man who drew the line and why the line was so damaging. Cyril Radcliffe. So this man, Cyril Radcliffe, of whom it was said never travelled east of Paris. He wasn't a big, adventurer. He didn't really want to go to India. He didn't really understand it. He'd never been there before. It was too hot, too awful. In fact, if you've read, he always reminds me in my head of that Graham Greene book, Heart of the Matter, where you've got Wilson with his bald pink knees pressed up against a railing, a man who just wasn't meant to be somewhere hot. And that was Cyril Radcliffe. And just pick up the story, Kavita, of what he was asked to do and how much time he was given to do it.
So it's probably worth remembering, and I know you've spoken to the brilliant Alex, that Mountbatten brought forward the transfer date. It was meant to be June 1948. And on June the 3rd, he announced, actually, we're going to split up India. And we're going to do it in 10 weeks. The new transfer date is going to be August the 15th. So they needed to find someone who could draw this down line, and they chose Cyril Radcliffe, who was a lawyer. As you say, he'd never been to India before, and he came over. He stayed largely in the Viceroy's house with census and submissions and maps, some of which were out of date. He never once visited the villages he was dissecting, and he had to divide Punjab and Bengal. That was his duty.
Because these were the two most heavily Islamicized provinces of India, where unusually Muslims had become a majority as recently as the 18th century.
Exactly, but these were also places that were hugely populous and where villages were so intertwined, where people lived side by side. Their unpicking, which is what he was tasked to do, was a virtually impossible task.
And this is a culture, again, for people who don't know, where if you're a Bengali Muslim, you probably have a million times more in common with your Bengali Hindu neighbours. You like fish, you speak the same language, you read the same books, you go to the same village festivals, be they Hindu, Muslim, or somewhere between the two.
And do you think the people from the north, like Punjabis, are loud and obnoxious collectively?
They're
just awful. Yeah, the northerners are the dreadful people, and likewise, it's sort of,
So to take one characteristic, which is their religious identity, and say we're going to cut you in half on the basis of this, it's in a sense as random as saying we're going to cut in half people who are over 5'6" on one side of the border, and people under 5'6" are going to be on the other side of the border.
Exactly, and he had 10 weeks. Let's just think about that. 10 weeks. I mean, Brexit took us years to do, but India was an incredibly complex country, and I mean, people argue about, why it all went wrong, but I don't see how you could have done it in 10 weeks. It was an impossible task he had.
Can we put some numbers on what that line through a map actually meant to human beings?
Before we do that, I think it's really important to know that you ended your last program on midnight, and everyone was hugely kind of, everyone was happy that finally the Brits were going.
Fireworks going off.
Exactly.
Regatta outside the Gateway of India in Bombay. People driving up and down Marine Drive, having fun and games.
Absolutely, and they were gone, and there'd been this movement for many decades to get rid of the Brits, but. This is astonishing that nobody at that point on the 15th of August knew where the boundary line was.
Right.
Because it hadn't been announced.
It had not been announced.
So they knew where they were going to put the boundary, but we sort of touched on it with Alex, but he wanted, when I say he, Mountbatten wanted his moment with the band. Is that your understanding as well?
Nobody really knows why, but I don't think they foresaw what was going to come, but maybe they wanted to separate them out. I have no idea why, and it's hugely disputed, but they announced it on the 17th of August.
2 days after Indian independence.
Exactly, and by that point,
3 days after Pakistan.
Radcliffe, we got the hell out.
So maybe it's that, just we need to be gone.
Yeah, and he wrote to his stepson and said, there's 80 million people who will be unhappy with the decision I've made. And he left, apparently burnt his papers, and never ever stepped foot
to look at behold his work.
Became a fellow of all souls. At in Oxford overlooking the Radcliffe camera.
Oddly enough, my book was made into a play recently, and one of his relatives came along and emailed me afterwards and said, because there was a Radcliffe character, and said, oh, well, thanks for depicting my kind of relative, and said he never talked about it.
Another person who never talked about it. Isn't that interesting?
But what he did say, he never took any money for doing it, but he did say there was no love lost between him and Mountbatten, which I thought was interesting. And interesting, he wanted to tell me that.
There's one description of him in that Freedom at Midnight book, and they go and see him, and he's cutting his roses. He's sitting there with a pair of shears when they arrive, cutting the roses of a rose.
And so to the numbers, what then happened was something that neither the British nor the governments of India or Pakistan had foreseen, was that when people found themselves as a minority in these new countries, that they would leave. And the numbers honestly are overwhelming. I mean, around the time of partition, so August 15th and the kind of ensuing months until around November, it's thought that between 10 to 12 million people were on the move in opposite directions. So Hindus and Sikhs to India, Muslims to Pakistan.
Bullock carts.
I mean, because sometimes, like you were saying, people had to move very suddenly. So you would just go with the clothes on your back.
Columns going in the opposite directions,
and sometimes you pass people.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that, I mean, I think sort of bears talking about a bit more. So this column of humanity, like ants from space, if you would have had Google Earth, you would have seen these columns from on high. And if they passed each other, and just remember that these are people who've been forced to give up everything. And they've been forced to give up Zameen. Now, Zameen is something that has an enormous resonance with Indian people. It means their land. Land is important. And Kavita, you've got an amazing story that you garnered of somebody who took a jar full of earth from his home when he had to leave. I think it was Sindh province, and just kissed it every day afterwards. You know, so Zameen, your land, means a lot to Indians. So you have these two columns who perhaps have seen terrible atrocities, perhaps have had to leave everything behind, now are frightened, gripped with hatred of the people who did this to them, although they don't have a face or a name.
Often their neighbours have turned on them.
Right.
Sometimes their neighbours have saved them, but often their neighbours.
And then these Google Earth columns of humanity that are passing by each other, there'll suddenly be a break from one to the other. And there will, again, violence, sort of sparking off, like, I don't know how you even describe it, like sort of from a taproot and a shoot off of just pure hatred and violence. And that all because of a line drawn through a map by somebody who'd never even been to the country before and never came again. So here are these lines. Can you talk about the trains as well?
So people would go by foot, or they would take trains, and if they were rich, they could take a plane. But the trains were incredibly treacherous, because if you were going in one direction, it was pretty obvious what religion you were, and so people were waiting. And And I spoke to people who would see, I mean, one man go back to Gartshire would see there was a train line with a Horta Delhi train line, and he would see the train at the end of his groundnut field, and he would see these dead bodies just hanging out, because everybody would be butchered, every single person except the train driver, because the train driver would have to drive the train into the, into the destination station. And one of my interviewees, Iftikhar Ahmed, fell asleep on a platform at Lahore, and when he woke up there was wet, and that wet was blood, because the train that had just come in, the soldiers just kind of unloaded these bodies onto the platform. This was a pretty regular occurrence.
My dad was one of those soldiers.
And do you know what's so interesting is when I talk about these stories, a lot of British people say they're were soldiers and were so traumatized that they never.
Over and over and over again, I got the coring equipment. I did all that. And the night in the house, which we never. His general, so he was invited as on the dinner, and he's fine.
Wow.
And we never. Oh, how much?
And he never said it.
Never happened. Living, I asked. There were millions of people these stories.
But
Never got out of my own
and it's really very interesting because none of our families have talked about it. And our very good friend Anita Rani did a great TV program about going back and just talking to people about why they didn't talk about it. And it turns out, many families, that rage, that violence, found an outlet in the most terrible brutality. So people have to now sort of bear the knowledge that some people in their family behaved murderously.
That's the shame and dishonor I was talking about, is that if we talked about the Holocaust before, we know who the good and the bad guys were. This is not the case with partition. There were victims on all sides, but there were perpetrators on all sides.
Did you ever talk to anyone who said I did it? So what did they? Did anyone say?
Yeah, because of course they must have been, right?
Of course, but these trains didn't kill themselves.
No one admitted to raping or abducting women.
Okay, just so that we haven't actually done the figures. So 10 to 12
million people on the move. A million people who were killed is the kind of figure that people.
A million people.
But it's higher and lower. But also there were monsoons. The ministry of failure. We'll never really know. But this figure of women, the official figures, are that 75,000 women were raped, abducted, or forced to convert to the other religion, which means they were taken, their family members would go across a border, and then they would be kept with this family and then maybe have children, but they would be of the other religion. But then what happened was, because this was happening on both sides, the governments knew. They went to kind of find these women and bring them back to their families, but some of these women didn't want to go.
We're going to find out about some of the really difficult conversations that you've had during your research, and I'm particularly interested in sort of those who've had to confront that they might have been the bad guys, But let's take a short break.
My husband and I are planning on buying a house in the next 3 or 4 years.
Welcome back to Empire. Our very special guest today, Kavita Puri, the author of Partition Voices, Untold British Stories. And we were discussing just before we went to the break about why some families have been utterly silent, and the stories are only just coming out now. We had a few theories about this. Maybe it was too unbearable. People are reaching the end of their lives and they don't want to take the stories with them, or they've got children or grandchildren who are now pushing and asking in a way that nobody wanted to before because it was too raw and too awful. I think we just need to dwell on the awfulness for a bit longer, because you've heard some horrific things in your research, right?
Completely. And when you hear that, you understand why people want to keep their silence. So I've seen, people who witnessed murders in front of them, I've spoken to perpetrators, people who were there, who were part of a mob.
What is that like? I mean, how do you even have that conversation?
And how do they express themselves?
Well, they say, I was there as part of a mob. I didn't kill anyone, but someone used my sword, and I saw them behead somebody, and I was 15. There was nothing I could do. I had to go along with it. Other people who say, I threw nail bombs at people of the other religion. I had to defend my home. There was no other option. But nobody admitted to committing sexual violence. But what people did talk about, and it's interesting that most people who came forward were men. And they would often say, oh yes, and I saw the beautiful girls being taken by people of the other religion. And they go, oh, but what did you do? Oh God, nothing, because I would have been killed. What happened to them? Well, I don't know. And so it was just normalised that was happening. And one person told me this extraordinary story of he went to an elder's house, and there was a woman of the other religion, a very young, beautiful woman there, and she was Muslim, being forced to eat pig fat. And that was kind of completely humiliating for her. Torture. And he ran home, cried to his mother, and she said, oh God, there are the barbarians. And I said, do you think she was being raped? He said, yes. And I said, but did the village know? And he said, yes. And I said, but how did they justify it? And he said, because they were doing it to arm women too. And I think that's how people justified it at the time.
The British talk often in their accounts, and you should remember that the British soldiers were largely in barracks. There were British soldiers there, they were not utilised at this point. So you have absolutely no one keeping...
They were not allowed to be. They were owned. This is really important to kind of underline this. They had strict orders not to intervene to save Indian or Pakistani lives, only to save the lives of British. And it's worth pointing out that only 6 British people died during.
One of those people is Bridget Keenan's father.
Bridget Keenan, fabulous author, very, very funny author of a book called Diplomatic Baggage. Very funny.
And her father worked in the Punjab frontier force, but I think on the date of partition was sort of put back into barracks, and so could no longer stop the crowds from, he couldn't turn up in his armoured car and do what he'd been doing in the previous one, which is stopping people massacring each other. And what point I'm trying to get to is that the British accounts often talk about madness, but what he and other people I've heard talk about when you really question is that it wasn't just madness. There was a lot of organisation.
Yeah.
A lot of them were demobbed troops who were actually given training. There wasn't just random attacks on villages. They were carefully plotted. There was gun running.
There's looting, proper, there's stuff to be had.
There was also, exactly, it was aimed not just at humiliating or raping, it was aimed at seizing land.
It was absolutely that. But I think there were these kind of paramilitary groups that were organising it, and absolutely it was a contest for land. But at the same time, it was also the case that in this crazy kind of midst of frenzy that Labour turned on Labour. That wasn't about paramilitary organisation. That's just what was happening.
Why was it so easy for people to descend to that lowest common denominator? Why?
Because I think that if you see crimes happening against your own community, you want to do the same back. I think it's as simple as that. But it's also worth pointing out that not everybody, as William alluded to, there were people who transcended that hate and didn't descend to killing or raping the other. And I think it's really important to kind of highlight in these testimonies, because it's what the interviewees say. Of course, they talk about violence and horror. I expected that. But they also talk about people who live together so closely. And there's one story that I was told that I think demonstrates this so well, of a Sikh woman who died, and her Muslim best friend suckled her Sikh children. So a Muslim woman suckling the Sikh children, and she raised them as her own. I mean, what could be more intimate than that? And that's what it was. It's, as you said, they had the same language, food and culture. They were just divided by religion. And I think it's really important to remember that, because they remember that, and they wanted us to know that 70 years on as well.
Yeah, I mean, and again, this is 75 years ago. There are people possibly listening to this who are 75 years old. You have a granddad who might be 75 years old, or a grandmother 75 years old. This is not that long ago that this happened. And one of the stories of yours that I just, again, you almost welled up, William. William's a big crier. You may not know this, so he's a big weeper.
Good job, this is radio.
I know. But there was one that broke me, and it was the story, I did write it down, Raj and Yasmin.
It's a beautiful
Raj,
story.
can you just tell that story? And I'll try not to cry. And William, I can't guarantee he's not going to cry because he's already almost off. Right, so
For goodness
he's got
yourself together.
You can't see it, but he's got tears in the eyes. So Raj Daswani was in the Sindh province in Karachi, and he would sit on his terrace. He was 15, and he was with his Muslim, would sit with Yasmin, his neighbour friend, and
his love, and they loved each
love,
other.
and they would sit under the moon with the moonshine on them, and he kind of showed me, he clasped his hands as if he was kind of raising them to the moon, and he would say, I promise you the moon, and he wanted to marry her, and actually he wanted the Brits to leave, but he put Quit India leaflets all around the city, but he never for a second thought that would mean that he would have to leave his land, that he, his parents, his grandparents, and so on had lived on for as long as anyone can remember. And in the end, it became too difficult for his family, as he used to stay in Karachi, and they decided to leave. And on the day they left, all the Muslim neighbours came out crying, and they pleaded with him, don't go, we'll protect you. And they said, we can't. And so they filled up the cart, and he went to Yasmin, and she said, come back. And he said he didn't answer because he thought he might not. And he held her hands, and he said he watched her until he could see her no more.
But then, years later,
He went by boat to a refugee camp in Mumbai, lived there for 12 years. But he went back in 1992, and he stood outside the terrace. Actually, the first thing he did on the plane, and this actually makes me want to cry, is he fell to his knees when he saw Karachi, and he took the earth, he put it to his forehead, and he said, Mother, I have come home. Yeah. And he then went to his home. He looked up at the terrace where he would sit with Yasmin, and he heard she still lived there. And he thought, do I go back? Do I speak to her? But I'm now married. He married a wonderful woman, Geeta, in the camp, who he's been happily married to now. He said, look like Yasmin. That's what he kind of fell in love with. And he couldn't bring himself to speak to her.
Do you look at her?
No, because he changed, she changed.
But she never got married.
She never got married, but he felt he let her down because he had.
He got married, she never did. She just didn't.
No, and he took some.
No, Yasmin never married. She was waiting.
And so he then took some stones from the earth, and he showed me his stones in his study in London, and he said, I touch these and it's as if I'm connected to my earth. But what's really interesting now is he says he was 15. If he was older, he would have converted to stay. Because he says land is more important to him than religion.
This was a choice many people had to make between staying or going, converting or...
Well, people didn't convert, but I think it's important to say that just because you're a religious minority in this new country...
No,
exactly. Some people did convert, but some people wanted to stay, but why would you not? It's your land. I mean, I spoke to people who had to make that choice about leaving India, and if you're Muslim, your parents, your grandparents are buried in India's earth. And these were very difficult decisions. Now, some people had no choice. They had to leave because the mob was coming. And some people left and were heartbroken for the rest of their days. They never got over it. And some families stayed and some left, and that caused a huge friction. But these were not easy decisions. And that's why, in homes across Britain, when I go there, people have gone back, if they're lucky enough, and they have a brick, or they have stones, or they have dust. And that's all they have is evidence to prove I was there too because they had nothing else. It's like an ancestral home.
So there's a thing. So I went for the Lahore Literary Festival, and I
We went together.
we went together. I mean, William is a very soft-hearted man, and honestly, you can't see him, but he's been in floods of tears. I'm more of a hard-hearted cow, but I broke when I went to Lahore for some reason because it was a little marketplace, and I just imagined my grandfather and all of his family, not my mother's side, just sort of running through the market as a little boy. And I saw a kid, and I just thought, wow, this, just overnight, they no longer were, this was not their zameen, this was not their land anymore. And it was, I don't know why it was so utterly moving. I don't know why I'm moved by it now, but certainly I just couldn't speak for a while walking there.
One of the distinctions we perhaps should make is what the difference between what happened in the Punjab, which is what we're really focusing on here, and what happened in Bengal.
Yes,
there was much less
people have said you're too northern, and I think they're probably right. We are a bit northern centric, so let's definitely do that.
The thing about the partition is that the numbers that we're talking about at that time were primary. So we're talking about August to November, were primarily Punjab. Bengal had gone through, and I'm sure you've talked about this on your pod, the 1946 Great Calcutta killings that sparked terrible communal violence.
The beginning of the massive
direct action.
It starts first of all, the direct action.
It goes to Nakhali, to Pera, and Bihar, and so Calcutta has already gone through these convulsions. People have already started to migrate, and of course, people did migrate in Bengal, but not on the numbers that there were at that moment of independence. But it's worth pointing out that the ramifications of that line and that border, and it's really worth saying that you have this new country of Pakistan, which was east and west, 1,000 miles of Indian territory. To get to Karachi to Chittagong was 5 days.
For those who don't know this, we should just perhaps clarify. So India is in the middle, and the new state of Pakistan, which is opened in Karachi with the flag waving, in fact has another entire wing, which is in Bengal, which is not reachable, not connected in any way. It's two wings. Without any
East and West Pakistan, called East and West Pakistan. Yeah.
And it's always from the beginning, and this is one of the reasons why eventually East Pakistan breaks off and becomes Bangladesh. It's always dominated by West Pakistan. The government is in initially Karachi, and most of the people making the decisions are Punjabi.
But also to your point earlier, Punjabis and Bengalis, what on earth do they have in common? Just that maybe they have a religion, but they speak a completely different language, different culture, traditions, and ultimately that's what led, as well as the power balance being then Karachi moved to Karachi to Islamabad, is what led to
20 years later.
Exactly. And so again, it's the ripples of partition and the numbers there. You had 10 million refugees going from East Pakistan into India, hundreds of thousands of killed. And that is, and I think that partition, what happens in 1971 overshadows partition, I think, in the collective memory of now Bangladesh.
So for those who don't know, so 1971, those who are in East Pakistan, the Bengalis that Kavita was just talking about, are just saying enough is enough. We don't want to be controlled by West Pakistan anymore. We want to be free of them. And West Pakistan says, you're not going anywhere. We've already been sliced enough. And so there is an almighty bloodletting again in 71.
Massive massacres. The Bengali intellectuals are lined up and gunned down. There are mass graves. Hideous, again, huge bouts of rape and sexual violence. And at this point, India wades in under Indira Gandhi, and the Indian army goes in to liberate East Pakistan, in fact, to separate the two Pakistans, which suits India too, of course, because it halves the opposition, so to speak, and provides.
But it goes back to the point that it was kind of botched back in 1947. It was always a very uneasy alliance. Even Jinnah called his new country, East and West, truncated, moth-eaten territory.
We had Aisha Jalal in the previous pod talking about exactly that.
Do you know one thing I forgot? And we have such wonderful people on this pod. We're so lucky. But I forgot to ask Ram Gua, who was our Gandhi expert. And I think it was in the film, maybe has planted it in my head. But is it right that Gandhi decided because he knew that there was going to be violence, he chose to go to Narkali, which was in what was then East Pakistan, but Bengal, and he stayed there, and actually the violence was lessened because he was there. And actually Punjabis don't warm to Gandhi, and I wonder if that's kind of a vestigial thing of, he chose there and he let us bleed.
And then he
but
came,
there is a lot of unkind thoughts that swirl around about Gandhi in Punjab.
And then he came to Delhi, and I live in what is a partly Muslim village in Mehrauli outside Delhi, because Gandhi came to the Dalga, walked through the streets,
right,
and stopped the people killing the Muslims in Mehrauli, which is why
it's just extraordinary that one man could stop that tidal wave of violence.
But just again, to pursue this point, because it's important, how different was what happened in Bengal to Punjab? So in Punjab we have, as we said, as well as the kind of random violence, villager on villager, you've actually got armed gangs, particularly a lot of Sikh veterans coming back, very well organised with guns, drilled, regimented, sent out to capture land. What's going on in contrast to that in Bengal?
You don't have this mass migration of people that was absolutely happening across this new border in the Punjab.
Partly, I think, because there simply weren't a number of veterans in Bengal.
Perhaps, and the levels of violence that you were seeing in the Punjab was not happening in Bengal. They'd been through a lot of that already previously, but the kind of military evacuation units that the new governments then sent in once they realised, my God, you've got all these people moving, went into Punjab, but that was there to quell this kind of mass movement of people. But as I say, at the point around the moment of partition, perhaps because of Gandhi being there, it wasn't as bad by any means as it was in Punjab. And it's worth saying that different places across the Indian subcontinent fled up at different points. So things only got really bad for the Muslim minority in Delhi from September onwards, and equally in the same province from September onwards. And often that was to do with the number of refugees that were coming into the cities with their stories of horror and firing everyone up.
I've interviewed a lot of people in Delhi on this matter. So you have these Delhi just before 47 is very nearly 50% Muslim, and there are whole areas of the city which are heavily Muslim. Now, in the course of 1970 through August, we had this massive movement of displaced, very angry families of Hindus and Sikhs kicked out of their homes. Their women have been possibly taken, their goods have been taken, their land is gone, and they arrive in Delhi to find themselves in a Muslim majority city, and they say, what's going on here? How come these guys are allowed to stay and they haven't lost anything? So you get individuals then doing attacks on various areas. A lot of there's two main camps, which is today called Punjabi Bagh and Karol Bagh, which is where two of the refugee camps were. There's also
my mum's family washed up in Karol Bagh, exactly that. Yeah.
And then there's others in Purana Kila, the old fort of Shah Suri, right in the centre, very near Rashtrapati Bhavan, about a mile.
And Jama Masjid as well.
And Jama Masjid, and these families are flooding in. And there's lots of these extraordinary pictures by Margaret Bourne Knight.
I'm so glad you mentioned that. Amazing photographs. Just Google her photos. They are
She
haunting.
has both these columns of white-clad people with their bullock carts, with maimed and dying people being buried by the roads. And then she goes to the refugee camps in Purana Kila. Most famous picture on the front of many partition books of these two completely crazed-looking children who've obviously seen unspoken horrors. You don't even need a caption to see it. Hitting on one of the chapters over the gateway of Purana Kila, looking as if kind of mad, crazy,
And
wild.
it's worth saying that around a third of Delhi's population, Muslim population there.
In September, after these columns, the refugee camps are settled, and then retributive violence is put out on the Delhi Muslims.
So we're sort of running out of the time that we are together. I just want to talk about, what this means to the present and what the legacy is of all of this. And just, Kavita, before we talk about the third generations, which I think you're incredibly strong on, just with, is it fanciful, William, as somebody who lives in India so much, to say that the politics of India and Pakistan are perhaps still informed by that suspicion and those awful things that only happened 75 years ago?
Completely. I mean, in many ways, you can say 1947 still hasn't ended. The whole of subsequent history, particularly in North India, I think they really understand what's going on. But in North India, there is such hatred on both sides of the border, such terrible atrocities happen that this is completely an unhealed wound 75 years later. And that violence is that kind of the violence that's been done to people and the violence that is now being generated by the hatreds unleashed by them still haunts politics. The way that Hindu nationalists talk about Muslims, the degree to which that chimes with their audiences. We don't like to
and vice versa on the other side.
Vice versa on the other side in Pakistan, where the Hindus' majorities have been virtually decimated.
So it's so those of you who are listening, I sometimes get asked this by some friends. You have the same food, you look pretty similar, you have the same language. Why can't you just get along? Hopefully this may go some way to explaining the history is everything. Now, on third generation, what is the legacy that this leaves for them?
It's different from the Indian subcontinent, if we talk about Britain, because I think what is passed down, and we have to call it what it is, it's intergenerational trauma, is passed down, even in silence, it can be. But something else is also passed down, which is that kind of nostalgia for the land that was left behind. And so these two things, the kind of trauma, the fear of the other, but also this great love of the land that maybe no one's ever been back to. And I think that the third generation, or some, certainly British South Asians, it's an awakening for them about wanting to know their past before their families came to Britain. They want to know their long history. And I think what I would say is different about the third generation being part of the diaspora is they are used to feeling many things. They can be British or Asian or from Yorkshire or Punjabi, Gujarati or whatever. So if they find out that their family begins across a border, I think they can accommodate that. Whereas I think in India, where, let's be honest, state narratives and history is partitioned in its telling, we're not subjected to that in the same way. And I think in India, if you find out your family are coming across the border, that is a betrayal, perhaps, to say you feel something for that other place. We don't feel that. And I think that is the difference. But I think the legacy is we are coming to terms with it within British South Asian families at the same time that we as a country are coming to terms with what empire means. And each generation rewrites what it means and what we remember and what we forget and what we keep our silence over. And it just is happening at the same time. We're just at the beginning of it, really, I think.
Just to wrap up, final story, one that deeply moved me in your recent radio series, Sparsha Hooja going back.
Yeah, Sparsha went back. So his father, he started kind of spending some time with his father in